#C73 I'm here. Fan Ning is extremely tall and looks like an iron tower from a distance. Boom. The power of the artifact turned into a gust of wind and torrential rain in an instant, slamming into the city gate of the East Gate, just seeing the strong city gate trembling violently at this moment, leaving behind a huge giant under the power of the artifact. Hammer Pit. In addition to the giant hammer, there is also an all-conquering city-breaking cone. Blood Dragon Steel, Hidden Dragon Wood, this broken city cone is a great potential. Zhang Qing frowned. The gates of the Imperial city are made of 10,000 steel and are more than 10 feet thick. The divine machine cannon can only leave a small spot on it, but the damage caused by the heaven-shattering crazy hammer is far more terrifying than the divine machine cannon. The most important thing now is that he only has 1 million band troops, and the other corps will not exceed 2 million, so he can't go out to fight at all, he can only watch them bombard. Come, break the armor and shoot the commander. The magic artillery can't hit Fan Ning under the city wall, only the armor-piercing crossbow, but although the armor-piercing crossbow can pose a certain threat to the supernatural master, Fan Ning is half a step into the gods, and the quality of mana is so high. The dense number of crossbow arrows shot out, but a thick layer of mana shield condensed on Fan Ning's body surface, and the crossbow arrows hit it and bounced out one after another. My lord, help me! Fan Ning roared. While he was about to swing the heaven-shattering crazy hammer, he also had to defend against crossbow bolts, and his mana was consumed extremely fast. The Great Palm Print. King Wei Wu is definitely the most powerful person in the half-step peeping god. His aura gathered and condensed into one, the sky was dark and the sky was dark, and the huge palm print rolled up the crossbow arrow, and it was reflected back towards the city wall. Ah! The Imperial army suffered heavy losses at this moment. Trouble. Zhang Qing's face was ugly. And the most terrifying thing is that there is no master of half-step peeping on their side who can go to fight with King Wei Wu and Fan Ning, and they can only watch him destroy the city gate. The most important thing is that Chu Yuan did not sit in the center. He was only the commander of the Qinglong battalion and could not mobilize the other 7 battalions. Damn, your majesty is not here, and it is impossible to open the Great Defense Array now. Otherwise there will be a Great Defense Array, and then based on the Great Protective City, all kinds of formations of heaven, thunder, and fire are universal. How can they do this? Arrogant. Zhang Qing's eyes were fixed on Fan Ning, who was destroying the city gate. The Great Defense Array is a great array to protect the Imperial city. The first emperor has been building it since the day he established his capital, which is enough to defend against the power of low-grade artifacts. However, once the defense formation is activated, it consumes too much energy, and the control is in the hands of the emperor, which is why King Wei Wu chose to attack the city at this time. It's too bad to be beaten passively like this. Our people can only watch them bombard the city wall. Hong Yun was worried. This commander knows this. Let the people from the Ministry of Industry strengthen the city gate, huh? The strength of the Imperial city is that the commander and the late emperor jointly negotiated the construction of the city. Even if you have the divine weapon, you can't break the city cone within dozens of days, especially the city gate, which is doped with a large amount of meteorite fine gold. Zhang Qing was extremely calm, but I'm just a little scared. Are you afraid that when your majesty brings back the troops, they will be trapped outside the city? At that time, the fierce beasts in the myriad beasts mountain range should cooperate with each other, and it will be all over by then. Hong Yan's heart trembled, only to realize the viciousness of King Wei Wu. It turned out that he was going to cut off His Majesty's back road, and siege was just one of the goals. Commander Hong, that's what I'm worried about, but what we can do is to defend the city. Zhang Qing looked at the battle under the city, and said, with my millions of forbidden troops, it is impossible to break the city. Your Majesty will return soon. King Wei Wu, you wait for the 18 princes to dare to rebel. Wash your necks one by one, and wait for your family to be wiped out. This king will destroy his family? Hearing Zhang Cheng's stern shout, King Wei Wu's face was also a little annoyed. After Dao's demise, Zhang Cheng will not kill him. This king will take care of him and let him see that his family is finally smuggled and destroyed. Who is it? Kill. Brave fighter reward. Step back and die. After the city is broken, treasures are optional. King Wei Wu sent orders to the entire battlefield. Suddenly the tide-like army launched a fierce attack again. Crazy family and exterminate the family? In this case, King Wei Wu, I will let you see it as you wish. But at this time, as if it was conveyed from the depths of the void, a terrifying dragon power swept in, and a huge dragon appeared in the endless thunder. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon. King Wei Wu was shocked when he saw the purple scale thunder dragon, and then smiled. As the ruler of the myriad beast mountains, you are here too, because you saw that this king was attacking the city, and wanted to share this feast. Is it? This king can cooperate with you, and after this is done, you can choose the treasures of the palace at will. Seeing the purple scale thunder dragon, he was relieved. What kind of thing are you? This king is now the mighty king of the great martial dragon. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon said disdainfully. The mighty king of the great Wulong dragon. King Wei Wu saw a figure on the top of the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon's head almost in an instant, and said in disbelief, Chu Yuan, how could it be you? You actually came back. Yes, I'm back. Chu Yuan said indifferently. At this moment, as soon as he appeared, it seemed that time had stopped, and the battle at Dongchengmen was actually suspended. Long live my emperor, his majesty is back. Zhang Chenghongyan saw Chu Yuan stepping on the head of the purple scale thunder dragon, as if he was looking at a holy emperor, especially the vast aura that made them feel like ants. The Forbidden Army has worked hard. The two commanders and defenders of the city have meritorious deeds, and there are still millions of Forbidden Army soldiers. After I calm down the chaos, I will be rewarded for their merits and actions. Chu Yuan said slowly. Hooray! Hooray! The million Imperial soldiers guarding the city cheered excitedly. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, what the hell is going on? The king of beasts, you actually turned to Chu Yuan? King Wei Wu stared at the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon and Chu Yuan, bewildered. Your Majesty's power is unimaginable for you. Good birds choose wood to perch on. I, Long Wei King, obeying His Majesty is in line with the way of heaven. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon roared. Although this king doesn't know what's going on, even if you become the mighty king of the great martial dragon, it still won't change the battle situation. King Wei Wu suddenly flew into the sky and confronted Chu Yuan. His huge aura was unbridled and he shouted, today's battle must be divided into a winner and a loser. This king's greatest advantage is that he has top powerhouses. Absolutely suppressed. Yes, there are more half-step peeps on his side, but Chu Yuan has none. What nonsense is King Wei Wu talking to him? He directly kills the Emperor Dao and destroys Dao. The sky shook, and a majestic fire cloud swept out, and a figure suddenly appeared, and it was also a half-step peek at God. Great potential Flame King. Chu Yuan said. Sure enough, King Wei Wu colluded with the powerhouse of Deqian. Kill the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon first, then kill the little emperor. Shangguan Qingyun and Li Yun also flew out and shouted, originally, if you were honest, you could live a little longer. But since you are so dishonest, the day you will destroy the country is today. In an instant, a full 5 masters of half-step peeping over the gods swept Chu Yuan with a huge momentum, and hundreds of masters of supernatural powers also flew into the sky. Listen to the order, accept your majesty. Zhang Qing roared, and the $1 million Imperial army was about to leave the city and directly respond to Chu Yuan. Want to rely on more people? The Purple Scale Thunder Dragon spewed its dragon breath and sneered disdainfully. In my order, King Wei Wu formed a party for personal gain. The general Xuanhuan Qingyun, the prime minister Li Yun surrendered to the enemy and betrayed the country, and the 18 princes besieged the imperial city. It is a capital crime. The voice dominated by Chu Yuan conveys the void. With a wave of his hand, 100,000 gods and warriors appeared on the battlefield, mixed with a large number of sectarian powerhouses, and suddenly said, "Kill Wuxia." #C74 Calm down. The 100,000 Shenwu army is densely lined up. Although it is only a small part compared to King Wei Wu's army of 5 million, the momentum is not comparable to that of King Wei Wu's patchwork army. Invincible and invincible. It is said that this is invincible momentum. Compared to this, the army of King Wei Wu was like a small fish and shrimp, not worth mentioning. Shenwu Legion. King Wei Wu's pupils shrank violently, and roared, "Space artifact, you actually have a space artifact, this cannot be left to you by the Emperor." Hundreds of thousands of divine weapons are like divine weapons descending from the sky, and only space artifacts can explain them. You must know that the crazy hammer he accidentally obtained from the ancient ruins is just an ordinary attacking artifact, and it is impossible to put hundreds of thousands of troops into it. However, even if there is an army of 100,000 people, it still cannot change the situation of the battle. Just as King Wei Wu calmed down, he sensed the 7 or 8 figures in front of the 100,000 strong army, and said abruptly, "Half-step peeping at God? Where did the half-step peeping at God come from beside you?" On their side, including King Wei Wu himself, there were only 5 half-step peeps at the gods, but there were 8 people on Chu Yuan's side, not to mention the numerous supernatural powerhouses in the sectarian army. Old man Qinjianzi. Qinjianzi dared to regard himself as the suzerain at this time, just said, "From Linhai County, Southwest Prefecture." "There is no Linhai County in Dao." "Southwest Prefecture, what?" King Wei Wu was shocked. "Southwest Prefecture, where the sects gather, you guys actually took refuge in Chu Yuan." The saint is like the reincarnation of a human emperor, where the emperor is mighty, and the place where the light shines is the land of great martial arts, the minister of great martial arts. King Wei Wu, wake up. Since Qing Yunzi saw the strength of Chu Yuan, he has completely regarded himself as a great military courtier, and now he has become a group of the Shenwu Legion because of the battle chessboard. It's impossible to make this king wake up, ha 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 ha. This king has witnessed the rise and fall of dozens of dynasties, and he is able to stand immortal, relying on his strength. The previous emperor did not dare to touch me. King Wei Wu screamed, "Chu Yuan, take your life." The momentum of his whole body exploded, and he punched out, and the stone was shocked, like a raging flame, and he slammed it fiercely. Originally, there was a master like Qing Yunzi in front of Chu Yuan, but suddenly, the whole person was also shocked and retreated. The first emperor didn't dare to move. "I dare to move." Chu Yuan just said calmly and indifferently. At this moment, he only punched King Wei Wu. The strong fighting mood slammed into the opponent's fist fiercely, and suddenly heard a muffled sound from King Wei Wu, and the whole person flew out. Chu Yuan took another step under his feet. He punched 7 times in a row, and each punch contained a strong skybreaking power. Boom! With 7 loud noises, King Wei Wu wanted to capture the thief first, but he misestimated Chu Yuan's strength. When he encountered the vast power of Chu Yuan, his magical powers were broken layer by layer, especially when the last punch, even the armor on his body could not withstand this force. It shattered, and the whole person's hair was scattered. Come! The mighty King Wei Wu actually had no resistance in Chu Yuan's hands, fighting like a dead dog. This sudden change made everyone unable to react for a while. 9 Heavens Breaking Sword. Wei Wuwang's face changed again and again. He rubbed his hands together, and with a swipe, a colorful sword light burst out of the sky. It was not a real sword, but a condensed mana. The whole body seemed to be raised thousands of feet, and it struck Chu Yuan with a strong and arrogant blow. The following rebels die. Facing this knife, Chu Yuan's face remained unchanged. With a grab of his hands, he caught the Jiuxiao heaven-shattering saber, and then he shook it violently, causing the blade to shatter. Retract the troops. Ming Jin retracts the troops. King Wei Wu roared angrily. From the appearance of the army of 100,000 gods and martial arts, Qing Yunzi and other sectarian powerhouses turned to Chu Yuan. The situation has reversed, and when he was unable to deal with Chu Yuan, King Wei Wu already knew that he was completely planted today. Moreover, the purple-scaled thunder dragon also surrendered to him. Now, the only way is to withdraw troops, preserve their own strength, and then link up with the 4 countries of the Great Potential. Perhaps there is still a chance to turn defeat into victory. It was too late for him to think about the reason for the sudden increase in Chu Yuan's strength. The army of 4 or 5 million suddenly withdrew its troops. This was not a retreat, but a defeat. It was densely packed. Before the Chu Yuan army attacked, they were already in chaos. The sound of crying and screaming came out one after another, and it was only the moment when the troops were withdrawn, and it was unknown how many people were trampled to death. The minister of the rebellion, I still want to escape, how can I tolerate you? When Chu Yuan saw that King Wei Wu was about to retreat, a cold light flashed in his eyes. You don't have to be mad, you want to kill this king, you are a little worse. Hearing Chu Yuan's voice, King Wei Wu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. His speed soared. As long as he didn't die, even if the 5 million army suffered heavy losses, he could still make a comeback. This hatred he remembered. But so. Chu Yuan swung his hands to the sky, and the monument of suppressing the prison and conferring gods suddenly blocked King Wei Wu in the middle. All his speed can't break through the realm of high-grade artifacts. Chu Yuan's whole body radiated innumerable golden light, and he stepped out in one step. A giant palm in the sky fell on King Wei Wu, who was full of fear and suspicion, and then enveloped him. Ah! In the battlefield, the shrill roar of King Wei Wu sounded. A golden flame burned all over his body, which was completely burned, and then he was actually practiced alive in the eyes of countless people. At this moment, King Wei Wu, who was in high spirits and led an army of 5 million to attack the city, was actually tortured to death by Emperor De Wu. What an astonishing change, it was simply the gap between heaven and hell. The Xuanhuan army has seen Chu Yuan's terrifying strength, and his face is as usual. But the 1 million forbidden troops and the 5 million enemy troops were completely stunned. Originally, although Ming Jin's army was in a melee, there was still a bit of order, but with King Wei Wu's being refined to death, it became a rout, and it was out of control. Emperor Dao, how did he become so powerful? After seeing the King Lai Yan from Deqian, his face changed drastically, but he responded quickly, and the whole person turned into a fire and quickly escaped from the battlefield. People of great potential, come to the land of Dao, and they should be killed. Chu Yuan suddenly raised his right hand, and in the blink of an eye came to King Lai Yan, and then saw countless dark rays of light flashing past. King Lai Yan trembled, his body was cut into countless pieces of meat, and he died without a place to be buried. Ah! King Wei Wu and King Lai Yan were all killed. Some other princes and kings uttered fearful voices. Impossible, how could our 5 million army fail to siege the city? Run fast, if you are not afraid of being caught by His Majesty the Emperor, you will end up dead. It's over, we're over, if I knew today, I don't think I'll be bewitched by King Wei Wu. 2 half-step peeping masters were beheaded, so that the army who came to attack the city completely lost the courage to resist. No. How could I lose, Chu Yuan? Shangguan Qingyun, Li Yun was also shocked. The 2 of them were going to escape, but Qing Yunzi and other sectarian powerhouses had long thought of establishing merits, so how could they let them run away, and a large number of powerhouses immediately attacked and killed them. Although the two of them were half-step peeps, how could they be the opponents of Qin Yunzi and the others who had an advantage in numbers? 1,000,000 forbidden troops rushed out of the Imperial city and cooperated with the army of Xuanhuan to kill and capture the defeated army of 5,000,000. After only a few hours, a large part of the millions of troops became prisoners. #C75 Tailin Court. Your Majesty, all the rebels have been arrested, and those who resisted have been beheaded on the spot. How to deal with it? Please let Your Majesty cut it. This time, King Wu of Wei led an army of 5,000,000 to besiege the Imperial city, with great momentum. Those prisoners were numerous, but in the millions. Zhang Qing is only detaining those prisoners now, and he has no way to deal with them. I will put all the princes and kings who have committed turmoil in the heavenly prison, and I will let the Xuanhuan army go to their respective fiefs in Xingya, raid their families and exterminate their families, and ask them to be executed together. There are also those generals who have decision-making power. The army of 1,000,000 will be incorporated into the death camp of Sin, and I will personally recruit them, so I will let them be the vanguard and atone for their sins. Chu Yuan gave orders in an orderly manner. Zhang Qing nodded, knowing that all these princes and kings were planted this time, and they all had to raid their families and exterminate their families. As for the death camp, it belongs to a relatively special establishment in Dao, and the people in it are all criminals with heinous crimes. The so-called pioneers are nothing but cannon fodder. If you want to get rid of the identity of the death camp, you must build 10 times more military merit than ordinary soldiers, but at least it gives those who do not know the truth a chance to atone for their merits. For His Majesty, the second Emperor of Great Wu, Zhang Qing was completely convinced this time. Hong Yan's body was trembling uncontrollably beside him. He is not ignorant of the rebellion of the general and the prime minister. He has sent people to pull himself into his camp, but fortunately he did not act, otherwise he will be one of the list of family raiders and genocide today. Thinking of this, he should also be grateful to Zhang Qing. If Zhang Qing hadn't said something to Chu Yuan when he went to the Myriad Beast Mountains, I'm afraid his end would have been miserable. Also, for the soldiers who died in battle, they should also be appeased. Their widow and children should be written down. Every year, the Imperial Court will provide relief, so that the soldiers cannot be chilled. Although this siege was huge, after all, the time was short, and there were city walls. Not many people were killed in battle, but these people were all meritorious people in Dao, and Chu Yuan, naturally, could not treat them badly. Yes, Your Majesty, I will deal with it now. Zhang Qing nodded. Most of the soldiers guarding the East Gate were his Qinglong battalion soldiers. Chu Yuan could comfort them and warm his heart. Wait a minute, Commander Zhang. Chu Yuan's expression changed. You have done a good job defending the city this time, you are loyal to the Great Wu dynasty, you can learn from the sun and the moon, I will reward you with this mad hammer, and I hope Commander Zhang can continue in the future. For my great martial arts, I have established unparalleled merits. 2 big gourd-like hammers fell towards Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing's face was stunned. He would never have imagined that Chu Yuan would directly reward him with a low-grade artifact. You must know that the preciousness of low-grade artifacts is not something he can think about at the 10th level of supernatural powers. Take it, I will not treat any meritorious servant badly. Chu Yuan's gentle voice sounded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Qing put away the crazy hammer, his face agitated, and he knelt down suddenly. I swear allegiance to Your Majesty and Dao. Seeing this, Hong Yan was also very envious of Zhang Qing. With the low-grade artifact, the Qinglong battalion in the future would definitely overtake the Chaos battalion. This is His Majesty's warning to him, and Chu Yuan's thoughtfulness is clear. But soon he was relieved. As long as he was loyal in the future, why would he not be rewarded? The matter here is to be handled by the Imperial Army, and I have other matters. After leaving his sentence, Chu Yuan flew in the direction of the palace, not back to Shenyang Palace, but toward a palace group behind the palace that was full of spiritual energy, like a fairyland. This place is called Tailan Garden. Stop, those who trespass in Tailan Garden will die. Just as Chu Yuan came to Tailan, there was a stern voice, and then he was stopped by several powerful people who saw the supernatural powers. Can't I also go into Tailan Garden? Chu Yuan said coldly. Sacred Master? The faces of these masters of supernatural powers changed slightly, but they didn't seem to mean anything respectful. Since the Holy Master is coming, it is natural to be able to enter, but the two Grand Elders are in retreat. If they disturb the two Grand Elders, I'm afraid it will make the Elders too unhappy. In the words of these supernatural power masters, there was a faint warning to Chu Yuan. Two Elder. Chu Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light, and a huge coercion directly pressed these masters of supernatural powers to their knees. I found them this time. The so-called Supreme Elder is actually the Supreme Elder of Dao. Tailan Garden, although it is in the Imperial City, is actually a self-contained entity and is not under the jurisdiction of the Imperial family. In fact, the formation of Tailan Garden was before the founding of Dao. At that time, when the previous dynasty was overthrown, the previous emperor was very powerful. There were many scattered people in the rivers and lakes. Naturally, a large number of people gathered, and even some sectarian powerhouses came to him. At that time, the previous emperor really needed this batch of strength, so I put these people were incorporated into Tailan Garden. Everyone who can enter Tailan Garden is powerful. The first emperor did this in the hope that he could strengthen Dao. But even when the late emperor was there, the people of Tailan didn't pay much attention to the imperial court, and they often listened to the tune instead of the propaganda. They took refuge in the former emperor and joined Dao, not for Dao, but because of the resources controlled by Dao. In the beginning, there were only a few hundred people in Tailan Garden. Later, they had as many as thousands of disciples and grandchildren, and the palace maids and eunuchs who served them required tens of thousands of people, and the royal family allocated a lot of resources to them every year. It will take hundreds of thousands of fajing alone. Not to mention, there are other rare treasures. It can be said that this group of people only eat and do not work, and only want to get benefits in their eyes, but they will not pay. Chu Yuan was really angry this time. On weekdays, this group of people acted as a blessing, even if they didn't obey the royal family's orders. But this time King Wei Wu's army of 5 million attacked the city, and these people were still cultivating in their own Tailan Garden. Even in the previous Chu Yuan, until the country was destroyed, no one from Tailan appeared. Perhaps for them, the immortality of the great martial arts is not a matter of changing the empire. When I came here, didn't you show up quickly to meet me? Do you want me to knock on the door one by one and invite you two elders out in person? Chu Yuan's cold and stern voice came out, and the entire Tailan Garden was shaken. Your Majesty is here, I am waiting for you to welcome you, but the two elders have reached an extremely critical time in their cultivation, and they cannot meet His Majesty. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. In the Tailan Garden, thousands of silhouettes flashed out, among which there are hundreds of experts in the supernatural power realm. The leader who spoke to Chu Yuan was a middle-aged man with a green robe who had reached the 10th level of supernatural powers. Xianzhou. Chu Yuan recognized this master with 10-level supernatural powers as Zhou Xian, and said coldly, King Wu of Wei led an army of 5 million to attack the city. You are fine. It turns out that His Majesty is here for this matter, but the Elder Tai is in retreat, and we are also waiting for the order of the Elder. Zhou Xian did not take Chu Yuan seriously. He didn't know that the rebels had been dealt with, and when Chu Yuan came to ask for reinforcements, he was even more disdainful. A little emperor who was about to subjugate his country even came to him and shouted. What if I ask you to take action? Chu Yuan said. We can't take action without Taishang Lao's order. Your Majesty can wait here for Tai Lao to leave the customs. Zhou Xian shook his head, sarcastically. I am disappointed in you. Chu Yuan looked at the two palaces with the most spiritual energy in Tailan Garden, and suddenly shouted, Elder Tai? Very good. You are very majestic, even I don't take it seriously. Are you trying to rebel? #C76 Ricebug. Your Majesty's words are serious, I can't bear it, and I don't mean it. It's just that Tailan Garden has been under the control of the two Grand Elders since its establishment, and has nothing to do with the court. We only obey the orders of the two Grand Elders. In my heart, I am still loyal to Dao. Zhou Xian understood very clearly that even if you were the emperor, you would not be able to mobilize the powerhouses in Tailan Garden. He was also sneering in his heart. He was in a crisis of siege, and he was still putting on the air of the emperor here. If you curry favor with the two elders, if there is a day when the country will be subjugated, perhaps the elders will be able to take you to escape and save a small life. Where does all this nonsense come from? Chu Yuan was too lazy to talk to Zhou Xian anymore. His body suddenly took a step, a palm like the sun, moon and stars, mighty, sweeping towards Zhou Xian. Your Majesty, is it that you can't bear to do something to me? But I hope your Majesty will not regret it. Zhou Xian was not afraid. Although Chu Yuan had cleaned up Peng Yuan before, he was a master of the 10th level of supernatural powers. But in the gust of wind, a palm appeared. This was Chu Yuan's grabbing technique. The gust of wind broke through in one fell swoop, grabbed Zhou Xian's body ruthlessly, and threw his body out, and then his knees couldn't bear the huge force and knelt down. The mere 10th level of supernatural powers, he can even kill King Wei Wu, let alone him. Seeing Zhou Xian kneeling down, the faces of the strong men in Tailan changed, and suddenly thousands of people burst out with powerful forces, and they wanted to surround Chu Yuan, which was meant to force the palace. Are you going to rebel? Chu Yuan just said lightly. Bold, don't kneel down when you see the Holy Lord coming. From the depths of Tailan Garden, two voices erupted, and then two figures flew out. They were two old men, one yin and one yang, water and fire together, with a very gloomy face. The old man has seen the Holy One, and he has conflicted with your Majesty. I hope your Majesty will forgive you. The strength of these two people has reached half a step. One is called Shui Lao, the other is Hua Lao, and they are Tai elders of Tailan Yuan. The two of them had long known that Chu Yuan was coming, but they never showed up. They wanted to give Chu Yuan a showdown, but they didn't expect that Chu Yuan's strength was far beyond their imagination, and they even captured Zhou Xian with one move. Even if it's me, it's very difficult to meet the two elders. You have so many disciples and grandchildren, it seems that you don't have me in your heart. Even if the two elders order to capture me, they will not hesitate. Chu Yuan said lightly. The saint is serious, they just didn't appreciate the power of the saint, so they didn't intend to offend. Shui Lao, who has a more gloomy personality, has an extremely ugly face. At the same time, Old Hua said, Elder Shui, and I know about the arrival of the sage today. King Wei Wu raised his troops to rebel. Since the sage has arrived, we will lead the disciples of Tailan to suppress the rebellion. If I hadn't come to Tailan Garden in person today, the two elders would never be able to take action. Chu Yuan's indifferent voice contained a strong, oppressive force. This. Shui Lao's face froze, and he said immediately, when it is really urgent, we will also take action. No need, the rebellion has been quelled by Zhen, and King Wei Wu has been executed, so you don't need Tailan anymore. As soon as these words came out, Shui Lao's complexion also froze. How could this be possible? It might be true that the rebellion was suppressed, but with the strength of King Wei Wu, he would actually be killed. And I decided to disband Tailan Garden from today. You wait for all the resources to be deprived. If you want to obtain resources, you can go to the battlefield to fight and seize them, instead of being like a pile of rice bugs with no dedication at all. Chu Yuan's words were earth-shattering, even more shocking than before. Me worm? The sage actually said that our Thailand garden is a rice worm, and we have to cut down all resources. There was a vague anger in the eyes of Shui Lao Hua Lao. Did I say something wrong? Chu Yuan said, 1 million Imperial soldiers are defending the city to the death. But you are still in Thailand garden, still singing and dancing, saying that it is rice worm. I think it is an insult to the word rice worm. Haha, since the sage has insulted me and the people of Tailingyuan so much, it seems that we are no longer needed. The sage can disband Tailingyuan. The world is huge, and Shui Lao and I will leave Dao with our disciples. Where can we not get in? Fire Boss laughed. Yes, since the saint doesn't need us, let's leave. Yeah, the sky and the earth are big, where can't you live? Why do you have to live in this great martial arts? Where the two elders go, we will go. The powerhouses of Thailand garden were all angry. Where do you want to go? You have to pay for the resources you have eaten for so many years. As Chu Yuan spoke, he raised his palms and took the lead against Shui Lao Hua Lao. Today, he wants to let the people in Tailingyuan know who is in charge of this Dao. Your Majesty wants to test our strength, let His Majesty see it today, to see how strong God is. Hua Lao sneered, and when he moved his hands, a burst of fire burst out, like a slashing light across the sky. Scarlet firmament flame slash. The 4 waterways of Shanming. The power of water and fire gathered, not only did not collide because of their respective attributes, but merged together. The power was more powerful than 1 + 1, and even the sky was filled with water and fire. The strength of the two elders is combined. Even if they meet a real master of peeping God, they will have the power to fight. Our emperor, His Majesty, is still too young. The people from Tailingyuan laughed loudly. Repression. Seeing that the two came together, Chu Yuan just popped 2 words out of his mouth. He grabbed with a big hand and directly displayed a big thunderbolt technique. The roaring electric light suddenly filled the entire Shangling garden. With one move, the power of water and fire was contained, and violent thunder and lightning immediately swept over the two elders. Not good. Shui Lao Hua Lao saw that Chu Yuan broke their alliance with one move, and his face changed greatly. Boom. Chu Yuan's breath released the Supreme Majesty in an instant. Under the strong shock, even Shui Lao Hua Lao was trembling. His big hand grabbed it, creating a strong hole, and swallowing everything into it. Fear. Shui Lao Hua Lao only felt that in the face of these 2 holes, his soul would be sucked in, and he would never be able to escape. Chu Yuan grabbed with both hands, Shui Lao Hua Lao screamed, the whole body was actually absorbed, and the 2 big hands tightly grabbed their necks. Two elders. How is it possible? Even the elders are not his opponents. It's not real. The powerhouses of Tailingyuan screamed. In their hearts, the elders were like gods, and they dared to ignore the imperial court, which was entirely due to the authority of the elders. Holy, don't kill me. Shui Lao Hua was always afraid. He was grabbed by the neck, and his life was in the hands of others. No matter how calm he was, his body trembled. We were wrong. In the future, the people of Tailingyuan will all be led by the sage. Kill? It's too cheap for you. How could I let you die so easily with so many resources of the imperial court? Chu Yuan shook his head. Choose one. All the people in Tailingyuan are incorporated into the Xuanhuan army. Enhance the strength of the Xuanhuan army. Obtain 100 fate points, 10% progress in the creation of the grip of the god of war, and X1 life stone. Option 2. All the people in Tailingyuan are incorporated into the death camp. Become the vanguard of the army, and get 100 fate points. The progress of the grip of the god of war is 10%, and the Talisman of Soul Control X1. Hashtag C77 Supernatural Realm, God of War's Grip. Incorporate them into the Xuanhu army? Xuanhuan didn't even think about it. The Xuanhu army was the most elite army in the empire. Only the loyal ones joined. Xuanhuan's ability to incorporate those sectarian powerhouses before did not mean that Tianyuan could join. If he can't be incorporated into the Xuanhu army, then he can only go to the death camp to be a pioneer for him and become the cannon fodder for this personal expedition. 30 years since the founding of Dao, Tianyuan has received a large amount of resources from the empire every year, but the salary of the emperor is not loyal to the emperor, so all the thousands of people in Tianyuan have been incorporated into the death camp to recruit great potential pioneers for me. June, you two elders, go to the sin and death camp to make atonement for me. Xuanhuan made a choice. Ding. The host made the second choice, obtained 100 fate points, 10% progress in the creation of the grip of the God of War, and the Talisman of Soul Control X1. Soul Control Talisman. Activating the Soul Control Talisman can control the souls of the Peeping God Realm and above, including the Peeping God Realm, ignoring obstacles. It turns out that the Soul Control Talisman is used to control the souls of others. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to ignore the obstacles, that is to say, Xuanhuan can control the soul of the Master Peeping God by using the Soul Control Talisman suddenly. The construction progress of the God of War's grip has reached 100%. Do you want to build it immediately? Another prompt sound from the system sounded. Build it now. Xuanhuan had been looking forward to it for a long time. Immediately, a ray of light surged in the system space, and a pair of holy golden gloves appeared. The mighty, dazzling golden light emerged, like a sun, rolling out, and any evil spirits and demons would be killed. The grip of the God of War, a superb artifact, created by the ancient God of War, tearing the sky, holding the pillar in his hand, the power is unimaginable. Artifact skill, Hand of the God of War, a huge golden hand will appear between the heavens and the earth, holding the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth will be shocked, and the power of the skill increases with the realm. It turned out to be a superb artifact. Xuanhuan's heart was greatly moved. He did not expect that this time he would create and synthesize a superb artifact. And most importantly, the God of War's grip is a pair of gloves, not an attacking artifact like swords, spears, swords, and halberds. Otherwise, if he has an unparalleled human emperor sword on his body, even a superb artifact will not be of much use. It is also possible to hold the human emperor sword with the grip of the God of War. Incorporated into the death camp. At this time, Xuanhuan's complexion changed dramatically. Sin to death, death to sin. In the death camp, only those who have committed serious crimes will be sent to them. When the two of them go in, they are a group of people who have committed serious crimes. The two suddenly said, "Sir, although I have no credit in Tianyuan, I have worked hard for decades. Even if it is not for our face, but for the face of the previous emperor, we should not be guilty of sin and death camp. Long live the saint, we are willing to be the guards around your majesty. The hard work is when my Dao encounters the siege of the city, and you all still watch the play in Thailand Garden safely?" Xuanhuan's hand suddenly filled with an incomparably majestic golden light. His temperament was like that of an invincible God of War, dominated by the gods. If you look closely, you can see that he has a pair of golden palms on his palms, which tightly fit his skin. Gloves. He squeezed lightly, and Xuanhuan only felt that the sky was falling apart, and the whole person was about to crack. "Go, report to the death camp, that's where you should go." Xuanhuan left a sentence and floated away. It's over, it's over. Xuanhuan's face was pale, and he ate bitter yellow lotus in his mouth, and his body fell limply. This time, they had completely lost sight of it. Although this time Xuanhuan has solved the domestic rebellion, there are still many things that have not been resolved, such as the rebellion of the general and the prime minister, which has created a large number of vacancies in the empire. Moreover, the 18 princes and kings all have their own fiefs. In their fiefs, it is like a country within a country, and he needs to send someone to receive them. Fortunately, he has an army of 100,000 gods and martial arts. When Qing Yunzi and the others saw Chu Yuanqing beheading a Queen Wei Wu who was even stronger than Qing Yunzi, they completely lost their minds and knew that if they dared to rebel, this would be the best example. They took an army of 100,000 gods and martial arts to the back cover of the 18 princes, looted their families and exterminated their families, and wanted to arrest the remnants of the rebels. Moreover, the imperial court also asked people from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Punishment to abolish the laws issued by the 18 princes themselves. Taking the Dao law as an example, let their people know that from today, they will no longer belong to the 18 princes, but the people of Dao. With Chu Yuan sitting in the center and suppressing everything, these things are easy to handle. The second seal of attributes, collecting the wishing power of 1 billion sentient beings, can break through the second seal. Current progress, billion/billion. Currently, all sentient beings are full of willingness to break through the second seal. The sudden notification sound made Chu Yuan's face stunned. Dao originally had more than 1 billion people, but before, more than 300 million were controlled by various princes and kings, and they were not counted in the power of their own sentient beings. But now, Chu Yuan killed and asked the 18 princes and kings, and those people belonged to Dao again. Break through the second seal. How could Chu Yuan not choose to break through the second seal? You must know that the first attribute of the human emperor sword has the ability to increase the realm by 1, and the second attribute does not know what increase it can bring to him. The second attribute seal is breaking through. Suddenly, countless light spots converged on his human sovereign sword. Each of these light spots represented a person. They came from all over the country and fell to the top. The power of a person was extremely strong. Chu Yuan didn't wait too long, and the cheering sound came again. Human sovereign sword attribute 2 has been unblocked. Chu Yuan held the human sovereign sword, warm and warm. At this moment, he seemed to represent the people of the world and was their emperor. An incredible change suddenly swept through. A full 1 billion light spots with strong belief power poured into Chu Yuan's body in an instant like a source of belief. Is this the power of human belief? Chu Yuan could feel the belief in the light spot, which contained the awe of Dao's billion people at dawn for the Dao Emperor. Human Emperor Sutra. Chu Yuan immediately ran the Human Emperor Sutra. Only the Human Emperor Sutra can perfectly absorb the power of the human race's beliefs. When Chu Yuan absorbed these billions of human race beliefs and the will of all living beings, he had an incredible change. Originally, his realm was only the 10th level of the primordial spirit, but under the blessing of such a terrifying belief, Chu Yuan actually broke through to the supernatural power realm. Divine ability realm. Chu Yuan was also slightly surprised. He did not expect that after unsealing the second seal of the human sovereign sword, the feedback from sentient beings would actually allow him to directly break through the great threshold of the supernatural power realm. You must know that Chu Yuan's strength, with the blessing of attribute 1, can kill a half-step peeping god. This time he has broken through to the supernatural power, and the realm is increased by 1. That is to say, his current strength is completely comparable to the real peeping god. Peeping god is enough to be called almighty, half-step peeping is always half-step, and there is no comparison at all. Chu Yuan was not completely immersed in the joy of the realm breakthrough. At this time, he turned his attention to the changes after the Emperor Sword was unsealed. After seeing the attributes, his mouth also opened slightly. #C78 Attribute 2, Source of Faith. Human Sovereign Sword, no superior, the sword of the sovereign of the three sovereigns, the supreme of humanity. Equipped with automatic matching exercises, Human Emperor Sutra. Attribute 1, wearing the Emperor Sword, the realm increases by 1. Attribute 2, the source of belief, unlocking the power of human belief. Attribute 3. Attribute 9. The seal of the second attribute has been unraveled, which is the source of belief, and unlocks the power of human belief. The source of belief? Xuanhuan pondered, I know the belief of the human race, but what is the function of the source of belief? Human Sovereign Sword is the first human being in ancient times. Human Sovereign is built with the power of countless human beliefs. Like a source, it gathers human beliefs, gathers the power of belief, gathers the national fortune, and opens the source of belief. The host can use the power of belief to assist cultivation. The system's voice prompts. Enhance strength with the power of faith. Xuanhuan was able to break through the supernatural powers so quickly, and just now, he was driven by a strong will of sentient beings. Attribute 1 can increase combat power by 1. The second attribute can improve the training speed. There is no doubt that these two attributes are the most important to the current Xuanhuan. He tried to improve his realm with his fate point. After he broke through to the supernatural power realm, he needed 3,000 points to improve, which was extremely harsh. Open the source of faith. Xuanhuan waved the Emperor Sword, and the infinite light points converged. In an instant, a reduced but very real map appeared in front of his eyes. It turned out to be the real projection of Dao's land. On these real projections, Xuanhuan could see countless light spots coming together. It can still be like this. Xuanhuan said in surprise, just like the real map of Jiangshan, society, and Ji, with the Emperor Sword, I can perceive the changes in the population of the empire in the most simple and clear way. The Human Sovereign Sword is indeed the sword of human belief. Xuanhuan also saw Southwest Prefecture on the map. The light spot there is also increasing at an alarming rate, and it is obvious that Lu Qianfu has begun to quickly establish a large military organization there. At this time, he also looked at the 3 seals of attributes. 3 attribute seals, with a population of 50 billion, and sacrificing a superb artifact, the 3 attribute seals can be unsealed. Current progress, billion/5 billion. The unsealing of Attribute 3 requires the population of the empire to reach 50 billion, and it also requires the sacrifice of a superb artifact, which is much harsher than that of Attribute 2, but Xuanhuan knows that every time a seal is unlocked, the Emperor Sword will unlock stronger abilities. My way of training is to expand the empire. Xuanhuan's eyes twinkled. Sure enough, after opening the source of belief, he felt that his cultivation speed was getting faster and faster, and as the population of the empire grew, this speed would become faster. 2 days later, the Xuanhu army escorted a large number of remnants back to the Imperial city. All the people in the court who belonged to Shangguan Qingyun and Li Yun's lineage were also cleaned up. The entire empire was completely controlled by Xuanhuan. A few more days passed. Current progress, 2.2 billion/50 billion. Obviously, Southwest Prefecture was completely inaccessible to the Imperial territory, and Lu Qianfu also led the army of beasts to the Imperial city. Ding, the host has completed all the selections for this event, obtained 3,000 fate points, and created the blueprint for the god-destroying crossbow, and a random lottery will be drawn. After Xuanhuan suppressed all the domestic rebellions and resolved all matters related to the myriad beast mountains and Linhai County, he obtained the final reward for the event. Drawings for the creation of the god-destroying crossbow, weapons of the ancient dynasty, with a maximum range of 10 miles and a maximum range of 1 mile. Materials, 10,000 genes of steel, the strings on the supernatural power monster, the meteorite fine gold, etc. The materials required for the creation of the god-destroying crossbow are not much compared to the magic cannon. Xuanhuan, the demon tendon, can also let the purple scale thunder dragon lead its subordinates to continue to obtain it in the depths of the 10,000 Beast Mountains. As for the meteorite fine gold, it can be obtained from the infinite chamber of commerce. However, the god-destroying crossbow actually consumes the most arrows. The crossbow arrows are made with blueprints for the god-destroying crossbow, and they are divided into several types. The highest grade crossbow arrows are the god-destroying arrows. It is rumored that the ancient dynasty's crossbow arrows can't even resist the mana of the peeping masters, and they will be shot to death. If the Forbidden Army was equipped with the god-destroying crossbow that day, Fan Ning would never have the chance to bombard the city gates so arrogantly. The blueprint for the creation of the god-destroying arrow, a crossbow arrow fired with the god-destroying crossbow. Xuanhuan took a look and saw that the god-destroying arrow also needs to be doped with meteorite fine gold as the arrowhead, and the other materials are also steel. He saw that the highest level of god-destroying arrows was made entirely of meteorite fine gold, but once the crossbow arrows were made, there were tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, and the consumption was extremely huge. It can be said that the power of the god-destroying arrow depends on how much meteorite fine gold is used. The god-destroying crossbow must be built. The magic cannon is used to break the city, but the god-destroying crossbow can be fought at close range. The crossbow is far better than the bow in close combat. Xuanhuan pondered, as for the required materials, you can go to Ji Fuling. It seems that I will announce her to enter the palace to discuss this matter as soon as possible. The materials for making the god-destroying crossbow are only one of the rewards, and Xuanhuan also got a chance to draw a random lottery. Start the lottery. The system's lottery roulette was summoned again. I don't know what will be drawn this time. Xuanhuan thought about it, and immediately started the lottery. Ding! The host has completed the lottery and obtained a mid-grade artifact advanced card. The roulette pointer stopped on a small rune paper. Mid-grade artifact advancement card, used to upgrade and evolve artifact. It can evolve all artifacts including mid-grade artifact. It's actually a mid-grade artifact advanced card. When Xuanhuan saw the introduction of the advanced card, he immediately thought about which artifact to upgrade. The suppressing prison and conferring god steel is a high-grade artifact, and it cannot be used to advance to a superior grade artifact. And although he has several artifacts on his body, obviously the most valuable advancements are the Xianling wings and the battle army chessboard. The Wings of Profound Spirit is a mid-grade artifact, and after upgrading it, it is a high-grade artifact. Maybe the time of 3 seconds of nothingness will be extended. Choose 1, Advanced Profound Spirit Wings, get 100 fate points. Option 2, Advanced Battle Army Chessboard, get 100 fate points. Used to advance the Battle Army Chessboard. Xuanhuan was not entangled and decided to use it to advance the Battle Army Chessboard. As the Wing of Profound Spirit advances to the top grade, the speed will obviously increase, but at the moment, even adding a few seconds of nothingness doesn't actually have a very significant effect on him. However, the Zhongjuan chessboard is really used by the army. This time, Xuanhuan was able to use the teleportation talisman to bring back the 100,000 army in an instant. It was the Zhongjuan chessboard. However, with the development of Dao now, the upper limit of 100,000 is too small. His Shenwu army must be bound to the battle army chessboard. Perhaps after this upgrade, the upper limit can be raised, which is what he needs most. Ding, the host has completed the second choice and obtained 100 fate points. Advanced Zhongjuan chessboard. A burst of golden light flickered on the battle army chessboard, as if it had undergone a brand new transformation by the master of the refiner, and brand new attributes were presented in front of Xuanhuan. Battle Army Chessboard, a mid-grade artifact. Taking heaven and earth as the chessboard, all living beings as chess pieces, and a powerful artifact refined by the powerful man who splits the void, the user can bind the spirit, blood, spirit and soul of every soldier to the battle army chessboard, with a maximum limit of 1 million people. After being bound, any thoughts of betrayal will be detected by the user, and every bound soldier can be included in the battle army chessboard. Artifact skills: the world of war. The war chessboard can cover a radius of 100 miles, turn it into a war field, launch a war chess formation, and have the blessing of supreme war. Current binding: 100000/10000000. Hashtag C79 Road to the Divine Realm. Raised to 1 million. This advancement did not disappoint Xuanhuan. He didn't expect that just raising the battle army chessboard to the middle grade would actually increase tenfold, and the war field had also expanded from 10 miles to 100 miles, enough to cover a huge battlefield. My choice this time is right. Xuanhuan smiled and said, among the powerful dynasties, the elite legion is at least in the primordial spirit realm, and the Xuanhuan legion is the strongest legion in my hands. I would rather recruit slowly than hastily. It seems that the minimum standards for recruiting in the future are all want the primordial spirit realm. Think about how invincible a legion would be on the battlefield if it were all composed of powerful souls. Although Xuanhuan has a Tiao furnace, he can concoct a large number of pills. But he is the emperor of an empire. He can't only consider one legion. In addition to the Xuanhuan legion, he also has the Forbidden Army frontier, etc., so he naturally has to use the limited resources on the blade. Name: Xuanhuan. Status: Emperor Dao. Realm: the first level of supernatural powers. Gongfa, Human Emperor Sutra. Equipment: Human Emperor Sword, now superior, Tiao Furnace, broken, Battle Army Chessboard, Prison Suppression Monument, Xianling Wing, War God's Grip. Supernatural powers: Great Lightning Technique, Great Devouring Technique, Great Battle Technique, Great Cutting Technique. System Space: the first level blueprint for the God Machine Cannon, and the blueprint for the God Missing Crossbow. Titles: Supreme Humanity, Lightning Controller, Son of Devouring, Upgradable, Battle Madman, Upgradable, Void Slicer. Fatal Point: 3850. The current main line: destroy the country and the latent dynasty within 3 years, destroy the General Shangguan Qingyun, the Prime Minister Li Yun, swept the domestic princes, and unify all the domestic forces. If it is completed, the reward? The failure was ashes. Xuanhuan opened the attribute panel and swept his eyes. His fate point now has as many as 3,850 points. And the current main line, only Deqian, is left without destroying the country. Dawn. Xuanhuan's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at Chu Xianyang's Dawn Palace. I have seen your majesty. The maids of the Dawn Palace saluted one after another. Brother Emperor. When Chu Xianyang saw Xuanhuan's arrival, she put down her martial arts practice and ran over quickly. How is it, have you been frightened? I've been busy dealing with the rebels these days, and I haven't had time to see you. Xuanhuan looked at Chu Xianyang. The members of the Dao royal family were few and far between. His titular eldest sister and second sister also left Dao very early, and I don't know where to go. Now there is only one Princess Chenxi left in the palace. No, as long as the emperor's elder brother is there, Chenxi is not afraid of anything. A few days ago, the Queen Mother also sent someone over to greet Chenxi. She knew that the emperor's elder brother had quelled the rebellion, and she was very pleased. With the second emperor, Dao can still stand. Miss Chu said. The Queen Mother in her mouth is naturally the common mother of Xuanhuan and Chu Xianyang, that is, the current Queen Mother. The Empress Dowager and the late Emperor were a real couple in adversity, and they were already together before the late Emperor got up. The eldest princess gave birth before the uprising, and gave birth to 3 daughters and 1 son for the late Emperor. The two have a very deep relationship and have been through thick and thin for decades. And it is also the deep relationship between the two. The sudden death of the late emperor has dealt the greatest blow to the Empress Dowager. Life is not as good as death, so now the Empress Dowager is not in the palace, but in the Imperial mausoleum accompanying the late emperor. I'll take you to see the Queen Mother when I'm done here. Xuanhuan said, Chenzi, this time I also brought you a gift. Swish. He raised his hand, and the golden light flashed out. It was the wings of the clouds. He has the wings of profound spirit, and the wings of flowing clouds are just tasteless to him, and they are of no use. Just gave it to Miss Chu. What beautiful wings. Chu Xianyang couldn't put it down, stroking the wings of flowing clouds. The streamlined colors and the sharpness of metal instantly captured her heart. This pair of wings will be given to you. Xuanhuan said, Scarlet Flame Jialong, haven't appeared yet, meet your new master. Roar. A burst of roars came out, and in the sky, a layer of fire clouds appeared, and the red flame flood dragon flew over, grabbed its 4 claws on the floor, and assumed a posture of surrender. In the future, if you protect the princess personally, I will not treat you badly, and will give you the opportunity to break through and spy on God. Although Chu Xianyang's master is Zhu Fengfeng. However, Zhu Fengfeng was the leader, and it was impossible to stay by her side all the time, so Xuanhuan let the mother Jialong, the Qiyan Jialong, protect Chu Xianyang closely and act as her bodyguard. Follow your majesty's order. The Qiyan Jialong spit out human words. Thank you, brother emperor. Chu Xianyang and Xuanhuan are not polite either. Your Majesty, the President of the Unlimited Chamber of Commerce Ji asks to see you. Wei Gong is fair. Oh? President Ji is here. Xuanhuan's expression changed. Let President Ji go to the Imperial study. In the Imperial study. It was not the first time for Ji Fuling to come to the palace, especially after knowing that Xuanhuan killed King Wei Wu and made all the sects in the southwest corner surrender. She was also shocked. This little emperor's wrist is terrible. She had been in the imperial city for more than 10 years, and the first emperor of Dao at that time was far inferior to him. I thought it would be a king of subjugation, but who would have thought that this would be a generation of heroic lords? President Ji. After Xuanhuan saw Ji Fuling, his face was slightly surprised. It seems that Ji Fuling has broken through to the realm of peeping gods. I want to congratulate President Ji here. Even I broke through to the realm of peeping gods, did you see it? Even though Ji Fuling had cultivated to the level of peeking at the gods, which the emperors of the surrounding countries had not reached, but when she saw Xuanhuan's eyes, she actually had a moment of fear. It seemed that the person in front of her was stronger than her, and the strength was unpredictable. Your aura is different. Xuanhuan opened the source of belief, and even if Ji Fuling was not his great martial artist, he could still feel the change in her aura. Thanks to your Majesty's medicinal pills. Several medicinal pills refined by your Majesty have benefited me a lot, and I had the assistance of that magical potion, otherwise I would not have broken through. While Ji Fuling was talking, suddenly a coercion originating from the peeping god, overwhelming like a god, swept away towards Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan just waved his hand and didn't move. She felt Xuanhuan's unfathomable strength, so this time, she wanted to test how terrifying he was. Your Majesty is really strong. Ji Fuling felt that even if she was peeping at the gods, she was not Xuanhuan's opponent, and added, humanity is boundless, heaven's way is vague, peeking at the gods is only the first step on the road to the realm of the gods, peeping at the gods, illuminating the gods, embracing the gods a position, a god, a false god, a true god, a god, and if you want to cultivate to the realm of gods, which step is not one step, life and death, it's difficult, it's too difficult. The road to the realm of the gods, peeping at the gods, illuminating the gods, accumulating the gods, being the gods, connecting the gods, false gods, true gods, and gods, is the cultivation realm of the gods. No matter how difficult it is to cultivate, it must be experienced. Those who cultivate will cut thorns and thorns. Chu Yuan waved his sleeve robe, but this time, I invite you to the palace, this time, because I have a bigger business. Bigger business? Ji Fuling's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, please speak. Originally I was worried, but now I see that President Ji has come to see God, and his status in the Infinite Chamber of Commerce has obviously improved, so I feel much more at ease. This is the list I need. Chu Yuan handed Ji Fuling a memorial from the Imperial study. So many things. Ji Fuling said in surprise after seeing it, in addition to a large amount of medicinal materials, so much fine steel. How much war material is your Majesty going to build? Could it be that your Majesty is going to start a war? Deqian, and the other 3 countries, I should also deal with it. Chu Yuan said lightly. But Ji Fuling heard it and seemed to see it. Soon after, there was an earth-shattering battle, and he quickly said, although I have the ability to obtain so many things, some materials are very valuable and will be very troublesome. Haha, I believe in President Ji's ability. Chu Yuan smiled and said, how about the batch of medicinal pills that I gave you? The quality is very good. The elders in my Infinite Chamber of Commerce are full of praise after seeing it. It is better than our alchemist's refining. If it weren't for His Majesty, the Lord of the Great Martial Arts, we all have ideas. Please go to my Infinite. Become the chief alchemist in the Chamber of Commerce. Ji Fuling also wanted to know how Chu Yuan refined so many medicinal herbs. Let's not say anything else, the sooner I need this batch of supplies, the better, and I can't delay for a moment. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty, is this taking me as your logistics quartermaster? Ji Fuling was also a little helpless. If President Ji is unwilling to do this logistics, I will find someone else, and I think many people will be willing to cooperate with me. Chu Yuan looked into Ji Fuling's eyes. Your Majesty is serious. Regarding this batch of substances, after I go back, I will immediately let people supply and demand Dao with all their strength. Just a joke, how could Ji Fuling let go of this high-quality partner, Chu Yuan? Her status in the Infinite Chamber of Commerce has risen rapidly, not only because she has broken through to the realm of peeping spirits, but also the batch of medicinal pills brought from Chu Yuan. Okay, I am here waiting for your good news, there is not much time left for you. #C80 Royal Drive and Personal Expedition. 30 Years of Dao, November 15th. There is still half a month before the 12th lunar month. Although the weather has not yet reached the drop of water, it is already very cold. There was a heavy snow not long ago, and it has not completely melted until now. However, the atmosphere in the Imperial City is hot, and there are too many major events happening recently. First, the death of the previous emperor shook the court and the opposition. Later, the new emperor took the throne. Everyone thought that Dao was about to turn from prosperity to decline. The new emperor stabilized the court and the opposition with tough means, and finally killed King Wei Wu and put him to death. Destroyed the 18 princes and kings. The current state is completely new. Inside the Imperial study, there is a huge mural behind the throne, which clearly outlines the map of Dao, which is lifelike, like a real map of Jiangshan, society, and Ji. Your Majesty, originally, the 4 borders were attacked by the 4 countries, but after the 4 countries knew that I had quelled the rebellion, they all tacitly stopped the attack, but Chenbing was at the border, and there has been no movement so far. At this time, many people gathered in the Imperial study room. The 6 ministers, the Marquis of Zhongyong, and the 8 commanders of the Forbidden Army were all high-ranking ministers in the Imperial court. The newly appointed Minister of War, Huang Yong, handed over the memorial and reported it truthfully. Have the 4 countries stopped attacking? Chu Yuan sat on the throne, his breath was like an abyss. This is some news. I know that today's Dao has no signs of weakness, but is full of luck. Your Majesty, a total of 1 billion people in Southwest Prefecture have now surrendered to my Great Wu, and all ministers have been dispatched, and the ministers have already started recruiting troops according to His Majesty's instructions. Although there are still many traces of sects left, but as long as the recruitment begins, it can be wiped out completely. Lu Qianfu reported the situation in Southwest Prefecture at this time. Southwest Prefecture still lacks a governor, the Marquis of Zhongyong. You temporarily take the position of governor. Chu Yuan nodded. Hearing that Chu Yuan appointed Lu Qianfu as the governor-general, the eyes of others in the Imperial study showed envy. Although Southwest Prefecture has just surrendered to Dao, its area is huge and its population is over 1 billion people. The position of the governor is not too big, but they also know that the emperor trusts Lu Qianfu the most. Now that domestic matters have been resolved, it is time to resolve other matters. Chu Yuan put his hand on the handle of the dragon chair, looked at the crowd, and said slowly, "Then it's time for the expedition in person." In person? Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Going to the south in person is the Dacian dynasty. Your Majesty can't help but want to do something to the Dacian dynasty. Your Majesty, it has been 500 years since the founding of the Dacian dynasty, and its national strength is strong. To tell the truth, back then, our country was able to overwhelm Dacian. In fact, it depended on the battle strength of the previous emperor, but the national strength was not comparable to Dacian. Great diving, be sure to prepare carefully. This is an old man who has 9 levels of supernatural powers. I have also heard that the 4 kingdoms of Dalu, Dasheng, Daji, and Dacian have formed some kind of alliance. The purpose is to compete with my Dao. If we want to use troops this time, it is very likely that we will face the army of the 4 countries, and the imperial court. Now it can be described as 100 wastes waiting to be done. The minister thinks that the southern expedition is necessary, but it must be properly prepared first, such as Linhai County. After all, it is just returned to my great martial arts, and the people's hearts may not be stable. The Ministry of Accounts said. Option 1. Immediately issue the gauntlet, personally conquer the 4 kingdoms, get 100 fate points, Long Wei Horn X1. Option 2. Gradually develop, the national strength develops to the strongest. After 2 years, the 4 countries will be conquered again, and 100 fate points will be obtained, and the battle formation will be guarded X1. Chu Yuan saw 2 choices, and he had plans in his heart. 2 years is too long. Although his main line is to destroy the big potential 4 countries within 3 years, but 2 years is too long, he can't wait so long. Several achings are right. But I think it is the best opportunity. Now my great warrior is in high spirits, and the 4 countries are also not ready. Moreover, the minister of the household, I hope that they will unite together, and I will conquer not 1 country, but 4 countries. Chu Yuan said slowly, his tone full of doubts. Everyone's heart is awe-inspiring, knowing that the current His Majesty is the strongest in Dao, and all the rights are in his hands. Once he has decided something, it cannot be changed. They need to do it well. Your Majesty, when will the expedition be made in person? The minister will prepare the Shenwu army to fight at any time. Lu Qianfu said. It's the 15th day of the 11th month of the Dao calendar, and there are still half a month before the 12th lunar month. Chu Yuan stood up and said, on the 1st day of the 12th lunar month, which is the 1st day of the 12th lunar month, I will personally expedition the great diving, and I will leave half of it. Months for you to prepare. The imperial decree cannot be changed. After half a month, it will be the day of the personal expedition. Ding. The host makes a choice, and gets 100 fate points, Long Wei Horn X1. Horn of Dragon Power, a war horn made with Tianlong horn. As long as all your soldiers hear the sound of the horn, they will awaken the spirit of war, and their morale will increase by 10%. Also ask your Majesty to arrange, I am willing to invite the war to be this pioneer. The first to speak was Hong Yun, the commander of the Chaos Battalion, who couldn't wait to make a contribution. This personal expedition is spearheaded by the 5 million criminal soldiers of the death camp, so that the second old man of Shui will get ready. Xuanhuan knew very well that his main mission was to destroy the country, not simply to fight himself, so this kind of war at the level of destroying the country must be prepared in the most comprehensive way, and there should be no room for mistakes. It is decreed that those with outstanding military exploits can be freed from the status of the death camp. The imperial decree of Xuanhuan, promulgated one after another, there are still 2 million frontier troops at the border of Nanjun, and I will also move with me. The 4 commanders of the 4 battalions of the beasts are ready, the 500,000 Forbidden Army and the Border Army are the right wing, and the Shenwu Army is the middle. Army, I personally sit in the Central Army. Lead the purpose. The 4 leaders of the ferocious beast camp were excited. Your Majesty, what about our 4 battalions of divine beasts? Zhongqing is also eager. They all know that this personal expedition is an opportunity. The imperial city cannot be guarded without soldiers. Commander Zhang will lead your 4 battalions of divine beasts to guard the imperial city. I will hand over the control of the National Defense Array to you. As for the credit, it will not be less than the other battalions. Xuanhuan took a fancy to Zhongqing's loyal monarch and his stability. Your Majesty, this minister will also fight. Zhu Fengfeng's cold voice suddenly said. It is good. Xuanhuan thought for a while and agreed to let Zhu Fengfeng go with the army himself, and added again, in this case, the Zhuke camp and the White Tiger camp are incorporated into the left-wing army, and the Zhongyongho Nanzhou Central Primordial Spirit Realm is integrated into the Shenwu army. In addition, then we will make up an army of 1 million as the left wing, and act together with the 2 battalions of the beasts and the Forbidden Army. The minister leads the order. Lu Qianfu said. Longwei King, this time I will also assign 8 million beasts to be the beast army. The others have not been incorporated into the beast army, and they are still guarding the imperial city in the 10,000 beast mountains. Xuanhuan ordered the 6th division. This time, the dispatch of troops is huge and requires a lot of supplies. You must prepare the army for a month without delay. I also have a large amount of medicinal pills here, which will be distributed to the commanders of the various armies to enhance their strength in this half-month. Xuanhuan's fingers slammed on the land of Daqian, and he passed through. After half a month, I will be driving the expedition in person. #C81 arrive at the border. Dao calendar 30 years, December 1st. The time has come to the cold winter and the 12th lunar month, and the temperature is extremely cold. But today's weather is not good. Since yesterday, there have been dark clouds, and in the middle of the night, it has rained in winter, and it has been accompanied by strong winds and lightning. However, it was very lively outside the imperial city, and countless armies gathered. After half a month of preparation, Xuanhuan distributed a large amount of medicinal pills, and the cultivation base of millions of forbidden troops has collectively broken through to the Tongmai realm. And in this half-month, a lot of forging souls, primordial spirits, and supernatural powers are being born. After all, Xuanhuan had too many medicinal herbs in his hands, and Ji Fuling kept bringing medicinal materials from the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, and the 2 sides were doing a mutually beneficial transaction. In addition, the cultivation of the 8 commanders of the Forbidden Army has broken through to the 10th level of supernatural powers with the help of the Breaking Point pill. The Minister of War Huang Yong also broke through to the 10th level. To Xuanhuan's surprise, Lu Qianfu actually hit the half-step peeping god, but that's fine. Today's Shenwu Legion is filled with a large number of powerhouses absorbed from the sect, and there is no half-step peeping god's cultivation base. Live there. In the past 2 weeks, all the ministries of the imperial court have been preparing nervously. To start a war is not to raise one's arm, move a few lips, and then start it. This time, Xuanhuan was not simply going to frighten the 4 countries, but planned a war to destroy the country, so he needed to do more preparations. To mobilize soldiers, he also had to prepare a lot of military supplies for the war. 5 million people in the death camp. The Xuanhuan Legion has now expanded to 120,000 people. The left-wing army has more than 1 million people, and when they went to the Nanjun border gate to supplement the frontier army, there were more than 3 million people. The right-wing army was headed by the Suzaku and Baihu battalions, and more than 3 million people were recruited from Linhai County. There is also an army of fierce beasts, who also went out with the army to fight 8 million. They look mighty, but they don't know how much food and grass they consume every day. The three armies have not moved, and the food and grass will go first. The amount of food and forage consumed by an army of more than 10 million people every day is astonishing, and it must be counted by mountains. Fortunately, there is space in this world or something like this, which can store a lot of materials. Otherwise, I don't know how many people are needed to transport food and grass, but even so, there are still a lot of huge siege equipment that requires manpower to operate. It is very difficult to prepare so many materials within half a month with the national strength of Dao. However, Xuanhuan had already reached a strategic cooperation with Ji Fuling, and with the help of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, he was able to gather enough military supplies for a month. In the past half-month, Xuanhuan also expanded the number of divine machine cannons to 2,000, and built hundreds of thousands of god-destroying crossbows, which were equipped in the Divine Martial Army Corps. It's not that the god-destroying crossbow is difficult to build, but the consumption of crossbow arrows is too high, and each person in the Xuanhuan army is only 100 crossbow arrows. At dawn in the morning, the winter rain continued to fall. Outside the Imperial city, tens of millions of troops wore armor with black as the main theme. It has been gathering since dawn. Although the weather is very bad today, the gathering of tens of millions of people is not noisy at all, but is extremely heavy and depressing. In the winter rain, it added a bit of chilling atmosphere. Your Majesty, the army has been assembled and can go out at any time. Lu Qianfu rode on the dark golden sword tiger and saw Xuanhuan coming, and immediately came to report. Lu Qianfu is worthy of being a famous general in the world. The army of tens of millions is so orderly, even the cannon fodder of the death camp has a desire to fight at this time. Obviously, it was Lu Qianfu who instilled the belief that if he wanted to get rid of his identity as a death camp, he would go to the battlefield to make contributions. Let's go. Xuanhuan waved his hand, he stepped on the purple scale thunder dragon, and the huge thunder dragon suddenly rose into the air, symbolizing the authority of the Imperial way, and let out a roaring roar. Dong 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 dong. The army is drawn. The drums sounded like raindrops. Tens of millions of troops walked, it was overwhelming, dense, and there was no end in sight. Millions of beasts walked in the forefront, the army on the left and the army on the right were in the middle, and the army of Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan sat at the back. At this moment, the earth is trembling. Except for the death camp, the weakest of the other armies have the cultivation base of Tongmai realm. Even the great Qian dynasty cannot be organized unless the four countries join forces. This army is majestic, and thousands of people walk. Under the adjustment of generals at all levels, there is no chaos at all, but it is very neat. So terrifying, chilling, and awe-inspiring. It would take more than half a day to travel from the dynasty to the Nanjun border gate, even if it was a supernatural expert at full speed, not to mention an army of tens of millions, which would take even longer. But Xuanhuan's plan is to completely destroy the country before January this year. In order to buy time, this march was almost non-stop, day and night, but this was a huge drain on the soldiers' energy, and Xuanhuan was also prepared. The pills that break through the realm are difficult to refine, but the pills that replenish energy are much easier. In addition, the order for the expedition had been issued long ago, and all the prefectures along the way had already prepared food. People who practice martial arts don't have much rest for a few days, and they can still do it with the help of medicinal herbs. 5 days later, under this rapid march, an army of tens of millions finally arrived at the border of Nanjun. Nanjun Border Pass is the southernmost part of the empire, bordering the Great Potential Empire. It was also the first time that Xuanhuan came to Nanjun Border Pass. Looking forward, he saw that there were continuous and steep mountains on both sides, there were virgin jungles, and in the middle of the mountains on both sides, there was a majestic and sturdy Xuanhuan connecting them. This is the South County border. When the domestic turmoil occurred in Dao, more than 2 million troops of Daqian were attacking the city, but they were not able to break through this great pass. At this time, countless bonfires were lit above the Xuanhuan, which was covered with densely packed cannons. As a result, it was almost impossible to break through the solidity of the pass without a force of several times or more. Your Majesty is down. Above the Xuanhuan, there were soldiers who were defending the city. When they saw the army of personal expeditions coming from a distance, they immediately lit the beacon fire. When Xu Yuanxian came to the foot of Xuanhuan, a veteran general in armor with pale temples, but extremely burly, led his personal soldiers to open the door quickly. Qin Fenglin has seen His Majesty, long live His Majesty. Long live. This called Fenglin's general half kneeling down. This person's cultivation has also reached the 10th level of supernatural powers. He is one of the founders of Dao. He followed the late emperor shortly after his uprising. Later, the late emperor asked him to guard the crucial Nanjun border gate. It can be imagined that the late emperor valued him. However, the late emperor did not get it wrong. When the former Chu Yuan encountered the crisis of destroying the country, Feng Lin stood guard at the border of Nanjun for several months, coexisting and dying with the city. General Feng, calm down. Chu Yuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. General Feng also saw him again after Chu Yuan succeeded to the throne. He would never have imagined that Chu Yuan had already settled the domestic rebellion before he ascended the throne for half a year, and he had led an army of tens of millions to conquer it personally, and even the purple-scale thunder dragon of the 10,000 Beast Mountains had surrendered to him. Your Majesty, the hot water has been boiled in the pass, the meals are prepared, and the tent is set up. The soldiers can eat and rest when they enter. Your Majesty, this expedition is a long way, and the soldiers must be exhausted. Feng Lin is a very thoughtful person and prepared everything early. Marquis Zhongyong, let everyone listen to the order and enter the border. Chu Yuan said, General Feng, explain to me what you know, in detail. This time, the goal of the tens of thousands of troops is directly at the Great Potential Capital, and it will be destroyed in one fell swoop. War of Nations. #C82 4-Nation Coalition. Inside the general's mansion. Chu Yuan was sitting on the first commanding chair, that was Feng Lin, and on either side of him were the commanders of the various armies and battalions. Tens of thousands of troops are stationed at the border, and there are naturally not so many mansions in the customs. However, Feng Lin was old-fashioned and set up the tent early, and Chu Yuan did not attack immediately, but let the soldiers rest for 3 days. More than 2 million soldiers and horses were hoarded in the border, and Chu Yuan also distributed a large number of medicinal herbs. In 3 days, although the top powerhouses could not be spawned, it was enough for all the warriors at the border to raise their cultivation base to the state of penetrating veins. General Feng, you have been guarding the border for many years, and you are most familiar with the situation here. Let me tell you about it. Chu Yuan said. Okay, since that's the case, I will briefly talk about the situation here. Feng Lin held a stack of intelligence in his hand. Not long ago, in order to cooperate with the actions of King Wei Wu, De Qian launched an attack on the border of our southern county, and the strength reached 4 million at one point, twice as much as our army. The rebellion subsided, and they once again stationed troops on the border, neither retreating nor retreating. Here is another piece of news. After the four kingdoms learned that Dao was almost in full force, there were not only Dacian soldiers and horses in Daqiang Xuanhuan, but also Dalu, Daji, Dalu, and Dacian. Sheng three kingdoms, that is, the border is the real four-nation alliance. How many soldiers and horses of the four-nation coalition? Lu Qianfu asked. There are about 10 million people. Although Dao's personal expedition and the ferocious beast legion are far superior to them, we all know that siege requires twice as many troops and horses, and the border over there is stronger than ours, and I also when I got the news, the great potential good fighting king and the other three countries have sent half-step peeping experts, about dozens of people. Although Feng Lin knew that Chu Yuan also had quite a few masters at half-step peeping, it was clear that the other party was also prepared. His massive march this time, with a team of tens of millions, is impossible to hide from the sky. Obviously, the four countries moved together because they knew that Chu Yuan had to overcome the Great Dive first. That is to say, the four countries have sent elites, this battle to break through the border, gather and annihilate their elites, and they will be able to approach the imperial city of Daqian. Chu Yuan heard that the masters from the four countries had sent a half-step peeping to the gods, but his face smiled instead. The order, the whole army rests for 3 days. 3 days later, the attack will be launched at noon, blasting open the gate of Daqian, and the world will be locked in the first battle. The order was issued at a thunderous speed, and all kinds of war instruments were quickly pushed to the border. At this moment, in the Great Qianxiong Pass, preparations are also being made intensively. Humph! This little emperor of Great Wu is simply arrogant and arrogant, even more arrogant than Chu Yi. He actually leads tens of thousands of troops, and countless fierce beasts dare to fight in person. I heard the news that his purpose this time is to fight a war to destroy the country. Inside the council hall, a man with a stubborn back was sneering at this moment. This person is the Daji General Xuanhuan. In addition to Xuanhuan, there are as many as 10 masters who have reached the level of half-step peeping. Although it is difficult to cultivate in the half-step peeping god, the four countries of the great potential have a history of hundreds of years, and the domestic background is profound, and there are still many strong people. Although it was an attack on Daqian in name this time, many people knew that Chu Yuan was thinking about the four countries. Although some people really wanted Dawu and Daqian to lose both, they didn't want to shoot. However, Chu Yuanping beheaded King Wei Wu in disorder, and subdued the southwest prefecture, and these terrifying strengths made them a little scared. Rather than risking death, it is better to send Dao's troops back, so that the four countries can gather superior forces and divide Dao equally. That's right, even the first emperor of Great Wu didn't have that ability. The strong man of Dalu also sneered. This time, he will definitely be back and forth. It's a joke. It's a joke. What if there are so many others? My four countries combined are more powerful than him. I really thought that if the dragon in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range took refuge, I could be unscrupulous. Dashing Prince said. Knowing yourself and the enemy can win 100 battles. A lion fights a rabbit with all his strength, not to mention that the opponent is not a rabbit, but a dragon that is more terrifying than a lion. At this time, above the main seat, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe with a majestic face said. He is the king of great potential and good fighting, Lin Yu, and his strength is also the strongest in Xuanhuan. Looking at the people in the hall, he said, according to the news that this king has received, not only did the purple-scaled thunder dragon take refuge in him, but during the rebellion in the Imperial city not long ago, I heard that even many sectarian powerhouses in the southwestern state have appeared, and it seems that in the great military army. We have also heard about the southwest prefecture. It is close to the sea, and there is no country, but there are many sects and many strong people. With the rebelliousness of the people of the sect, how can they be willing to submit to the rule of Dao? What the hell is this? What's the matter? Someone asked. Although they have heard that there are strong sectarians, they still don't know that the Southwest Prefecture has completely surrendered. After all, the time is too short. This king is not clear. Lin Yu said, however, one thing is certain. There are many powerful people in the Dao army, but the most unfathomable is the Dao Emperor. He is a more powerful character than Chui. I thought that when Chui died, Dao would be in a state of collapse, but I didn't expect that there would be a more terrifying one. According to the report of the spies, although his realm is not a half-step peeping god, he definitely has the power to surpass the half-step peeping god. People from the other three kingdoms also nodded when they heard it. Ordinary people have the courage to organize tens of thousands of troops to conquer the great martial arts? So someone said, the king of good fighting is brave and good at fighting, facing the Emperor Dao personally. What is the best way to do it? You say we will do it. Since this is the case, this king will talk about his opinion and confront the tens of thousands of Dao army head-on. It is a stupid act, so we must use our own advantages. King Xuanhuan said, the Great Diving Border Pass has been strengthened since the founding of the country, and now it has been 500 years. How strong it is. Ordinary siege equipment is difficult to break, even in the face of the real giants who want to spy on God. It is by no means so easy. He leads tens of millions of troops, and there are 8 million beasts. He looks powerful, but in fact he has the biggest weakness. If he can be like a broken bamboo, it will be fine, but once the attack is slow, he will be trapped here, and the logistical pressure will be enormous. With Dao's national strength it's hard to keep up, and if you don't fight and lose yourself, you'll be crushed by 1,000 miles. There is only one word in the plan of the Good War King, and that is to guard, until the logistics of Dao can't keep up, and he collapses. King Xuanzhan's words are reasonable. We are going to bring down Dao. He is facing the battle strength of our 4 countries, with one country's national strength. When his tens of millions of troops collapse, it will be the day when we will send troops, and then we will drive straight ahead. Yes, Dao must be destroyed, otherwise we will have trouble sleeping and eating. Today, Dao's biggest weakness is that emperor. He is not developing steadily, and he is still fighting a war to destroy the country in a whimsical way. It is true that he will destroy the country, but it is not us, but his Dao country. The major powerhouses talked a lot, but they all looked forward to the upcoming war. After hearing the analysis of the Good War King, they all thought that this was an opportunity. This time, the king brought a large number of high-quality crystals from China, which is enough to open the defense formation to the extreme and drag them down. The king of Good War smiled. The Emperor of Dao can calm the turmoil in Dao in a short period of time and mobilize the national forces. There must be a secret. Hearing the word secret, everyone was heartbroken. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, inside the Dao border pass. Break the border first, then attack the Imperial city. My choice to destroy the country should be completed. Xuanhuan's eyes also turned into swallowing eyes at this time, as if swallowing the great Qianxiong Pass. #C83, flatten the ground. The weather was gloomy, and dark clouds gathered. There seems to be a tendency for violent storms to come. Xuanhuan was standing on the city wall of the border pass in Nanjun. At this time, tens of millions of soldiers had already left the city, and they were crowded towards the Daqiangxing Pass. Daqiangxiangwan is also like Dao. The pass is in the middle of 2 giant mountains. There are only a dozen kilometers of defense lines, but it is built very solidly. Countless soldiers stand on it, waiting for Dao to attack. The offensive arrangement of the troops was led by Lu Qianfu. The most elite of Dao is undoubtedly the 120,000 Xuanwu Legion, so the Xuanwu army is at the forefront, only after the pass is leveled, the first to rush in. Behind the Xuanwu Legion is an army of 8 million beasts and a battalion of 5 million sins. After the 5 million death camp, there are 2 armies on the left and the right. This configuration is actually very clever. Once the Xuanhuan Legion rushes into the city, it must be invincible. After seeing the death camp, it can stimulate morale, and the army on the left and right can suppress the more scattered people. Attention! Dao is going to attack. Daqiang Xuanhuan, General Da Ji saw the appearance of Dao's soldiers and horses in batches, and his face was solemn. The siege of a city depends not only on a large number of people. You see, there are strong gates on both sides. Although they have tens of millions of troops, it is actually difficult to start. The area that can accommodate the attack is less than 10 miles. It seems to be crowded together. If when a collapse occurs, people step on people. The king of good fighting was quite relaxed at this time. We are all in the city, waiting for work. Once the defense equipment is defended, their crowded camp will inevitably cause extremely huge lethality. King Xuanhuan is right. The people on the city wall chatted easily, their eyes suddenly narrowed, and suddenly they saw hundreds of thousands of legions in pitch-black armor walking to the front of the army, holding the banner of Xuanhuan, and suddenly someone said, "This is Dao's Xuanhuan Legion." What a terrifying aura! The distance is too far, and the warrior king cannot detect the cultivation of the Xuanhuan Legion. But in his perception, more than 100,000 people are staring at the momentum of blood and energy, fighting against the Xinghe, and all the demons and monsters will be directly attacked to death. He felt that even if he was besieged by more than 100,000 people, he would die without a place to be buried. But a siege depends on more than just a regiment. King Xuanhuan is very confident in the defense of Xuanhuan. Dao is ready to attack the city. The army was moving, and the king of good fighting covered the entire battlefield with his tyrannical cultivation base. He immediately raised his hand, and the entire Xuanhuan seemed to be shrouded in a thick eggshell. This is the city's moat, and every day it will consume hundreds of thousands of magic crystals. At this moment, on the battlefield, the atmosphere is depressing. Hundreds of thousands of people can create a war field, not to mention that this time Xuanhuan launched the war to destroy the country with the power of the whole country. The spiritual condensation of tens of millions of people can kill the real peeping god giant. Roar. Purple scale thunder dragon roars. It flew into the air and brought Xuanhuan to the forefront of the army. In the thunder and lightning, Xuanhuan is like a god. His cultivation has reached a magical power, and his real combat power is comparable to that of a peeping god. Standing there, it seems like an immortal monument, and his hands seem to be enough to obliterate everything. Marquis of Zhongyong, break the barrier in one fell swoop. Xuanhuan's order was passed on. Follow the holy order. Lu Qianfu's heart was surging. Boom. At this moment, the Xuanhuan army launched 2,000 Xinji cannons, and the thick and long barrels filled with icy murderous intent and destructive power. Dao's magic cannon? Lin Yu, the good warrior king, saw the magic cannon, and immediately laughed. If you want to break the city with the magic cannon, I am afraid that even my defense formation can't be broken. Boom. 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 Just in the brief moment when the magic cannon was launched, Fajing had already been loaded, and under Lu Qianfu's instructions, 2,000 cannons were aimed at the middle of Xuanhuan. Suddenly a tearing void, the wild power even tore apart the dark clouds in the sky, revealing the sun. In just an instant, 2,000 cannons bombarded at the same time, the world changed color, and the wave of destruction swept through, as if to destroy a world. The energy shot from the muzzle seemed to collapse even the void. 2,000 beams of destruction slammed into the great dive Xuanhuan. If it is the previous magic cannon, it can only shake at most. But the power of the real version of the magic cannon is equivalent to a full-strength strike by a supernatural master, that is, 2,000 supernatural powers shot at the same time, and it is more tyrannical and domineering in terms of destruction. Just the first round of salvos made the great Qiang Xuanhuan almost torn apart, and the light of the defense formation dimmed. Put. The Xuanhuan army reloads quickly, and can launch a round of artillery fire in a few seconds, giving no chance for the big submarine to react at all. After only 10 minutes of bombardment, the great defensive formation built by Diqian was completely destroyed. Another 10 minutes of continuous shelling, the towering Xuanhuan was ignited by fire, and sections of the city walls collapsed. How so? Lin Yu was also stunned. He originally wanted to stick to the city wall and consume Xuanhuan to death. But he never thought that his plan would collapse in just 20 minutes. What did the cannon on the opposite side do, making the big dive Xuanhuan like tofu, vulnerable to a single blow? He didn't know that these 2,000 magic cannons were real ancient cannons, with their power reaching their peak. If it weren't for Xuanhuan and Ji Foling steel, they wouldn't be able to cast so much. The magic cannon is the most powerful for breaking the city. If not, Xuanhuan would not be in a hurry to launch a war to destroy the country. After all, he has a powerful weapon to break the city, and he is a giant comparable to the peeping god. How can he continue to endure? At this moment, Lu Qianfu did not stop the shelling. For this war of annihilation, the great generals brought all the crystals stored for decades to start the war with the power of the whole country. This time, the plan is still similar to that of the Cloud sect of extinguishing flow, using the cannons of the divine machine to completely raise the Xuanhuan, otherwise there will be a stronghold of the city, and tens of millions of people will kill it. Boom! The magic artillery bombed again and again for a full hour. The barrels were all red, and the shelling stopped only after the big diving border was completely washed away. Looking forward, this great pass that has been reinforced for 500 years has disappeared, leaving only the ruins and broken arms, completely exposed in front of the tens of thousands of Dao army, losing the cover of the city. Lin Yu and other masters had no way to stop the artillery bombardment, and their cannons were completely destroyed when they were placed on the city wall. Fortunately, Lin Yu was not completely confused. Knowing that the magic cannon was powerful, he let the soldiers retreat out of range in advance, and then formed a battle formation, so that he did not collapse. Attack! At this moment, Xuanhuan waved his hand, 2,000 cannons were received into the system space, his eyes locked in front of him, and his hand fell like a guillotine. Woohoo! Long Wei horn blows. Morale boost. Combat power increase. Led by Lu Qianfu, the 120,000 Xuanhuan army took the lead and entered the city first. #C84 Short Battle. Woo 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 woo. The dragon's horn, which symbolizes war, is played, desolate, as if there is an ancient dragon's soul flying over the battlefield. First conquer the border, then attack the dynasty. This is the first battle to destroy the country. Lu Qianfu shouted. Immediately after the 120,000 warriors heard it, their blood was boiling. They were all masters above the soul refinement realm, especially a large number of masters from Southwest Province. The Xuanhuan Corps alone, including Lu Qianfu, has a full 10.5 steps to peep at God. Xuanhuan didn't plan to weave a master like Qing Yunzi into other armies, but stayed in Xuanhuan, and only he could defeat them. The army of 120,000 rushed in. Although it was only a small part compared to the army of tens of thousands, all of them were martial arts masters. The war army chessboard, the field is hundreds of miles. Connect the Xuanhuan army together. The other side. Although Xuanhuan leveled the Xuanhuan with the cannon of the divine machine, after all, Diqian established the country for 500 years, the army did not collapse, but formed a battle formation under Lin Yu's order. Although Dao's coming is fierce, Lin Yu has no plans to withdraw his troops. He also holds more than 10 million soldiers from the 4 countries, and there is no difference between the masters of half-step peeping and the opposite. Although there is no Xuanhuan as a defense, the big deal is a head-on confrontation. It is still unknown who will die in the end. At least it can consume the strength of the opponent and make them unable to continue the final battle to destroy the country. Swish swish. At the forefront is the Great Divine Bao camp. In order to deal with the army of tens of thousands of Dao, De Qian also made sufficient preparations. I saw that the 100,000 God Bao battalion in the forefront was holding hard bows made of Qianlong wood. The strength was extremely strong, and the arrows still had armored properties. The divine bow is thrown, and there is a ballista with a longer range behind it. Although the Xuanhuan Legion is the elite of the great martial arts, it is invincible, but it is not the indestructible body of King Kong. Immediately it was densely packed, and the overwhelming bow and crossbow were thrown out, like a violent storm, covering the entire Xuanhuan army. Rush! Lu Qianfu roared and rushed forward, with full combat power. His mana supported the defensive shield. Superior! Qing Yunzi and other half-step peeping experts also fully supported the protective shield. You block the arrows for me. The purple scale thunder dragon was also roaring loudly. Roar! 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 In the ferocious beast army, many monsters with rough skin and thick flesh and high realms suddenly appeared, such as black bears, pangolins, and many other monsters that are not afraid of ordinary arrows. Let the monsters defend against the arrows. Lin Yu roared, shoot, keep shooting for me. But at this time, Lu Qianfu and other half-step peeping gods supported the defensive shield and opened a way for the army. Supporting such a defensive shield consumes a lot of mana, but Chu Yuan has also made adequate preparations for this extermination of the country, and has refined countless medicinal pills to restore mana. Destroyer God Crossbow, give it to me. De Qian has a Shengong battalion, but Chu Yuan's Xuanhuan army is equipped with a more powerful and penetrating crossbow. I saw the 120,000-strong army spread out, and at the same time took out the god-destroying crossbow, the handmang that was destroyed on it. Even the supernatural masters would feel palpitations when they saw it. After the person in front shot out the god-destroying crossbow, they squatted down quickly, followed by the person behind. The range of the god-destroying crossbow is much longer than that of the Great Divine Bao camp. Moreover, the god-destroying crossbow itself was made by the ancient dynasties to kill experts in the realm of the gods. After several rounds of salvos, tens of thousands of people in the Great Changshingang camp fell to the ground. Fighting on the battlefield is national strength and courage. At this time, the Xuanhuan Legion had already taken the lead in entering the border, and had a short battle with the Legion of the Great Diving Shikoku, fighting together. The 8 million beast tide also killed the city. Under the command of those big monsters whose wisdom is not inferior to that of human beings, they did not attack randomly, but used their huge body to conduct round battles. It is to surround the entire battlefield and advance step by step to nibble. Make a contribution. The leader of the sin and death camp is the two old men of water and fire. The two of them also roared, and they experienced a heavenly fall from the high-ranking Tai elder being beaten to the death camp, but seeing such a war, the two of them also burned their blood. They know that the only chance to escape the death camp is to build a career. Although the cultivation base of the 5 million Sin death camp is far inferior to that of the Xuanhuan Legion, all of them seem to be going crazy, rushing in, fighting for their lives, blood for blood, and teeth for teeth. A veteran like Feng Lin was stunned when he saw the sky-high killing intent erupting from the death camp. He had never seen such a ferocious legion before, and even if he dealt with it head-on, he would feel a wave of trepidation. The army of Xuanhuan, the army of beasts, and the death camp have already counted more than 10 million into the city. But there is no situation where the battlefield is very crowded and cannot be expanded. Looking at the terrain, Chu Yuan had already made a plan on the eve of the war. The magic cannon seemed to level the Xuanhuan Pass. Another task was to level the mountains, open up the battlefield, and expand a huge area that could accommodate all the soldiers. Fight. Make a contribution. Great Wu Guowei. Kill 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 kill. There are also 5 or 6 million people on the left and right wings, and at this moment, they are also entering the Xuanhuan like a tide under the command of the commanders. A fierce battle was imminent. Tens of millions of people on both sides fought hand-to-hand inside the border. Such a scene has not even been thought of by Daqian Shirgua. The Shirgua plan is to use the Xuanhuan to hinder the Dao army, but who would have thought that the opposite side will directly raise the Xuanhuan, so that they have to fight with Dao's aggressive army. The number is at a disadvantage, and the key point is that the morale is not as good as the opponent. One was a battle to destroy the country, and the other was a defensive battle. But it does not mean that the 4 countries have no strength to resist. Although they are at a disadvantage under the impact of the army of tens of millions of Dao, they are also prepared to fortify in the rear step by step. At this time, the Xinwu Legion that rushed to the front was facing Daqian's Qian Longwei. There are also Daji's Iron Guards, Daxing's Thunder Guards, and Dalu's Zhongling Guards. Great diving and good fighting Wang Linyu. The tens of millions of troops below were fighting. At this time, Chu Yuan stepped on the purple scale Thunder Dragon and came to the middle of the battlefield. A pair of indifferent eyes looked at the great warrior king. Emperor Dao. Lin Yu stood up in the air, staring at Chu Yuan, and said coldly, "The new Emperor Dao is really powerful. We used to treat you as a little emperor, and the proposal was made by this king, but I didn't expect you to refuse directly. It also made me lose a prince from Daqian. Amazing, you have done a great job. It turns out that the proposal of marriage came after you." Chu Yuan said indifferently, "Then you are even more damned." Emperor Dao. In addition to Lin Yu rising into the sky, Daji Dalu and the 3 kingdoms of Dasheng also rose into the sky one after another. It was the young man in front of him who launched the war to destroy the country. Although the war below was also fought fiercely, but 1 more and 1/2 step peeping at the gods did not have much impact. If they could restrain Emperor Dao, the war would still be won. All die. Chu Yuan's strength was shaken violently, the dark clouds that had just condensed in the sky shattered, and the clear sky and the sun came shining. #C85 Prince of Tragedy. A magical power radiated out. Supernatural power realm. Lin Yu, the good warrior king, roared furiously, his eyes narrowed, "Don't be afraid of him, his realm is only supernatural power. As long as it is supernatural power, we will have a way to deal with him." Although they heard that Chu Yuan used his own power to kill King Wei Wu, but they did not know the specific situation. As long as Chu Yuan was killed in this war, and the army of De Wu would not attack and collapse, then they would be able to surround and kill, and truly destroy it. Dao. Kill Emperor Dao and end this war. The battlefield has been divided into 2 parts. The first is the strangulation of thousands of troops. The second is the war between Chu Yuan and the leader of the other side. Kill square inches of heaven and earth. These 4 people, Lin Yu's strength is undoubtedly the strongest, he roared, his hands filled with mana, as if a small world appeared, the power was condensed within a square inch, the whole person's spirit suddenly exploded, turned into a palm print, facing the Chu Yuan killed him fiercely. "I really can't delay this battle with you for too long." Chu Yuan's eyes flashed, facing Lin Yu's extreme explosion, he waved his hand, Lin Yu's mana suddenly dissipated, as if a wind was blowing. "What method is this?" Lin Yu's face was stunned for a moment. The wind blew just now, and he felt that his soul was about to be blown away. "Emperor Dao, eat my knife, the world-destroying mad knife." The Daji General Xiakuan looked at Chu Yuan, and suddenly pulled out a large silver-white sword. The light of the sword filled the air, and the snow-white sword energy swept out. Under the control of his tall body, the strong force seemed to cut even the void into pieces. 2 halves. On the battlefield, knives and guns are the most common. Xiakuan is the general of Daji. Not only is his strength half-stepped, he is also called the Daji Sword King. Okay. This is Xia Kuan's famous martial art, the mad sword, the arrogant and domineering, the invasion of the sword. The soul will be eroded. With this sword, he has been seriously injured. For half a step to peep at God, we seize the opportunity to besiege Dao Emperor. Lin Yu reminded the other two. Swish swish. But there seemed to be an invisible aura around Xuanhuan. The sword light reached a position half a meter away from him, and it was impossible to take an inch, and suddenly collapsed. Great devouring technique. Xia Kuan raised his knife and slashed forward. He wanted to rush to Xuanhuan immediately, but who would have thought that his body suddenly stopped? I saw Xuanhuan open his palm, and a whirlpool caused the world to change. His body was out of control and flew towards Xuanhuan. The mana in his body was boiling like boiling water, and his face showed an extremely frightened expression. And he was pinched by Xuanhuan in just a few seconds. Don't want. As soon as Xia Kuan made a sound, it suddenly dissipated, and a person was turned into a dry human skin, and all the power was swallowed up by Xuanhuan. Xia Kuan is dead. The faces of the three of Lin Yu changed greatly. They never imagined that the great Wu Emperor in front of him had just used a single trick to turn Xia Kuan into human skin, which made them tremble with fear. Great battle technique, battle frenzy. But Xuanhuan won't give them time to react. If he kills Lin Yu's group as soon as possible, the war below will end as soon as possible, and he can kill many soldiers. This hall has long known that this Emperor Wu is not so easy to deal with, so His Majesty asked this hall to come over. It seems that this hall has come right. But all of a sudden, the other side of the battlefield suddenly rushed into the army of 20,000 to 30,000 people. All of them were vigorous and had reached the realm of forging souls. Their weapons were all long swords, that is, they drove straight into the battlefield. Although it was only 20,000 or 30,000, the battle power that erupted in an instant was stronger than hundreds of thousands. And they were wearing bright armor, like dragon scales. De Qian protects the dragon guard, and the legion guarding the Imperial city is here too. Lu Qianfu is leading the Shenwu legion to strangle the opponent's living force. Suddenly, 30,000 people came and fought with him. There are only 100,000 dragon guards in Daqian, but all of them have the power to forge their souls. It is only 500 years after Daqian founded the country, and it takes 500 years to create an elite army with only 100,000 people. And this man who claimed to be the main hall was dressed in imperial robes, with a prominent breath, and his appearance seemed to be between a young and middle-aged person, with a noble temperament. His Royal Highness, why are you here? Seeing the Prince of Daqian, even if Lin Yu is the prince, he respectfully said, you haven't been in seclusion for several years, have you broken through to the real peeping god, and entered the realm of gods? I'm disappointed by the uncle, it is too difficult to see the realm of God, and this hall is still a little short. The Prince Daqian spoke in a flat tone, but he had a sense of superiority. But this time I tried to break through the gods. Although I didn't succeed, I survived, and I also got a lot of benefits. What? The prince actually broke through to see the gods and not die. Lin Yu was shocked. He knew that the peeping god breakthrough was extremely dangerous, and he didn't dare to try it. And Prince Daqian didn't die in this impact. Not only was he not injured, but he polished himself to perfection. Although he has not succeeded now, it is a sure thing to break through in the future. You know, Ji Fuling of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce tried to break through and almost died. With the strength of this prince, even if 10 Wei Wu kings were tied together, they would not be his opponent. Haha, with the help of the Crown Prince, we will be more confident in dealing with this great Wu Emperor. We also ask the Crown Prince to take action, and we will be on the sidelines. Lin Yu said sharply. This hall is also deeply curious about this legendary great Wu Emperor, and would like to fight against him. The prince took a step forward, as if he was not walking, but teleporting in the void. The manipulation of mana has far surpassed Lin Yu and others. What a mighty Daqian prince! The powerhouses of Dalu and Dashing saw this. As expected of the longest founding time among the 5 kingdoms, the background is really deep. Even the prince has such strength, let alone their emperor. If not for the first emperor of Dao back then it is too powerful, and the power of one person can shake the powerhouses of the 4 countries, and it will not let the great martial arts be a blessing for so long. With the strength of the Daqian prince, even if he encounters a real peeping master, he still has the power to fight. Emperor Dao's arrogance should stop. Emperor Dao, let this hall teach you your strength. The Prince Daqian snorted softly, and in his hand, a golden spear appeared, with long way roaring, and he immediately stabbed and stabbed. It was a pure attack, as if a golden real dragon roared out in an instant. Little prince, where did you come from and you dare to learn my strength? Die. Chu Yuan's voice spread all over the sky. Arrogant, arrogant. Lin Yu snorted coldly, his face was full of pride for the prince. The prince's strength can even fight against a peeping god, and you want the prince to die. But in the next moment, Chu Yuan's hands also swelled with golden light, and a pair of golden gloves showed the majesty of the god of war. Facing the thorns of the spear, he directly grabbed it. Click. The next second, the spear broke. In the next life, don't reincarnate into the great dive, but appear in front of me. Chu Yuan's icy, death-like voice reached Prince Daqian's ears. His body shook violently, 2 big hands had already grabbed his arm, and he suddenly woke up and said, your strength is no longer supernatural. Bloody storm. In the incomparable panic of Prince Daqian, Chu Yuan wore the palm of the god of war and slashed to both sides, and the body of this Prince Daqian was torn into 2 halves, and he completely lost his breath. #C86 Choose again. Fear, panic, sluggishness, unbelievable are the reactions in Lin Yu's mind. Prince Daqian had just come out of the mountain, and he wanted to make a contribution on the battlefield. But he didn't expect that he had only appeared for a few minutes. He had just said a few words in his mouth, and his strength had not even been revealed. The whole person was torn into 2 halves, and turned into a corpse. At this moment, in their eyes, Chu Yuan was the killing god who blocked the killing god. His Royal Highness. After reacting, Lin Yu made a voice of fear and grief. How could this be? His Royal Highness's strength is ranked in the top 5 in my country, but you are vulnerable. Who the hell are you? Prince Daqian is dead, we can't possibly be his opponents, there is only one way to die if we continue to stay. Dalu and Dashing Chong were also frightened. Withdraw. 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 Others can be frightened, but Lin Yu, the commander-in-chief, can't be frightened. The voice of his withdrawal was trembling from his mouth, knowing that to continue, with the strength of this great Wu emperor, all the top powerhouses would die in his hands. He had no choice but to issue an order to retreat. The battlefield was completely chaotic. I thought that Prince Daqian could be like a god and boost his morale. But his death brought the biggest blow to morale. After those soldiers saw it, they suddenly heard the order to retreat, and there was no longer any will to fight, so tens of millions of soldiers were in chaos. At this time, after Chu Yuan tore apart the Daqian prince, he did not stop. He slapped it with a palm, and under the brilliance of the god of war's grip, the black light of the big cutting technique turned into golden light. The strong man did not escape, but the whole person was cut into pieces, and then the flesh and blood were swept away. The strong Dashing was also slapped to death by Chu Yuan, who was chasing him. With his combat power, comparable to that of a peeping god, the half-step peeping god is too fragile. Am I going to die too? Lin Yu was trembling all over, Chu Yuan's chi machine had locked him. In his eyes, he saw a round of the heyday of the sun suddenly set, as if the dusk of the setting sun, just like his life, ushered in the end. Boom! His induction was correct, Chu Yuan showed no mercy, and as soon as he grabbed it, his body instantly collapsed into blood mist. Sweep. Chu Yuan issued a sweeping order. Even Lin Yu, the supreme commander, died, and the army below was even more unwilling to fight. There were screams, shrill, begging, and roaring sounds everywhere. A strong man whose strength is comparable to that of a peeping god, plus an army of tens of millions, is invincible. After Chu Yuan achieved supernatural powers, his true strength was revealed. Instead of chasing and killing those ordinary masters, he focused on the powerhouses with half-step peeping power and supernatural powers at the 9th and 10th levels. This time, there are a total of 10 half-step peeping gods in the 4 countries of the Great Potential, not counting the Prince of the Great Potential. 4 people have been killed, and there are still 6 people left. Chu Yuan Tong did not let go, and at an unparalleled speed, he beheaded one by one. Not one escaped. Supernatural double. After devouring 11 masters whose strength reached half-step peeping at the gods, Chu Yuan's realm was elevated to the realm of the 2nd level of supernatural powers. And at this moment, the outcome on the battlefield is a foregone conclusion, and the curtain has come to an end. The next step is to clean up the battlefield, and the final aftermath. Without a glimpse of God, the 4 kingdoms of Dakian are like a group of dragons, without a leader. Although there are still tens of millions of soldiers, they are slamming around like ants, and they cannot condense combat power at all. Those who surrender will not be killed, and those who resist will be killed without mercy. Chu Yuan's voice containing the supreme imperial power resounded through the sky and was transmitted to the entire battlefield. He stood on the highest sky, majestic and mysterious, and the shadow of a supreme human emperor suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. He was the emperor of humanity, full of infinite sense of conviction, making people subconsciously surrender to him. Killing is not necessary. As long as the royal family of the Dakian dynasty is killed and the capital is conquered, the battle of destroying the country is complete. With the power of the human emperor sword under his control, he can take the people of the 4 kingdoms as Dao's subjects and defeat their army. In his voice, a large number of people laid down their weapons. However, there are still those who are stubborn and willing to sacrifice their lives for Daqian. These people, Chu Yuan, did not show mercy, but ordered the army to kill them all. Your Majesty, a total of more than 5 million prisoners have been captured this time. More than 1 million were killed in the previous battlefield melee, and the rest have fled in all directions. Are we going to send a large army to capture them back? At this time, Lu Qianfu was covered in blood and came to Chu Yuan to report, and of the more than 5 million prisoners, most of them are Dala Dashing who ruled the 3 kingdoms, but De Qianfu did not catch too many people. This is not difficult to understand. After all, they are not fighting on their own territory, so how could the warriors of the 3 kingdoms regard death as home, and the people of the Great Diving are familiar with the terrain, so they naturally run fast. There's no need, let them run away. We are fighting a battle to destroy the country this time, and the chaos caused by the millions of people running is also a big potential. You don't need to worry about those ordinary soldiers, they are all defeated soldiers. Chu Yuan waved his hand, although we didn't suffer too many casualties in this battle, let the military staff list the dead soldiers, and the Empire will give them the most generous compensation, and those who have made merit will be rewarded. Your Majesty, this time the most brave is the death camp. Lu Qianfu said. The people in the death camp all want to get rid of the identity of the death camp. As long as they are meritorious, they can get rid of it. These will be decided after the war to destroy the country. Pass my orders to reward the death camp and let them eat and drink, the medicine pill can also supply them. Chu Yuan controls the power of the emperor, and naturally knows how to conquer people's hearts. The whole army will rest for 3 days, let the soldiers rest well, and then attack the capital of the Great Potential. Chu Yuan carried his arms on his back, the battle to destroy the country is about to start. This battle to conquer the border was fierce and ended quickly, so the casualties on Chu Yuan's side were not very large. Moreover, after this battle, the morale of the soldiers increased greatly, and they were very excited. They could not wait to attack the city walls of the great potential capital immediately. I didn't expect that the great Qianxiong Pass, which had been with us for decades, was conquered like this, and even their prince was beheaded by His Majesty. Who is that, Your Majesty? That is the peerless emperor. I think His Majesty's strength has reached the level of peeping God. Yeah, under the leadership of His Majesty, the demise of the four kingdoms of the Great Chang is just around the corner, and we have to create unparalleled meritorious deeds. Haha, I didn't expect that there will be today. There were many discussions, and Chu Yuan created an invincible image in their minds. Your Majesty, I got the news here. Yesterday, Daji, Dasheng, and Dalu have a large number of elites who are moving towards the capital of Daqian, and even the emperor has gone. It seems that they are gathering. According to the time, it will probably be 10 days later. Gather for a great dive. On the third day after the end of the border battle, Lu Qianfu told Chu Yuan the information he had obtained. Choose one, lightning strike, rush to break the big potential capital before the powerhouses of the four countries gather, and then break them one by one, get 100 fate points, and the flames burning the sky flag X1. Choice 2, wait for the powerhouses of the four countries to gather and annihilate them, set the world in a battle, get 100 fate points, and the military supply warehouse X1. Hashtag C87 being to the Imperial City. Marquis Zhongyong thinks what to do? Chu Yuan said. The strong men of the four countries are gathered, and it seems that the army is strong, but if I can annihilate the four countries in one fell swoop, and sweep the four countries at the same time, then my great martial arts can spread far and wide. In fact, the strongest among the four countries is the great diving. Big diving, of course, there are certain risks in doing so, but the benefits and rewards are also huge. After being with Chu Yuan for a long time, Lu Qianfu's appetite and ambition have also grown bigger and bigger. It's not surprising to me that the four countries are gathered in one country. Your words are in my heart, and I also think the same. Only by sweeping the four countries in one fell swoop, can we control the world and spread the majesty. I let them gather, this time I will sweep and destroy the four kingdoms in one go. Chu Yuan made a choice and ordered, send the order, the army will start at noon, and the speed does not need to be too fast, I leave them time to gather. The host makes the second choice, and gets 100 fate points, and the quarters warehouse X1. Quartermaster warehouse, a huge storage space formed by the masters of the god realm, cutting the void, has no other abilities and can only be used for storage. Chu Yuandang saw that there was a small warehouse in the system space, like a miniature version of the house. However, when his primordial spirit peeped in, he found that it was a huge vacuum environment, hundreds of miles in size. A vacuum environment, without air, cannot store living things, but it can store war materials, and it will not deteriorate for a long time. For example, grain and grass, magic cannons. This is good for Chu Yuan. Although he has system space, it can be used for storage indefinitely. But after all, the system space is only his own, he can't always be with the army, and the magic cannon can't be by his side forever. Right now, if there is a military supply warehouse, you can put all the cannons and crossbows in it. Marquis Zhongyong, this is the military supply warehouse. The supplies needed by the Shenwu Legion and the entire army are stored in it. Lu Qianfu was undoubtedly the most trusted person in Chu Yuan, and he handed over the military supply warehouse to Lu Qianfu. Military warehouse? After Lu Qianfu took it, he was slightly puzzled. But when he felt the huge space inside, he was suddenly shocked. There is such a huge storage space. You must know that an ordinary storage ring is only a few cubic meters in size, and it can't hold many things at all. He knew that this was Xuanhuan's trust in him. After handing over the military supply warehouse, Lu Qianfu went to prepare for the opening of the army. At noon, the army set off on time, and the army of tens of millions took action. Compared with before, the morale was more vigorous at this time, and each one couldn't wait to have a few more legs and rushed to the Dacian Imperial city as soon as possible. The distance from Nanjun border pass to Dacian Imperial city is actually not far away, and it only takes about 5 days for a normal march. But Xuanhuan gave an order to slow down the marching speed. He was marching according to the speed of the other 3 countries supporting the Great Diving. Don't disturb the people along the way, those who disturb the people will be killed. During the march, Xuanhuan also issued an iron order not to disturb the people of the cities along the way. In his eyes, these people will be his descendants of Dao in the future. For Xuanhuan's order, no one dared not to implement it. They all knew that as long as they captured the Dacian Imperial city, they would have inexhaustible wealth. Therefore, although Xuanhuan's tens of millions of troops were powerful, and the cities along the way were closed, they were not disturbed. They just passed through the city, and even the camp was outside the empty city. Great potential capital, Hidden Dragon City. From a distance, the city looks like a giant dragon crouching on the ground, ready to take off at any time. 500 years after the founding of the country, Qianlong City was more majestic than the Great Wu Kingdom. Countless forbidden laws were laid out here, either explicitly or secretly. But the atmosphere in Qianlong City, it was extremely depressing. The fact that the prince died in battle and the destruction of the tens of millions of troops at the border could not be concealed. It swept the entire Great Dive like a violent storm, and when he learned about the march of Dao's tens of millions of troops, it added a bit of confusion. In the past 2 weeks, the elites of the 3 kingdoms have been stationed in Qianlong City. Dacian Palace, go to the study room. At this time, there were 4 imposing people sitting there, all of them with stern faces. Judging from the clothes on their bodies, they are actually the emperors of the 4 kingdoms, gathering in the Imperial city, which is something that has not happened in hundreds of years. 3. I did not invite you to come because you were silent. Above the first seat, a man wearing a dark golden imperial robe slowly spoke, and he was the current king of Deqian, Lin Qian. There is no egg under the nest, and we all understand the truth that lips die and teeth are cold, otherwise we would not have come to your Great Diving. Emperor Dao has great ambitions. His purpose is to destroy the 4 countries such as us. If the Great Diving is destroyed, how can there be any more? Our way of life? It was the Emperor Dashan who spoke. They are also very helpless. Xuanhuan's gauntlet is too arrogant and domineering. If one country wants to destroy 4 countries, if it is put in the past, they will definitely laugh at him. However, after the border battle, they have experienced the strength of Dao. That's right, said the Emperor Dalu, the alliance is vertical and horizontal, and the great martial arts are in full swing. Although we planned to watch the show at the beginning, we knew that this was impossible. The most sensible move right now is to gather all the elites of the 4 countries, according to the strongest Dacian Imperial city, ruthlessly defeated by him. This time we are also all in one. The 4 countries are united. The elites alone can reach 1 million. No matter how powerful his Shenwu Legion is, there are only more than 100,000 people. Can they still compete with millions of elites? Besides, we also have the number of the army. Far better than him. The face of Emperor Daji was also not good-looking, because a big martial artist forced them together. If a country responds alone, it will definitely be destroyed. There is no other way. In the battle at the border, more than a dozen half-step peeping gods were killed in the battle, and they couldn't help but be afraid. In terms of military strength, we are naturally far superior to Dao, but let me not be here, but the strength of Emperor Dao. Emperor Dacian said, my crown prince died in his hands, and I doubt that he may be in his realm. It's still supernatural power, but the combat power has reached the peeping god. Spy on God. The three emperors were silent for a while, and suddenly said loudly, "What secret does he have in Dao?" That Xuanhuan has only been on the throne for a few months, and he has the power of peeping into the gods. This cannot be left to him by the former emperor of Dao. If you have this ability, there will be a war to destroy the country. That's why I know that your three countries still have spare strength, and I didn't send all of them, but this battle is of great significance. If a great force is defeated, our four countries can divide up his powerful secrets. I advise you not to take advantage of the fisherman's idea of profit. Emperor Deqian said slowly. We know. They do have plans to retain their strength and let Deqian take on the main defense. However, after hearing what Emperor Deqian said, they could only send all their strength to fight Dao to the death. We're going to dispatch our forces here. The three emperors could only nod their heads. Seeing the three emperors leave the upper study room, a eunuch came and said, "Your Majesty, the Empress was making a lot of trouble just now, and she wanted to avenge the prince, so I finally persuaded her to stop her. Your Majesty should go and have a look." Women's benevolence, what do you know, what is a dead prince? Emperor Deqian said displeased, the most important thing now is to fight against Dao. As long as we defeat Dao and obtain their secrets, I may break through the secrets. God. But I can't let her go on like this. Emperor Deqian continued, in the battle of destroying the country, I want to see who destroys who wins the country. This time is both a crisis and an opportunity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he is equivalent to becoming the general leader of the four countries, gathering the elite forces of the four countries in his own hands. Otherwise, without the aggressive destruction of the country like Dawu, how could the other three countries come to support Deqian? The emperors of the three kingdoms are not fools, knowing that once the great potential is destroyed, they will be the next. Finally, after more than half a month. On the plain in the distance of Qianlong City, the dark clouds could not be seen at a glance. Dao's tens of millions of troops finally approached the city and surrounded Qianlong City. The war to destroy the country is about to start. #C88 War of Extermination. In Qianlong City, the atmosphere became more and more depressing, and even the air seemed to be substantive. The upcoming battle made everyone's hearts seem to be blocked. The great martial army is here. Rumbling, the sound of footsteps. Above the horizon in the distance, in the broad plain, the army of tens of millions slowly advanced in darkness. Tens of thousands of people marched in a neat pace, and the earth actually made an earthquake sound like a drum, and a terrifying killing intent was transmitted to the entire Qianlong City. There are also 8 million fierce beasts, moving with the army. At this moment, the legions of the great Dive Shikoku are also nervously watching the distant army pushing forward, and the hands holding the weapons are sweating. For more than 500 years since the founding of Deqian, the national power has been thriving, and he has never said that he has encountered a siege by a large army. Prepare to fight. The powerhouses of the four countries gathered on the tall city wall, and all kinds of war instruments were about to be ignited, but the legion of the great diving in the distance suddenly stopped, making them wonder, why did the great army stop? Qianlong Imperial City, the land of destroying the country. At this time, Xuanhuan looked at the huge city that was so tall and almost towering into the clouds, all kinds of defensive lights flickered, and the hidden dragon city of countless soldiers on the city wall flickered. He suddenly ordered and stopped 20 miles away from the city. Lu Qianfu was ready immediately. With the strength of the Deqian Imperial City, let alone tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of people, as long as this city is not destroyed, even the masters of peeping will not be able to enter. The 2,000 magic cannons are like ferocious steel beasts, and the dark barrels are aimed at Qianlong City. It's the cannons of this kind of great martial arts. It was these 2,000 cannons that leveled the Xuanhuan, which made them drive straight in. With the vision of a supernatural expert, they could naturally see the scene 20 miles away. After they saw the magic cannon, a fear from their bones rose up. But every brick and stone of Qianlong City is engraved with a formation, which is extremely strong. The defense is definitely not a border crossing. Even if their cannons bombard continuously day and night, they will never break the walls of Qianlong City. In the face of the oppression of the Chuyuan army, the only thing they thought of was not going out of the city to fight, but defending. Although the elites of the four kingdoms combined were several times as many as the Great Martial Army Corps, the border battle completely frightened them, and dozens of half-step peeping masters died there. Even if the number of people has an absolute advantage, they dare not take the initiative to attack. But they waited for a long time. Lu Qianfu just arranged the huge artillery, and there was no sound of attack. Marquis Zhongyong, today is the first day of the year. Chuyuan carried his hands on his back and rode it on top of the purple-scale thunder dragon. Around him, the light of thunder and lightning devoured and flickered. Your Majesty, today is the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, and the new year will start in a few days. Lu Qianfu couldn't figure out what Chuyuan was thinking. There are still a few days before the first day of the first month of the first month, the 31st year of my founding of Dao. Chuyuan said, send the order, the whole army rests, the military supply department must make the army eat and drink well in the past few days, until the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, the whole army will attack. Yes. Lu Qianfu said. At this moment, Chuyuan's tens of millions of troops were besieging the city, but they did not attack, but only hoarded the army here. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, the army had been besieging the city for a full day, but Deqian still had no sign of attacking. Originally, when Dao's army was just besieging the city, they were ready for battle, but Dao's behavior not only did not make them relax, on the contrary, they became more nervous. This kind of siege without attack is extremely depressing and extremely tortured. Rumors abound. There is news that Dao will launch an attack on New Year's Eve. Really launched a war against Deqian to destroy the country. All the people did not expect Dao to be daring and arrogant. For a time, there was a riot in Qianlong City, from the officials to the people in the dawn. No one was not panicked, and there was a messy scene everywhere. If Hidden Dragon City was not tightly closed, and even a fly could not get out, I am afraid that some people could not bear this torment long ago and escaped from the city. I actually want to destroy the country one day on New Year's Eve. Damn, what did he think of us? Could it be the soft persimmon in his hand? Did he need it how he wanted? When the soldiers approached the city, the four emperors could not sit still, always paying attention to the movements of Dao. Especially when they saw Chuyuan besieging but not attacking, and when they wanted to break the city in one day on New Year's Eve, they were extremely angry. In order to fight against Dao, I brought 200,000 of the strongest elites in Dalu this time, plus 5 million soldiers who are good at fighting. Each of them has experienced the baptism of war, and the material storage is absolutely sufficient. I want a day. Destroying the city and destroying the country, he is delusional. Emperor Dalu roared angrily. The soldiers and horses he brought this time are all Dalu's strongest elite soldiers who are good at fighting. The other emperors of the three kingdoms are basically the same, and they also bring good soldiers and elites who have spent a lot of effort in the dynasty. Qianlong City is high and solid. Although they have huge cannons, even if Emperor Dao is as powerful as a peeping god, if he wants to break my city, he will not be able to break it for a month. Although there was anger in the eyes of the Emperor Deqian, he calmly said at this time, with the materials of the four countries to drag his country, I will definitely be able to drag the time. First stop it with silence, and when they are depressed and tired, it is you and me. When the four kingdoms mobilize their armies to completely destroy him. Your Majesty, what are you waiting for? He has bullied his great martial arts to the end, and the troops are under the city, so are you just guarding it? As the emperor of the Great Chang, are you willing to be reconciled? If I were you, I would directly wave my troops out of the city and kill them. At this time a woman suddenly broke in, her hair was disheveled, and her face was full of resentment. Retreat. The Emperor Dakian said coldly, don't you see that I am discussing state affairs with the three emperors? If you don't bring troops, I will do it myself. If it's a big deal, I will ask the royal father to borrow someone. Queen Dakian said resentfully. Humph. The Emperor Dakian said angrily, women's kindness, what do you know? You are going crazy and ruining my plan. Don't blame me for not thinking about the relationship between husband and wife for decades. If it wasn't for your father's face, this queen's position has been abolished by me long ago. Okay, he is going to attack the city on New Year's Eve, and it's just a few days. When the other emperors of the three kingdoms saw this farce, they hurriedly let out a ha-ha. Okay. This palace is waiting for New Year's Eve. The 30th day of the 12th lunar month, the day of New Year's Eve. Outside Qianlong City, tens of millions of troops have risen from the fire since the early hours of the morning. Since today is New Year's Eve and they are fighting outside again, Xuanhuan ordered all kinds of rare ingredients and good things to replenish energy to be brought to the army. At noon, the army was assembled. Xuanhuan pulled out his attribute panel at this time. Name, Xuanhuan. Status, Emperor Dao. Realm, Supernatural Power Double. Gongfa, Human Emperor Sutra. Equipment, Human Emperor Sword, No Superior, Taidan Furnace, Broken, Battle Army Chessboard, Prison Suppression Monument, Xianling Wing, War God's Grip. Supernatural Powers, Great Lightning Technique, Great Devouring Technique, Great Battle Technique, Great Cutting Technique. System Space, the first level blueprint for the God Machine Cannon, and the blueprint for the God Missing Crossbow. Titles, Supreme Humanity, Lightning Controller, Son of Devouring, Upgradable, Battle Madman, Upgradable, Void Slicer. Fatal Point, 40-50. The current main line, destroy the country and the latent dynasty within 3 years, destroy the General Shangguan Qingyun, the Prime Minister Li Yun, swept the domestic princes, and unify all the domestic forces. If it is completed, the reward, the failure, was ashes. His eyes were fixed on the last unfinished dynasty. The War of Destruction. Xuanhuan suddenly flew into the sky at this time. The purple-scale thunder dragon was coiled into a totem behind him, the thunder and lightning were twisted, and when the dark clouds were densely covered, his palm slammed downwards, and he was finally going to launch this war to destroy the country. #C89, the Might of the Emperor Sword. Pass on my order, the battle to destroy the country, the world will be settled in one battle. Xuanhuan's voice, mighty, like a tsunami, was heard not only by the great martial army, but also by countless people in Qianlong City. Boom! The magic cannon was pushed to the front first, and the first round of shelling started. One after another incomparably thick energy beams shot onto Qianlong City. But after all, this is the capital that Deqian has built for 500 years, and every brick and stone on it has traces of runes, which actually withstood the first round of shelling. What a cannon! On the city wall, Emperor Dakian's face was solemn. Although he resisted it just now, he could know that the consumption of Fajing was severe. His eyes immediately turned to Xuanhuan, and he ordered, send the order, fight back. Great diving naturally also has the means of long-range artillery. At this time, tens of thousands of giant cannons made of steel were piled up on their city heads, but instead of energy beams, huge iron eggs were sprayed from the muzzles, filled with the smell of gunpowder. Shooting energy beams from a cannon is a sophisticated technique. The magic cannon that Dao had imitated before still obtained the blueprints of the ancient dynasty. In an instant, tens of thousands of iron eggs actually locked Xuanhuan, who was stepping in the air. Most of them were not bombarding the legion. They were densely packed, like locusts, bringing a strong smell of gunpowder, like thunder and electrons. Want to deal with me? Swish swish. Although these iron eggs are far less powerful than energy beams, they are by no means a simple physical body to defend against, but what shocked everyone in the big dive is that Tai Dan just flew to a position a few hundred meters away from Xuanhuan. He just flicked his 5 fingers and was suddenly cut from the middle. With a big wave of Xuanhuan's hand, with terrifying power, all the tens of thousands of iron eggs flew back to the top of Daqian's city, killing an unknown number of people in an instant. Even the power of the armored missiles can't hurt him. The strength of this Emperor Wu must have reached the gods. Emperor Daqian ignored the casualties, but stared at Xuanhuan. Boom. 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 The magic artillery continues to bombard, regardless of the consumption of the magic crystal. Daqian is also fighting back, but their bombardment is not comparable to the magic cannon, and they were immediately suppressed back. The gunfire continued, the brilliance on the Qianlong city flickered, and the bricks and stone inscriptions shattered and fell into pieces, but the entire giant city was still solid, and these losses were just a drop in the bucket. Too strong. Lu Qianfu frowned and said, I don't know how many formations were carved within every inch of Qianlong city, and how many bricks and stones were used. Although the magic cannon can be destroyed, it is very difficult to really flatten even our magic crystals. Do it in one go, again and again, again and again, again and again, and 3 and exhausted. Now the morale of the soldiers is the most vigorous. Haha, although they have tens of millions of troops, they can't break the defense of Qianlong city. When they are exhausted, it is time to counterattack. We are here to let them bombard them, exhaust them, and we can't break the Qianlong city. It's ridiculous to think that we can break the Qianlong city by leveling the border. That's just their wishful thinking. The atmosphere brought by Xuanhuan's tens of millions of troops besieging the city before was depressing, but seeing that their magic cannons could not break the city, one by one became more relaxed and laughed out loud, trying to disintegrate the hearts of Xuanhuan's army. Emperor of Great Wu, you can't break our city. No matter how powerful your army is, you are terrifying, so what's the use? I will give you a piece of advice, retreat, otherwise it will be useless to fight for a long time. At this moment, Emperor Daqian's voice was loud. Really? Hiding in the city, trying to use the strength of the city to fight against our army of destroying the country, but just like a tortoise, under absolute power. Also useless. Xuanhuan's words contain supreme majesty. I will also give you a chance, let go of resistance, the 4 countries will surrender, and I will keep you safe. No matter what means, winning is the kingly way. Emperor Daqian said, if you attack me, you have to see who can have the last laugh. Although you have the power of peeping gods, you are not a real god, after all. I can't break my great potential capital. I will let you see. Xuanhuan said. Then I'll wait and see. Of course, he knew that Xuanhuan would not give up attacking the city, just like that. This man had great ambitions. When the other party is frustrated and the indomitable morale is relieved, it is time for them to sing the horn of counterattack. Marquis of Zhongyong, keep shelling, today I will destroy the city in one fell swoop. The moment Xuanhuan's voice fell, the divine machine cannon again threw out the energy beam, like a dragon and snake. We have to see how he is going to break the city. Everyone in Qianlong city sneered, and they also hoarded a lot of materials. Dao has been besieging the city for several years without fear, but the key is that the opposite side can't hold on for so long. As long as they relax a little, it will be a disaster. Human sovereign sword. Xuanhuan waved his arm, like a teleportation in space, suddenly and quickly came to a position several hundred meters away from Qianlong city, and the human emperor's sacred sword in his hand exuded a scorching brilliance. What does he want to do? The people of the 4 countries asked in confusion, does he want to destroy the city himself? Having this idea, they immediately shook their heads. It's out of the question. At the same time, various crossbow missiles also bombarded Xuanhuan, but there was always an invisible force field around Xuanhuan. The supreme humanity, the power of the beliefs of the 2 billion great warriors, the fortunes of the dynasty and the country, the will of God is the will of God. Xuanhuan held the human sovereign sacred sword high, and countless rays of light came together, producing a sword light that was 100 feet thick, and a strong wave emerged. This is the terrifying power of a supreme god. With one sword cut, the world turned upside down. Boom! The power of this sword slashed directly on the main gate of Qianlong City. The gate of the main city is fully open, and even the power of the cannon can be defended. However, after touching the sword of Xuanhuan, it was directly bombarded, split in two from the middle, and the city gate with a height of hundreds of meters suddenly fell to both sides. The sword light swept across, and many people behind the city gate were swept away by the sword light, their bodies were cut off, and I don't know how many people died. The main city gate was split open by Xuanhuan's sword, and the gate was completely opened, and it was no longer possible to block Dao's tens of millions of troops from outside with the strength of the city. Originally, Xuanhuan wanted to use the magic cannon to level Qianlong City, but seeing that it could not be leveled, he could only retreat and smash the city gate. You must know that the gate of Qianlong City is indestructible, but the human sovereign sword in Xuanhuan's hand is a supreme treasure, which is not known by many levels higher than the divine weapon, and has opened the seal of attribute too. And it also brings together the beliefs of the national destiny of countless people of Dao. The city wall is very strong and heavy, but how can it be blocked by a mere city gate? Seeing that the city gate was broken open, the expressions of the people in the city changed greatly. Especially the Emperor de Qian. He had just laughed at Xuanhuan's impossibility to break the city gate, but he didn't expect that the next second, Xuanhuan gave him a slap in the face. This fact was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, making him almost faint and fall off the city wall. He couldn't understand at all how Xuanhuan broke through the city gate. The city is broken. Rush in. Kill, kill, kill. The war of destruction. Make a contribution. Capture and kill Emperor de Qian. Immediately, when I saw the gate of the great Cheng city being broken open, tens of millions of troops roared, the fighting spirit boiled, the dark shadows rushed towards Qianlong City, and 8 million fierce beasts roared with deafening roars. Start the real slaughter of the country. #C91 battle set the world. Dao Xiongbing had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As soon as the city gate was broken, he rushed into Qianlong City like a tide. The magic cannons did not stop roaring. The defenders on the city wall tried to use various weapons of war to consume Dao's forces, but the magic cannons covered too much, not aimed at the city wall, but at the head of the wall. Kill, kill, kill. As the highest commander-in-chief except for Xuanhuan, Lu Qianfu rushed to the front. This war will destroy the country, and the achievements are today. Your Majesty has an order, those who fight bravely will be rewarded, and those who fear the war will be killed. Boom! Tens of millions of soldiers charged at the same time with great momentum, and everything would be torn apart. Even a half-step peeping at God would be insignificant in front of the boundless army. A distance of 20 miles is nothing to this fantasy world where everyone is cultivating martial arts. Even if the mighty army is quickly approaching Qianlong City, the clouds in the sky are torn apart by this momentum. Kill, kill, kill. The sound of fighting also resounded in Qianlong City. The biggest reliance of the 4 countries is that their national strength is the sum of the 4 countries, whether they are elites or troops, they are far more powerful than Dao. Since there is no city gate to stick to, they will never put the army in the city to fight the city battle, but use their own advantages and Dao to fight a head-to-head battle on the huge plain outside Qianlong City. For the Shikoku, they have an advantage in military strength, and they must make good use of it and expand with the number of people. Dragon Guard. Blood Dragon Guard. The most elite army of the Big Dive is out. Shenwu Legion, come with me. Lu Qianfu's eyes flickered. Although there were only 120,000 people in the Shenwu Legion, all of them were the elite of the elite. The god-destroying crossbow in their hands could break the body-protecting mana of the supernatural master, and the arrows were shot regardless of consumption. So this is what happened on the battlefield. De Qian, De Lu, De Ji, De Sheng and their strongest elites were all fed with the power of the whole country like the Shenwu Legion, adding up to 4 or 5 times that of the Shenwu Legion. However, this elite who has an overwhelming advantage has been defeated and retreated in a row in the Shenwu army, especially when each wave of the god-destroying crossbow is fired, it can kill a large number of people. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan was very relieved that the Shenwu army he had carefully built did not disappoint him. In other battlefields, the tide of 8 million beasts cooperated with tens of millions of soldiers. The body of the beast was the biggest defense, covering the soldiers, and disrupting the battlefield of one party with its huge size. At this moment, although the number of people is much smaller than that of De Qianshigua, they are not at a disadvantage in the fight. Moreover, the armies of the 4 countries have fought each other before, and when they fought against Dao, there is no tacit understanding, and almost all of them fight each other. This resulted in the fact that when the Dao Legion fought against the weakest army of the 3 kingdoms, they scattered their formations and made them chaotic, making it difficult for the powerful Daquan Legion to exert their combat power. The more people there are, the more chaotic it will be. Xuanhuan's side is the strength of a country. It seems that the strength is not comparable to the other side, but the orders can be executed uniformly, unlike the other side with 4 leaders. King Longwei, you also come up. Xuanhuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. The terrifying force of Xuanhuan's sword splitting the main city gate has completely frightened the purple-scale thunder dragon. It turned the clouds over the rain, the thunder and lightning scattered, and rushed into the battlefield. With its strong defense as a dragon, the ordinary power fell on it, and even the scales could not be broken, which could determine the victory or defeat of a war. Roar! The purple-scale thunder dragon just appeared. From the deepest part of the Dacian Imperial city, a roar suddenly shook the sky, huge shadows covered the sky, and a roaring dragon force came. It was actually a full 300 flood dragons with a length of several tens of meters, and each of them was standing on top of it. The most powerful legion in Deqian is not a dragon guard, but dragoons. These 300 flood dragons are at least in the primordial spirit realm, and the dragon cavalry above all have the primordial spirit realm or above. Purple-scale thunder dragon. In front of the 300 flood dragons, there is a leader with a body of 100 feet, and the whole body is full of fire. Although it is also a flood dragon, it is different from other flood dragons, and it is closer to the real dragon family. Huizhenjiao, a half-step peepet god, a great potential protector of the country. Fire wings are really Jiao. The purple-scale thunder dragon's huge eyes were fixed on the body of Huizhenjiao, and he suddenly burst into laughter. I didn't expect that when you were blasted out of the 10,000 beast mountains by this king, you actually escaped to Deqian and became a dragon cavalry soldier, and dared to call this king by his name. Purple-scale, thunder dragon, the most unexpected thing for me is that you would actually take refuge in Dao. Huizhenjiao exhaled the scorching dragon breath, and said coldly, today is fine, let me eat your flesh and blood, and swallow your dragon soul, so that I can truly transform into a fire dragon and break through to the real peeping god realm. Your bloodline is a lot worse. It's just a hybrid of a fire dragon and a fire dragon, but after eating you, I can break through to half a step to see God. Purple-scaled thunder dragon is arrogant. Although it surrendered to Xuanhuan, it was because of the aura of a human emperor on Xuanhuan. Crashed. One dragon and one dragon fought wildly together, suppressing the prison-sealing god monument. If 300 flood dragons rushed into the battlefield with dragon knights, it would definitely turn the world upside down and cause great harm to ordinary soldiers. Xuanhuan looked down at the entire huge battlefield, and the steel of suppressing the prison and conferring gods flashed out. The power of the high-grade artifact immediately blocked the 300 flood dragons, creating a field of suppression. Boom! Like Mount Tai pressing on the top, the 300 dragon cavalrymen were absolutely unprepared, and suddenly these flood dragons could not fly steadily in the air due to the sudden pressure. In just a moment, more than a dozen weak people fell from the high school, and as soon as they fell, they were immediately strangled by the soldiers who came from the siege. Dive into the abyss. A spear light seemed to suddenly flash from the abyss. It was the Emperor Dakian, holding a golden dragon spear, charging towards Xuanhuan. Hidden Dragon Spear, a low-grade artifact, the symbol of the emperors of all dynasties, united by the national fortune of the whole country. Xuanhuan's strength is too strong, and it is a plug-in on the battlefield. He can't let Xuanhuan kill ordinary soldiers. Catch the thief first to capture the king. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the void shattered under the blessing of the god of war's grip, and hit the Qianlong spear with a bang. Suddenly, the Emperor Chong's hands trembled, and he could barely stabilize his body, and flew towards the distance. Go out. So powerful. The great Chong Emperor was heartbroken. The tiger's mouth that he was holding the Qianlong spear had cracked open, and blood was dripping. Just a flick of his hand hurt him. Kill the Dao Emperor first. If the Dao Emperor dies, the Dao dynasty will be destroyed without attacking. There were roaring voices everywhere, and everyone knew that Xuanhuan was the core of the game. Once he died, they would win, and they could also lead the army to go straight in and obtain all the secrets of the great Wu dynasty. One after another figure flickered. There were nearly 30 people by Xuanhuan's side, all of whom were masters of peeping at half a step. This time the four-nation coalition forces, the Deqian family alone has more than 20 half-step peeps, and even if there are only 7 or 8 people in each of the other 3 countries, there are nearly 50 half-step peeps. But this also shows the power of Deqian. The strength of one family is almost the sum of the 3. This is the background of the 4 kingdoms, and now they are all gathered together at all costs. Even when the former Xuanhuan was destroyed, the 3 families together only dispatched a few half-steps to peep at the gods, because that great martial artist was in their pockets, and it was not worth their troubles. But now it is different. This is a war to destroy the country, and it is related to survival. Dive can't die. Once the big dive is dead, they will be next. A battle will determine the world. As soon as Xuanhuan saw half of the half-step peeping gods from the 4 countries gathered towards him, his will became stronger and stronger. War. #C91 National Fortune Peeping God. In the battlefield, the torrents that converged, and the colored armors of various countries have been automatically divided into 2 parts. Part of it was tens of millions of strangulations, and every moment, a large number of soldiers on both sides fell. Part of it is the battle between Xuanhuan and a large number of half-step peeps on the opposite side. One person fights a lot of half-step peeping gods alone, especially the top powerhouses like the Emperor of the 4 Kingdoms. Even the real peeping gods will die without a burial. But at this moment, as Xuanhuan's voice fell, the surrounding void shattered like a mirror, and his power was so strong that it affected the void. What a powerful force! The Emperor Dakian looked cold and stern, and issued a declaration of war. But even if you have the power to spy on God, and my Dakian can stand for 500 years, how can there be no background, luck peeping at God, Dakian national luck? Brilliant! A mad dragon-like power is like a substance, as if condensed into an imperial robe and draped over the body of the Emperor Dakian. Although his realm is still a half-step peeping god, his strength is comparable to a real peeping god. 500 years of great potential for the national fortune. Xuanhuan was not surprised at all. To condense the power of countless people into the national fortune, forcibly elevate the power to the gods, this is the way of national fortune, the road of the emperor. And us? Daji, Dalu, Dasheng, the emperor of the three kingdoms roared. They also have the power of national fortune on their bodies. Although they are not as strong as they are, they have also raised the power of the three to the weakest peeping god. The four powerful peeping gods who are promoted by the national fortune. Why do the strong want to open up a country or a clan? It is because of the power of national luck or luck. As the emperor of a country above 10,000 people, calling for wind and rain, and striving for governance, the more prosperous the country is, the stronger the national fortune will be blessed on them, and it will be transformed into their strength through some medium. The human emperor sword also has this ability. But what the emperor sword transforms is not a country, but hundreds of millions of people. It should be okay to deal with one person with the national fortunes of the four countries. Emperor Daqian lowered his eyes, and suddenly burst into a terrifying war intent. Xuanhuan, come on, it's either you or me. How can the luck of a country be compared to the luck of the human race? I am the emperor of the human race. Xuanhuan's breath is cold and holy, a human ancestor, mastering the beliefs of the human race, and grabbing his palms forward, come together. God-killing spear, kill immortality. At this moment, the Emperor Daqian burst out with unprecedented combat power, and the Qianlong spear trembled wildly. This is a Daqian artifact, which can mobilize the power of the national movement, and suddenly saw a light that ripped through the void. Kanghahan palm. Cut the mad sword. Prosperity royal palm. Led by the Emperor Daqian, the four emperors simultaneously broke out the power after the promotion of the national fortune. At the same time, the 20.5-step peeping god who came from the siege also burst out with the strongest power. There is no conspiracy in the war to destroy a country. It is unfair to fight more and fight less. As the ruler of a country, you must use all means to defeat the opponent in front of you. Otherwise, history will only remember the victor. The losers will only be buried in the depths of history. Fighting frenzy, 7 fighting styles. However, Xuanhuan was like a teleportation, turning the world upside down, and the frenzy was surging. In the face of the attacks of 30 people, he descended like a supreme, fists continuously blasted, and all the attacks collapsed in front of him. The wind was calm, and all the aftermath of the power disintegrated. What's going on? It won't hurt him. Everyone's face changed. With their strength, the real peeping gods will be killed, but the person in front of them is easy. In their eyes, Xuanhuan's image is extremely tall, as if seeing the ancient emperor. There is no benevolence and mercy in war, only success or failure. Xuanhuan's words were like a declaration of death fluttering in everyone's ears. In the next second, he suddenly came to a person like a phantom, and with a swipe, his 5 fingers flicked down, and the 5 rays of death fell straight down. What? Suddenly everyone saw in horror that this person's body was divided into 5 pieces, which was extremely bloody. Great cutting technique, 1 palm cuts 1 person. Xuanhuan did not stop, the war below was too tragic, and a large number of his own soldiers were killed every moment. He wanted to solve the opponent's strongest as quickly as possible. Using the big cutting technique again, the wings of the mysterious spirit behind Xuanhuan were looming. He was ruthless, and in just an instant, another person was cut to death. Crazy palms. When one person saw Xuanhuan coming, he roared again and again. He was also a half-step peepet god, one of the rulers of the Daji dynasty, and his palms banged wildly. However, Xuanhuan's eyes froze, and he stomped on him fiercely. He seemed to freeze, and then the last scene in his eyes was that Xuanhuan stepped forward, and a pair of golden hands slammed against his head. The head was shattered, and the juice exploded like a watermelon. In the final analysis, half-step peeping god is still in the state of supernatural power, and he simply can't stand Xuanhuan's move. His figure flickered again, and there were as many as 5 people who died in his hands in a short period of time. Hateful. His strength is too strong, and his speed is very fast. He can't stop him at all. Let him kill like this, and our people will be killed. Yes, we must not continue. Only when we gather the strength of our national destiny can we compete with him. I completely bound him with the national fortunes of our 4 countries. The emperors of the 4 kingdoms communicated frantically. Seeing that Xuanhuan continued to kill, they surrounded him from all sides, trying to block his route. The 4 big hands carried the power of national fortune and turned into a wave that seemed to be a substance. The monument to suppressing the prison and sealing the gods. Xuanhuan almost didn't even think about it. Originally, the 6 stone tablets were turned into decorations and attached to his imperial robe, but all of a sudden, it was suddenly shaken, and the national fortunes of the 4 countries were also shaken apart in the rumbling. The moment the 4 emperors came to kill, they were also bounced off by the power of the high-grade artifacts from the suppressing prison and conferring god steel. Kill. At the moment of the bounce, the 4 emperors also had their own halos of power flickering, and the power of the national fortune flowed again, burning wildly, almost to the extreme. Wings of profound spirit, void cutting. The wings of the mysterious spirit behind Xuanhuan spread openly. He blessed the big cutting technique on the edge of the wings, and immediately saw the sharp serrated knife edge in his flight. A shattering force swept in and turned into a terrifying storm. The sharpness of this storm made the expressions of the emperors of the 4 kingdoms change slightly, and the 4 people's offensive slowed down at the same time. But it was this slowdown that created an irreversible leeway. Xuanhuan's devouring eyes stared at Emperor Daji's body at once. His whole body was boiling with strength, and the grip of the god of war slammed forward to activate the unparalleled artifact skill. Hand of the god of war. The power of the unparalleled artifact is unimaginable. An incomparably huge golden light descended from the sky, and the suppression of power enveloped the Emperor Daji. His eyes and face were full of panic, but the most terrifying thing was that he could not escape. Boom! Emperor Daji's entire body was grasped by the god of war's grip, and then squeezed hard. The power of the national fortune was shattered, and even his whole person was completely dispersed with the wind along with a gust of blood and rain. #C92 Grandfather. The Emperor Daji died in battle. The corpse is dead. This is the first emperor-level powerhouse to die since the start of the Great War of Destruction. Everyone felt that the national fortune of Daji was rapidly dissipating. Especially the elites of the Daji dynasty who were fighting below. After seeing the death of their emperor, their fighting spirit completely dissipated, and they became chaotic, not knowing what to do. The emperor is faith, the end point of the cohesion and transfer of the national fortune. Some people held, and even put down their weapons, no longer fighting. Now that the emperor died in battle, these people did not know why they were fighting for a moment. How can that be? The Emperor Daji, behind Gyanjia, is comparable to a peeping god-level existence, and he will be instantly killed in an instant. What the hell is he? Why is he so terrifying? Is it true that our 4 countries are going to be destroyed at the same time today? The death of Emperor Daji in battle is more shocking and terrifying than the half-step peeping god was killed just now. You must know that this is an existence comparable to a peeping god, but it was ruthlessly killed in the hands of Xuanhuan. Facing Xuanhuan, they even lost the courage to fight. The grip of the god of war gripped the sky. When everyone was afraid, Xuanhuan started his killing and harvesting. His palm was firmly grasped, the golden light was infinite and dazzling, and another huge golden hand locked a person. It was the Emperor Dalu. Is it my turn next? Emperor Dalu roared in alarm. No. I am the lord of a country, how can I die in battle? I am not reconciled. Great law for the national fortune, bless that body, the great wilderness fist. Facing the terrifying pressure of the god of war's grip, Emperor Dalu was desperate to survive. The great wilderness god fist bombarded out, and the whole person rose against the sky. He tried to blast the golden giant hand. But he can block the might of the unparalleled artifact. As soon as he rose into the sky, the grip of the god of war grabbed his entire body violently. Xuanhuan controlled it from the other side, his palm tightly gripped, and the golden giant hand was also gripped. Bang! The blood fog filled the sky, and Emperor Dalu was killed. Another emperor-level existence was killed. Xuanhuan was fierce and mighty, and the power of terror shook the audience. The killing of the two emperor-level existences allowed everyone to truly see his strength, and it was definitely not an ordinary peeping god's combat power. And at this moment, the fall of the Emperor Daji and the Emperor Dalu has also greatly damaged the morale of the armies of the two dynasties. Even their own emperors have died. What kind of waves can these ordinary warriors make? Lu Qianfu is also a good player on the battlefield, sees the opportunity to attack the army of the Dacian dynasty. Happy, continue, swallow the soul of the strong with the great devouring technique, and my realm will be able to make a breakthrough again. Every time Xuanhuan killed a strong man, he would absorb their power with the great devouring technique. At this time, his eyes looked at the Emperor Dacian, and he clenched his palm again. In an instant, the tyrannical fighting force broke out and killed him in an instant. You still want to kill me? The Emperor Dacian roared. Think about how he exists. He has also sat in the position of the emperor for hundreds of years, but he has been bullied to such a degree today. In this person's eyes, he is like meat on a chopping board, slaughtered and kneaded arbitrarily. The hidden dragon comes out of the abyss, the mad dragon goes out to the sea, and the evil dragon perishes the world. The spear in his hand trembled again, and a wave of tidal force spread out in all directions, and suddenly the light exploded, and pieces like dragon scales filled the air, with a strong shattering mood. Even if it's a dragon, I can surrender you. Xuanhuan stepped on it violently, like a cannonball. There was a cutting aura around him, and his palms slammed in the void before reaching the Qianlong golden spear. Several forces fluctuated out. Xuanhuan slapped the Emperor Dacian with a palm, and the national fortune of protecting the body suddenly shattered. The imperial robe on his body suddenly shattered, and the black hair that was tied up also exploded, and it was scattered in a mess, looking like a wolf. Great devouring technique. Xuanhuan's strength was continuously shaken, and the Emperor Dacian was shaken back and forth. Under the absolute strength, all resistance was in vain. The great devouring technique turned into a dark and deep vortex, shrouding him in it. Within this vortex, the Emperor Dacian showed a look of horror in his eyes, as if his own soul would also be sucked out. My power, you are actually swallowing it. The great Chang Emperor said in horror. Die. Xuanhuan descended from the sky and concentrated his strength to kill the Emperor Dacian. But at this time, from a distance, a jet-black ring suddenly flew out from the hands of the great Chang Queen, and quickly grew larger, as if a circle of heaven and earth was about to trap Xuanhuan. Wu Ming Ring. This Wu Ming Ring is also a low-grade artifact, a rare artifact that binds space. Fighting Frenzy. Xuanhuan punched Wu Minghuan with a punch, and the ring made a loud noise, and at this moment, the Emperor Dacian temporarily broke free from the lock of the swallowing vortex and came to the queen's side, with a lingering fear on his face. Your Majesty, let's go together. The queen said resentfully. Suddenly, she was holding a black long sword, and the power emanating from this long sword was actually a low-grade artifact. Oh? It's a bit incredible that a queen should have two low-quality artifacts, but these things are all mine, the hand of the god of war. Xuanhuan did not give these people a chance to breathe at all. He grabbed it with one palm, and all the black and dark circles would be knocked into the air, forcing them to open up many obstacles. In this palm, although the queen burst out with powerful power, how could it compare to the existence of the emperor? Stop, dare to hurt the princess, the great Emperor Haiming will never let you go. All of a sudden, a dark and cold old man suddenly rushed in. The power emanating from him is the real peeping god, definitely not the Emperor Dakian, who was forcibly promoted by his country's luck, and slammed into the hand of the god of war. Old Su. The queen had lingering fears, and then said fiercely, "Kill him for this palace. My subordinate's duty is to protect the princess at close quarters under the order of the emperor." This old Su's eyes also flashed a gloomy color, his face was solemn, and he was also looking at Xuanhuan carefully, not daring to go forward easily. There is also personal protection from the peeping god. Xuanhuan's face moved slightly, and then he said coldly, "But it still can't stop me from destroying the 4 kingdoms. My great diving will never die." The Emperor of the Great Potential roared. "My grandson." At this time, an old voice suddenly came from afar, saying with emotion, "It's been 500 years, I didn't expect that the great Qian dynasty that I created would also encounter the crisis of destroying the country. I thought I would never leave the country, but now that I look at it, I have to appear, so as to protect my great potential for generations to come." A figure seemed to teleport from the void and came to the middle of the battlefield within a few steps. This is an old man, but his face is very majestic, with a dragon and tiger stance. The aura conveyed by him is stronger than that of the old man, and he has reached the terrifying 3-level realm of peeping at the gods. Old Su was just peeping at the gods. "Grandpa, you are still alive." Seeing this old man, the Emperor Dakian was full of surprise, and even knelt down and called out to the emperor. #C93 I give you death. Grandfather? Hearing that the Emperor Dakian was kneeling in front of the old man, he even shouted for the emperor. Everyone's faces were dumbfounded. Someone looked at the old man, his face suddenly startled and said, "Lin Yuan, he is actually the founding emperor of Dakian, the strong man 500 years ago, and he is not dead yet. Is he already a strong peeping god?" Lin Yuan was also a legend hundreds of years ago, just like the emperor of Dao. He established a dynasty for 500 years with single-handed power, and after serving as emperor for more than 200 years, he gave the throne to his son and became the supreme emperor, and he has never shown up until today. Rumor has it that he has closed the deadlock and is already dead. The Emperor De Qian is now the 3rd generation. If he can appear today, it means that he is already a strong peeping god. Peeping god exists and can live for thousands of years. Grandpa Huang, I'm useless, I can't protect this foundation. The Emperor Dakian said bitterly. My grandson, you are not his opponent. Lin Yuan said, even I can't see through his strength, but if I am here today, the sky will not collapse, the ground will not collapse, and the great potential will not be destroyed. You are still the emperor. There was a strong confidence in his words. 3 layers of peeping? Can you save everything? It's useless. Chu Yuan saw that Lin Yuan's face was not solemn, but smiled, as if he saw a bigger prey. Whether it's useful or not, you can only know if you have fought. When I founded the country, the crisis I faced was greater than today. Lin Yuan Dao. At this moment, with the appearance of Lin Yuan, his confident aura and the power to change the situation of the battle reassure those who were present in fear. 3 layers of peeping god. The old man Su's expression also changed slightly. I thought that De Qian could only be regarded as a good dynasty, but I didn't expect that there is still a strong peeping god hidden, and the national strength can no longer be judged by 1 star. Emperor Haiming did not stop him. Then he smiled and said, Old Emperor Lin, the difficulty of Dakian is my difficulty. You and I have a relationship by marriage, and we are one family. I will cooperate with Dakian to defeat Emperor Dao, and even kill him here. Although he is only a glimpse of God, he seems to be similar to the Emperor Dakian behind Igayanjia. But the real glimpse of God is the breakthrough of realm, the sublimation of life level, and his control of the divine power of the law is beyond the understanding of the master of the great potential. Then trouble brother Su. Although Lin Yuan was far stronger than old Su, he knew that there was a terrifying force behind old Su. Netherworld finger. This old man, Su's aura was extremely cold, as if he had come from hell. He raised his finger sharply, the laws of heaven and earth converged into the abyss of the vast ocean, and then a finger light as thick as a pillar pierced through Chu Yuan fiercely. His hand showed the great manipulation of the power of the Peeping God powerhouse. As expected of the powerhouse of the He-Ming dynasty, there are various inheritances, and the manipulation of power is really powerful. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. Court death. When Chu Yuan saw old Su killing him, there was an aura of control over everything on his face. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept out, and suddenly saw that Su Lao's mana beam collapsed and disintegrated like dust. Black Underworld Great Magic Art. Seeing his mana disintegrating, Su Lao laughed sinisterly. He suddenly jumped up, and terrifying magic power surged out, as if incarnated as a god of demons, and the huge black palm prints were killed, and even the void was stained with a layer black gas. This is your strength? Chu Yuan stepped out in one step, and the supreme majesty swept out. With a sudden grip of his palm, the powerful force twisted the airflow into a vortex, as if to form a huge roulette. As soon as the huge roulette wheel turned, old Su was rolled into it. In his astonished expression, before he made much resistance, a figure came to him, grabbed his neck lightly, and then lightly lifted it. Cluck cluck. Old Su made a gurgling sound. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't get it out. He said in an intermittent voice in fear, You can't kill me, I am the person of the He-Ming dynasty. Black Underworld dynasty? Chu Yuan was slightly puzzled. But his palm was honestly twisted, and he twisted old Su's neck, only to see a primordial spirit rising into the sky, and then Chu Yuan devoured it violently, turning it into power completely. Supernatural triple. After absorbing 5 half-step peeping gods, 2 emperor-level gods, and 1 true peeping god, Chu Yuan made another breakthrough. At this moment, his fierceness reached a new peak. Tong Tong's true peeping master is far from his opponent. How dare you kill Su Lao? The great dive queen roared like a mad woman. Lin Yuan, you're the next one. Chu Yuan pointed at Lin Yuan as if by name. 5 Abyss Sword Formation. At this time, although Lin Yuan was shocked by Chu Yuan's strength, he absolutely couldn't step back. Immediately, 5 swords flickered, and 5 swords appeared, each exuding the power of a low-grade artifact. Within 100 years after his breakthrough, he was using De Qian's resources to forge the Wu Yuan sword formation. The Wu Yuan sword formation came, and 5 swords of light that were 40 to 50 meters long slashed down. The space seemed to be scorched by the fire, and it was a little distorted into nothingness. At this time it was shaking, crossing the sky fiercely, and came towards Chu Yuan's head. As expected of the 3rd layer of Peeping God, his strength is several times stronger than that of Old Man Su. I want to destroy the country, no one can stop it. Lin Yuan, you are going to die too, turn into the power of our breakthrough. Boom. With Chu Yuan's voice, the sky and the earth were surging, and the great Wu kingdom he carried was transformed into the vision of the emperor of the human race. The surging power, immortal power, suddenly shook the Wu Yuan sword formation back, and immediately approached Lin Yuan. Crazy slash against God. Lin Yuan slaughtered again. But at this time, the suppressing prison and conferring God monument descended from the sky, and the power to block the void flowed out, and Lin Yuan was trapped in it all of a sudden. Break open. What kind of artifact is this? Lin Yuan also had a fear in his heart, trying to break the blockade with all his strength. God blocks kill gods, devil blocks kill devils. Chu Yuan used his combat power to the extreme. The human sovereign sacred sword swooped out, and the immortal human sovereign's might was shaken out. Lin Yuan felt it, as if he was facing the supreme emperor of the human race, only humble and insignificant. At this moment, he actually seemed to feel that he was going to die. "I won't die." Lin Yuan roared wildly. "I give you death." Chu Yuan directly broke through the layers of obstacles in front of him. Although Lin Yuan is the third-level peeping god, Chu Yuan does not count as other blessings, and he also has the power of the third-level peeping god. In an instant, a palm first turned into a fighting hand and slammed into Lin Yuan. As soon as Lin Yuan and Chu Yuan touched, the blood mist exploded from his body, blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person retreated uncontrollably. "Destroy." Chu Yuan rolled a large hand, and a Dao flag fell into his hand. The banner of Chu Yuan passed directly through Lin Yuan's head, and was nailed to the city wall. #C94 Great Dive. Dignified Peeping God Triple. The realm can be called the most powerful of the 5 surrounding countries. The founding emperor of Dacian, who had not been born in seclusion for hundreds of years and wanted to do something big when something happened, was nailed to the city wall by Chu Yuan's sword at this moment. It looked so miserable. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Originally thought that Lin Yuan could turn the tide of the battle, but who would have thought that in just a few moves, Lin Yuan would be completely defeated, and it was completely impossible. Especially the Emperor Dacian, when he saw his grandfather in such a miserable state, he hugged his head and held in pain. "How could I lose? This time I was born to bring a more glorious realm. I am not willing to fail like this. Emperor Dao, I will never die with you." Although he was nailed to the head of the city, Lin Yuan had not completely died, and he was still uttering a terrifying roar, but there was a devouring power attached to the great martial banner, absorbing his true divine power. His roar just came out, his head tilted, and he died completely. "The emperor is dead." "Impossible, it's impossible. I've been diving for 500 years since the founding of the country. Do I have to go to extinction from now on?" Not reconciled, not reconciled. The people of the 4 countries, especially the people of Dacian, all seem to have lost their souls and lost their souls. They lost the courage to continue the war in their hearts, and even the founding emperor they worshipped as a god died. What else could they use to resist? Boom! Chu Yuan's eyes were cold, and in the next second, he came to Emperor Dasheng, and with a bang of his palm, the whole person exploded into a cloud of blood. "I can't die here. My great potential has not been extinguished. How can I die here?" The Emperor Dacian originally wanted to fight with Chu Yuan, but he had not lost his last calm, and suddenly looked at the Queen. "Empress, escape with me. As long as you escape to the Haiming dynasty, even if he is powerful, he will die without a trace. At the place of burial, with the help of the power of the Haiming dynasty, I will be able to restore the country." After he said the words to escape, he was completely frightened. "Haiming dynasty, Father Emperor?" The Queen also reacted from the shock, and said abruptly, "Yes, I still have Father, Your Majesty, let's escape." Before the national fortune had completely dissipated, the Emperor Dacian broke out into the great formation arranged by the Imperial city, and with the Queen, flashed away quickly like a streamer. "Where else do you want to run?" Chu Yuan's eyes flickered. "If you don't kill you, the battle to destroy the country will not be complete." The wings of the profound spirit activates the artifact skill. Chu Yuan slammed with the grip of the god of war, blocking the way for the Emperor Dacian to escape. Suddenly, in his terrified eyes, a large golden hand like a grinding disc descended from the sky and slapped the Emperor Dacian. His flesh and blood seemed to be crushed in a mill. "Ah! Your Majesty!" Queen Dacian said in horror, "No, you can't kill me, my father is Emperor Haiming." But the Queen only made a sound, and Chu Yuan killed her indifferently, and 2 low-grade artifacts were also included in the system space by him. "It's over, everything is over, no one can stop him, he's the biggest killer." The remaining powerhouses of the four countries were trembling at this moment. The emperors of the four countries were all killed, they had lost their biggest pillars, and the remaining people were little frightened. The 20 or so who had besieged Xuanhuan before ran away in fear. However, Xuanhuan did not let them go. These people are the top of the four countries. If they don't kill them, even if they conquer the four countries, it will be difficult for them to live in peace in the future. The great devouring technique is in motion. The vortexes floated out of thin air, and Xuanhuan swallowed them. One of the more than 20 people was swallowed into the vortex, and the billowing energy poured into his body. Magical power quadruple. Finally killed a peeping god triple. There are 2 more emperor-level existences, and more than 20 half-step peeping gods. He has crossed from the 3rd level of supernatural powers to the 4th level. It can be said that this time the destruction of the country will not mention the final reward, his harvest is huge. Now the battle of destroying the country has not been completely completed. Although the emperors of the 4 countries have been killed, there are still tens of millions of troops fighting, and they have not completely given up their resistance. However, the overall situation has been decided, the emperors of the 4 kingdoms have been beheaded, and more than 30 people have been killed at the top, and it is no longer possible to resist him. Put down resistance, surrender without killing, those who resist, kill without mercy. Xuanhuan stood in the sky, and the power of the 4th level of divine power erupted like a tidal wave. At this moment, the infinite golden light spreads out, and he holds the human sovereign sacred sword, and the sacred might radiates. At this moment, he represents not only the emperor of great martial arts, but also the holy emperor of the human race, the belief of countless human races, the most supreme holy emperor. All the fighting soldiers looked at Xuanhuan. This magnanimous power of the emperor made it difficult for them to resist emotions in their hearts, and continued to fight against Xuanhuan. It was not against Tiao, but against the human race. Supreme got it right. Put down resistance, surrender without killing, those who resist, kill without mercy. Lu Qianfu also roared loudly. At the same time, tens of millions of people in the Great Wu army also roared out at the same time. This sentence is simply the pusher that broke the last straw in everyone's heart. If the emperors of the 4 kingdoms hadn't been killed, if Xuanhuan had not released the majesty of the title of Supreme Humane, and showed the strength of destroying the 4 kingdoms, they would not have considered it, let alone hesitated. The general trend is over, and the army is defeated by thousands of miles. The army of the 4 kingdoms looked at Xuanhuan, and the first to surrender were the soldiers of the 3 kingdoms of Daji, Dalu and Dashing who were fighting in a foreign country. Large groups of people dropped their weapons and raised their hands in a gesture of surrender. Sure enough, this surrender immediately produced a chain reaction. Many people have a herd mentality. When they see someone giving up their resistance, they also follow suit. Although there are still many people who have vowed to die and are still resisting, Lu Qianfu did not hesitate to kill those who resisted one by one. For a while, seeing that there is no chance of a comeback, more people surrendered. The belief of the human race, the supreme being of all beings, the source of belief, the supreme humanism. Xuanhuan's eyes were leading the battlefield, and he didn't want the senseless fight to continue. He slammed the human sovereign sword into the tallest city tower, and the power of belief spread out like a source of billions. The imperial robes on his body rattled, and it seemed that 4 incomparably huge human Tao Supremes appeared on his head. Word. At this moment, he is faith, shocking the soul. New Year's Eve passed, and in the early morning, the sweeping ended gradually. The fighting gradually stopped. They could not surrender or believe in Tao, but it was impossible to compete with the majesty of the supreme humanity. There were fewer and fewer recalcitrant elements, and the army gathered in the imperial city. Originally, some people threatened the people in the imperial city to threaten Tao, and they would fight to the death, but how could Xuanhuan achieve their goal? As the last resistance gradually came to an end, the emperors of the four kingdoms were saved and the top floor was killed, and the center of the Dacian dynasty was occupied. Now that the Great Dive is over, the allied forces of the four nations have surrendered, and his current main mission is naturally completed. Xuanhuan heard the system's prompt sound in his ear. The host has completed the current main line, and within 3 years, the country will be destroyed and the Imperial dynasty will be destroyed. The general Xuanhuan Qingyun and the Prime Minister Li Yun will sweep the domestic princes and unify all the forces in the country. Reward settlement release. The next main line is being generated. #C95 mainline selection. The reward was released successfully. The host will get 10,000 fate points, the National Protection Array Level 1 X1, the Ancient Emperor's Chariot X1, a random 3,000 Dao supernatural power, and a random lottery chance X1. 10,000 fate points. Unexpectedly, after completing the first main story, Xuanhuan will be rewarded with a reward of 10,000 fate points, and there are other rewards. The things that the system gives are definitely good things. National Protector Array Level 1, it can resist the bombardment of the powerhouses, with a range of 500 miles, and consumes a lot of magic crystals each time it is activated. Xuanhuan immediately saw that there was a golden cover in the system space that looked like an upside-down bowl. It was actually able to resist the power attack of the powerhouse. This is definitely a good thing. However, Xuanhuan's gaze was not on the Great Defense Array, but on an ancient bronze chariot. The primitive color of the ancient times is the ancient color of bronze, and there is a vast atmosphere permeating it. The carvings on it are not divine beasts, but the patterns of various weapons. The Ancient Emperor's Chariot, the Emperor's Chariot. The ancient emperor took this chariot to conquer the world, swept the 8 wastelands, and annexed Liuhe. Artifact skills, Ancient Emperor Sky Survey, inspires the majesty of the emperor. The stronger the national fortune, the stronger the skills. The introduction is simple, but Xuanhuan can feel the horror of the ancient emperor's chariot. At this moment, Xuanhuan summoned the ancient emperor's chariot, and he stood on it, majestic and unimaginable, as if the ancient heavenly emperor patrolled the whole world, and wherever this chariot drove, it brought the emperor's majesty. Ancient Emperor Sky Scanner, Skill Stimulation. The majestic figure of the coercive emperor was inspired. Xuanhuan's image suddenly became incomparably tall, and then running the Human Emperor Sutra, the title of supreme humanity, he was the strongest emperor walking in this world, and the people of Limin and the entire Qianlong city felt his majesty. At this time, the Dao army has settled in Qianlong city. After entering the city, don't disturb the people, don't shock the people, don't burn, kill, loot, kill and kill. Those who surrender shall not be beaten or scolded, and those who violated shall be beheaded. Rebels, violators beheaded. Xuanhuan ordered 3 violators to be executed in a loud voice. The purpose of his destruction of Dacian this time is to turn all their people into Dao people. If they burn, kill and loot, how to conquer the hearts of these people? At this moment, with the help of the ancient emperor's chariot, his tall and majestic vision is everywhere, and he can be seen almost when he looks up. Have you heard? Don't burn, kill and loot, don't disturb the people, all the generals. If anyone under your command violates it, they will be linked up and down, and they will all be killed without mercy. Lu Qianfu roared loudly, but his 120,000 divine martial army rushed into the city with strict discipline. But the other winged armies were confused by the lantern wine green in Qianlong city, and they couldn't move their feet, so they wanted to snatch it. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's voice suddenly woke them up. Some generals also scolded and cleaned up those unruly soldiers. The purple scale thunder dragon also came back. It chased and killed Hui Xinjiao for thousands of miles, and finally killed the opponent. Half-step peep at God. After absorbing the bloodline of this flood dragon, the purple scale thunder dragon also broke through to the half-step peeping god. The overall situation has been determined, and the major legions are finishing up, escorting batches of prisoners in the city to the plain outside the city for unified custody, and culling those who are still stubbornly resisting everywhere in the city. In short, the imperial city of Dacian was destroyed, the emperor and the old emperor were killed, Dacian was destroyed, the elite troops of the other three kingdoms were also swept away, and the existence of the emperor was killed. Although the capital of the country has not fallen, but almost in name only. This time, World War I wiped out the four kingdoms and is destined to become a legend in the history books. After New Year's Eve, it is the first day of the new year. This day is destined to be a day for the whole country, to celebrate the great martial arts. In Qianlong City, there are walking warriors everywhere. The news of the great potential, destroying the country, was also transmitted back to Dao by various sound transmission methods. Dao is boiling. The whole country rejoices. The Dao court was also holding this celebration for a long time. After learning the news, it immediately distributed countless materials to the people of Limin, so that the people could have a good year. And various celebrations are also beginning, not only to celebrate the new year, but also to congratulate the victory of this personal war. The Great Dai Palace is magnificent. But the master here is no longer the De Qianlin family, but the De Wu Chuyuan. Although the army in the city is still sweeping, it is not completely over, but these things can be left to Lu Qianfu, but there is no need for Chuyuan to worry too much. As the head of a country, Chuyuan has to grasp the general direction. He had 2 more chances to draw this time that he didn't use. Start a random lottery for the 3,000 avenues of magic. Chuyuan first drew 3,000 avenues of supernatural powers. He knew that each of the 3,000 great Dao magical powers had incredible power, which could greatly increase his strength. It is also a huge roulette wheel that appears in the system space, but all kinds of magical powers are written on it. The host has obtained the Great Flame technique of the 3,000 Dao divine ability. The pointer moved quickly, and finally settled on the Big Flame technique. Great Fire technique, one of the 3,000 great supernatural powers, the ability to manipulate flames, one of the Great 5 Elements techniques, learn the Great Gung Gold technique, Great Green Wood technique, Great Black Water technique, Great Thick Earth technique, and can comprehend the Great 5 Elements technique. Ding! The host has comprehended the Great Flame technique and won the title of King of Flames. King of Fire, the ability to manipulate fire-type supernatural powers is enhanced, and the power is enhanced. Another 3,000 avenues are in hand, and Chuyuan won the title of a Flame King. Random draw. Chuyuan didn't waste any time, and immediately started a random lottery. Ding! The host has obtained the 2nd level construction blueprint of the magic cannon. The 2nd level blueprint for the magic cannon. Chuyuan was shocked. He had already seen the power of the magic cannon, and the ordinary city walls could not withstand the power of bombardment at all, so he hurriedly looked at the 2nd level construction drawings in the system space. The 2nd level construction drawing of the magic cannon, the evolutionary version of the magic cannon. It was such a simple introduction, an evolutionary version, but he could feel the horror in it, which made Chuyuan's heart move. However, when he saw the building materials, he also knew that it was difficult to build, and the materials needed were 10 times that of the magic cannon. But Chuyuan didn't care. Although the magic cannon is very powerful, its power has also reached its limit in some respects. The attack on Qianlong City this time, if it wasn't for him holding the human sovereign sword to split open the city gate, he would not be able to attack in a short period of time. If there are magic cannons, the defense of Qianlong City is tofu. The national strength of Dao has been detected, which is in line with the promotion of the 2-star dynasty. Detected where the host is, the eternal world is in the airspace. The current main line has been opened, and the host can freely choose. Option 1, promote a 5-star dynasty, take Southwest Prefecture as the foundation, develop overseas, conquer or destroy 10 maritime 4-star dynasties, and 1 5-star dynasty. Option 2. Promote the 5-star dynasty, develop towards the Wan Beast Mountains, kill or subdue 30 Yunshan great demons and 5 god-ranked great demons. Option 3. Promote the 5-star dynasty, develop in the airspace, and become the strongest dynasty in the airspace. 3 mainline options were placed in front of Xuanhuan, and there was no doubt that no matter which option he chose, the mainline of development in the future would be different, and the final mainline reward would also be different. #C96 I want it all. Eternal Great World. Hanging space. Xuanhuan was surprised. He still just knew that the world he was in was actually called the Eternal Great World, and he was not surprised that he had seen some records in the history books in the Hangkong domain. The big world where the host is located is the Eternal Big World. There are very few times when the system voluntarily speaks to explain, but every explanation is critical. The Hanging Domain is a region of the Eternal World. There are many dynasties, and there are many forces. The strongest dynasty is the 5-star dynasty, the Hanging Dynasty, and the Hanging Domain is named after the Hanging Dynasty. Xuanhuan knew that the reason why this information appeared was that he completed the first main quest, destroying the country and raising the level of the dynasty, and then explained it. The strength of the dynasty is divided according to the national strength, so that people can distinguish the strength of the dynasty, which is divided into 9 stars. The 9 stars dynasty must have the powerhouse of Heavenly God Realm in charge. The dynasties under the Peeping Gods are all 1-star dynasties. Such as the Great Chong dynasty is the strongest 1-star dynasty. If it wasn't that Lin Yuan had never been out of the customs, the world would not know that there are strong Peeping Gods sitting in the town, otherwise the national strength would have been enough to match the 2-star dynasty. This time, Xuanhuan destroyed a great potential, almost destroying a 2-star, so his Great Wu was upgraded to a 2-star. The 5-star dynasty must have a powerful person in power. That's interesting. Xuanhuan looked at the 3 main lines in front of him at this time. The prerequisites for completing the 3 main lines are to be promoted to the 5-star dynasty. Regardless of going overseas, the Myriad Beast Mountains, or dominating the suspended airspace, it seems that the difficulty is not much different. But Xuanhuan has owned the system for so long, and probably knows that the main line he chooses is different, the future development is also different, and the rewards obtained are also different, that is to say, the future life trajectory will change. It is interesting to leave the main line and development to one's own choice. Children only make choices. If you can choose more than one, I will have them all. Xuanhuan wants it all. 3 main quests, each of which clearly pays off hugely. Since these 3 main lines don't seem to be multiple choice questions, they can all be chosen. Why didn't Xuanhuan try it out and ask for all of them? He is not so easily satisfied. The host starts the main line 1, promotes the 5-star dynasty, takes the southwest state as the foundation, develops overseas, conquers or destroys 10 maritime 4-star dynasties, and 1 5-star dynasty. The host starts the second main line, promotes the 5-star dynasty, develops toward the Wan Beast Mountains, and kills or subdues 30 Yunshan great demons and 5 god-ranked great demons. The host opens the main line 3, promotes the 5-star dynasty, develops in the airspace, and becomes the strongest dynasty in the airspace. The 3 main lines have been opened, and all the main lines need to be completed before the next stage of the main line can be opened. Attribute face has been regenerated. The system beeps continuously. You really have to be able to choose all of them? Xuanhuan was a little surprised. He also tried it, and then smiled. It seems that I made the right choice this time. The more main lines, the richer the rewards. After this reward, I still have 14,500 fate points left in my surplus. Xuanhuan looked at his fate. The realm is raised. There is nothing to hesitate, realm is the foundation, everything else is empty, even if he can cut off the existence of God now, but it is still far from enough to promote Dao to the 5-star dynasty. The 5-star dynasty should not only have the power of the gods, but also improve the overall national strength. 5 levels of magical powers. 6th level of magical powers. The 7th level of divine ability. The 8-fold divine ability. The cultivation base of the supernatural power realm is improved, and each level consumes 3,000 fate points. Xuanhuan used 12,000 fate points to improve in one breath, and feels that his realm has increased by 4 levels. The idea came to mind instantly. The remaining 2,050 points are not enough to improve. Now Xuanhuan has 3 ways to improve his cultivation. The first is to cultivate, run the Human Emperor Sutra, and gather the power of the belief of the human race with the source of belief in the Human Emperor Sword. The second is the Great Devouring Technique, which kills powerful enemies in battle and devours their power. The third is the Fatality Point. With these 3 powerful weapons, Xuanhuan is confident that his realm can improve very quickly. Xuanhuan opened the property panel and had a brand new look. Name, Xuanhuan. The Great World, the Eternal Great World. Status, Emperor Dao. Level, 2-star dynasty. Realm, 8-fold supernatural power. Gongfa, Human Emperor Sutra. Equipment, Human Emperor Sword, no superior, Taidan Furnace, broken, Battle Army Chessboard, Prison Suppression Monument, Xianling Wing, War God Grip, Ancient Emperor Chariot. Supernatural powers, Great Lightning, Great Devouring, Great Battle, Great Cutting, Great Fire. System Space, blueprints for the 2nd level crafting of the cannon, blueprints for the God-destroying crossbow, and Great Formation for protecting the country. Titles, Supreme Humanity, Lightning Master, Son of Devouring, Upgradable, Battle Madman, Upgradable, Void Slicer, Lord of Fire. Fatal Point, 2050. The current main line 1, promote the 5-star dynasty, take the Southwest state as the foundation, develop overseas, kill or conquer 10 4-star dynasty, 1 5-star dynasty, reward. The current main line 2, promote the 5-star dynasty, develop towards the Myriad Beast Mountains, kill or subdue the 30 demons and 5 demons. The current main line 3, promote the 5-star dynasty, develop in the airspace, and become the strongest dynasty in the airspace. The previous main line has been changed and replaced with 3 new main lines. Very good. Xuanhuan exhaled for a long time. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the sound of shelling came from outside the city. It turned out that it was the night of the first day of the new year. The day had passed, and the army was shelling to celebrate. The first day of January in the 31st year of the Dao calendar. Xuanhuan destroyed the country and created a new dynasty. In the 30th year of Dao, the first emperor of Dao died and was facing the crisis of destroying the country. However, with Xuanhuan's ascension to the throne, in just over half a year, the situation had undergone a shocking reversal. Yesterday's big dive was still there, but today it's gone. Everything should be like a dream, and people can't wake up. Although the Dacian royal family was destroyed, Xuanhuan had a strict order not to burn, kill, loot, or disturb the civilians in the city. Therefore, although the people were a little panicked, they were able to celebrate the new year safely, and Dao also sent them supplies. The new Imperial edict was also conveyed. In this battle, the soldiers of each army fought bravely to kill the enemy, and they made outstanding achievements in battle. The saints have ordered them to give great rewards, and for the dead soldiers and soldiers, their families can all be under the shadow of it. Xuanhuan was not stingy with rewards at all. He knows that only when rewards and punishments are appropriate, and when both grace and power are applied, can they truly control a country's army. Sure enough, under his generous reward, the soldiers shouted "Long live, long live, long live." Today's new year is completely different. It is spent in the Dacian imperial city. Now, to be precise, it is no longer the Dacian Imperial City, but Qianlong City, Qianlong House, Qianlong County, Dao. In the past few days, officials from various ministries rushed to Dao to quickly formulate new laws. After all, what was executed in the past was the law of Deqian, which was very different from the law of Dewu. In addition to the legal order, the Xinda organization has to be reorganized. For example, who is the governor and who is the governor of Qianlong County? This is a very troublesome thing. Fortunately, Xuanhuan didn't need to worry about it, and he had the Dao court to handle it. He only needed to wait for the report and then make a final decision. Deqian Qianlong Temple. It was originally the place where the great diver ascended the throne. But the people standing at this time are all people of great martial arts. The matter here has not been completed yet. Xuanhuan must still be suppressed in Qianlong City, and he is not yet able to return to the court. Reporting to Your Majesty, in this war, the pensions for the fallen soldiers were distributed at the fastest speed, but the tens of millions of soldiers from the 4 countries who were imprisoned outside the city had to consume a lot of food and grass every day, and they were imprisoned there. All need a large number of soldiers, but also to prevent a mutiny. The minister of Hu came when Xuanhuan started the war to destroy the country, and the people from the ministry of Hu came to count the losses. It was a headache for the elites of the 4 countries who surrendered. Tens of millions, too many, one bad is the powder keg. When the domestic affairs of the original Dacian are basically resolved and the order is established, in order to celebrate my promotion to the 2-star dynasty, I will give amnesty to the world and will not punish these soldiers. Those who are willing to disarm and return to their fields can go home. When Xuanhuan heard these reports, he had an idea. Those who don't want to go back, if they want to join my great martial army, they can also sign up to join the army. Our Shenwu Corps also needs to draw a lot of elites from them, and tell them the treatment of our great martial arts. Xuanhuan's hand is to let those strong in the army join the Shenwu Legion. With the Zhangjuan chessboard, Xuanhuan is not afraid that someone will rebel against him. Moreover, the Zhangjuan chessboard is bound to 1 million people, and now it is only 112,000. It is far from being able to fully incorporate all the powerhouses above the Yuanshan of the 4 kingdoms. Now Dao's army is obviously not enough. He will also draw the elites of the original great martial arts, form a new army, and then disperse all those people. It does not take long, with His Majesty, the strength and softness of great martial arts, he can make the strong men of the original 4 countries all become his great warriors. With the Emperor's sword, as the strongest person in a country, everyone will believe in him as the supreme humane. Your Majesty, I have read the historical materials of Dacian and already know the background of the Haiming dynasty. Lu Qianfu reported at this time. #C97 class teacher returns. In the Qianlong Palace. Xuanhuan didn't move, just said, "Speak." According to the minister, he read the book of the great hidden treasure and knew that the Haiming dynasty was a 3-star dynasty. It had been established for thousands of years. The country's lord, the great Emperor Haiming, had a cultivation level as high as Zhaoshan, and the founding emperor of the great hidden kingdom, Lin Yuan, was actually a member of the Haiming dynasty. Later, he left to establish a country, and the Haiming dynasty was related to Deqian. This country is rampant and overbearing, and it has annexed many 1-star and 2-star dynasties for thousands of years. Lu Qianfu said. It turns out that there is a backer behind it. Xuanhuan said indifferently, although Deqian has something to do with the Haiming dynasty, if the Haiming dynasty dares to attack our great martial arts, it will only be a battle. The most important thing for me now is to improve the strength of the empire. Your Majesty, Daji, Dalu, and Dashing 3 kingdoms have sent a letter of surrender. A minister said at this time. This is not surprising, the great potential perished, the emperor of the 3 kingdoms fell, and the elites were completely lost. Today's three kingdoms is just an empty shell, with only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. Instead of waiting for Dao to come to destroy the capital, it is better to surrender honestly and get a good deal. This is very good. The person who knows the current affairs is Junjia, and the 6th division will quickly send someone to take over the 3 empires and organize a list for me, and I will make a new appointment. Xuanhuan said. In addition, although Dao is already a 2-star dynasty, he has not seen the realm of the gods. In this war of destroying the country, I will give a great reward to the ministers who have made great achievements. I will give you a healing potion, a dragon spear, and 1,000,000 magic crystals. The first general under his command, the first loyal minister is Lu Qianfu. The Qianlong spear is useless to him, and the swords and spears are used by the generals on the battlefield, which can greatly enhance Lu Qianfu's strength, and with the healing potion, he can try to attack the gods. Governing a country is not a matter of one person. Although Xuanhuan has a strong fighting force, he cannot cover everything. He also needs a group of powerful and capable loyal ministers to maintain the order of the empire for him. Millions of fodging are nothing, but the Qianlong spear is a low-quality artifact. The symbol of the great diving in the past was rewarded to the Ho Zhongyong, which is enough to see how much Xuanhuan valued him. Chaos, Gluttonous, Scorpion, Qiaoji, Suzaku, and the commander of the 6 battalions of the White Tiger, if you are good at fighting and have meritorious deeds, you will be rewarded with 100,000 crystals, 20 divine pills, and you can ask me when you are half a step into peeping at God and breaking through. Request a healing potion. Xuanhuan also had the intention to train these ministers of Dao to the point of being a peeping God. In addition, with Dao becoming a 2-star dynasty, the number of the 8 battalions of the Forbidden Army is only 1,000,000, which is too small. I have ordered that the 8 battalions can recruit troops across the country. The supplies of each battalion will be delivered, and the commander will still be the commander of the 8 battalions, who will guard the army for Dao. Xuanhuan's previous reward made them happy, but they were even more overjoyed when they heard that the Forbidden Army was expanding. You must know that the previous battalion was only 125,000 people, and now it has expanded to 1,000,000, which is the total number of the previous 8 battalions. Although they are still the commander of the Imperial Army in name, the power in their hands has undoubtedly become greater. In the past, millions of soldiers were banned because the national strength of Dao could only support so much. But now, after annexing the national power of the 4 countries, Dao already has this national power to maintain more soldiers. Thank you, Your Majesty. The commanders of the 2 Qinglong Xuanwu battalions were still in Dao, and the commanders of the other 5 battalions quickly thanked them. Commander Zhu Ke, what questions do you have? Xuanhuan saw a hesitant expression on the face of Zhu Fengfeng, a cold woman. Your Majesty, I don't need other rewards, but I dare to ask for the phoenix perch in the Great Chong Palace, and I hope Your Majesty will fulfill it. Zhu Fengfeng said. Phoenix perch tree? Rumor has it that the ancient Phoenix clan perched on the tree. Xuanhuan remembered that Deqian really had this thing, and said, I agree. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing that Xuanhuan rewarded her with Feng Qimu, Zhu Fengfeng, a woman as cold as an iceberg. At this time a rare expression of joy appeared on his face. In the name of imperial decree, Xuanhuan also issued the rewards of other battalions and divisions one after another, so that if there is merit, they will be rewarded, and those who have failed will be punished. In addition, the national treasury that was originally prepared for this war is becoming increasingly empty, but after destroying the Great Potential, it is equivalent to taking over the resources of the Great Potential, and the resources of the other 3 countries are also being taken over, giving him more financial resources to go to. Continue to develop the army. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. After a war, Qianlong City has gradually recovered its prosperity. On the day of the Lantern Festival, the streets are full of lanterns, and the houses are also decorated with lanterns. Those worried and scared people gradually walked out of their homes. Although Dao's army entered the imperial city, they never disturbed the people. Instead, they distributed supplies to let the people of Limin have a good year. Various new laws and decrees have also been conveyed, and new Yamen institutions are also being established, and a new order is being created. Current progress, 3 billion/50 billion. Current progress, 3.3 billion/50 billion. Xuanhuan could clearly see the changes in the idea of all people returning to their hearts and all beings returning to Dao, and with the return of the first batch of people, this speed would become bigger and bigger like a rolling ball. This is the thought of all beings, the source of belief. That kind of thought and willpower came together, and it evolved into an incredible scene in the Dacian imperial city. A belief in the image of Xuanhuan existed in the form of a huge god's mansion. The more grand and majestic. Xuanhuan cultivated the Human Sovereign Sutra and was in charge of the Human Sovereign Sword. He was the contemporary human sovereign. According to statistics, there are a total of 4 or 5 billion people in the 4 countries, and the great potential accounts for half of them. The national strength of the other 3 countries is comparable to one great potential. After the thoughts of these sentient beings came together, Xuanhuan could clearly feel that the speed of his cultivation was getting faster and faster. As long as the people of the 4 countries quickly returned to their hearts and forgot the previous dynasty, they could use these strengths to break through the first level again. And he also felt the power of a powerful national fortune. With a swipe of the scroll, that is the power of infinite national destiny, enough to carry the entire empire's people to fight. The Xuanhuan Legion is also expanding. There are many elite powerhouses in the 4 kingdoms. Although Xuanhuan only absorbs powerhouses above Yuanshan, he has also expanded his Xuanhuan Legion to 200,000. Moreover, after these people joined the Xuanhuan Legion, under the influence of the war army chessboard, it was almost impossible to betray them, and they would all be affected by the title of Xuanhuan's supreme humanity, and they would definitely believe in him faithfully. The 6th Battalion of the Forbidden Army in Qianlong City is also expanding its army. The commander of the Forbidden Army was also very smart. They selected soldiers to disperse all the people from the 4 countries, and incorporated them into various establishments. They quickly filled up the strength of each battalion, and Xuanhuan also revealed it. With the growth of national strength, the strength of each battalion will continue to increase. Although a lot of troops have been absorbed here, there is still a lot left for the huge elites of Shikoku. Xuanhuan quickly established a new establishment. Those who were willing to stay would continue to be in the army, and those who were unwilling to stay could return to their hometowns, and he quickly distributed a series of new benefits, which were more generous than the previous 4 countries. In addition, Xuanhuan is still starting the construction of the National Games Grand Array. The Human Emperor Sutra is the supreme cultivation method of the human race, which contains the use of the national fortune, and is based on the human race, which is the strongest cultivation method of humanity. In fact, the layout of the National Games Grand Array is not difficult, but it is rare how to maximize the power of the human race's beliefs. The construction of the National Games Grand Array was within the former imperial capitals of the 4 kingdoms, and with this great array, Xuanhuan could convey the belief of the supreme humanity and the great martial emperor at all times. A month later, 4 countries returned to heart. After Xuanhuan roughly dealt with the matter of Deqian, he left part of the guarding army, and the others followed him back to the court. #C98 Queen Mother. Dao Imperial Capital. A festive look. The news of the army's return to the dynasty had long since passed, and the entire dynasty went down to the people of Li and the people, and all the ministries of the imperial court were thoroughly boiling. Everyone knows that Xuanhuan's imperial expedition this time is huge, and tens of millions of troops are fighting for the big dive. This time, he comes back with the news of victory. In the 31st year of Dao, the territory of Dao has been expanded several times. There are traces of festivity everywhere in the Imperial City, which are the traces of the Chinese New Year that have not been removed. Zhongqing, who was left to guard the Imperial City, was even more busy. The people knew that the army was going to return to the court, and they all spontaneously went out of the city to welcome him. He wanted to prevent chaos. I didn't expect that my Dao personal expedition would actually accomplish the pioneering feat that the previous emperor had never done in his lifetime. In the first battle, Daqian was destroyed, and the allied forces of the four nations were all captured. We didn't see the power of His Majesty's divine might. It is rumored that the founder of the Great Dive didn't die, and even broke through to the realm of peeping the gods. Do you know that he is a real master of the realm of gods, but so what? Not being beheaded by His Majesty. Yeah, it's a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes. I am a great warrior who is invincible and invincible. Countless people in the Imperial City were discussing, and their faces were filled with joy. You must know that Dao attacked the four kingdoms and was promoted from a 1-star dynasty to a 2-star dynasty. It seems that it is only a star upgrade, but it is completely different. When the national strength is strong and the territory expands, more and more resources will be available to the domestic people, which is the improvement of the overall national strength. On the New Year's Day, in order to celebrate the battle to destroy the Great Diver, the imperial court also distributed medicinal pills and legal crystals to the entire country. These are tangible benefits that can be seen by the eyes. Long live my emperor! When the army class returned to the court, the colorful flags fluttered outside the imperial city, and the flags were flying. There were many soldiers and people kneeling to greet them. On the plain in the distance, Xuanhuan stood on the ancient emperor's chariot, as if the ancient emperor was out on a tour, and beside him was the purple, scale thunder dragon, and the thunder light radiated out to set off His Majesty. The army was majestic and strong, all with their heads held high, and entered the city with the news of victory. I didn't expect that His Majesty Dao would really be able to destroy the four countries in one battle. Daqian is so powerful, he is not his opponent. Such a strong power is even more terrifying than I thought. It seems that I made the right bet with him in my previous transaction. It's really my lucky star. It not only saves my life, but also makes my authority in the infinite chamber of commerce higher and higher. Ji Fuling was also looking at Xuanhuan from a distance, with a happy face. No, this is the joy of Dawu, and it is also my joy. I must go to see him and congratulate him in person. Do you want a country or a beauty? Of course, all of them are required, and the real strong will not give up one. In Miao Yinfang, Mu Rou stood on the pavilion and saw the army passing by, the man standing on the ancient emperor's chariot. At this moment, there was a picture scroll in front of her. She picked up the brush to draw, and said in her mouth, "This power is like the ancient emperor on a tour, and Dao will actually produce such an emperor." Where does this background come from? But my 7 emotions mysterious art has already been touched. There were cheers from all over the imperial city. But Xuanhuan didn't have the heart to listen to this, and his spirit fell into a mysterious state. The power of national fortune. The power of the peoples. All come together at the moment. He could feel that the power of national fortune was the strongest in Dao Imperial City, and the national fortunes of the other 4 countries were also growing steadily. Govern the country and bring peace to the world. What do the people want? What you want is to live and work in peace and contentment, and the weather is good. What do warriors want? What you need is resources, and there are channels to become stronger. As long as Xuanhuan accomplished these 2 points, he would not be afraid that Dao's national power would not be prosperous. Now with the expansion of the Dao site, the previous division of the county is no longer applicable. Therefore, when Xuanhuan returned to the city, he divided the world under his control into 6 states. Wuzhou, Qianzhou, Zhizhou, Luzhou, Xingzhou, and Southwest Prefecture. The 6 states are further subdivided into counties. Your Majesty returns to the palace. Just when he was thinking like this, Eunuch Wei, who was staying at the palace, heard the familiar voice again, and brought a large group of guards and palace maids to greet him outside the palace. I'm back, this time your Majesty has worked hard. Arriving at the palace, Chu Yuan's eyes suddenly froze. Beside Chu Xiaonyang, at the moment there is a woman who looks about 30 or 40 years old. She is graceful and luxurious, her face is gentle and soft, and she has a dignified temperament. This is the Empress Dowager Dao. After the founding of the country, who suffered with the previous emperor. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager returned to the palace from the Imperial Mausoleum on New Year's Eve. I learned that your Majesty will be returning to the DPRK today, so she is here with Princess Chenxi waiting for your Majesty. Eunuch Wei hurried over. My son has seen my mother. Chu Yuan got down from the ancient emperor's chariot. Brother Emperor, you are back. Chu Xiaonyang said happily. Chenxi, don't be rude, you must be called a saint when you see your Majesty, the Queen Mother said. It doesn't matter, Chenxi and I are brothers and sisters, and we don't need to stick to those red tapes. Chu Yuan said, I originally wanted to go to the emperor's mausoleum to pay homage to the late emperor, and then go to see the mother, but I didn't expect the mother to greet her in person. Ashamed. Your Majesty's state affairs are heavy, and the conquest and destruction of the 4 kingdoms is something that the previous emperor has not done. Just after returning to the dynasty, the Ijia family and the previous emperor lived in the Imperial Mausoleum, but they also had a clear priority. Heavy. The Empress Dowager's voice was very gentle and soft. She and the late emperor had been together before the founding of the country and had a deep relationship. She sighed, if the late emperor learned that His Majesty had accomplished the feat of conquering the 4 kingdoms, he would also feel relieved in the spirit of heaven, but unfortunately the late emperor could no longer see it. The death of the late emperor, the destruction of the army of 300,000 gods and martial arts, has always been a mystery, and it is the hatred of my great martial arts. I don't believe in any divine punishment. The so-called divine punishment is nothing but the power of the stronger. I will investigate the truth of the death of the late emperor, to avenge the late emperor. Chu Yuan said. If the death of the late emperor is not found out, it will be an eternal thorn to Dawu. The death of the late emperor is full of strangeness, and the Ijia also wants to know the truth, but the Ijia doesn't want to see the incident of the late emperor happen again. The Queen Mother shook her head. I know how to do it. Chu Yuan said. Since that's the case, I won't say much about the AI family today. I have seen your Majesty now. Tomorrow, the AI family will return to the Imperial Mausoleum and serve the late emperor. The only thing is to let the late emperor know that Ijia has always been by his side, life and death go hand in hand. The Queen Mother's tone was very slow. The Queen Mother will return to the Imperial Mausoleum so soon? Chu Yuan knew that the Empress Dowager had been in the Imperial Mausoleum after the death of the previous emperor. If it wasn't for New Year's Eve, if he hadn't returned to the court today, he would not have returned to the palace. There must be no one around the first emperor. The Queen Mother shook her head. Since this is the case, I don't want to keep it too much. Chenxi, please accompany my mother well. My son here has a health elixir, and my mother can take it with me. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and a storage ring appeared with various medicinal pills in it, and said, this is the guardian of the giant spirit, who will go to the Imperial Mausoleum with the mother and queen to protect the first emperor and the mother. The gigantic guards can resist all bombardment under the Peeping God realm, but it is useless to Chu Yuan. Your Majesty is overwhelmed. The Queen Mother did not refuse. Your Majesty, Ji Fuling, the President of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, is asking to see you. Eunuch Wei's voice rang in Chu Yuan's ear. They are here, want to see me? Chu Yuan's face changed, let the Saintess Mu Ro, President Ji go to the Imperial study to wait, and I will come later. #C99 Picture of Emperor Wu's class teacher. Since your majesty has state affairs, there is no need to accompany Ijia here. State affairs are important and cannot be delayed. The Queen Mother said that when the late emperor was there, her character was like this: she didn't ask for anything, she just accompanies the late emperor silently. Place the Imperial study room. Xuanhuan said, Eunuch Wei, the Imperial dining room is passed down, and the Queen Mother will return to the Imperial mausoleum tomorrow. I will accompany the Queen Mother to a family banquet tonight. In the Imperial study, Ji Fuling and Mu Rou were sitting on the chairs, and a maid brought tea. The Saintess of Miao Yunfeng? Ji Fuling squinted her eyes slightly, shooting out wisps of light. The Saintess of Miao Yunfeng will also come to Dao Imperial City. What is there that attracts you? Your unlimited Chamber of Commerce can set up a branch in Dao. Why can't I come here at Miao Yunfeng? Today I came to see your majesty to thank his majesty for giving me a gift on my birthday, and congratulate Dao on his promotion to the 2-star dynasty. Mu Rou said lightly, and this is a secret, I can't leak it. My infinite Chamber of Commerce has business all over the eternal world, but your Miao Yunfeng is different. Every time Miao Yunfeng goes, it is a blessing or a curse, unpredictable, beautiful people in the country. And my infinite Chamber of Commerce brings wealth and resources. I don't know if what will it bring? There was a hint of gunpowder in Ji Fuling's voice. It depends on your majesty's choice, and I can't say for sure. Mu Rou's voice was slightly silent. Your majesty is here. Eunuch Wei followed Xuanhuan to the Imperial study. I have seen the saint. Ji Fuling and Mu Rou saluted. They all knew that Xuanhuan had the fighting power to kill the peeping god, and his ruthless personality was by no means as gentle as it appeared on the surface. You two don't need to be too polite. Xuanhuan smiled. On that day, I saw that the sage had an extraordinary bearing. I didn't expect that it would be His Majesty, the Great Wu. I felt honored to be able to participate in the little girl's birthday. Mu Rou said first, the day your majesty gave me the Vientiane star pearl, I like it very much. Today, His Majesty conquered the 4 kingdoms, and the dynasty was promoted to 2 stars. This is the joy of Dao, and I have nothing to give here, so I painted a picture of Emperor Wu's class teacher. Picture, I hope your majesty will not dislike it. She opened the framed scroll. After the sudden expansion, Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed. It was the scene where he stood on the ancient emperor's chariot on the picture of that day. Emperor temperament, majestic and domineering. What made Xuanhuan's eyes move even more was that although it was just a still picture, he felt as if it was moving. What a picture of Emperor Wu's class, I like it very much. Even Xuanhuan couldn't help but marvel at Mu Rou's painting skills, and said, Eunuch Wei, take it. As expected of the Saintess of Miao Yunfeng, she has excellent skills in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Ji Fuling said, I wonder if the Saintess can paint a picture for me. My infinite Chamber of Commerce has strong financial resources, and can afford to pay. Mu Rou said lightly, painting is about the unity of man and nature. Today, His Majesty's temperament shocked me, so I drew this picture of Emperor Wu's class teacher. When I feel something, I will draw a picture for President Ji. I remember your words. Ji Fuling said. The map of Emperor Wu's class has been delivered, and it's time for me to leave. Mu Rou got up and left. When she walked to the door, she suddenly turned around and said, if your majesty wants to listen to the piano any day, you can go to the Miao Yunfeng to find me at any time, and my concubine will be there waiting for your majesty. Okay. Xuanhuan said, Eunuch Wei, send the saint back to Miao Yunfeng, and go to the treasury to get 10 rare treasures that I got from Deqian, this time to give to the saint. Ji Hui is full of Changchun's face, and his cultivation has also improved. In a short period of time, he has reached the 2nd level of peeping. It seems that he has obtained a lot of benefits from the infinite chamber of commerce. Only then did Xuanhuan say to Ji Fuling, "All this thanks to your majesty. His majesty's healing potion allowed me to break through to the gods, and the alchemy that I made allowed me to gain the support of a large number of elders." Ji Fuling said, "The most important thing is that your majesty's dynasty has been promoted to a 2-star dynasty. My 1-star president of the Dao branch has also become a 2-star president, and has more authority in the Chamber of Commerce. The 2-star president is just right." Xuanhuan said, "I need more meteorite fine gold and more medicinal materials. I hope you can provide me as soon as possible." "There is no problem with the medicinal materials." Ji Fuling nodded. Not only does she want to do business, but she also wants to use Xuanhuan to refine more magical pills that can increase her strength. After all, when it comes to peeping the gods, in addition to comprehension, she needs endless pills to help. "If I can raise the dynasty to Samsung, you will be the president of the Samsung Chamber of Commerce. You should understand that I am powerful, that is, President Ji, you are stronger." Xuanhuan said. "I see." In addition to congratulations, she came to Xuanhuan this time to negotiate a bigger deal. Thinking of this, she is also a little helpless. At this time, she is not like a president, but more like a logistics officer who specializes in providing supplies to Dao. "I can also make a promise to President Ji. One day, President Ji doesn't want to stay in the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. When I come to my Dao, I will let you take charge of the logistics and manage the world's materials." Xuanhuan made a promise. "Then thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." Ji Fuling did not agree or refuse, but after negotiating with Xuanhuan for a while, she left in a hurry. This time, Xuanhuan wanted more things. Fortunately, she was promoted to the 2nd-star president, otherwise she would not be able to meet the needs. Treating Ji Fuling and reaching a deal with the Infinite Chamber of Commerce was a wise decision made by Xuanhuan. After all, he also needs more meteorite gold to build a 2nd-level magic cannon. Dao 31 years, in March. Time flies, and 3 months have passed since the first battle to destroy the country. Current progress, 7.1 billion/50 billion. Seeing the unblocking information on the Emperor's sword, Xuanhuan showed a smile. The population of the 4 kingdoms had already belonged to Dao and became the citizens of Dao. Live and work in peace. This is the most basic need of the people of Liming. And these, Xuanhuan can give them. And Xuanhuan also gave those warriors a channel to obtain resources, that is, if they joined his army or became a courtier, they could get the magic crystal pill. On the human emperor sword, the territory of Jiangshan Shejitu expanded several times. He could see with his own eyes the strength of the wishes of all beings on the map of Jiangshan, the state and the county. If there is weakness anywhere, he can immediately ask people to investigate the cause. In the past 3 months, great changes have taken place in Dao. With the distribution of various medicinal herbs and fudging, the national power has shown a rapid rise. Not only the supernatural power level, but also the half-step peeping spirit has also surged rapidly under the support of resources in the past few months. In the past, the commanders of the 8 battalions were promoted to half-step peeping. And Lu Qianfu didn't disappoint Xuanhuan, and gave him a healing potion, but he didn't use it, so he broke through to the realm of peeping god. In addition to Lu Qianfu, Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, and Qing Yunzi also broke through to the realm of peeping gods. In addition to the reason for the medicinal pill, Xuanhuan also discovered the biggest reason for their ability to break through the peeping spirit. National luck. Good luck. The fortune of the country is not only that he can enjoy the benefits alone, as long as the people of Dao can enjoy it. As Dawu was promoted to the 2-star dynasty, he set up the national luck great array, and Lu Qianfu and others were affected by the national luck, so they could break through to the realm of peeping gods so smoothly. It can be said that the stronger the national destiny and the deeper the national strength, everyone can enjoy the benefits, especially Lu Qianfu, who has made great contributions. The greater the contribution, the greater the national fortune. Even ordinary people, as long as they do things that are beneficial to Dao, will enjoy the pity of the national fortune. Suddenly, a phoenix sound resounded throughout the dynasty. In the distance, in the camp of Vermilion Bird Camp, there was a phantom of an ancient phoenix in the sky. Xuanhuan was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, after Lu Qianfu, Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, Qing Yunzi, and others broke through to the Peeping God, the next person to become the Peeping God would be Zhu Fengfeng, a cold woman. #C100 Flaming Flag. Xuanhuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that it would be Zhu Fengfeng who broke through to the Peeping God. Originally, her strength was not outstanding among the commanders of the 8 battalions of the Forbidden Army. Could it be because of Feng Qimu? Xuanhuan guessed. He looked up at the sky, where Zhu Fengfeng broke through. There was a phantom of the ancient Feng clan. This made him think that Zhu Fengfeng was brought back from the Myriad Beast Mountains by the previous emperor, and it is rumored that he has the blood of the ancient Feng clan. It seems that this sentence is true. His commander-in-chief looked very unusual. However, Zhu Fengfeng's ability to break through so quickly was partly due to the strength of the national fortune. The strongest national fortune, the stronger the air fortune, the more people will live and work in peace and contentment, and the more masters will be. This is a kind of siphon effect. The stronger the place, the more powerful people will gather. In weak places, it is natural to not attract powerful warriors. Although there is an old saying that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, the resources possessed by powerful dynasties are not comparable to those of the small dynasties, just like there will be no peeping gods to take refuge in 1-star dynasties. Even if it is to be 1,000 commander in the 4 or 5-star dynasty. This is very good, the national fortune is stronger, the strength of Zhen will be stronger, and the great martial arts will be stronger. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Zhongyong sent urgent military information. At this time, Eunuch Wei hurriedly sent over a memorial. Emergency military situation? I left the 200,000 Divine Martial Army to the Marquis of Zhongyong. What happened to the emergency military situation that even he couldn't solve? Xuanhuan frowned and opened the memorial. My emperor is on the top. The largest mine in Qianzhou is suddenly surrounded by the 2-star sect and the 2 powerhouses in Wanxian Songnan. Although the minister led the army of Shenwu to support, the other party has sent elders to surround the mine. Although I can't help the ministers, but the ministers can't help them, we can only confront them now, and ask your Majesty to cut them off. After Xuanhuan read the memorial, he probably understood the situation. There is a Orvane with huge reserves in the original Dacian territory. The legal crystal mined every year is equivalent to the sum of all the Orvanes in Dao. After the country was destroyed later, it was taken over by Dao, and Xuanhuan asked the Shenwu army to be stationed there. However, although the Orvane is owned by Deqian, not all the crystals mined are actually theirs. Among them, 40% had to be filial to Wanxian sect and Songnan sect, and 40% had to be handed over to the Black Underworld Empire, and he had only 20%. Although it was hard work to get 20% of the legal crystals, even 100 to 20 million legal crystals were accounted for every year. Wangshuanzong and Kangnanzong didn't care about Dacian changing dynasties, but after Dao took over the mine, he naturally lost his previous filial piety, so he sent strong men to suppress it. Although the 2 sects sent out a number of elders and thousands of experts in divine power. However, there are more than 100,000 gods in the army of 200,000 gods and martial arts, and they have the combined strength of the war chessboard. Even the 2 2-star sects did not dare to attack easily, but confronted each other. Songnan and Wanxian are quite brave. Xuanhuan slowly put together the memorial. Choose 1, rush to help the mines, do not give an inch of land, not give an inch of crystal, get 300 fate points, flame essence beads x1. Option 2, promise 2 conditions, accumulate strength, make a comeback, get 300 fate points, random lottery chance x1. Choose 3, Dao Tianwei can't be trampled on by others, he personally stepped into the Wanqian Songnan 2 sects, obtained 300 fate points, and the blazing fire flag x1. Completing the first main story, the reward of the fate point has been increased to 300. Xuanhuan was a little surprised, and then said coldly, "It seems that these 2 cases require me to visit in person." Wanxian and Songnan sect, the owner of this vein is not the previous great diver, but Jin Dao. Xuanhuan was able to spread the wings of Xianling, as if teleporting out of the palace. Ding! The host made a choice, 3. Get 300 fate points and fire banner x1. The current fatality point surplus, 1850 points. For the breakthrough of Lu Qianfu and others, Xuanhuan exchanged several bottles of primary healing potions. Fire burning flag, a unique artifact. One of the 5 ancient emperors, created by the Great Fire Emperor, has the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. Artifact skills, burn the sky and boil the sea, activate it with tyrannical mana, burst out the fire energy that melts everything, and activate the power with the big flame technique to increase the power. Remarks: if you can collect the Qi Gingjin Destroying God banner, the Greenwood Longevity banner, the Black Water Torrent banner, the Fire Burning Sky banner, and the Thick Earth Gathering Spirit banner to form a 5-element battle flag array, you can exert the power beyond the unparalleled artifact, the King. Weapon power. In Xuanhuan's hand, a flaming flag fluttering in the wind suddenly appeared, like a flaming flame, with the word Raging Fire on the flag. Wanxian is in the east, bordering Qianzhou, and Wangshuanzong is here. The distance from Wudu Imperial City to Wangshuanzong is nearly 100,000 kilometers. In this fantasy world, even if the existence of the peeping gods is sleepless, they have to travel for several days in a row. But Xuanhuan mobilized the wings of the mysterious spirit with the 8th level of supernatural power, and almost every breath flashed by dozens of miles. It only took a few hours before Wangshuanzong appeared in front of his eyes. There are 9-star power divisions in the dynasty, and so do the sects. In the eternal world, there are many dynasties, sects coexist, and the chaos is extreme. There is a huge world in front of you. Thousands of mountains stand up, diluted with Fa crystal, and there is a pure white mist, like a fairy. There are many cities around the Wanqian mountain gate, and there are a lot of them. Population. The sect pays attention to the way of the individual. The dynasty pays attention to the way of all beings. The sects built the city for the sake of resources, and they needed a sufficient population to provide them with genius. Most of the people were oppressed at dawn. They only served the sect, but would not give them any benefits. The dynasties are different, they need to serve the common people of the world, otherwise, it will not be able to condense strong luck at all, but there will be rebellions everywhere, so it is more for the sake of the world. It can be said that the responsibility of being the head of a country is far heavier than that of the head of a sect. Just as Xuanhuan's Great Wu has more than 7 billion people, all these people need him to be responsible. The one who can become the lord of the sect is bound to be the strong one. But those who can sit on the throne and make an empire prosper are all those with great responsibility, great wisdom, great responsibility, and great perseverance. This Wangshuanzong, as a 2-star sect, is bound to have a peeping god to sit in. In the mountain gate in front of you, there are about 100,000 disciples, who exist in each area, either retreating to practice, or competing with each other, which is completely different from the atmosphere in the dynasty. The strength of these disciples is also very powerful. There are only a few 100,000 people, but there are as many as several thousand people who have magical powers. The fewer people there are, the more resources they can enjoy, which is equivalent to providing all the resources of a dynasty to these hundreds of thousands of people. Fighting alone, perhaps the disciples of Xuanhuan are stronger. However, the dynasty never pays attention to fighting alone, but fighting with large armies, rolling in with an absolutely superior force. Hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of troops are linked together, and the sects of the same star level can never stop this kind of combat power. Stop, who is coming? Don't trespass my Xuanhuan mountain gate. Just as Xuanhuan descended from the sky and stepped on the Xuanhuan mountain gate, several gatekeeper disciples shouted sharply and stopped him from advancing. I, the Lord of Great Martial Arts. Xuanhuan was condescending, and a wave of domineering imperial power swept out. What? You are the great martial sage, Xuanhuan. #C101 Have fun. The Lord of Great Martial Arts, Xuanhuan. In the past few months, Xuanhuan's prestige has been known to everyone in the surrounding dynasty sects. Someone described him as the most terrifying god of killing the Emperor Dacian, and nailing the old Emperor of Dacian to the city wall. With an order, it was a battle of tens of millions of people, and I don't know how many people died. In particular, he also holds a terrifying army in his hands. Once he destroyed the four kingdoms, he promoted the dynasty to a 2-star dynasty within a year of ascending the throne. Enemy attack. The Lord of Great Martial Arts is here. When these disciples recognized Xuanhuan, their first reaction was to roar. They all know that this person's strength is enough to kill the master of the 3rd level of Peeping God, and it is definitely not the little disciples who guard the door who can resist. As gatekeeper disciples, they have a part of the right to open the guardian formation, and a thick light curtain starts instantly. I'm here, don't you want to see you behind closed doors? Xuanhuan was carrying his hands on his back, and the imperial robe was hunting in the void, domineering and majestic. Although it was only one person, his aura spread out like 1,000 troops, and the disciples of Xuanhuan were all terrified when they saw him. This is a ruthless master, a peerless emperor. No one spoke, but someone had already responded to him with practical actions, and suddenly an incomparably huge hand of profound energy was grabbed from the void, and even the space made a clicking sound. The elders of the sect have shot. That's right, this Emperor Wu actually dares to come to my Xuanhuan alone to be arrogant, he's just courting death. The land of the sect, how strict the defense is. This great Wu Emperor destroyed the 4 kingdoms in high spirits, but he forgot that they were just a few 1-star dynasties, and my Xuanhuan is considered a leader in 2-star sects. The disciples of Xuanhuan saw that the elders of the sect made a move, they came back with courage, and spoke unscrupulously. But then, a scene that made everyone unbelievable appeared. Facing the grabbing big hand, Xuanhuan's face was cold and he waved his hand directly. Your strength is so strong. A surprised voice came from within Xuanhuan. At this moment, in the depths of the sect, about 7 or 8 figures appeared at the same time, and 2 people were surrounded by them. These 7 or 8 people are the elders of Xuanhuan, and they exist in the realm of peeping spirits. The first elder and the deputy sect master are here. A disciple exclaimed excitedly. That's right, the 2 people in the front are the great elder and deputy sect master of Wanqian sect, and their cultivation has reached the 7th level of Peeping God, and they are indeed the best among the 2-star sects. In fact, although Daqian was qualified to be promoted to the 2-star dynasty, he was not promoted. It is precisely because Lin Yuan is the only one who is in the realm of Peeping Gods. Even if he is promoted, he is the weakest kind. On the contrary, if he is not careful, he will be stared at to destroy the country. Go for promotion. You are the great martial sage? I've heard of your name. After you ascended the throne, you swept the 4 kingdoms, and the dynasty was promoted to 2 stars. You are indeed a hero and a teenager, But you don't stay in your own palace, and you want to come to my Wangxuanzong unscrupulously? Vice-sect Master Wang Luan snorted coldly at this time. Although the person in front of him was Emperor Dao who had killed Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan was only at the 3rd level of peeping at the gods, and he was far from the 7th level of peeping at the gods. I didn't want to come, but you Wangxuanzong made me have to come. Chu Yuan still stood in the sky. I know you're doing it for the great dive mineral vein. The deputy sect master Wang Luan sneered. 20% of the income every year is a rule that my sect and Deqian reached hundreds of years ago. I don't care about the changes of dynasties between your dynasties. I also need to pay 20% of the income to Wangxuanzong, even you can't break the rules. Although I know that Dao is also a 2-star dynasty. But the 2-star dynasty also has some moisture. After all, the time is too short and the foundation is insufficient. And 20% of the income has tens of millions of legal crystals every year, which they can't give up no matter what. Rules are meant to be broken. Chu Yuan said, and today, I am not trying to discuss with you. Anyone who angers me will be removed from the sect. You also want to destroy my Wangxuanzong? Do you really think of my Wangxuanzong as a weak dynasty like Deqian? Ha 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 ha, it's ridiculous. Hearing Chu Yuan's arrogant remarks, Wang Luan's eyes burst out with a strong anger. Emperor Dao, you are too arrogant, so arrogant, you will die miserably. Hand of destruction. Boom. Suddenly, the always gloomy Great Elder burst out with tyrannical strength, and a big hand that shattered the void came down from the sky, with a strong tyrannical strength, and suddenly attacked Chu Yuan. You are mad as you are. But coming to my Wangxuanzong madness is your biggest mistake, just stay today. At this moment, Wang Luan's spirit was refreshed when he saw the first elder's action, and he cooperated. He didn't believe that the 2 masters of the 7th level of peeping into the gods couldn't keep Chu Yuan, and it was his biggest mistake that the Emperor Wu was alone today without an army. Chu Yuan was isolated, and faced with the 2 masters of the 7th level of peeping god, he was always calm. He didn't move, and let the mana of the 2 bombard him. With a single blast, a strong aura of hegemony swept out and scattered the mana of the 2. What? Even his protective mana can't be shaken away. The 2 were shocked. Who do you want to keep? Chu Yuan's aura was wild, and he was a contemporary emperor. He grabbed his palms in the air, and an incomparably overbearing battle force swept out and slammed into the 2 of them. The 2 of them surged with the mana of the 7th level of the peeping god, but in just one click, they shattered, and the arrogant force slammed into the body, causing the 2 to scream, and their bodies slammed into the stone pillar in front of the mountain gate. This is the strength of the great Wu Emperor. Impossible, even the Great Elder and the Deputy Sect Master are not his enemies. The people in Wangxuanzong were shocked. Let's do it together, don't let him be arrogant in my Wangxuanzong. At this moment, more masters flew out from Wangxuanzong. 7 or 8 masters of peeping gods attacked at the same time, and they were blessed by the great formation of the sect. Their strength was also increased and turned into a huge wave. However, they are just getting started. Chu Yuan waved his big hand, like a tsunami swept out. He even swept out all the 7 or 8 master peeping gods. Each one screamed. The bones were broken at this moment, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Since you want to stay with me, I will stay and have fun with you. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and the blazing fire flag danced out, and the red flames shrouded the entire mountain gate of Wangxuanzong. Master Martial Lord, please stop. At this moment, a peerless powerhouse whose aura reached the 9th level of peeping gods hurriedly stepped out of the mountain gate. He was a dignified middle-aged man, looked at Chu Yuan, and said solemnly, I am Zhao Kong, the sect master of Wanqian sect. If there is anything we need to sit down and discuss. Negotiate? I don't see the need for negotiation. #C102 freak out. Everything is negotiable. Zhao Kong, the master of Wanxian, was indifferent to his anger, and said calmly, "My sect did sign an agreement with Deqian before, but the sun and the moon have changed the sky, and the new dynasty has changed the old dynasty. It is Dao, the agreement will be voided naturally, I can call the shots, and your country will not need to share dividends with my sect in the future." "Sect master," Wang Luan said unwillingly. Zhao Kong shook his head. Chu Yuan's strength is even more terrifying than he imagined before, and he is not even his opponent at the 7th level of the Peeping God. In the face of such an enemy, he would rather give up his gains. After all, no one wants to offend such a terrifying dynasty. And in order to express my apology, I will pay tens of millions of legal crystals in compensation. Zhao Kong gave another big gift. Originally, I didn't want to increase the number of opponents, but the Wanxian Songnan sect sent strong men to surround the mines, which is a great disrespect to our great martial arts. If it weren't for the strength of our army of 200,000 gods and martial arts, I'm afraid that there would already be corpses everywhere. Chu Yuan's killing intent is strong, but he won't give up so easily. Well, I'll give you 2 paths, a path of life and a path of death. The path of life is to surrender to me, Wanxian will submit to Dao, and the path of death is that there will be no chickens and dogs in the Wanxian sect. What? You want me to surrender to Wang Xuanzong? If you don't surrender, you will die. This is impossible, your Dao is just a new 2-star dynasty, and the ranks are on an equal footing. Why should I submit to Wang Xuanzong? You are too whimsical. If you want to fight, we will fight with you. It is still unknown who will die. When the elders of Wang Xuanzong heard that Chu Yuan wanted to make them submit, their faces showed anger. After joining the Imperial court, they will be the people of the Imperial court in the future. How can it be so comfortable to be an elder, and the rules and systems are controlled by them? Master Martial Lord, do you really have to submit to us? Zhao Kong's face was ugly, and it was extremely gloomy. He originally thought that Chu Yuan would extort a large amount of resources from them, and in order to keep things peaceful, he would not be too entangled, but what he never thought was that the condition proposed by Chu Yuan was to make him surrender to Wang Xuanzong. There is only one way to live, but there are thousands of ways to die. Chu Yuan wants to dominate the airspace, and the war is inevitable. It is also very good to absorb this Wang Xuanzong. Compared with the dynasty, the sect is much easier to absorb. Of course, you can also resist. Chu Yuan said lightly. Seeing that the sage is determined to make my sect surrender, but surrender is not impossible, then we have to see if the sage's appetite is so great that he can swallow my sect. This Zhao Kong's 10th level power of peeping into the gods burst out, just like a real god, with profound light, and with a random wave, it seems to be able to illuminate the way of the gods. The strength of the sect master is promoted, and in a few years, he will break through to the 10th level of peeping gods. Although this great martial artist is powerful, it is impossible to defeat the sect master in my sect. The elders of Wang Xuanzong were full of confidence. Don't waste time, my time is very precious, Zhao Kong will let me see your strength. Chu Yuan planted the fire-burning flag in the void, the flames filled the sky, and with a flick of his palm, a fire dragon swept out, directly killing Zhao Kong with the great flame technique, the flame's supernatural power. What a domineering flame power! Zhao Kong's face changed slightly, but he still calmly said, Xianming Palm, Shuguang Wandao. He is the 9th level peeping god, and he is about to light up the road to the realm of the gods slightly. The power from this palm strike is 10 times stronger than Wang Luan, and there are 10,000 laws in it, such as sharp blades, constantly strangling out. Boom! With a loud noise, the fire almost swallowed Zhao Kong. Although he displayed the Xianming palm, the big flame technique immediately melted it, causing him to be knocked into the air, and his body was continuously burned and eroded by the power of the flames. Your strength is so terrifying. Zhao Kong was shocked. He could clearly feel the flame just now. He couldn't resist his mana at all. If it weren't for his profound cultivation, if he were the other elders of the sect, he would have been burned to death long ago. Why is he so powerful? Zhao Kong couldn't understand this point anyway. You must know that he also sent someone to inquire about the Great Wu battle. Although Qu Yuan was also powerful at that time, he was far less terrifying than it is now. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Qu Yuan had the system, the Great Devouring Technique, and the three major forces of national fortune. Zhao Kong, I'll give you a chance to think about it. While Qu Yuan spoke, he did not stop at all. His power was earth-shattering, and his temperament was so overwhelming that Wan Xuanzong couldn't breathe. 8 mysterious arts. Zhao Kong's hands kept condensing imprints, and 8 imprints flew out. This is the powerful martial skill of Wang Xuanzong. The 8 profound arts contain 8 kinds of changes, and the attack and defense are integrated, which can deal with all kinds of unexpected changes. The 8 imprints were entangled with each other and circulated endlessly, and they suddenly attacked Qu Yuan. Burning the sky and cooking the sea. An ocean-like flame seemed to be swept from the emptiness of the alien space. In an instant, it was like a rain of fire, meteors fell one after another, and the entire gate of Wangxuanzong began to burn, and it was about to melt. How terrifying this flame was, it burned towards Zhao Kong in an instant. What 8 profound arts, all will melt. I saw that there was thick black smoke rising from Zhao Kong's body, and his mana could not resist. Even if he was wearing a low-grade defensive artifact, it would melt into molten iron at this moment, and the whole person was about to turn to ashes. Boom! Zhao Kong, who was swallowed by the flames, fell into the sect. Sect Master! The elder Wang Xuanzong roared in alarm, "Quick, quick, open the Guardian formation to the limit, don't let him come in." The defensive formation is pushed to the extreme, covering the entire mountain gate, and its defense is several times stronger than that of Qianlong City. After all, it is a 2-star sect. Is such a defense useful? Qu Yuan's expression did not change. With a wave of his palm, a behemoth appeared outside the gate of Wangxuanzong Mountain. Under the refraction of the sun, it exuded a cold murderous intent. This behemoth is actually a second-level magic cannon. It doesn't look like it has changed, but the body is 10 times bigger, like a war fortress. In the past few months, Qu Yuan has only built a few hundred doors. If this Wangxuanzong is not obedient, he would really like to test how terrifying the power of the cannon is. That is? Deputy Sect Master Wang Luan's eyes widened. This is the kind of cannon that broke through the Great Qianxiong Pass. Do you want to bombard my Wangxuanzong? This is not an ordinary cannon. The Supreme Elder Wangxuanzong suddenly recognized it. I have studied the classics. This is a magical cannon. The power is extremely huge, and the defense of my sect is unbearable. He can actually be able to build a magic cannon. They were all terrified. Even if they can survive the bombardment of the cannon, the sect can't bear the power of such a cannon. But they didn't dare to go out to fight and destroy the giant artillery. Even the sect master was not his opponent. When they went out, it was not a gift. My purpose is to make you submit to the Wanqian sect, but if you can't submit, I won't force it, so I can only use artillery bombardment to level it. There are hundreds of such cannons in my hands. This blazing fire, burning the sky, and boiling the sea, destroying everything, can completely make your mountain gate disappear from the airspace. Qu Yuan used the magic cannon to intimidate the Wangxuanzong, and once again used the big flame technique to burn the sky and boil the sea, and let the blazing fire flag dance in the sky, and the sea of fire suddenly gathered in the sky of Wangxuanzong. You only have 3 breaths. #C103, the 5th Legion, leaving the Fire Army. No need to count, surrender, we are willing to surrender, and please don't do it. Zhao Kong, who was covered in coke, hurriedly let out a roar, draining all his strength. Qin Zhao Kong is willing to take Wang Xuanzong to join the great martial arts and submit to His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. He quickly took a few pills to restore his vitality. Zhao Kong quickly knelt down and surrendered to Chu Yuan. His heart was extremely bitter and he had no choice. Thinking that his dignified master of the 9th level of God is not an opponent of Chu Yuan, and even if there is a great formation to protect the sect, if this magic cannon and the flag that can burn the sky and boil the sea are blown down, the entire sect will be leveled. What else can he do to resist? It is better to surrender. With Zhao Kong's surrender, the other sect elders also looked at each other in dismay, and then all bent down and knelt down. Zhao Kong, you made the right choice. I don't mind raising the myriad Xuanzong. After all, if there is power that cannot be used for one's own use, destruction is stronger than existence. Chu Yuan waved his hand to withdraw the divine machine cannon and the fire-burning flag. Your Majesty, my myriad Xuanzong has a total of 15 people who are strong in the spirit realm, 5,000 people who have supernatural powers. Of course most of them are in the 1st and 2nd levels of supernatural powers, and 50,000 people in the primordial spirit realm. 100,000 people, and we control 36 cities, with a total population of almost 1 billion, from there to provide our sect with disciples and resources. Zhao Kong honestly told all the details of Wang Xuanzong. There are 15 masters of peeping gods and 5,000 supernatural powers. However, as a 2-star sect, there are much less Yuanshan and forging souls, and the population is not as large as that of a 1-star dynasty. Chu Yuan is still very satisfied with the number of peeping gods and supernatural powers that Wang Xuanzong possesses. However, it is a bit rare, below the Yuanshan. You must know that there are not only 50,000 gods in the Xuanwu Legion alone. Your Majesty, the sect is different from the dynasty after all. We want to build more high-level powerhouses. To maintain the city is just to recruit talents with the help of the vulgar population. Different. Zhao Kong said proudly, if the Legion fights, my Wang Xuanzong is naturally not as good as the 2-star dynasty of the level, but if it is a high-level powerhouse, it is absolutely difficult for the powerhouse to be a match for the sect. The difference between the sect and the dynasty is vividly displayed here. This is the way of the individual and the way of all beings. Okay, I probably know about your details. In the future, Wang Xuanzong will merge with Dao, and your sect's laws will not continue to be implemented. I will send people to implement my Dao laws, and your arrangements. Chu Yuan was silent for a while, and said, although Dao is only a 2-star dynasty, but it will develop rapidly in the future, and we will expand the army. Heaven and earth are Xuanhuan, and I plan to reorganize the 5 elements and 5 legions from now on, starting with your Wang Xuanzong and incorporating them into Lihua Corps. You are the commander of Wanxian Army, now it is changed to Wanxian Prefecture, recruiting troops from Wanxian Prefecture. The 5 Elements Corps will be Chu Yuan's domination of the airspace, and even the eternal world. In the past, Chu Yuan was not prepared to be dispersed by the Imperial Army, and it would also allow them to develop, which could be used to hold on to the homeland. The 5 Elements Corps is specially used to expand the territory. As for the Xuanwu Legion, it was the pro-military of Chu Yuanshan. Everything obeys His Majesty's instructions. Zhao Kong felt a little better when he heard that Chu Yuan wanted him to lead the Wanxian army, but he couldn't be higher than the previous 10,000 people, so he couldn't help but look a little bitter. Your Majesty, my Wang Xuanzong still has people in the deep dive. Mine, do you want to send someone to make them come back immediately? This is not in a hurry, I only come to your Wang Xuanzong family, and Kangnanzong has not visited. Chu Yuan shook his head and said, Zhao Kong, follow me to Kangnanzong. Go to Tsongnan sect? Well, I would like to go to Tsongnan sect with your Majesty. Knowing that Chu Yuan was going to Tsongnan sect and would suffer the same thing as his Wanxian sect, he laughed a little gloating. He said, Wang Luan. In the future, there will be no Xuanhuan in Dao. I have two identities, one is a subject of Dao, and the other is a member of Wang Xuanjin. You quickly and the elders of the sect will organize the Xuanhuan, and send someone to let the 36 subordinates. The people of the city know that they are now the people of Dao. I see. Wang Luan knew that since he had already taken refuge and was unable to return to heaven, he must recognize the reality and do what he should do well. Swish. The void bucket turns around. Wangshuanzong is not too far away from Cananzong, only about tens of thousands of miles. Otherwise, they would not have shared a or vein. Not long after that, the two figures appeared from the vast sky and descended into a virgin jungle. If Wangshuanzong's mountain gates are full of peaks, then Cananzong is full of towering giant trees. Your Majesty, you see, the main gate of Xuanhuan sect is in the middle of this jungle. Most of them practice wood-type exercises. In fact, in terms of strength, Xuanhuan is much stronger than my Wanqian, just because they are both 2 stars, the loss is too much to fight, and it has been peaceful for so many years. Zhao Kong pointed to a place in the middle of the jungle, where thousands of palaces were lined up, and told the truth. It was fine before, but as soon as I came, there was something wrong. Chu Yuan said. Sect Master Xuanhuan sect, your Majesty is here, don't show up quickly to meet His Majesty. Zhao Kong shouted loudly. Your Majesty? Which Majesty? My Xuanhuan sect has not been visited by outsiders for a long time. Sure enough, with the sound of Zhao Kong's roar, a large number of figures flickered in the jungle, and an old man in green clothes appeared in front of him. This old man has an aura of Tsongmu, strong and tenacious. With him as the center, the vitality of the emerald green, the entire jungle is providing him with strength, the magic power is mysterious and calm, although it is not the 10th supernatural power, but it is not much worse. So young, this must be the great martial sage. The old man was the sect master of Xuanhuan sect, and said lightly, Zhao Kong, if you don't stay in your own sect, you will come to my Xuanhuan sect. Rare visitor. Sect Master Xuanhuan, it's not that I am here with His Majesty. Not long ago, I have decided that the entire Wanqian sect will submit to Dao, and I am no longer the sect master of Wangshuanzong, but the commander of the Wanqian army of the Lihua Corps. Zhao Kong sneered. What? You're actually going to take refuge in a 2-star dynasty that's not long been promoted? Xuanhuan sect master was shocked, but then returned to normal, calmly said, this is not like your style, if this sect is not wrong, the great martial saint came here today, and it seems that he also wants to make this sect surrender and join you, Dao, as expected. Ambition, swallowing the 4 kingdoms, and wanting to swallow my clan. You are very smart. Chu Yuan said. The greed is not enough to swallow the elephant, be careful not to kill yourself. When some elders behind sect master Xuanhuan learned about Chu Yuan's purpose, they were first surprised, and then shouted in disdain. All right. Xuanhuan sect master raised his hand, and then said, since the great martial sage is visiting, no matter what purpose he has, this sect must not lose his etiquette and make others laugh. If the sage doesn't mind, it is better to sit in my sect and be treated as a guest of honor. If there is anything we can discuss, there is no need to fight to death. Option 1, enter Xuanhuan sect and get 300 fate points. Option 2, if you don't enter Xuanhuan sect, you will get 300 fate points. Hashtag C104 Refinement Grade Array. My guest? How can I enter this sect? Chu Yuan shook his head, now that I know my purpose, I will not go around with you and waste time. Myriad Xuanzong has surrendered, and it will be your Xuanhuan sect's turn next. He was not interested, so he entered Xuanhuan sect and chatted with them slowly over tea. Chu Yuan's work has always been thunderous. Ding. The host makes a choice and gets 300 fate points. The Xuanhuan sect master's face was gloomy for a while, but he did not expect that Xuanhuan would not follow the routine, so he would not give him face. But after all, he is the master of a sect, with an extraordinary temperament, and sneered, "It seems that the sage must let the sect submit, and if he does not submit, what should the sage do? Without him, surrender or destroy the sect." Xuanhuan said indifferently. "Ha ha ha ha." A thin old man suddenly walked out and said with a big laugh, "Unexpectedly, the great martial sage is so naive and wants to submit to this sect. This sect has been established for thousands of years and has experienced countless ups and downs, and I have never encountered such a thing, hee. I think can we bow our heads by letting Wang Xuanzang surrender?" Xuanhuan Sect Supreme Elder, Lin Mu. Zhao Kong drank it coldly. This Lin Mu is also an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. Innocent. Xuanhuan looked at everyone and said expressionlessly, "I have to say, you are cautious, but do you think that you will be helpless if you don't enter the mountain gate of this sect? This is a joke. Since you set foot here, you have become meat on the chopping board of this sect. Now I will let you see the truth." The Xuanhuan sect master suddenly let out a confident laugh. Suddenly, a scorching heat hit even the soul. I saw that all the trees in this virgin jungle were strangely burning with a green flame, which seemed to form some kind of formation, and quickly gathered countless flames. "Ha ha ha ha, this is the great spirit refining formation of this sect. Do you really think that these trees look good here? They are all divine trees that have been planted for thousands of years. If you set foot here at the 10th level, you will be refined to death. You are too confident. Already." Lin Mu laughed confidently. "God refining formation." Zhao Kong's face changed wildly. "Sir, now we can have a good talk." Xuanhuan sect master said, "Before you ascended the throne, Dao was only a one-star dynasty. In our investigation, although your former emperor of Dao had the combat power of a peeping god, within half a year of your ascension, you even wiped out the 4 kingdoms, was promoted to the 2-star dynasty, and even Wang Xuanzang is willing to rely on you, which makes me very confused. Obviously you have some amazing opportunity, put down the treasure, you can go. I gave you the opportunity, can you take it away?" Xuanhuan's face was calm, "Just relying on the great spirit refinement formation. I also want to coerce me. Don't cry without seeing the coffin, the sect master will give him a good look, the great spirit refining formation, refining the primordial spirit." Lin Mu shouted loudly. All the sacred woods burned, and the green flames became more and more vigorous. They were eager to think of the treasures in Xuanhuan's hands, and they did not hesitate to consume all the sacred woods. Immediately seeing the strong power of soul refining, even Zhao Kong, a master of the 9th level of peeping the gods, could not bear it. From the inside out, a green breath erupted from his pores, and the whole person seemed to be turned green. Generally. Would spirit god extinguishing fist. Lin Mu let out a charming smile when he saw that the great alchemy formation was trapping Xuanhuan. Suddenly a punch came and fell from the sky, and a proud voice came out of his mouth, "No matter how beautiful you are, but if you fall into the great refinement formation, there is still only one way to die. I will kill you here today, and all the opportunities will belong to me, Xuanhuan. If you die, I won't die either. The small refinement formation is also worthy of being called the big formation. I can break it in an instant." Xuanhuan didn't move. When Lin Mu came to kill him, he slammed his palm out, and the tides of the heaven and the earth swelled. Humph! The great spirit refinement formation, urging the ultimate. The Xuanhuan sect master burned all the divine refinement trees to the extreme. If the power was not mainly against Xuanhuan, Zhao Kong would be unable to bear it, and the end would be to refine his soul to death. Elders, quickly mobilize your mana to refine and kill Emperor Dao. The heritage of Xuanhuan sect is worthy of being much stronger than that of Wanqian sect. At this moment, there were as many as 20 elders who saw the gods, and a large number of supernatural powers joined together, urging the power of the god refining formation to the extreme. The horror of the background at this moment is so. He has no chance to turn over. The biggest mistake of this person is that he is too confident. He dares to kill him in this sect. If he wants to completely destroy his bones, his great martial arts will disappear and become history forever. Lin Mu said madly. The Xuanhuan sect master was also in high spirits. The time for his Xuanhuan sect to rise has come. The fire burns the flag of the sky, burns the sky, and cooks the sea. Xuanhuan's face was cold, and he was not afraid of danger. The raging flames of burning the sky danced wildly. The flames of burning the sky and boiling the sea started at one point, and then quickly spread to the entire Xuanhuan sect. Under the impetus of Xuanhuan's great flame technique, the fire-burning sky banner can burst out with more power than the ordinary superb artifact. This kind of flame? The scorching star-like flames touched the green flames in an instant, and the Xuanhuan sect master's expression changed drastically. Boom! I saw that the green flame was first swallowed by the burning heaven and boiled sea, and then swelled. All the divine refining would turn into coke in just a short breath. The door was enveloped in a sea of flames. The blazing fire flag is terrifying and domineering. It was originally a scene of a primitive jungle, but after the flames washed the ground, it turned out to be bare, dark and charred. Ah! The divine refinement wood was completely destroyed. How is this possible? What kind of treasure is that? It is absolutely impossible for ordinary artifacts to compete with the Great Spirit Refinement formation. Could it be that that magic weapon is above the top grade, and its power reaches the highest grade? How could he have such a treasure? Da really got a chance against the sky, and even has this kind of treasure. If you get it, you must get it. Seeing that the refining god grade array was destroyed in a short period of time, everyone's expressions changed. But seeing the blazing fire and burning the sky flag again, the flashes in their eyes are all greed. If the sect has this kind of background, their strength will undoubtedly increase tremendously. Even if it consumes the sect's heritage and pays a heavy price today, I will keep him here, elders, to urge the power again. The Xuanhuan sect master gritted his teeth, but he was not confused. The Great Spirit Refinement formation was only part of the Xuanhuan sect's methods, and they had other backgrounds. Burning the sky and cooking the sea did not disappoint me. The entire Xuanhuan sect turned into a sea of fire, and Xuanhuan was satisfied with this. He knew in his heart that the power of this divine weapon would increase with his realm, unlike the power of a weapon such as the divine cannon, which had already been fixed. I see that you are courting death. Xuanhuan stood in front of the blazing flag, the flames filled the sky, the majesty and domineering were unimaginable, and there were thousands of flames in his hands, his eyes were cold, and he did not hesitate. The fire is raging to the sky, burning the sky and cooking the sea. The boundless flames of extinction descended again, and Xuanhuan was as dazzling as a star. #C105 Wanxian Prefecture, Xuanhuan Prefecture. Combining hardness and softness, use water to put out fire. Xuanhuan sect majored in water and wood supernatural powers. Facing the overwhelming flames, sect master Xuanhuan's whole body was activated by mana and transformed into layers of azure water vapor. But his water vaporized immediately when it met Xuanhuan's flame, not at the same level at all. Elders and disciples, urging the water system's supernatural powers, this sect does not believe that I can't compete with him alone with the power of my sect. Xuanhuan sect master shouted loudly. Immediately, all the powerhouses in the Xuanhuan sect who had reached the supernatural power realm activated their mana, and their vitality was sprayed out. Any resistance is useless. Xuanhuan waved the flag of burning the sky. Boom! Burn the sky and cook the sea. No grass grows. In an instant, the big river was boiled clean, and the elder disciples were suddenly attacked by the flames, one by one spewing blood, infecting their bodies with flames. Burn me! Xuanhuan covered the entire Xuanhuan sect with flames, and those majestic and gorgeous buildings were turning into fly ash. Zhao Kong was also frightened when he saw it. If he had resisted to the end, the fate of Xuanhuan would be the best example. Master of the great martial arts, you are so vicious, you are going to burn the foundation of my Xuanhuan sect, I will fight with you. That Lin Mu saw the fire all over the sky, his eyes were blood red, his whole body was boiling, his anger was extreme, and he roared, Shui Mu Tong Ji, Hei Di Tide Fist. He burst out with a punch, and ripples appeared everywhere. With him at the center, it seemed that even the void had turned into a liquid-like color, as if the ancient Black Emperor threw his fist. Looking for death. The way of the Emperor's hegemony, be kind to the inside, conquer the outside, and expand the territory. Xuanhuan sect, you have lost the best chance. Xuanhuan came to kill with one palm, and the god of war's grip turned into a molten golden color under the light of the fire. Boom! With one palm down, the grip of the god of war collapsed all of Lin Mu's mana, shrouding him in the Xuanhuan domain, and then he saw that a big molten gold hand wiped him out, hitting his body into a bloody, almost bloody mess. Broken. You devil! Lin Mu's face was full of fear, and he wanted to soar into the sky and escape. Die, you have to pay the price for your arrogance and ignorance. Xuanhuan looked at Lin Mu, who was soaring into the sky, and the huge vortex of the great devouring technique suddenly enveloped him, and a powerful swallowing swept over him. Lin Mu let out an incomparable scream, and the strength of his whole body was being swallowed up. In just a few breaths, it was completely swallowed up. Not even a human skin was left, and it really disappeared completely. He killed the Supreme Elder. As soon as the Elder Taisheng dies, it will be our turn next. Fight, and fight him to the death. Seeing Lin Mu, whose strength was second only to sect master Xuanhuan, directly swallowed him, everyone in the Xuanhuan sect was trembling with fear. He seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing. Emperor Dao, how can you be willing to give up? Xuanhuan sect master gritted his teeth and roared loudly. Originally, I wanted you to submit to the Xuanhuan sect. You are the Xuanhuan army of the Qingmu army, but now there is no discussion. I have changed my mind. The Xuanhuan sect master, become my servant. Xuanhuan took one step towards the Xuanhuan sect master, and a big hand grabbed him directly. If you want me to be a slave, I won't. The Xuanhuan sect master roared again and again, but at this moment, Xuanhuan's supreme divine might made him feel powerless. He quickly moved his hands, and a large amount of wood texture came to protect him. Boom! With a loud bang, Xuanhuan rose into the sky. This palm directly shattered sect master Xuanhuan's body-protecting magical power, and the whole person retreated again and again, revealing an unbelievable look. Xuanhuan made a move, and a cold soul control talisman was attached to his palm, and he hit the Xuanhuan sect master directly. No, I absolutely cannot be controlled by him. The Xuanhuan sect master was so frightened that he was about to run away. But to no avail. Xuanhuan smashed Xuanhuan sect master to the ground with one palm, and the soul control talisman was planted into his primordial spirit in an extremely domineering way. No matter how hard he struggled, black patterns appeared on his body, and then disappeared into his body. At this moment, Xuanhuan had the feeling that the Xuanhuan sect master could die immediately with a single thought. The soul-controlling talisman can control all the powerhouses under the realm of illumination. Kneel, to see your majesty. Sect master Xuanhuan was out of his control and knelt down to Xuanhuan. Very good, the soul control talisman did not disappoint me. Xuanhuan felt that manipulating the Xuanhuan sect master was almost like a puppet, and nodded with satisfaction. I announce that the Xuanhuan sect will be completely disbanded from today, and all the disciples of the sect will return to the great martial arts. They must not resist, and those who resist will be killed. The Xuanhuan sect master was controlled by the soul charge talisman and had become a slave of Xuanhuan. Those sect elders and disciples were terrified. Seeing the sect master like this, and hearing this order, it seemed as if they had been granted amnesty, and they didn't want to resist for a long time. Fortunately, I was wise enough to choose to surrender, otherwise sect master Xuanhuan would be the best example. Zhao Kong has lingering fears. Although he submits to Dao, he is still the commander of Wanqian army, and he also has a status in Dao, but the other party has become a slave, which is simply too terrifying. The 5 major legions of gold, wood, water, fire, and soil, each need to have a large number of soldiers and strong men. Zhao Kong, I do not intend to set up an army of Xuanhuan sect. For the recruitment of Wanqian army, you can recruit soldiers in 2 places to expand. The other 2 places were changed to Wanqian Xuanhuan and 2 prefectures. The former cities were changed to various prefectures, and people from the 2 states could enter the Xuanwu army after examination. Xuanhuan ordered the company to continue, and has already regarded the 2 sites as his source of troops. These people are powerful individuals. As long as they are trained and know how to cooperate in team battles, they are the best soldiers. No matter how unruly you were in the past, when you entered his dynasty, you must obey the rules of Dao. The minister leads the order. Zhao Kong was just overjoyed when he heard that he was able to select Xuanhuan sect strongmen to expand into his Wanqian army, but then he was in a cold sweat. The people of Xuanhuan sect would definitely not believe him. The only one who surrendered was His Majesty, the Great Wu. Expanding Xuanhuan sect would break up the establishment of his Wanqian sect, but he wanted to understand at this time and couldn't refute it. After all, seeing sect master Xuanhuan like this, who would dare? But on the other hand, the strength in his hands has indeed increased. As long as he is honest and serves Dao in the future, he is a hero, and Xuanhuan will not treat him badly. Thinking of this, he sighed, His Majesty is really extraordinary, and all kinds of calculations are not something he can resist. He couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune. Your Xuanhuan sect master is a slave controlled by the primordial spirit, but he is the commander of the army. There are still 2 powerhouses facing each other in the land of the great potential mine. To prevent an accidental fight, Zhao Kong, come with me. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the ancient emperor's chariot flew into the air, and left at the same time with Zhao Kong and Xuanhuan sect master. #C106 Underground City. Qianzhou Mine. This is the largest ore vein in the original Daquan. Within the huge mountain range, there are mining caves that have been excavated, and there are strong ore fluctuations. It can be seen that there are pieces of law crystal debris embedded on the walls in those caves. At this moment, in a valley, a large number of people gathered here. The 200,000 Xuanwu army in black armor, led by the 2 peeping gods Lu Qianfu and Qin Yunzi, were all murderous, waiting solemnly. Of the powerful. He is the powerhouse of Wangshuanzong and Kangnanzong. This time, a total of 5 peeping gods from the Wanqian Xuanhuan sect led the team, and there were thousands of people with light and gods, as well as a large number of primordial spirits forging souls. But in the face of the army of Xuanwu, their faces were dreadful, and they did not dare to rush at will. Because it had already rushed once before, but the Xuanwu army shot out the god-destroying arrows in unison, and in an instant, hundreds of people were shot into sieves and hedgehogs, and the magical powers could not resist. Although in terms of the number of the top powerhouses, they are far more than the Xuanwu army. But they are not fools, they naturally see the elite of these 200,000 troops. Once the battle starts, they can't eat and walk around, so they confront each other, waiting for the follow-up orders from the sect, and sending more peeping gods. Support. Dao Dynasty, we have no intention of fighting you, but this year's fudging must be handed over. The prolonged confrontation also bored the 2 strong men. An old man walked in front, a member of the Xuanhuan sect, his cultivation reached the 3rd level of Peeping God, releasing overwhelming pressure, said coldly. The Fajing mine belongs to my Dao dynasty, and it has nothing to do with you. As for the agreement you signed with Deqian, it was a matter of the previous dynasty. I advise you to retire early, otherwise there will be only one battle. Facing the 3rd layer of Peeping Gods, Lu Qianfu held his head high and showed no fear at all. Humph! What nonsense are you talking to them? If you don't give them some pain, you don't know how powerful we are. Not long after this Dao was promoted to the 2-star dynasty, he became more and more arrogant and unscrupulous. He was truly invincible in the world. In fact, this strength is placed here. The airspace is nothing. Wang Xuanzong said with disdain. You are right, we can't waste time with them here. This time you and I are going to join forces once, and issue a battle order to the sect. We will surround this army. I don't believe that Dao will not yield. The Xuanhuan sect is a strong person in the 2-star sect, and he can't stand the arrogance of Dao. Boom! Immediately, tens of thousands of people from the 2 major sects immediately surrounded the Xuanwu army. The mana of the 5 Peeping Gods surged at the same time. Although they had very powerful crossbows in their hands, as long as they rushed in, the power of Peeping Gods could cause heavy losses to the opponent. Xuanwu, fight! The 2 sides are at each other's throats, and they will strike at almost any time. But right here, there were several powerful momentums in the sky in the distance. My Xuanhuan sect master is here. The Xuanhuan sect master saw the strongest Xuanhuan sect master at a glance, and laughed. Not only, my Wanxian sect master is also here. The sect master is a peerless powerhouse of the 9th level of Peeping God. I didn't expect even them to be alarmed. It seems that he can't bear the arrogance and domineering of the recent Dao. He has to personally take action and obliterate them, just to teach them a profound lesson. The 2 strong men laughed. Xuanwu, fight to the death! Lu Qianfu shouted coldly. After a few breaths, the 2 sect masters arrived and saw the swords drawn between the 2 sides, and the whole face changed color. I have seen the sect master. The 2 strong men said, we have followed the instructions of the sect to surround the big military army, and we can do it at any time to carry out a devastating blow. Bastard, who made you do it? Sect Master Xuanhuan was anxious and angry when he saw this scene, and slapped the strong man in the face with a round slap. Pumped him out. Now he has become a slave to others, and this group of people still wants to destroy the pro-army of the great martial saint, which is to kill him. Not only the 2 powerhouses were stunned, but even Lu Qianfu was stunned, wondering what was going on. The saint is here too. The ancient emperor's chariot came from the sky, and Xuanhuan went out to patrol the great diving mine, and the emperor's aura became extremely intense in an instant. Don't you hurry to meet your majesty! Zhao Kong shouted, I haven't told you yet. From now on, you are all the people of Dao. There is no Wanxian sect. There are only Wanxian army from the Lihua army. I still don't understand. Wanxian Jun. Wan Xuanzong was shocked when he heard this. But when they saw Zhao Kong like this, they knew that what they said was true. During the time they left the sect, something unimaginable must have happened. Meet your majesty. The 2 powerhouses in Wanxian Xuanhuan looked at each other. Your majesty, what happened? Lu Qianfu guessed that something must have happened. Let the officers and men not be nervous. Xuanhuan said, the 2 Wanxian Xuanhuan sects have already surrendered to Dao, and the 2 Wanxian Xuanhuan states have been added to the empire's territory, and they are organized into the Lihua Army Wanxian Army, the Marquis of Zhongyong. You can go to the 2 states. Recruit warriors from the ground and replenish the Xuanwu army. Even the 2 2-star sects have surrendered to your majesty. Although Lu Qianfu was shocked, his face was more excited. I understand. Huh? This is the largest or vein in Qianzhou realm. Every year, hundreds of millions of crystals can be mined, and tens of billions have been mined in the past 100 years. Xuanhuan shrouded the entire ore vein at a glance. The great devouring technique started, and the rich spiritual energy was inhaled into his body like a rolling tide. At this moment, at least tens of thousands of magic crystals were devoured. It's so rich. Xuanhuan's expression shook. According to my estimation, even if the mining continues for 100 years, it will not be completely exhausted. There is such a rich place, even in the airspace, it is rare. If it weren't for the Dacian dynasty having the background of the Harem dynasty, they would not be able to control it, and we would have taken it away long ago. Zhao Kong said honestly. Indeed, let me personally feel how big this vein is. Xuanhuan used the power of devouring again. This time, instead of just swallowing the spiritual energy, he spread his spiritual sense to all parts of the mine, but as he penetrated, he found that the mine was unique, and it was only a part of it that appeared in front of everyone. Much bigger than what he saw with the naked eye. Huh? There is a bigger place below, it seems to have collapsed in. Xuanhuan Shenyan pierced and shot in. As he devoured, the mountain lost its energy and turned into powder, and a channel deep into the ground appeared along the mineral vein, but suddenly, his spiritual sense rebounded and slammed into an extremely hard place. With him at the center, Xuanhuan smashed the ore vein with the grip of the god of war. Boom! An extremely rich spiritual energy transformed into a sky-high beam of light fighting against the Xinghe River, showing an extraordinary vision that turned into a mirage-like scene. Xuanhuan and Lu Qianfu stepped in the sky and looked at this huge hole, and they saw it faintly. There is actually a huge underground world hidden here, isolated from the world by the formation, only vaguely see that there are many ancient buildings. It seems to be an underground ancient city, but there is no vitality. #C107 Gu Shanghua. This vision of heaven and earth was projected into the extremely high sky, almost turning into a mirage-like scene. Moreover, due to the spread of spiritual energy, it was twisted into the law of heaven and earth, turned into an incomparably huge beam of light, rising into the sky, and this fluctuation can be felt even in extremely distant places, which cannot be concealed at all. There is an underground ancient city hidden. There is? Zhao Kong looked at the underground ancient city carefully, and said in shock, the flag of Shangxi? Your Majesty, I know, this underground city was the ancient Shang kingdom 10,000 years ago. At that time, there was no hanging dynasty, and this ancient Shang kingdom was also a 5-star dynasty. With the existence of the God realm, the ruler of the hanging sky realm at that time was also called Shangyu at that time. But the ancient Shang kingdom perished 10,000 years ago. There are rumors that they left behind countless treasures, but no one has been able to find them for tens of thousands of years. Unexpectedly, the ancient Shang kingdom ruins are actually in the mine veins, until today, discovered by His Majesty. Gu Shanghua. Xuanhuan looked. This dungeon has flags fluttering with twisted characters on it. The entire hanging domain is only a 5-star dynasty in the hanging dynasty, and it can dominate a domain. Now there is such a huge ancient city, placed in front of Xuanhuan, one can imagine how many treasures will be buried in it. It's clear to me, too. Lu Qianfu said, it's no wonder that there are so many reserves of magic crystals here. Obviously, this is the formation of the ancient Shang kingdom when it built the underground city, but 10,000 years have passed. With the mining of the veins, the spiritual energy has gradually dried up, and there are loopholes. Just now His Majesty only touched the formation, making this ancient city reappear in the world. If it's true, as the rumors say, before the ancient Shang kingdom destroyed the country, a large amount of materials were stored here. Once the Great Wu is obtained, the national strength will be greatly improved. After all, the founding of Dao was only 31 years old, and he couldn't compare with those dynasties that spanned hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Xuanhuan was not reckless. He touched the barrier of the formation with the power of his primordial spirit, frowned, and said, "It cannot be penetrated. Although the formation has been weakened to the extreme for thousands of years, if I forcibly break the formation, it will inevitably cause a chain reaction, and even destroy the entire ancient city. In other words, we can only wait." Lu Qianfu said. Zhao Kong looked at it. After all, he was the sect master of the two-star sect, and pondered, "What your majesty said makes sense. Now we can only wait for the aura to leak out. It will be 5 days later, but I am worried that such a vision will be seen by some wise people, and I am afraid that it will cause others to snatch it. You know, that mirage-like scene can't be stopped at all. And this is the resource of a whole 5-star ancient country, who would not be moved. Whoever robs will die." Chu Yuan said coldly, "Marquis Zhongyong, let someone encircle the valley. Zhao Kong, you guys are guarding here with me. There are resources needed for my great martial arts in the ancient city. Whoever dares to cross the Thunder Pond for half a step, don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless." Yes. The army of 200,000 gods and martial arts is waiting solemnly. Time passed, about 4 days passed. Chu Yuan felt that silhouettes were constantly gathering from the surrounding area, but the momentum emanating from the 200,000-strong army of gods and the two sects was to let them know that there was already a master here, and it was not so easy to advance. It's day 5. The vision in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the formation that shrouded the ancient city completely disintegrated, which let everyone know that they could enter the ancient city. The vision disappears, the time to enter has come. Although the vision is blurry, it can still be seen vaguely. It looks like a city, perhaps left by an ancient dynasty. This great martial artist sent a large army to surround him. This is because he wants to monopolize all the benefits. Humph. Although Dao is a 2-star dynasty, he has just been promoted. He thought he would take himself seriously if he killed a few 1-star dynasty. Otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of troops will all be buried here. The ruins of the ancient city were born, and the masters, hidden in the dark, couldn't bear it. They were all attracted by this vision, and keenly sensed that there would be countless treasures in it. Suddenly, it was time for hundreds of people to see each other, and they appeared from the shadows. They all wore different clothes. There were dynasty forces and sect forces, and everyone who came here was a master of supernatural powers. There are even dozens of peeping god powerhouses. The land of Dao was only bordered by the countries of Dakian before. And there are many people bordering the Great Dive. These are the powerhouses of the surrounding 2-star dynasties or sections. All of them seem to be cats that smell fishy, and they will quickly show up as soon as they have treasures. Who is the master of great martial arts? Quickly show up. A majestic and domineering voice came out, and what appeared in front of everyone was a middle-aged man with a majestic face. He had a domineering air, and he looked over with a pair of eyes, which contained strong pressure. The top 2-star dynasty, the Yan dynasty, the 10th level of peeping gods, Yuan Shan. Zhao Kong's expression changed. There seems to be only a gap between the 9th level of the gods and the 10th level of the gods, but they are several times stronger than him, and there is even a half-step Zhaoshan in the top 2-star dynasty. Half-step illuminating god is 1 step forward, that is, illuminating spirit realm, which can open up Samsung power. You are also qualified to call me directly? Chu Yuan stepped into the void. Although Yuan Shan came from the top 2-star dynasty, Chu Yuan had a supreme power. You are the master of the great martial arts? Yuan Shan looked at Chu Yuan. This king is the king of the Yan dynasty. Retreat to the side, you can't swallow this opportunity. Don't be afraid of death, just come. Chu Yuan said. Haha, do you want to take it all alone? Do you think you have such a big appetite? The people who come here today are all extremely powerful among the 2 stars. Your great martial arts are nothing at all, just a scallion. If you don't roll aside, you hundreds of thousands of people, including your emperor, will die here. Another person walked out. This person's cultivation base was also at the 10th level. He spoke with a strong arrogance and a sense of arrogance and did not take Xuanhuan in his eyes. The top 2-star sect, cloud-piercing sect, Meng-Cun, the sect master has a half-step illuminating cultivation base. Zhao Kong's face changed drastically again. Also, in their eyes, Dao can only be regarded as a good 2-star dynasty, which is far from the top 2-star. The strength of his emperor may not be comparable to that of a more powerful elder in his own power. Of course, it will not be taken into account. In addition to the powerhouses of Yan dynasty and cloud-piercing sect, there are also 5 or 6 2-star forces. They know that they may not be able to get the best benefits, but as long as they enter the ancient city, they will always be able to share some soup and water, enough for them to eat. Choose 1, give up the ancient Xuanhuan ruins, get 300 fate points, Xuanhuan returns to Haizhu X1. Option 2, retreat and seek the next best, negotiate with all the forces to share the benefits equally, get 300 fate points, Xianling Shield X1. Choose 3, those who cross the Thunder Pond half-step die. Get 300 fate points, Lingyuan Meter X1. Hashtag C108 kill you. With this as the boundary, anyone who crosses the Thunder Pond half a step will die. Xuanhuan swiped his finger and cut the void, and a gap suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, exuding murderous intent. Those who cross the Thunder Pond and half a step die? Everyone's faces changed slightly, and they didn't expect the Lord of Great Wu to be so domineering. But Meng-Cun of the cloud-piercing sect said disdainfully, "It's just you. This seat gives you a piece of advice, don't hurry up, even the army of hundreds of thousands of you will be buried here, and the 2-star dynasty you have built with great difficulty will also be utter annihilation. This king has seen too many people who just became a 2-star dynasty and thought they were invincible in the world, and finally ended up with a dismal example." Yuan Shan disbelieved. "In this way, after this ancient city is opened, I will give you a chance. You can also follow in and get some soup, otherwise you want to fight against so many 2-star forces with the power of one country? Can you do it?" He believes that as long as a wise person knows how to choose. Zhao Kong was terrified when he heard it. This emperor was a fierce man. He dared to destroy the sect alone, and he did it. If he dared to threaten him like this, it was impossible for him to be soft. "Yes?" The faint 2 words have a calm tone. But it was this calm attitude that made everyone frown and felt a strong arrogance and domineering. "It's kind of interesting, this seat is half a step away from this thunder pool, what can you do with me?" Meng-Cun took a half step and crossed the thunder pond that Xuanhuan had cut out. A majesty derived from the 10th level of Peeping God suddenly swept away like a violent storm. Boom! But the moment he stepped out, the place he was standing on instantly turned into a pond of thunder, and countless buckets of thunder came down like a scourge, slashing at Meng-Cun. Meng-Cun's face changed suddenly, his mana resisted violently, and when the defense on his body was ruptured, he was beaten again, and he was embarrassed. "So powerful?" Meng-Cun asked in shock. "Leiqi crosses, I let you die." Xuanhuan's domineering and cold voice came out. "Where my line of sight passes, anyone who doesn't leave will die." Between Xuanhuan's gestures, there was an infinite domineering force, the mana was pulled down, and the dense flash of thunder came down from the sky again, and the place where this group of people stood all turned into a thunder pool. "You are responsible for what you said." Yuan Shan's face was gloomy. "If we want to take the treasure for ourselves, we will destroy Dao first." Meng-Cun, who had just suffered a big loss, said sharply, "Haha, I really thought that with hundreds of thousands of troops here, we could ignore everything. Your appetite is so great that it makes people incredible." He's urging everyone to do it together. But at this time, Xuanhuan didn't say much, and did it himself. He planted the blazing fire flag in the void, the flames filled the sky, and the flame field swept away towards everyone in front. Lightning and fire, boundless mana. What a terrifying artifact. Yuan Shan's face changed suddenly, his body seemed to turn into a rock. Okay, this artifact belongs to me. He slapped it with a palm, his palm was as heavy and hard as a mountain, and countless rules were twisted in front of him, forming a field of gravity. Come here if you're not afraid of death. Xuanhuan has already made up his mind to kill all these people here. The way of the emperor will never yield to the outside world. He said coldly, Marquis Zhongyong, lead the army to me and surround them. While speaking, Xuanhuan slapped Yuan Shan directly. Boom. The terrifying oppression is Xuanhuan's majesty as an emperor. In ancient times, when the emperor was angry, his corpse floated for thousands of miles. At this time, Yuan Shan was oppressed by Xuanhuan, and a layer of mana on his body was shaken and shattered. Above the momentum, Xuanhuan has completely overpowered him. Yuan Shan, this seat is here to help you too. Meng Cun shouted and killed him. Damn, he said he wanted to help me. But the purpose is for this artifact. Of course, Yuan Shan knew that Meng Cun had bad intentions, but in the instant confrontation, he already knew that Xuanhuan's strength was even more terrifying than what was rumored. Xuanhuan's eyes froze, and he saw the two masters of the 10th level peeping at him. With the movement of his hands, there was a golden light. The powerful and direct punch contained enormous power, and he directly collided with the two masters. With the aftermath of the three-man fight, countless mana rushed out, and the mine was shaking. Cloud-piercing thunder palm. The wild god fighting heaven fist. A fist and a palm attacked. This kind of attack, if it was Zhao Kong, it would definitely be seriously injured. However, Xuanhuan's complexion did not change. He grabbed his palm at will, and the infinite vitality gathered, fighting in 7 styles, containing the supreme fighting heart. At this time it should be called the Emperor's Heart, which is more overbearing. With the body fighting, bombard out. Boom boom boom. Shocking. Although the two were besieging Xuanhuan, in this strange scene, they were actually suppressed by Xuanhuan's power, and they couldn't take the initiative at all. Damn, how can his strength be so strong? This kind of strength, even in my Yan dynasty, only the Lord has it. Yuan Shan shouted angrily. Although he turned into a stone man, the severe pain from his chest made him vomit blood, but he couldn't vomit, otherwise, what he vomited was not blood, but the essence of mana. Meng Cun was also very uncomfortable, because under the incredible strength of Xuanhuan, he also suffered a serious blow. This person's methods are incredible, we can't give him a chance. Yuan Shan said to Meng Cun. Meng Cun nodded and said, go all out. Death to me. Xuanhuan stepped forward, and came to Yuan Shan in an instant. His hands were golden light, and he burst out with infinite power to hold the sky, and grabbed him fiercely. Humph. How can I be afraid of you when I cultivate mountain rock magic? Yuan Shan was not afraid at all, he was extremely confident in his defense. But an extremely terrifying scene appeared. Yuan Shan's body was as thick as a majestic mountain in the earth, but when Xuanhuan's hands came to fight, he broke out with an earth-shattering roar. His hands were actually torn off alive by Xuanhuan. My hand! Yuan Shan let out a hysterical roar. Not only do I want your hands, I want your life. The grip of the god of war, the hand of the sky. Xuanhuan used the real killer move. A terrifying big hand descended from the sky, forming the god of war comprehension. Seeing Yuan Shan's terrified eyes, the big hand slapped down directly. Although he burst out with endless roars, the whole person still cracked inch by inch, bursting into blood mist. The blood mist was swept away by Xuanhuan, and the power, belonging to the 10th level of Peeping God, was swallowed into his body. The 10th-level peeping of the gods, and the establishment of an independent sect or a country can become a powerful existence of the 2-star upper-level forces. At this moment, in front of Xuanhuan, he was as weak as an ant, with no bones left, and even his strength and hundreds of years of hard work had turned into someone else's wedding dress. He's not a human, but a demon. Meng Cun was extremely arrogant just now, but at this moment he was extremely frightened and shivered, crossing the clouds, flying through the void. Meng Cun fled. But did he escape? The Great Cut. Xuanhuan's eyes locked on Meng Cun, and with a swipe of his palm, it was not a ray of light, but a pitch-black edge like a blade, cutting towards the middle of Meng Cun's head, cutting his body into pieces. #C109 Xinhua Artifact Lingyuan Rice. Spare my life. When death came, Meng Cun saw a light as black as a knife falling, and made a terrified sound. But just after his voice came out, a bloodline suddenly appeared in the middle of his head along the body, and the mana was cut like tofu, and the whole person was turned into 2 halves. Xuanhuan grabbed it with a big hand, and the 2 halves of the body were smashed into a majestic energy. Ah! The masters of the 10th level of peeping have all died and were slaughtered by him. Seeing that Yuan Shaming's body was not left, all the people who came were frightened. Under the leadership of the 2 peeping gods, they still had the courage to attack, but at this moment, they were undoubtedly the ones who were slaughtered. The one with the highest cultivation base among them was the 7th level peeping god, who quickly jumped and fled. Where can you run to? Xuanhuan looked at these people who were running away in a panic, grabbed it with his hand, and immediately sucked the great devouring technique in front of him, slapped him on the head, and the whole person was like a balloon that emptied the air. The person who peeps at the 7th level of God will die if he grabs it lightly. No. Don't kill us, we are willing to compensate. Master of the great martial arts, you will be punished for such a brutal slaughter. Ah ah ah. All kinds of screaming sounds came out. These people looked at Xuanhuan, their hearts were extremely frightened, and they roared hysterically. I have already said that anyone who crosses the Thunder Pond will die. The power of destruction devouring suddenly spreads around. Rumbling. Xuanhuan is like killing a king. Wherever the power spreads, there is a large blank. All kinds of flesh and blood spirits have turned into a majestic mist. As he walked, he was swallowed into his body violently. There are as many as 500 or 600 people who came here, but these people were slaughtered like chickens and dogs, and they were all killed in a short time. At this moment, a layer of blood-colored blood mist was lingering on his body, and he was simply a god in hell, invincible. Divine ability 9th layer. Boom. A majestic force poured into Xuanhuan's body. In the case of beheading 2 peeping gods at the 10th level and 500 or 600 strong men, Xuanhuan swallowed so much mana to remind himself of his realm to the 9th level of supernatural powers. The energy required is simply jaw-dropping. Incredible. Ding, the host completed the 3rd choice, and obtained 300 fate points, Lingyuan meters x1. Lingyuan rice? Xuanhuan was very interested and saw that what appeared in the system space was not a grain of rice as he imagined, but a golden ear of rice. This rice ear is very long, about a zhong long, and there are hundreds of rice grains hanging on it. Each rice grain is round like a pearl. Lingyuan rice, rice cultivated with spiritual energy as a food, nourishes the body, prolongs life, and has a bright spirit. It needs to be planted in a place rich in spiritual energy. It is harvested once in April and 3 seasons a year. Remarks: the more aura the place is, the faster the spiritual rice grows, and the spiritual energy of the magic crystal can be accelerated. This Lingyuan rice has such an effect. When Xuanhuan saw the introduction of Lingyuan Mi, his face was very happy, although it is not as effective as a medicinal pill, me is one of the most important grains, food, which is more effective than giving me a superb artifact. Big, first breed, any promotion to the whole country, let the common people eat this kind of rice, all of them will be strong, and the speed of training martial arts will be greatly accelerated. This is the magic weapon to improve the strength of the country. He knows that in some really powerful dynasties, eating rice is not ordinary. Although he can refine a large number of medicinal pills are limited after all, and it is impossible for the army to use it as a meal every day, not to mention the billions of people in the country. If this Lingyuan rice is given to the people will definitely be more attentive to Dao. This is an artifact to win people's hearts. When the matter in the ancient city is over, it is necessary to consume fajing regardless of the cost to cultivate a large number so that the people can eat it. Chu Yuan looked at Lin Jiwanmi, which was even more pleasing to the eye than an artifact. He is the emperor, and billions of people in the country need him to worry about their food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Only a stable and prosperous empire can continuously condense the belief in the national destiny. Your Majesty, we can enter the ancient city of Xuanhuan. Zhao Kong didn't know that Chu Yuan got Lingyuan rice, and after seeing so many masters being beheaded, his head lowered even more. Go, follow me to see what is left for us in this ancient city of Xuanhuan. Swish swish. Chu Yuan, Lu Qianfu, and Zhao Kong entered the ancient city at once, while the others stayed outside to guard. The ancient country is very large. It is estimated that tens of millions of people can live here at the same time. The architectural style is very different from that of Dao. Although it has been closed for tens of thousands of years, it is dead, but it is nourished by the crystal veins, and it is not rotten. It was empty, there was no one in it, and there was not even a trace of people living in it. I don't know, what was the purpose of Xuanhuan sealing up such an ancient city? Is it to make a comeback? Go find the center here first. Although the ancient city is large, at the speed of Chu Yuan and others, they can shuttle back and forth several times in a few minutes. They came to a place like the city's main mansion. Under the search of Yuanshan, they quickly found a warehouse. Be careful, Your Majesty, there may be an agency. Lu Qianfu said. It's okay. Chu Yuan cut the warehouse with a big cutting technique. Immediately an icy aura came out, and Chu Yuan immediately saw that this warehouse was very large, with swords, spears, axes, and halberds. It was an arsenal, which had stored about 1 million weapons. Tens of thousands of years have passed, but there is no sign of decay. Chu Yuan saw through the inside of the weapon, and found the light of the stars. It turned out to be doped with meteorite fine gold, and the number of steel forging poles was much higher than that of Dao. No wonder there were no traces of decay. Okay, put these things into the quarters. Chu Yuan asked Lu Qianfu to take it away. The standard weapons built by Xuanhuan are much better than Dao's skills. After all, one was just promoted to a 2-star dynasty, and the other was a 5-star dynasty 10,000 years ago. This is incomparable. This is an arsenal for storing armor. Chu Yuan searched again and saw that there were many armors here, and said, although I don't know how the Shang kingdom perished in those days, but the Shang kingdom built such a huge ancient city, obviously wanting to have a comeback one day, but it's a pity that thousands of years have passed, and it has been covered in dust. The ancient city was opened by me. There's so much stuff here. After only half an hour of searching, Lu Qianfu collected several miles of supplies from the quarters warehouse. From the perspective of the scale of the ancient city, this is not for ordinary people to survive, but for soldiers, where troops are stationed, and materials must also be stored for tens of millions of people. This is just a drop in the bucket. Boom. Along with Chu Yuan's pronunciation, his divine scent shrouded the sky and covered the sky. A ray of mana almost spread over the entire ancient city. Under the search of his spiritual sense, it seemed that a hidden formation was opened, tearing open the barrier, so that the treasures here could no longer hide their traces. All were displayed in front of Xuanhuan. A huge dust-covered treasure trove suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. After Xuanhuan saw this treasure house, he knew that all the treasures in this city would now be in his pocket. It is a great joy for others to get a few treasures, but he got a treasure trove. #C100 Ring of God. The treasure house that has been sealed for thousands of years has been opened. The materials stored in the ancient Xuanhuan thousands of years ago were presented in front of Xuanhuan's three people in an astonishing manner. In front of it turned out to be an incomparably huge square, with a bright stream of light flowing. The floor on the square is actually paved with French crystals, and even the buildings above it that are similar to warehouses are made of French crystals. It turned out to be a small city of Fajing. It's a luxury to cast a city with French crystals. Lu Qianfu was shocked. If it is converted into legal crystals, it is equivalent to tens of billions of legal crystals. How many legal crystals can my Dao mine every year? The value of Fajing is only a part, and the treasures in the warehouse are the most precious. Zhao Kong was also shocked. Although he was the sect master of the two-star sect, he had never seen so many law crystals at once. It seemed that a beggar had entered a treasure house full of gold. Just look at what Gu Shanghua left us. Xuanhuan opened several warehouses. In these warehouses, there are storage rings one after another, and if you open a few, they are all filled with medicinal pills. Some precious ones are also specially stored in jade bottles. Oh my God, there are so many medicinal pills in the world, and there are almost billions of them here. Lu Qianfu was stunned when he saw so many medicinal pills. The most important thing in martial arts training is resources. Although most of the medicinal pills in front of them are only of the Xuanhuan rank, they are good enough to supply ordinary soldiers. It will not take long for their overall strength to increase by leaps and bounds. There are hundreds of thousands of divine pills. Although Xuanhuan was able to refine a large number of medicinal pills in the Taiyudan furnace, but don't do it in vain. The materials needed for billions of medicinal pills are massive, and the infinite chamber of commerce can't support the terrifying amount he wants in a short period of time. The Marquis of Zhongyong and Yong took them all away, sorted them into different categories, and distributed them to the various armies. After Xuanhuan asked Zhongyong Ho to take away the medicinal pills, he opened other warehouses. There are no medicinal pills, but a large number of weapons and armors, and the number is incomparably large. There are tens of millions of pairs, which are much better than those made by the great military industry department. It's so happy, this is from the hands of the 5-star dynasty, and it is elite when equipped. Lu Qianfu couldn't calm down either. Okay. Give it out and equip the entire army. What I lack most now in Dao is the heritage. Xuanhuan charged again and again. There are dozens of warehouses here, all kinds of weapons, all kinds of medicine pills, all kinds of strategic materials, everything. The materials stored here are actually meteorite fine gold, and the quantity is very large. Xuanhuan opened a huge warehouse at this time, and saw that the warehouse is full of meteorite fine gold. It is the most scarce war resource in Dao now. It is like a hill. A rough estimate is probably as much as several 100 million kilograms. In fact, meteorite gold is not treasured. There are countless stars outside the eternal great world, and it is an inestimable amount to smash one casually. It is rare to want to cross the void. Outside the great world, at least a realm above the false god is required, so it is difficult for ordinary dynasties to obtain. Right now, great martial arts, forging armor, destroying crossbows, magic cannons, and all kinds of weapons and equipment do not need a lot of meteorite fine gold. With so much meteorite gold, Xuanhuan's urgent needs were solved. Charge. The ancient book records that the Shang dynasty was built on a place where the stars fell, so tens of thousands of years ago, the weapons and armor of the ancient Shang kingdom could be heavily doped with meteorite fine gold, sweeping the surrounding countries, and this used to be the land of the ancient Shang kingdom. Zhao Kong said, and the meteorite fine gold can be purified again to become spiritual gold, but the purification method is difficult to control. The 5-star dynasty is still unable to last forever. 10,000 years have passed, and only these dusty treasures have left their traces. Xuanhuan swept all the warehouses. In addition to the medicinal herbs, armor, weapons, and other materials, Xuanhuan also obtained a large number of magical powers. And there is also a large army battle formation, which is very cherished. Like the 3,000 supernatural powers that he has mastered, even if he wants to spread it, it is not something that ordinary people can successfully cultivate. Even some 3-star dynasties, the national strength is just that. Zhao Kong sighed. Your Majesty, all the treasures have been swept away now, how should these warehouses be disposed of? Lu Qianfu was satisfied when he saw that the quarters were full. Take them all, cut them into crystals, and send them to the whole army for training. Xuanhuan grabbed the palm of his hand, and suddenly an unparalleled suction surged out. I saw that those warehouses were taken into the system space one by one, and under his great cutting technique, they became neat pieces of law crystals. But just as he took away the warehouse, a majestic energy swept out. At the bottom of one of the warehouses, there is actually an ancient altar hidden, Gan, Kuan, Zhen, Kan, Zhen, Kuan, Sun, and Li, which seems to be a gossip. In the center of this altar, there is a dark golden ring. I don't know what material it is made of. There are many ancient patterns on it, exuding a majesty that is different from ordinary artifacts. This is it? Zhao Kong was attentive, and suddenly shocked. Xuanhuan, a superb artifact, one of the 3 ancient artifacts of the ancient Xianghua. What, it will be a superb artifact. Lu Qianfu understands that even a low-grade artifact has earth-shaking power, let alone a superb artifact. If you want to create a unique artifact, you need to have a cultivation base that is very close to the divine position at a minimum, and the resources consumed are immeasurable. It is extremely difficult for an ordinary 5-star dynasty to build one, so it can also be called a national artifact. Although Xuanhuan had a system, he only possessed the God of War's grip and the fire-burning banner. Of course, the Ring of the Gods cannot be compared with the grip of the God of War, and the quality is far worse. Oh? A superb artifact? Xuanhuan made a move. Xuanhuan hummed and resisted Xuanhuan with all his might, but the great devouring technique attracted it directly, and suddenly ejected into the void. The Yushan ring contains the mystery of space. It can be large or large. Sometimes it can be as large as 100 zhang, and sometimes it can be the size of an ordinary bracelet. Finally, under the manipulation of Xuanhuan's mind, it turns into a bracelet and wraps it around his arm. The Ring of the Gods, a unique artifact. One of the 3 major artifacts of the ancient Shang kingdom, it took thousands of years to build. Artifact skill, seal the sky and lock the earth. In those days, when the ancient Shang kingdom suffered a great disaster, 3 treasure houses were built before the country was destroyed, hoping to restore the country one day, and in each treasure house, a sacred artifact was suppressed. With the Imperial ring, I spent some money. Time may find the other 2 treasure houses. Xuanhuan extracted some incomplete information in Yushan ring. If I can get it, it is the luck of my great martial arts, the luck of your Majesty, and the luck of all the people. Qianfu Lu knew too well how much the materials in the treasure house in this ancient city could help Dao, even greater than a superb artifact. After you go back and look up the ancient books, you can find out whether a large treasure house has been born in these tens of thousands of years. Xuanhuan said, this ancient city will stay here, where tens of millions of people can live, and the army can be stationed there. It can be built into an underground ancient city and become a blessed place for cultivation. Hashtag C101, the old birthday star hangs himself, courting death. When Chu Yuan left the underground ancient city, he felt as if he had passed away, as if he had returned to the present from the ancient kingdom of tens of thousands of years. Zhao Kong, you don't have to wait here with me. You and the Xuanhuan sect master go back and quickly form the Wanxian army of the Lihua Corps. In addition, you will gather the craftsmen from the Wanxian Xuanhuan two states and arrange them in the Ministry of Works to build the Wanxian army armor, and all kinds of medicinal materials will be sent to Dao Imperial City, and after refining them into medicinal pills, I will distribute them. Chu Yuan is methodical. The 5 elements core of gold, wood, water, fire and earth must start to prepare immediately, starting with the Lihua Corps. They will be needed for the empire to expand its territory in the future. Zhao Kong has no objection. Qin Yunzi, you and Zhao Kong go to the 2 states together, and select 50,000 people to add to the Shenwu Legion. Chu Yuan did not select a large number of strong people from the 2 states. After all, Wanxian army still needs strong people, and in the future, he will expand the territory and conquer more strong people. He will supplement each state and 1 state. Yes, the minister will obey the order. The 2 received the imperial edict and left quickly. At present, Dao's development is on the right track, which also makes Chu Yuan satisfied. Marquis Zhongyong, the Shenwu Legion you command is my own army, the sharpest weapon in your hand. As the commander of an army, your cultivation base must keep up, so I will give you a lot of magic pills, let you increase strength. Chu Yuan patted Marquis Zhongyong on the shoulder, you have dedicated a lot to the empire. The word loyalty and bravery is well deserved, and the power you enjoy in the national fortune will far exceed that of others. I understand. Lu Qianfu nodded. Although in the past few months, he has raised his realm to the 2nd level of peeping, but with the rapid development of the empire, this is far from enough, and his cultivation cannot be left behind. Chu Yuan has a system that he can't compare to, but Chu Yuan can refine a lot of medicinal pills to help him get promoted. This place is rich in spiritual energy, but it can be used to cultivate Lingyuan rice. Chu Yuan did not leave the mine immediately, but took out the ear of rice, shook it, and thousands of seeds fell into the soil containing spiritual energy. Great devouring technique, gathering spiritual qi. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered, and the naked eye could see that under the perfusion of spiritual energy, Lingyuan rice quickly took root and sprouted, and it only took 10 minutes to grow into a seedling. The more spiritual energy there is, the faster the spiritual yuan meter grows. This speed can be increased almost infinitely, but at the same time, the consumption of magic crystals is also massive. This is no ordinary rice seed. Lu Qianfu said. This is called Lingyuan rice. It is used as a food. In the long run, it will strengthen the body and bones and open up wisdom. It has a great effect on the cultivation of martial arts. Chu Yuan said, I first breed and cultivate the first batch of Lingyuan rice. Your Majesty actually has the seeds of spiritual rice. The common people eat for the sky. It is better to make the common people full than anything else. Moreover, eating this rice can also help to cultivate martial arts. This is the blessing of all people. Lu Qianfu exclaimed, the first emperor also wanted to get some seeds, but he couldn't get them at all, no matter how much it cost. Every family dynasty is strictly guarded, and the seeds planted are specially cultivated and can only last for 1 season. If it is planted, it will be reissued. Spiritual rice seed is one of the most important things in a dynasty. How can it be easily leaked? I know exactly that. Chu Yuan nodded. 4 months and 1 season, but at this moment, Chu Yuan gathered the boundless spiritual energy with the great devouring technique, just to see that in just 1 day, these thousands of spiritual yuan meters were as tall as 1 person, and in 10 days able to mature. It will mature in 10 days and cultivate enough seeds to plant in the vein first. Just as Chu Yuan was observing the changes in Ling Yuan Mi, his eyes froze, and he suddenly looked towards the sky. The ancient Xuanhuan ruins, this king has been looking for decades, but I didn't expect that it would end up in a vein. It took a few days and finally came. The sound of explosion came. The entire valley was about to explode, and when the soldiers with weaker cultivation heard it, their ears buzzed, and blood flowed out of the 7 holes. Get out of here, the things here belong to this king. This person seemed to be stepping out of the infinite ray of light, his eyes swept away, he saw a large number of soldiers stationed here, his face was expressionless, and when he waved his hand, a gust of wind swept in, making Lin Yuanmi, which was heading, shaking wildly. You disturbed my rice. Chu Yuan looked at the middle-aged man. I don't care who you are, this king, get out, if you don't want to die, get out. The middle-aged man saw Chu Yuan and looked down on him. This king is a dynasty, Prince Feng, this place already belongs to my dynasty. Become a dynasty. Samsung dynasty. The lord of the country is an almighty illuminator. The strength is not inferior to the He-Ming dynasty, and the comprehensive national strength is even stronger. This Prince Feng knew for a long time that the ancient Shan kingdom left the ruins in the airspace, so he received the news, and after comparing various historical materials, he came quickly after feeling the violent fluctuation of spiritual energy. You can covet my things too? Chu Yuan stepped into the sky, with peerless elegance, even greater coercion, and anger in his eyes. You are the master of the great martial arts? This king thought he was a powerful character. As Prince Feng spoke, a terrifying force came out, twisting the air, and it was half a step. Half a step into the gods, you can be the master of the top 2-star power. Peeping into the realm of the gods is just a glimpse of some of the power of the realm of the gods, but the half-step illuminating the gods is like a beacon, illuminating the road to the realm of the gods, and knowing how to go. Half-step illumination is a watershed in between. Aren't you going away? Prince Feng looked at Chu Yuan, and he was arrogant. He was born in a 3-star dynasty, and he did not pay attention to the top 2-star powers, let alone Chu Yuan, the newly promoted 2-star king. His eyes suddenly saw Ling Yuan rice, and he was surprised. This is Ling Yuan rice? Could it be from Gushangua? Ha 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 ha, okay, I'll bring this Ling Yuan rice back to the Lord, it will definitely let me become a dynasty at its peak, for generations to come. Although the Qing dynasty has specially cultivated Ling Mi, it is far worse than Ling Yuan Mi. I was shocked by my rice, and I came to my site to make a lot of nonsense. I see that you are an old birthday star who hanged himself and wanted to die. In an instant, Chu Yuan's body galloped away like a flash of lightning. It is useless to talk nonsense with him against a strong man like Prince Feng. Only by killing him here is the royal way. Ring of God. The Yushan ring separated from the arm and instantly became larger, just like a diamond ring. The mana of the superb artifact fluctuated and spread out, killing Prince Xiong Feng directly. Oh? And artifacts. Seeing the Yushan ring, Prince Feng didn't care at all, but suddenly remembered the records in the ancient books, and said in shock, this is the ancient Shanghua Jinhua artifact, a superb artifact, the Xuanhuan, how can it be in your hands? Say you've got all the treasures. Damn it. The ring of the gods belongs to this king. I want your life. A cruel and tyrannical voice shouted from Chu Yuan's mouth. #C102 Emperor Wu. To kill me? I really thought that I had become a 2-star emperor, so I regarded myself as a great person. In fact, in my eyes, you are a small person. When you get the chance, you can't see the reality clearly, and you are satisfied. Prince Feng speaks with strong confidence, from the dignity of the Samsung dynasty. Nowadays, greed has covered his eyes, but he is getting closer and closer on the road to death. Sadly, I really think that the greatest man in the world is the greatest. It's gone. Chu Yuan was unmoved. In my eyes, there are only those who should be killed and those who should not be killed. Court death. Prince Feng's eyes froze. Boom. The air was violently distorted, and the power erupted like a mountain torrent. Prince Feng's hands were covered with bright light, and he pushed forward, and a rolling torrent swept in. The great cutting technique, the cutting hand. In the face of Prince Feng's shot, Chu Yuan always behaved very calmly. With a wave of his palm, the royal god ring formed a field and shrouded it, and his hand was carrying a sharp cutting light, which actually cut his torrent into pieces. Boom. The two collided in an instant. Prince Feng said very arrogantly, but every time he made a shot, he used all his strength, and he saw that he hit Chu Yuan's palm. Blah. As soon as he touched Chu Yuan's palm, Prince Feng suddenly felt a pain, and quickly separated. Looking at his palm, it was actually an incision, leaving blood. Huh? It's a little bit capable. It's just a cut under the big incision, and the whole hand of an ordinary person is already useless. Chu Yuan made a sound of admiration. But this voice fell into the ears of Prince Feng, but it was extremely harsh. Thinking of his character, half-stepped, the prince of the Samsung dynasty, just got such an admiration. You make me want to kill you more and more. Prince Feng said. Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu. Under the command of Lu Qianfu, the 200,000 Xuanhuan army watched the battle from a distance. Seeing that Chu Yuan had the upper hand, a tsunami-like sound erupted. Emperor Dao, remove the big characters and imperial characters, it is Emperor Wu. In the minds of the gods and warriors, Chu Yuan is the omnipotent god of the gods, and the general existence of Emperor Wu dominates. Emperor Wu? It's ridiculous. You are also worthy of the title Emperor Wu, and you are not afraid of thunder and lightning, and you will die. Prince Feng shouted. One step kill, kill. Prince Feng suddenly displayed a great magical power. He took one step, and the power condensed into a finger light, distorting the light, confusing people's eyes, and barely seeing the fluctuation of his shot. The force pierced through Chu Yuan's head. Wan Dao Melody, the hand of the emperor. Chu Yuan used the classics of human emperors to learn. The power of the national fortune and humanity gathered together, showing that in addition to its incomparable majesty, the power rose to the sky and formed an ancient giant hand. Any human beings will feel awe in their hearts after seeing it. What power is this? Prince Feng was shocked. Because under the shroud of the hands of other emperors, he actually had the idea of being humble and insignificant, and the idea of surrendering to this person was simply impossible. Boom. When the big hand fell, his one-step instant kill was instantly shattered, and the whole person was severely hit by the giant hand, and the mana in the body showed a state of trembling and shattering. What happened? Although he is a half-step illuminator, he is completely unable to exert his due strength. Chu Yuan's big hand grabbed it again, not giving Prince Feng any chance to breathe. This time it was equivalent to the belief of countless people in Dao forming a power that belonged to him, such as the oppression of a giant pillar in the sky, causing earth-shattering fluctuations. It's good that Prince Feng is the prince of the Samsung dynasty, but how can he be qualified to gather humane majesty? The power of national fortune. In front of this power, he also seemed very insignificant, even when he saw a big hand fall from the sky, cover it fiercely, and beat him so fiercely that blood spurted out, and he was in a state of embarrassment. All hands. Prince Feng no longer dared to care. The strength of this Emperor Wu was beyond his imagination. His power was twisted, and it seemed that he had imagined thousands of giant hands. His mana surged to the limit, and a bright light shone, and he played a world-shattering ultimate move. Boom. Chu Yuan just slapped the backhand. The power of thunder and fire, the great art of thunder and fire. He combined the power of the big thunderbolt technique and the big flame technique, like a doomsday natural disaster. Ah! How dare you hurt me? The thunder and fire were too violent, and Prince Feng was also split to pieces, screaming in agony. Die! 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 The 200,000 Xuanhuan army roared loudly. Whoever dares to kill me, I will become Prince Feng of the dynasty, a noble body. When he was attacked by this momentum, his momentum was also a little empty, and when he raised his background to oppose it, he was already defeated. I don't care what kind of dynasty you are, what kind of prince, and anyone who is my enemy will die. Chu Yan made a move on the divine ring, and the divine ring slammed into his head. Why would a two-star dynasty have such a character? I can't fight him anymore, or I'll most likely die here. Prince Feng was already afraid at this time. Chu Yuan's image was too tall, even more majestic than the emperor of the dynasty. He immediately shouted, "It is impossible to kill me, I will come back, then it will be your doomsday. Lock the sky and lock the earth." Just when Prince Feng escaped, the ring of the gods became infinitely larger, and a divine light shone on him. Seal the sky and lock the earth, this is a domain skill. Immediately, I saw that the divine light seemed to be transformed into substance, and no matter how much Prince Feng bombarded it, he couldn't break it open. The realm of the Ring of God is getting smaller and smaller. I won't give in, don't try to make me give in. Prince Feng roared. I didn't make you surrender. Chu Yuan put his hands together, and the Yushan ring suddenly became smaller and fell, as if a collar was tightly wrapped around Prince Feng's neck, which locked not only his body, but also his earth-shattering mana. You're going to kill me. When death is imminent, Prince Feng will eventually pay the price. There was a rooster-like giggle in his throat, and there seemed to be something more threatening to say in his eyes. However, Chu Yuan has not given him a chance. A man walked in front of him, grabbed his face with one hand, and the mana of destruction hit Prince Feng's primordial spirit, directly making his head go to a pulp, and his primordial spirit also turned into a mush, no matter what sounded. Poor Prince Feng, who was aggressive just now, has now turned into a corpse. Option 1, absorb Prince Feng's power with the Great Devouring Technique and gain 300 fate points. Option 2, quickly cultivate Lingyuan rice with the flesh and soul of Prince Feng, and obtain 300 fate points. At this moment, two somewhat strange choices were placed in front of Chu Yuan. #C103 Seed Transformer. At this time, two interesting and strange choices suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yuan. One is to devour yourself. The second is to cultivate Lingyuan rice. Even if I swallow the half-step Yunshan, I can't make my realm breakthrough. I can only accumulate it. It is better to use it to cultivate Lingyuan rice, which may bring some incredible miracles. Chu Yuan didn't think much about it and made the second choice. Ding! The host makes the second choice and gets 300 fate points. The majestic blood-colored mist, Prince Feng's flesh and blood was disintegrated by Chu Yuan at this moment, and then submerged into the soil where Lingyuan rice was planted, showing a blushing monster. An incredible change suddenly appeared in Chu Yuan's eyes. The Lingyuan rice, which had only a few days to mature, was nourished by the flesh and blood of Prince Feng, and it actually finished heading in just a few breaths, with crystal-clear rice seeds hanging on it, full of grains. A smell of rice rushes through the nose. Fragrant. So delicious. Just breathing a few mouthfuls of the aroma of Lingyuan rice, Chu Yuan felt that his soul was transparent and refreshed. The flesh and blood of the strong contains stronger spiritual energy, as well as the precious illuminating law, which is just right for cultivating Lingyuan rice. Originally, I was worried that it took too long to cultivate a large number of rice seeds. Now it's just right. This Prince Feng has sent me a great gift. Chu Yuan is in a good mood. Collect rice seeds and continue to cultivate with flesh and blood aura, the speed is simply flying. Ding! The host completes this event and gets 4,000 fate points, Spirit Seed Transformer X1, and mid-grade artifact advancement card X1. The current fate point surplus is 6,700 points. Spirit Seed Transformer, a special magic weapon with 2 transforming powers. Transformation 1, with the majestic spiritual energy, all kinds of seeds are cultivated, so that the growth rate is accelerated. Transformation 2, change the characteristics of the seed with the majestic spiritual energy. Any seed can only be planted once, and it will be invalid after one time. Spiritual Transformer? At this time, in the system space, a huge square pool appeared, which was divided into 2 parts, obviously 2 kinds of transformation effects. Xuanhuan was stunned when he saw the effect of the Spirit Seed Transformer. Of the 2 powers of transformation, the first transformation can speed up the growth, but the second transformation made Xuanhuan suddenly overjoyed. He knows that rice seeds are the most important weapon of the empire, and it is related to billions of people. Moreover, all the people eat Lingyuan rice, and the fact that Dao has magical rice seeds is absolutely impossible to hide, and it is bound to be known by those who care. Rice seeds cannot be passed on. The ancient and powerful dynasties strictly guarded against this. They have long researched various methods to prevent them from being obtained by their opponents, but their methods are very troublesome and take a long time to realize. Xuanhuan is still worried that someone will steal the seeds of Lingyuan rice. However, with the Spirit Seed Transformer, his worries were relieved. He can cultivate a large number of rice seeds first, keep some of them as the initial rice seeds, and then let the spiritual seed changer change the characteristics of the other part, so that he is not afraid that the spiritual essence rice will be stolen by others. Where the initial rice seeds were planted, he would put them in a place that no one else would know about. Originally, it would take a long time to cultivate most of the rice seeds, but with the Spirit Seed Transformer and the flesh and blood of Prince Feng, he harvested a large number of rice seeds in just half a month. Whoa! Everywhere! Xuanhuan received the initial rice seeds into the system space, and then spread the transformed rice seeds into the entire huge or vein. Great devouring technique, infinite spiritual energy. With Xuanhuan as the center, the infinite spiritual energy gathered towards him, and then spread out in all directions, and the rich spiritual energy almost turned into liquid. This is a quick ripening spirit meter, regardless of consumption. The normal growth cycle of Lingyuan rice is 4 months, and there will be different speed bonuses according to the concentration of spiritual energy. However, it took only 10 days for Xuanhuan to harvest the first batch of Lingyuan rice. Marquis Zhongyong, have a taste. Xuanhuan handed a Lingyuan rice to Qianfu Lu. This power. Although Lingyuan rice is raw, it looks like a bunch of grapes. After Lu Qianfu took a pill, he felt that every pore in his body was opening, and the rich spiritual energy was flooding in, and his face showed an extremely shocking expression. To know. He is in the spirit realm, and this kind of rice can actually make him feel the effect. The rice that defies the sky, the most important weapon of the country, the ancient Xuanhuan sacred artifact, can't compare to Lingyuan rice. The artifact can only be stronger than one person, but Lingyuan rice can benefit the whole country. Lu Qianfu exclaimed, but before your majesty did not take into account the consumption of ripening spirit meters, the amount of magic crystals consumed was about the amount mined in 1 year. This large vein can mine hundreds of millions of legal crystals in 1 year, which means that Xuanhuan has consumed hundreds of millions of legal crystals. When the crystal is consumed, it will be consumed. I am having a headache about how to be powerful and benefit the people. The appearance of Lin Jiwanmi has solved my urgent needs. Xuanhuan Dao, in the future, this vein is not allowed to be mined, and a spirit gathering formation method is set up to plant all spirit essence rice. In addition, I will let Zhao Kong send people from Songnan sect to guard and cultivate them. They are most suitable for cultivating the magical powers of water and wood. Also, I will issue an imperial decree to cultivate Lingyuan rice within the ore veins across the country, and then distribute it to the people of the country. Chu Yuan's orders were issued and executed like thunder. The first batch of Lingyuan rice was quickly distributed to every citizen of the country under the operation of the Ministry of Household. No one dared to secretly intercept Lingyuanmi for their own benefit. Chu Yuan's majesty is too high, no one dares to touch this brow, this is a real hero, a peerless hero. Although it is said that the first batch of Lingyuan rice is only enough for the people of the whole country to eat for a few days. But it doesn't matter, Chu Yuan has a spirit seed transformer, and ordered each mine to not be concerned about the consumption of fajing. It only takes 1 or 2 months to form a cycle in which the people of the country feed on it every day. Dao 31 years, in June. For the people of Dao, it is the year of Emperor Wu. Chu Yuan did not issue the year title, but the people all defaulted to the year of Emperor Wu. Wuzhou, Qianzhou, Zhizhou, Luzhou, Xingzhou, Southwest Prefecture, Wanxian Prefecture, and Songnan Prefecture have been operating in a total of 8 states. Finally, a situation where people all over the country can eat every day has been completed. People take food as their heaven. Martial artists not only have to eat, but also eat well. It is best to eat the kind of food that can be cultivated, but the supply of Lingyuan rice is to meet the needs of both the warrior and the common people. After eating for a short time, the physical fitness of all the people of Dao has improved by several levels, and there are countless people who have made breakthroughs. Attribute 3 seals. Current progress, 9.3 billion/50 billion. Having absorbed the population of Songnan and Wanxian, the total number of Dao's people has reached 9.3 billion. National luck is like fire. The hearts of the people are boiling. If there is a very strong person who can possess the method of looking at qi, it will be seen that Dao's qi fortune is thriving, just like a scorching sun, shining in the sky. The center of that scorching sun is the Dao Palace where Chu Yuan is located, the center. When the people return to their hearts, Chu Yuan not only feeds them, but also enables them to embark on a stronger path of cultivation. How could they not be reverent, and not worship the Holy One of today? Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu. In the altars of national fortunes in various states, all the people admired them, and they all called for the title of Emperor Wu. A fiery wave was formed, and when this terrifying luck passed through various altars and then passed on to Chu Yuan, it formed an extremely terrifying force. 10 levels of supernatural powers. The Human Emperor Sutra cultivated by Chu Yuan, the use of the power of humanistic belief is unmatched by other exercises. The power of those people's hearts soared to an extreme after everyone ate Lingya rice, and finally it was fed back to Chu Yuan. The reason why the emperor is so powerful is because he represents the billions of worlds, the beliefs of all races, and to fight against him is to fight against all races. National luck faith. Chu Yuan realized the benefits of national fortune. If there is no Lingyuan rice, to keep the people of the whole country full and well fed, the national fortune will never be so strong. He gave benefits to all beings, and all beings passed on their power to him. I will give you a peaceful and contented life, and you will gather for the immortal national fortune of Dao. The national fortune is immortal and Dao is eternal. In Chu Yuan's eyes, it seems that he has taken all the land of the 8 states, and seeing Dao's boiling national fortune, his palm seems to hold the whole world. This is the way of the world, the way of the emperor. #C1045 seconds invincibility. The power of humanity is infinite. Lingyuan rice seems to just let the people of Dao eat good rice, and let Chu Yuan unite the national fortune to break through the 10th supernatural power. But there is a deeper meaning behind it. In the future, every time he conquers a city and a place, he will be able to conquer the hearts of the people with Lingyuan rice and condense a stronger national fortune. Who does not surrender? I almost forgot about this. Qu Yuan had been busy with Lin Juanmi before, and forgot the mid-grade artifact advanced card rewarded by the system in the system space. Which artifact should I upgrade? Just when Qu Yuan was thinking, the god-level choice appeared again. Choose one, Advanced Profound Spirit Wings, get 300 fate points, extra reward. Option 2, Advanced Battle Army Chessboard, get 300 fate points, extra rewards. When Qu Yuan saw the choice, he had additional rewards no matter which option he advanced, but the question mark was that he didn't know what he would get in the end. The War Army Chessboard can bind up to 1 million people. Now, after conquering the Wanqian Songnan provinces, it has only increased to 250,000 people. After all, the selection of the Xuanhuan Legion is becoming more and more demanding, and it is obviously not so fast to recruit all 1 million people. The Wings of Profound Spirit, what Qu Yuan valued most, was the almost invincible state of nothingness for 3 seconds. If the Wings of Profound Spirit can extend the invincibility time after the upgrade, it will greatly improve my strength. Qu Yuan said, I choose to upgrade the Wings of Profound Spirit. He took out the Wings of Profound Spirit and the mid-grade Divine Artifact Advanced card at the same time, and suddenly a golden light flashed, as if the Wings of Profound Spirit, which had been rebuilt with new attributes, appeared in front of him. Wings of Profound Spirit, a high-grade artifact. The perfect works created by mechanical masters can soar in the sky and travel through the void. They are recreated and improved in quality by the power of magic. Equipped with Wings of Mysterious Spirit, it can independently absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fly into the void. If mana is used to increase the speed, and equipped with sharp wings, it is comparable to a mid-grade attacking artifact, and can tear apart a mid-grade defensive artifact. Artifact skill, traveling thousands of miles in an instant, it presents itself in a shape of nothingness and distortion, and the power of soul and matter cannot be hit for 5 seconds. After the advanced stage, the attributes of the Wings of Profound Spirit did not disappoint Qu Yuan, and it was greatly improved. The introduction does not seem to have changed much, but the previous 3 seconds of invincibility has now become 5 seconds, and an extra 2 seconds is crucial to the victory or defeat of a battle. Ding! The host has obtained 300 fate points and an additional reward of rechargeable spar X1. The current fate point is 7,000 points. Rechargeable spar, an energy-storing spar made by the mechanic master, which can be matched to the Wings of Profound Spirit. Qu Yuan immediately saw that this was a sacred golden spar, exactly the same as the one equipped on the Profound Spirit Wing, and there was an additional place for the spar at the connection between the wings of the upgraded Profound Spirit Wing. This is simply tailor-made for the Wings of Profound Spirit. Qu Yuan placed the spar in it. The attributes have not changed, but with an extra spar, Qu Yuan can activate the 5-second invincible state twice in a row within 24 hours. 5 seconds can be done twice in a row. I still have 7,000 fate points. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Qu Yuan's mouth. Fate points can only be used to improve the realm of a small level, and cannot impact a large realm. I saw the blueprint of the first-class ironclad flying boat when I refreshed the magic cannon, and I just bought it now. Qu Yuan spent 5,000 fate points to buy the blueprint of the first-class ironclad flying boat. It was not until he bought the blueprint for the first-class ironclad flying boat that Qu Yuan really felt a shock. It was a huge ship, similar to the aircraft carrier he had crossed before, but it was not exactly the same. The iron-armored flying boat is extremely powerful in defense. The magic cannon is also difficult to blast through, and it can even withstand several rounds of bombardment by the magic cannon. As its name suggests, as long as this ironclad flying boat is inlaid with enough crystals, it can not only sail on the sea, but also fly into the sky. Like a war fortress, ordinary masters cannot destroy it at all. But such a strong defense and shape, the consumption of materials is also amazing. It is no different from the construction of the magic cannon. It is also made of steel and meteorite fine gold. However, the required meteorite fine gold starts at least 100,000 kilograms. It is still the most rubbish to build like this. The amount of the meteorite fine gold doped can be determined by Xuanhuan himself, which is similar to the god-destroying crossbow. He can use 1 million caddies, 10 million caddies, 100 million caddies, and even all of them are made of meteorite fine gold. Xuanhuan originally thought that the large amount of meteorite fine gold he got from the ancient city of Xuanhuan would be enough for a long time, but the gold-swallowing beast in the iron-armored flying boat was still not enough. Must be built. Southwest Prefecture is near the sea, and with an ironclad flying boat, you can go to the vast sea to plunder supplies. Besides, one of Xuanhuan's main tasks is to conquer the Sea Empire. Once this thing is successfully built, Tiao can form a water army and become the prototype of the Black Water Army. Xuanhuan is not a hesitant character. A large amount of meteorite fine gold and steel were placed in the system space, and they were built directly. The ironclad flying boat is too huge, and the speed of the system construction is not very fast, so Xuanhuan is not in a hurry. Let me see what else is good in the mall. Xuanhuan clicked the refresh button. The page has a new look. Intermediate healing potion? Xuanhuan saw a bottle of potion that was also emerald green. Intermediate healing potion. It can cure all injuries in the Yunshan realm, including all injuries in the Yunshan realm. It requires 500 fate points to purchase. It's a good thing, you can buy a bottle. Xuanhuan spent 500 fate points to buy a bottle of intermediate healing potion. I don't need to use it now, but after buying it, if he refreshes the mall later, the intermediate healing potion will also appear in the purchased items. Looking at the remaining 1,400 fate points, Xuanhuan couldn't help sighing that although fate points were good, there were not enough points for him to consume. Your Majesty, President Ji is asking for an interview. It seems that there is something extremely urgent. Eunuch Wei said fairly. Oh? Why does this woman want to see me again? What is the urgent matter? Xuanhuan did not refuse, and said, let President Ji come in. Not long after, Ji Fuling hurried to the Imperial study. Looking at President Ji's hurried things, there must be something else that needs my help. Let's just say, as long as I can do things, I will not refuse. After all, Xuanhuan also got a lot of benefits from Ji Fuling. Your Majesty, I do have something to do, but it's not that I asked Your Majesty for help, but the elders of my Infinite Chamber of Commerce who have something to ask for. They came from the Hong Kong branch of the 5-star dynasty. Ji Fuling said. The elders of the 5-star dynasty branch also came to ask me? Xuanhuan's eyes flashed slightly. All right, looking at President Ji's face, I can't help but give this face. I will meet them once and let them enter. Palace. #C105 See a visitor out. Outside the palace. At this time, 7 or 8 noble and extraordinary people are waiting impatiently here. The strength of these 8 people has all reached the realm of peeping the gods, wearing golden robes, especially the leading old man. His temperament is like a bright light, any darkness seems to be swept away, and it has reached the terrifying light of the gods. Territory. Peeping God, illuminating God, accumulating God, God position, linking God, false God, true God, heavenly God. Illuminating God is already the second step in the realm of the gods, a peerless character that will only appear in the Samsung dynasty. Their clothes were engraved with the words Infinite Chamber of Commerce in gilt gold, which represented their identities in the most eye-catching position. Humph. This Emperor Tiao is too big. We came here in person, and we even have to wait for the announcement here. If other dynasties would have greeted them outside the imperial city, so did Ji Fuling. See, according to the old man's point of view, go in directly, we are from the 5-star branch, and being able to come to see him in person is already a great deal of face for him. An old man, whose cultivation has reached half-step illuminating God, is the second strongest in this group of people. There was dissatisfaction in his tone, and he looked at Dao's palace, very arrogant, and faintly looked down on it. Ji Foling's consideration is also reasonable. Recently, Dao has provided us with a lot of magic pills. Immediately one person shook his head and said, "Have you heard? A few months ago, in a mine in Dao, there were ancient ruins. At that time a large number of powerful people went there, and there were many people who peeked into the gods, but in the end, those people all disappeared, and none of them came back." "You mean, those people are already dead, and they died in the hands of Dao?" Someone was shocked. "I'm also just hearsay, and I'm not sure, but I'm sure that this great Wu emperor has a very strong hand and a ruthless and domineering style." "Ridiculous, how is this possible? But I know that Dao was only a one-star dynasty last year." This arrogant elder was called Wu Xian, and said, "Elder Chen, with your almighty body, even the head of the three-star dynasty will be greeted with courtesy. This great martial lord is indeed extraordinary." Elder Chen shook his head and said quietly, "Don't you feel it before you came? The fortune of the great Wu kingdom is like a rolling stove, it is prospering, the people's hearts are united, and the Emperor Wu is shouted. I have never seen this kind of atmosphere in the Hanging Dynasty. I know he is not simple, and the rice that Dao people eat is not ordinary rice, called Lingyuan rice. No matter how strong the national fortune is, it is only a two-star dynasty." Wu Xian said coldly, "The Xiankong dynasty also has crystal fragrant rice, can it be compared? I have also eaten Jingxiang rice, but it is far worse than Lingyuan rice. Even if it is placed in the headquarters, I cherish it." I asked Ji Foling to buy some, but unfortunately, the other party does not sell rice seeds, only willing to provide some into rice. Elder Chen shook his head. The rice on the market in Dao is all rice after shelling. Even if they were lucky enough to buy some seeds, they could only be planted for one season. With the spirit seed transformer, they could not breed by themselves. Several elders, Your Majesty has a request. With eunuch Wei leading the way, this group of elders from the Hanging Dynasty entered the palace one after another, came to the Imperial study, and met Chu Yuan. Everyone came from a long way. I have a lot of bad receptions here. I heard from President Ji that you have something to ask me for help, and I will not spare you this circle. Let me make it clear that within the scope of being able to help, I will push back." Chu Yuan sat on the throne, condescendingly, looking at the elders of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, his eyes fixed on the Elder Chen who was in the Divine Realm. Seeing Elder Chen, "How big is the shelf?" Wu Xian felt very uncomfortable. After all, they are used to being high above the others. When they go to other two-star dynasties, which one is not offering them as the god of wealth, otherwise the Infinite Chamber of Commerce will be angry. Directly cancel the branch and do not do business in his dynasty. But Chu Yuan, being so indifferent, made him a little unbearable. "Your Majesty Dao, this old man is the Elder Chen of the Hanging Branch of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce." The Elder Chen reported himself and said, "This old man has heard that Your Majesty can refine a large number of divine pills." Land. Yes, I can indeed make divine pills. It seems that when you see me, you want to ask me to help you make pills. Chu Yuan said. Exactly, I'm here this time. I wonder if Your Majesty can refine the 1,000-heart pill. Elder Chen said. Oh? Qiang Sinden. Chu Yuan searched for the prescription of the Tai pill stove, and indeed found Qianqing pill, saying, Qianqing pill, a top-grade divine pill, is named Qianqing pill because a single pill has thousands of orifices. The biggest role of Dan is to assist cultivation in the illuminating realm. Break through the realm faster. Your Majesty also knows this 1,000-heart pill. Elder Chen felt that he had found the right person this time, and said, although Qianqing pill is a high-grade pill, its complexity and difficulty are comparable to some superb pills. To be honest, the old man has already tried to refine 10 pills in the Chamber of Commerce. After several furnaces, they all ended in failure, so I came here to try after knowing from Fulling that your majesty might be able to help. High-grade Shindan is not so easy to refine, and people who can refine Shindan in the airspace are famous people, especially the refining method of Qianqingdan is extremely cumbersome. Consecutive failures made Elder Chen unable to do anything, so he thought of using a dead horse as a living horse doctor. It's okay, I can help. Chuyuan nodded. Qianqing pill has a mild medicinal effect, and can be used for both illuminating and peeping, but few people would use Qianqing pill for peeping spirits so extravagantly. He said, the problem of distribution, I have 7 and 3, no matter how many pills are in one pot, it will be based on this ratio. President Ji must have told you before. Wait a minute, I have a big question. Then Wu Xian said again, alchemy is not something that can be made casually, it can be made with just a touch of the upper and lower lips. Even my hanging branch is difficult to make Qianqingdan. Where did you come to be so confident that you can make it? It must be refined, you have such a powerful alchemy master in Dao. What if you fail? For the sake of security, let us see how you alchemy. Hearing this, Elder Chen also nodded. Recently, Dao has provided them with too many divine pills, and it seems that they are all copied, which makes him very puzzled. When he came to Dao, he also had a purpose, that is, he wanted to see how Chuyuan's medicinal herbs were made. It's ridiculous, if I fail, I can pay you the materials. Chuyuan said lightly, and how I go to alchemy has always been closed, all you need to do is wait here, and finally collect the alchemy. Where did it come from? How much do you want? Oh? Then don't you dare to show it to us? Since that's the case, I'm afraid this deal won't be done. Wu Xian said. Interesting, very interesting, your words almost made me think that I was begging you to make alchemy. Don't forget, this time you are begging me, since you don't want to practice, eunuch Wei, see off the guests, you can leave Dao. Chuyuan waved his hand. He used the Tai pill stove to make alchemy, and he was 100% successful. Where can there be any alchemist to serve him? If you don't believe him, Chuyuan is too lazy to force it and waste his words with this group of people. The funniest thing is that this time alchemy seems to be begged by someone from the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. #C106 Blacklist. As soon as Chuyuan said these words, the expressions of the elders of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce changed greatly, and even Elder Chen looked at Chuyuan in surprise. He didn't expect that Chuyuan would be so tough, and he would immediately evict the guests. You must know that they are the elders of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, and their status is honorable. This kind of existence that 1 or 2 star dynasties cannot invite. It is already very good for Chuyuan to be able to come to Dao. Actually, we can still negotiate. Elder Chen frowned, as long as I make it, I have no objection, but the material of Qianqing pill is precious. I have collected only a dozen pots of it for decades, and now I have 3 pots left. I failed. The price is unbearable. I am also an alchemist, and I have some experience in this. If your country has a strong alchemy team, I can assist. If it weren't for the failure of more than 10 furnaces in succession, and the fact that Dao cooperated with the Infinite Chamber of Commerce and could refine a large number of divine pills, he would not have come to a 2-star dynasty. Give me the materials, and you must take the pills. The process of concocting pills is a secret. Chuyuan shook his head. Forget it, I think he has no sincerity at all. When the time comes, he will excuse the failure of refining and swallow the materials. We don't know, Elder Chen, I think they have no ability to refine Qianqingdan at all, why waste it with them? Time. Wu Xian was disdainful. You really can't watch from the sidelines? Elder Chen's tone became more and more gloomy. Seeing off. Yuan said, since we can't agree, I won't leave you more. It's a pity that you had a chance to get the 1,000-heart pill, but it was buried in vain. In addition to Qiang Xindan, we can also discuss another transaction. Elder Chen was very disappointed, and he did not pin his hopes on Yuan, and said, I see that the Lingyuan rice eaten by your country is very good, and the old man wants to buy a batch. When he came this time, the medicinal pill was only second, and Lingyuan rice was his biggest purpose. Have you seen that I got Lingyuan rice? Yuan said, of course, medicinal materials, legal crystals, ores, as long as they are things that my great martial arts can use, I will accept all transactions. Within 2 months, I can deliver the first batch and sell them through the channels of your infinite chamber of commerce. One thing I want to add is that what I need is not rice, but rice seeds that can be planted. Elder Chen added, of course, we will never treat you badly in terms of benefits. Oh? Yuan smiled. My infinite chamber of commerce has a great career, and there is nothing we can't bring out. Elder Chen continued. The abacus is good. I came to me in the name of alchemy. In fact, the fundamental purpose is for the rice seeds of Lingyuan rice. I will not agree to this. The rice can be supplied in large quantities, but the rice seeds are no matter what the price you pay. It's impossible. Yuan didn't even want to think about it, and refused strongly. What is the rice seed, the real artifact of the country, enough to be passed down through the ages? Is it really possible? Elder Chen's face suddenly turned gloomy. Emperor Dao, don't be in such a hurry to refuse, some words have not been finished yet. Wu Xian and Elder Chen exchanged glances, showing an imposing manner. Give us the rice seeds, you will be the biggest partner of my infinite chamber of commerce after Dao. If you don't pay, I'm afraid this transaction will be lost in the future. It can't be done. Why can't it be done? Yuan said. Hey, of course, the Dao branch will be cancelled, Dao will be included in the blacklist, all transactions with Dao will be prohibited, so that you will not get war materials, and other small chambers of commerce will be prohibited from cooperating with you. Wu Xian folded his arms and looked at Yuan with deep meaning. Are you threatening me? Yuan said coldly. It's not a threat, it's just telling you the fact that this kind of rice seed is too precious, even if you can't find it in the Xiankong dynasty, if you have the operation of my infinite chamber of commerce, you will get more benefits. Wu Xian gritted his teeth and said, to guard a golden mountain, you must have the ability to guard it. Your Majesty should think about it carefully. Elder Chen. Ji Foling was nervous. This matter has nothing to do with you, don't talk too much. Elder Chen said coldly. Option 1, promise the conditions of the infinite chamber of commerce, keep them, and get 300 fate points. Option 2, go as you want, without fear of any threat, and get 300 fate points. Okay, as you wish, the last thing I am afraid of is threats. You are not the only one of the great chambers of commerce in the entire eternal world. Eunuch Wei has drawn up an imperial decree for me, and the infinite chamber of commerce will be withdrawn from Dao forever and will never be established, and will always be included in Dao's blacklist. Yuan said, playing threats with me, I will fulfill you. Ding. The host makes the second choice, and gets 300 fate points. The current fatality point surplus, 1,700 points. What, you? Hearing Yuan's tough words, Elder Chen would never have imagined that Yuan would not even discuss, but immediately turned his face and cancelled the branch of the infinite chamber of commerce. This was something they had never thought of before. You know, a place with unlimited chambers of commerce means prosperity. Without the infinite chamber of commerce, transactions wither. My unlimited chamber of commerce will never enter Dao. Elder Chen also said coldly. He is also arrogant. He didn't care that much about the market of a 2-star dynasty. Originally, as long as you cooperate well with me, everything is easy to say. After all, in the case of satisfying the food of my Dao people, I would be happy to exchange the extra supplies with you, but it is a pity that not only the Lingyuan rice is not available, this 1,000 hearts you can't get it either, Dan. Chuyuan looked at the group of people playfully, pinching a medicinal pill containing thousands of tiny holes that were finer than the strands of hair on his fingers. This is Qianqing Dan. In the ancient city of Xuanhuan, he obtained many precious medicinal materials, including several materials for refining Qianqing Dan. 1,000 heart Dan. Elder Chen breathed rapidly, and said suddenly, how can you have Qianqing Dan? I still need to explain to you? Chuyuan said disdainfully. Give me the 1,000 heart pill, and this old man will take back everything I just said. Elder Chen would never have imagined that Chuyuan had a refined 1,000 heart pill, which was his dream pill. It's hard to collect water, you can eat rice indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. As soon as Chuyuan's words came out, a domineering emperor's power circled the entire Imperial study room. Elder Chen wanted to show his majesty in the illuminating realm, but under this pressure, there was a power that could not function. Feel. The madness in his eyes gradually subsided, knowing that he could not take advantage of Dao. It's hard to take a good sentence. Elder Chen said angrily, I remember this, let's go, let's leave. Did you just leave like this? Wu Xian was a little unwilling. Go, the infinite chamber of commerce will cut off the transaction with Dao in the future. Elder Chen said coldly, Ji Fuling, why haven't you left yet? I have something to say. Ji Fuling said. This elder knows what you want to say. Needless to say, after you leave Dao, I will arrange you to another 2-star branch. Elder Chen said. I'm very disappointed with you. Originally this time was a win-win transaction, just like before, Your Majesty and I have cooperated very happily for so long, but several elders are disdainful because of your arrogance. The end of the deal, I am very disappointed and very unwilling. Ji Fuling looked disappointed. The situation she finally won was ruined by this elder, and she was very angry in her heart. Are you questioning this elder's decision? Elder Chen said displeased. Since my Great Wu branch has been removed, there is no point for me to continue to stay. Ji Fuling suddenly looked at Chuyuan. Your Majesty said before that if I leave the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, His Majesty will give me a position in charge of logistics materials and general manager. I wonder if this promise counts? #C107 Dao Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Ji Fuling said these words, it seemed to cause a violent storm, especially Elder Chen and others changed their faces. They could never have imagined that Ji Fuling's speech was astonishing, that he would leave the Infinite Chamber of Commerce and join Dao as a logistics manager. This was something they had never thought of. After all, the business of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce spreads throughout the eternal world, and its identity is far nobler than that of a logistics manager. Nature. Chuyuan smiled and said, my promise will always be valid. Staying in Dao is far better than your development in the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. You will not regret it. Thank you, Your Majesty, for taking in. Ji Fuling said. Elder Chen said solemnly, Ji Fuling, you really want to leave, don't regret it. This elder promises that you can still serve as the president of a 2-star branch, and it is a powerful dynasty with a higher status than it is now. I have made up my mind, and I will never regret it. Ji Fuling said firmly, compared to the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, Dao is more suitable for me, and you really disappointed me. She is a shrewd woman. She knew very well that she was able to achieve today's status not only because of her own ability, but also because Chuyuan provided her with a large amount of divine pills for the past 6 months. Without the magic pill, she is nothing, and will gradually become quiet in the Infinite Chamber of Commerce in the future. What is Elder Chen's promise? Not even the weeds on the roadside. She trusts Chuyuan even more. And Dao is thriving, she saw it in her eyes, and her heart was also moved, and she simply went all the way to the end. Very well, in this case, everyone has their own aspirations, and this elder does not force you. I don't hope that one day I will kneel and beg me when I see you. Elder Chen's face was extremely gloomy. He waved his sleeves, looked at it bitterly, and turned to leave the palace. It's all my fault today. I thought that Elder Chen and the others were only here to ask His Majesty to help with alchemy, but I didn't expect that their real purpose was Lingyuan rice, and they also made His Majesty offend the Infinite Chamber of Commerce and cancel the Dao branch. Ji Fuling, a dignified and shrewd woman, had an apologetic expression on her face. Is it possible that after leaving an Infinite Chamber of Commerce, with the resources under my control, I am afraid that I will not be able to do business with me? You don't have to worry about it. Chu Yuan didn't care. Also, without a Dao branch, I have a shrewd and capable logistics manager. This deal is very worthwhile, and I am lacking talents like you. Your Majesty, do you really think so? Ji Fuling's eyes flashed, slightly surprised. You have no jokes. Chu Yuan said. As a minister of great martial arts, I, Ji Fuling, will naturally dedicate everything, including my life, to great martial arts. Ji Fuling bowed, and said, although the Infinite Chamber of Commerce has withdrawn its branch, the Infinite Chamber of Commerce is not the only one that can do big business. There are indeed a lot of big business people in the eternal world. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty actually knows about the eternal great world. Ji Fuling was surprised, and then continued, yes, there are also the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce and the Dingxing Chamber of Commerce that have business throughout the eternal great world, all of which are comparable to the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, but most of the 1 or 2 star powers here are being swept up by the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. Will other chambers of commerce come here to compete for business? Actually, I have always had an idea, and this idea can be realized if you come here. Chu Yuan said, with the power of my great martial arts, I will create and open the Great Martial Chamber of Commerce. It is indeed better to set up a chamber of commerce, to operate by yourself, than to exchange materials from other chambers of commerce. Many dynasties do the same. Ji Fuling nodded, suddenly startled. Could it be that your Majesty is going to hand over the Great Martial Chamber of Commerce to me? Yes, you have the ability to manage a chamber of commerce well. The Dao Chamber of Commerce now specializes in trading Lingyuan rice and some divine pills. In order to expand the transaction, you can contact other chambers of commerce, cooperate with them, and settle in Dao, so that we don't lack. The supplies are traded for them, and then we get the supplies we need from them. Chu Yuan said. The minister leads the order. Ji Fuling's voice bit hard. Fu Ling, you are good at managing the Chamber of Commerce. I will hand over the Chamber of Commerce to you, and I will leave it to you to contact other chambers of commerce and trade with them. Without an infinite Chamber of Commerce, could it be that I can't operate the great force? Chu Yuan said, in addition, you are good at assisting the distribution, storage and consumption of materials under the jurisdiction of Ho Zhongyong. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. Chu Yuan's words, suddenly a majestic national luck fell on her. Only those who are loyal to the great martial arts can enjoy the national fortune, and those who are disloyal in their hearts cannot resonate with the national fortune. Chu Yuan can see it at a glance. After all, his national fortune is dominated by the human emperor scriptures, which is a little different from others. After subduing Ji Fuling, Chu Yuan felt that he had made a wise decision. It is not enough to let Qianfu Lu lead the entire army, but let him be in charge of distributing supplies. Although he has the Ministry of Household, the group of people in the Ministry of Household have never seen so many resources before. Where have they had the experience of serving in the 2-star dynasty? But with Ji Fuling, everything is in order, and the allocation and use of each division of the army are very clear. As for Chu Yuan, the army was expanding at this time. Lu Qianfu is not only the commander of the Shenwu army, but also the commander of the entire army in name. With the supply of various divine pills from Xuanhuan, his realm has also hit the 6th level of the gods in a short period of time. There are also a lot of domestic peeping masters. After all, he can refine divine pills at will, distribute his subordinates, and have all kinds of classics of ancient Xuanhua's exercises, and his background suddenly becomes profound, which will naturally benefit the whole country. In addition, Xuanhuan needs a lot of talents to build an army of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. He also actively led various competitions of the army. Everything is going in the right direction. In the 31st year of the Dao calendar, in July, more than a month had passed since the Infinite Chamber of Commerce cancelled its branch, and Xuanhuan's Dao Chamber of Commerce was also established in the Imperial city. On this day, Xuanhuan welcomed a special guest. Your Majesty, Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, President Chaining asks to see you. After receiving Xuanhuan's gesture, a middle-aged man who looked a little rich, but there was a shrewd person in his eyes. This middle-aged man may seem a little inconspicuous, but in fact, he is a terrifying figure in the illuminating realm, stronger than the elder Chen who came before. The Qianquan Chamber of Commerce has actually sent a illuminating god this time. This is a treatment only available to the Samsung power, which shows that they value Xuanhuan. I am Chaining of the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce. I learned that the Dao Chamber of Commerce in the country needs to seek cooperation from other chambers of commerce. Therefore, I took the initiative to asking to open a branch here. This time I, the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, came with absolute sincerity. Although Chaining is a master of Zhaoshan, his tone of speech is very comfortable. He naturally knew that although Dao was a 2-star dynasty, the speed of development in the past year was astounding. Not even destroying the 4 kingdoms, Wanxian and Songnan surrendered to the 2 sects, especially he also vaguely learned that many forces had gone to Dao, but in the end none of them came back. This made him know that Dao was by no means an ordinary dynasty. Moreover, a large number of trading pills that the Infinite Chamber of Commerce has recently come up with seem to be from Dao, and there is also Lingyuan rice. He was also worried about how to contact Xuanhuan. The Infinite Chamber of Commerce suddenly cancelled the branch, which made him overjoyed, knowing that God had sent him a chance. The people of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce are too short-sighted, and each one's eyes are higher than the top. President Chai, I think Poria has already explained the key points of the transaction with me. The Qianquan Chamber of Commerce provides me with medicinal materials. According to one batch, the pills are produced on average. I will give you a share of how many medicinal herbs are, and I will supply Lingyuan rice in exchange for all kinds of materials that I need. Xuanhuan didn't bother, knowing that Ji Fuling could do well. Of course, President Ji has made it very clear to me that I am by no means the group of people from the Infinite Chamber of Commerce. In terms of business, my Qianquan Chamber of Commerce is more professional than them. Your Majesty will hand over the goods to me, and I will naturally negotiate. Agreed to deal with it. Naturally, Chaining would not propose to forcefully buy Lingyuan rice seeds. He does business and has a long-term view, so he will not be blinded by this interest. It can be said that after feeling Dao's national fortune, he valued Dao's future. In this case, the trade fair between me and the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce will be very pleasant, and you and I will both get a win-win situation. Xuanhuan said with a smile, in the future, I will let Fu Ling be responsible for contacting your Qianquan Chamber of Commerce in the future. #C108 Devour King. Xuanhuan quickly reached an agreement with Chaining, and there was no objection to everything. In terms of medicinal pills, there is no difference between the previous and the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, and the Lingyuan rice. The Qianquan Chamber of Commerce will convert it into legal crystals at the market price, and then repurchase a large amount of war materials from the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce based on the number of legal crystals. It's a mutually beneficial cycle. In fact, Chai Ning personally came here to value Chuyuan's potential on the one hand, and on the other hand, the business of the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce has been squeezed too much by the Infinite Chamber of Commerce in recent years. The appearance of Lin Juanmi made them keenly sense that this was an opening point. Your Majesty is a peerless hero. It is really comfortable to trade with your Majesty. Chai Ning's face was full of smiles. This Lingyuan rice will definitely be sold out if it is shipped to any dynasty, and the two of them are talking about business with a mutually beneficial attitude, and they don't care about some small details. Mutual benefit and win-win situation. Chuyuan said, President Chai, you can also stay in the great martial arts and enjoy the dinner today. Then I would be more respectful than obedient. Chai Ning wants to eat not food, but to win over Chuyuan. Your Majesty, urgent military situation. But at this time, Eunuch Wei hurried over with a letter in his hand. Chuyuan opened the letter and frowned slightly. Seeing this, Chai Ning said, I've come all the way, and the fortunes of the Great Wu Kingdom are prosperous, and the luck is like fire. It is a prosperous scene. There will be any emergency military situation. If there is any inconvenience, I will leave first. It's not a secret. Chuyuan said, today, my scouts discovered that the 2 million army of the Haiming dynasty was heading towards Qianzhou, and it would probably reach Qianzhou within 10 days. The forces along the way gave way. I want to open the gap for Haiming to enter our great martial arts and establish a frontier base. Haiming dynasty. Chai Ning said fiercely, I know this dynasty. The Emperor Haiming is very ambitious and has a strong cultivation base. He is definitely not weak in the Samsung dynasty. Does His Majesty know who the leader is this time? It seems to be called Xuanhuan. Chuyuan said. It turned out to be Xuanhuan, I know him. Chai Ning's face changed. This Xuanhuan is a general of the Haiming dynasty, and he is the first-level illuminating realm, so he has won the trust of the Haiming Emperor, and he also has a title, that is blood. Hand demon too, every time he conquers a city, he will inevitably slaughter it. Who does not hear the news of the surrounding countries, Your Majesty, you are in trouble, his 2 million are his demon 2 army, all of them are elites, with 1 to 5, even to 10. Blood hand demon too? Chuyuan sneered, I will let him die here. Your Majesty, don't be careless, my Qianquan Chamber of Commerce also has a branch in the Haiming dynasty, it's better for me to come forward and talk to the Emperor Haiming. In the face of my Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, let the Emperor Haiming retreat, and the two sides cultivate a friendly relationship. Chai Ning didn't want him to welcome the army of the Haiming dynasty as soon as he opened a branch in Dao. He also knew a little that the reason why the Haiming dynasty sent troops was for the great potential of the dynasty. After all, the Haiming emperor was very protective of his shortcomings, and he would not let go of any anger. Choose one, accept Chai Ning's opinion, ask the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce to mediate, avoid war, get 300 fate points, Oriental Taibai real gold X1. Choice 2. Those who commit my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. Send troops to attack the vanguard army of the Black Underworld dynasty, and obtain 300 fate points, supernatural power fruit X1. President Chai is kind to me, but I can't take a step back. I don't know if President Chai has heard this sentence. Although I am a great warrior, even if he is far away, he will be punished. If he dares to come to the Dark Dynasty, I will dare to let them all. The army is annihilated. Chuyuan said coldly, I will wipe out the enemy outside the country. Those who violate my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. Chai Ning was shocked. I wonder if Your Majesty can help me with anything. If President Chai has this time, why don't you follow me to see how my army fought against the Haiming dynasty? Chuyuan said. The competition between countries is the most tragic, especially this time when Xuanhuan is leading the team. I am interested. Chai Ning did not refuse. Although it was rumored that De Wu was extremely powerful, he had not seen it before. Ding! The host makes the second choice and gets 300 fate points and supernatural power x1. Supernatural power fruit. In the long river of origin, the special fruit condensed by the supreme supernatural power is extremely cherished. Eating the supernatural power fruit and choosing a supernatural power that has been comprehended can be more profound to the supernatural power. Choose a magical power? Xuanhuan looked at a small fruit that appeared in his hand. Although I have mastered many magical powers, the Great Devouring Technique has the greatest effect on me, and it involves cultivation. Xuanhuan chose the Great Devouring Technique and ate the magical fruit. The Great Devouring Technique is comprehending. The Great Devouring Technique is advancing. The first reaction after eating the magical fruit, Xuanhuan felt that his soul seemed to be in a long river. This long river was not water, but more like a long river of origin and energy formed by the Great Devouring Technique. A piece of sentiment installation. It seems like a long time, and it seems like just a moment. Xuanhuan woke up and found that the real time was only a few breaths later. Great Devouring Technique, one of the 3,000 great avenues of magic. Everything in the world has a source, and by practicing the Great Devouring Technique, everything can be devoured, and the source of all things can be swallowed up as a great devouring body. Ding! The title of the host is upgraded, and the King of Swallowing is obtained. The King of Devouring, the evolutionary version of the Son of Devouring, the speed of swallowing is accelerated, which can store the swallowed energy and condense it into energy fruit. Upgraded to King of Devouring. Xuanhuan looked slightly stunned. This King of Devouring is much more powerful than the Son of Devouring, and has more energy storage functions. You must know that Xuanhuan devoured it before. If it is not transformed into his own power as soon as possible, it will dissipate in the heaven and earth, but now it can be stored and turned into energy fruit. At this moment, Xuanhuan's order to attack the Haiming dynasty was issued. This time, he only ordered the Shenwu army and the Lihua army Wanxian army. The Shenwu army was trained in Qianzhou. After the newly formed Wanxian army was ordered, it quickly assembled towards Qianzhou. Wangshuanzu is very close to Qianzhou, so it only took a few days to arrive. Qianzhou Qianlong City. There is a huge military plaza that can accommodate millions of people. In the square, the 250,000 Divine Martial Army soldiers all wore pitch-black armor and stood upright, like soldiers standing on the ground with pillars on the ground. The establishment of Wanxian army was short-lived, and now it has only 1.5 million people. Their armor is also the main theme of black, but some fiery colors are added to distinguish it from the army of Shenwu. These 150 people were recruited from the Wanxian Sunnan provinces, and many of them used to be strong sectarians. It's so scary, is that the army of Shenwu? All of the 250,000 people are masters above the primordial spirit realm, and their breaths are almost connected together. Even I felt a shock. The army of human primordial spirits, the elite of the elite, I am afraid that only the 4 or 5-star dynasties have the ability to do it. Chai Ning came with Xuanhuan to watch the play this time. He was also shocked when he saw the army of Shenwu with the lowest strength in the primordial spirit realm, and had a higher evaluation of Dao. Originally, there were a lot of soul-forging masters in the Shenwu army, but during this time, Xuanhuan made alchemy and obtained the treasure of the underground ancient city, which has raised their strength to the primordial spirit realm. The army of 250,000 gods attacked, but even the gods couldn't stop it. And the Wanxian army of the Lihua Legion also has a strong aura. During this period of time, he was eating lingyuan rice, and he could take medicine pills every day. There were countless strong people who came out. I originally thought that the 2 Wanxian Sunnan sects were only forced to submit to the great martial arts, but I didn't expect that they have completely integrated into the great martial arts, and even the sects have been cancelled and become an army. Of course, Chining knew that Chu Yuan asked him to follow him so that he could see the strength of Dao so that he could trade better in the future. #C109 Head-to-head. Molten Desert. This is an endless desert bordering Changzhou, and the sunset twilight sprinkles down, and there is a smell of doomsday. This desert is a furnace-like scene all year round, with golden sand and scalding heat rising. At this moment, there are endless figures on this desert, all of them wearing blood-red armor, as if the desert has been dyed a blood red. There is a kind of strange setting sun like blood. General, you can cross this desert tomorrow and reach the Great Diving. This group of people is now stationed on the desert. At this time, a middle-aged man with a rough face, scars on his face, and blood in his eyes, as if the butcher's man was listening to someone reporting to him. Send the 3 armies to station in the melting flame desert tonight, let the soldiers eat and drink well, keep their spirits well, hurry up at dawn tomorrow, arrive at Daqian at night, conquer Qianlong City in one fell swoop, let the soldiers eat well and drink well at night, and restore their energy. Sharp. This middle-aged man turned out to be the blood-handed demon slaughter of the He-Ming dynasty, a peerless master in the realm of the gods. General, has your majesty made a fuss this time? After destroying Dao, he actually asked you to bring 2 million blood to slaughter the army. With our strength, facing the 2-star forces, we will use 1 to 10, or just one who has just been promoted to 2-star. Dynasty, over the years, you have fought in the north and south, and how few 2-star forces have been destroyed? The man next to the blood-handed demon slaughter, Xuanhuan, has also reached a half-step and is his lieutenant. Humph. Zhonglun hummed. After your majesty left the customs, he learned that Daqian was destroyed, and the 13th princess died in Daqian. She was furious. You must know that Daqian is a vassal of my He-Ming dynasty. Who doesn't give some face? However, the Lord of the Great Martial Arts does have some skills, and His Majesty asked us to let us not make any mistakes, conquer the great potential, establish a base, and there will be a rolling army coming later. Your Majesty trusts the general very much. His lieutenant said, I heard that Dao has also subdued 2 2-star sects recently, which is indeed a bit strange. There are ants under the gods. I already look down on him when I go on an expedition. In addition, I will pass on my order. When it comes to Dao, I don't care about burning, killing, looting, but I only have one request, that is, I must destroy Dao. Every gram of the bloody hand demon slaughtered a city, and his soldiers were also extremely sturdy, and all of them had a strong smell of blood. If you violate our country, you should be punished with death. Suddenly, a coercive and domineering voice seemed to penetrate the endless void and spread over this endless desert, making everyone's heart tremble. Zhonglun suddenly heard this voice, his eyes suddenly shone with shock, and he shouted, Who is it? I, Emperor Wu. In the void, the ancient emperor's domineering swept in. Chu Yuan stepped on the ancient emperor's chariot. From a distance, he seemed to merge with the sunset. He was driving from the sun, and it was magnificent to the extreme. Kill, kill, kill. With Chu Yuan appearing. The 250,000 Shenwu army and the 1.5 million Lihua army emerged from the desert. All of them were elites. Their murderous aura shattered the sky. When they saw the army of the He-Ming dynasty, not only did they not have the slightest fear, but roaring and killing directly. Chining came with the army. I was a little stunned to see the Great Martial Army Corps kill directly. He originally thought that Chu Yuan would take advantage of the city, occupy the right time and place, and fight according to the city, but he never expected that Chu Yuan would directly pull the army into the desert and fight the He-Ming dynasty in a head-to-head manner. Boom! The 1.75 million army was killed, the roar shook the sky, and the yellow sand filled the sky in an instant, setting off a terrifying hurricane. Heaven and earth will change color. Each of these great armies is not weak. Even Wanxianjun is the elite selected from the billions of people in Wanxian Songnan 2 states. Under the training of Dao, the lowest, the strength has also reached the soul-forging realm. That terrifying aura. Even Chining felt some scalp tingling. The blood and energy of 1.75 million people are connected together. If there is another powerful general of the army who can condense the strength of the entire army into one, even if he is a god, he will retreat, otherwise he will be trapped in it. Dying from exhaustion. Woohoo! The horn of Longwei resounded, and everyone seemed to be beaten with blood, extremely excited, and their combat power was significantly improved. Chu Yuan. Xuanhuan said abruptly, feeling the overwhelming momentum of the army in front, and roared the entire battlefield with a thick voice, "You are courageous enough to start a battle with me in the molten desert, and fight a frontal attack that relies purely on military strength. I have to say, with this, you are very courageous. Pass my order to annihilate the Great Martial Legion, and be sure to leave them in the molten desert forever. Since they have opened up their posture, how can I not meet his requirements?" Although the Dao Legion is aggressive, Xuanhuan is not afraid. Instead, he prefers this kind of head-to-head battle, and the last thing he likes is the siege battle. The ancient three-star kingdom has the power of illuminating the spirit realm, and its background is much stronger than that of the two-star power. The army he led this time also used forging souls as soldiers, and there were also many Yuanshan realms and supernatural powers. 2 million in the Dark Dynasty. The Dao Dynasty had 1.75 million. There is not much disparity in the configuration of troops. The boundless melting flame desert is the largest battlefield at this moment, enough for more than 3 million people to fight together, and immediately saw the long borderline on both sides, and the soldiers from both sides are approaching quickly. Swish swish. Countless bows and arrows were shot from the army of the Haiming dynasty. The sky was covered with arrows, and there was a bloody smell on it. It was the unique black arrow of the Haiming dynasty. Nausea. Clang, clang, clang. At the forefront of the Dao army is the Shenwu Legion. The armor they wore was all from the underground ancient city, and the Ministry of Industry transformed it into the armor of Dao. The wave of arrows volleyed on the opposite side, although violent, did not cause any casualties. Are the armors that were once refined by the 5-star dynasty of ordinary quality? Even if the arrow penetrated the body, Chu Yuan also equipped each person with a healing pill. Destroyer crossbow, salvo. Lu Qianfu had already made preparations. When the army of Haiming entered the most effective attack range of Dao, he waved his hand, and the army of 1.75 million immediately took out the god-destroying crossbow and shot it forward. When he was destroying the country before, Chu Yuan only built 100,000 pairs for the Shenwu army. However, half a year has passed since the extermination of the country, and he has created more than 1 million pairs for Wanxian army. After all, the Lihua army is an army that expands its territory and needs this kind of weapon to fight on the battlefield. God-extinguishing crossbow, a wave of salvos, the arrows rained overwhelmingly. Chu Yuan was not stingy in making arrows, and after obtaining a large amount of meteorite fine gold, at least 30% of the materials of each crossbow arrow were doped with meteorite fine gold. This kind of metal is specialized in breaking armor, breaking through mana, and it is full of penetrating power. The Haiming army would never have imagined that Chu Yuan would have such a weapon of war that even the 4-star dynasty did not have. Puff puff. Then there was the sound of continuous shooting through the flesh, and it was to see a large number of people stabbed into hedgehogs all over their bodies. Shield player, defense. Someone shouted in the Black Underworld army. God-destroying crossbow salvo, all crossbow arrows, shoot light. Lu Qianfu was in no hurry to come forward to fight. In this war, each person carried 100 crossbow arrows. Under the order of Lu Qianfu, slowly advance forward, and shoot all the crossbow arrows at the maximum speed, maximizing the killing power of the enemy. Hashtag C120 Scarlet Fruit. Whoosh whoosh. A salvo is 1.75 million bolts. And for this battle, everyone brought 100 of them. How many crossbow bolts are all shot out? There are literally 175 million crossbow bolts. Even if some soldiers fell on Dao's side, there were more than 170 million crossbow arrows fired. If Xuanhuan hadn't obtained the treasures of the ancient city of Xuanhuan, he would not have been able to afford such profligate consumption. Ordinary crossbow arrows are too difficult to pierce through armor, but Xuanhuan's equipment is different. Mixed with meteorite fine gold, the army of the He-Ming dynasty is not much paper, but it is not much different. In the terrifying rain of arrows, they were all shot into hedgehogs, harvested like grass. It's not that the He-Ming dynasty didn't think of countermeasures, but the bows in their hands are not comparable to the god-destroying crossbow, even if the master of the gods roared and wanted to disrupt the situation, but in the face of the overwhelming crossbow arrows, they would not dare to take the lead, otherwise the magic power can't handle that much either. The battle of the army is so terrifying, unless the level has the ability to crush, otherwise the strong and small realm will be crushed in front of the army. The yellow sand has been dyed red, and there are blood pits everywhere. Although in this wave of mutual shooting, Dao also fell. However, more than 100 million crossbow arrows were fired at the same time, and the He-Ming dynasty also killed or injured at least 300,000 to 400,000 troops. Although Dao also suffered damage, the advantage of the equipment was negligible, and it was negligible compared with the opponent. This is the crushing of equipment. Wars are fought for material and money. War is too cruel. Seeing the corpses scattered all over the place, Chai Ning couldn't help sighing. Only half an hour later, hundreds of thousands of people were killed and injured. The battle between dynasties is stronger than the shock caused by the strong fighting alone. Their Qianquan Chamber of Commerce is different from the dynasty, and they only do business. Unless they provoke them, they will not take action. There is no mercy in war, only victory and defeat. The war between countries is even more tragic. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The loser will only be swept into the dust of history. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan's expression did not change. This is the way of the emperor. Chai Ning was stunned. The emperor is kind to the inside, soothes the people's livelihood, cruel to the outside, and expands the territory. Although he is a strong person in the illuminating realm, he is not an emperor, nor can he become an emperor. Only someone like Xuanhuan can become an emperor. Kill. The Dao Legion used up the crossbow arrows. In an instant, millions of people on both sides fought together, and the most brutal frontal fight began. Suddenly, the weapons collided, and flesh and blood flew. Just a few breaths, a large number of soldiers fell. After being suppressed by God-extinguishing crossbow for so long, the He-Ming dynasty also suppressed a burst of anger. However, when they collided with the Great Martial Army Corps, they discovered that the combat power on the opposite side was not as fragile as they thought, and they were all well equipped. Especially the Xuanhuan Legion, which is all composed of 250,000 yuan of gods, is the killing god on the battlefield. Originally, there were too few strong Dao peeping gods, but after absorbing the Wanqian Songnan two states, this problem was solved very well. Although the army of 2 million people in the He-Ming dynasty is also elite, it is impossible to have 250,000 yuan of god powerhouses, only tens of thousands. This collision, there is a gap in combat effectiveness. The Xuanhuan artifact of the middle and lower grades is not lacking now, and dozens of ordinary ones have been obtained in the ancient city of Xuanhuan. With the medicinal pills in his hand, he raised both Zhao Kong and Songnan sect master to the 10th level of peeping. Although there is a half-step light on the opposite side, in the battle of millions of troops, this advantage can only affect a small area. But it can't change the whole situation. Zhonghan looked at the entire battlefield, His face was always gloomy. He was stronger than Dao in terms of top-notch power, but the hardcore soldiers were one-sided slaughter, and he could only forcibly rely on 2 half-Bui Yunshan lieutenants to suppress the situation. The Great Martial Army. Demon slaughter. Xuanhuan knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If he continued, his 2 million elites would not have much left in the end. He is according to God. God has the power to change the situation in this kind of battle. He was holding a knife, but the knife seemed to be bent over, like a hook. It was his mid-grade artifact, and suddenly a violent killing intent burst out and turned into a knife. Qi kills the battlefield. The void is frozen, and it is Lu Qianfu who he wants to kill. Xuanhuan could of course see that although this Qianfu Lu was only peeping at the realm of the gods, he was the brain of this army, and the formation of those armies was under his command. Under my nose, you also want to kill the commander-in-chief? Chu Yuan's ancient emperor's chariot broke out into the ancient emperor's realm, and a godless might swept over. In his hand, the steel of suppressing the prison and conferring the gods displayed his skills, and suddenly pulled Xuanhuan into the realm. Boom! This Xuanhuan slashed on the suppressing prison and conferred God monument with a knife, and his palms were trembling. Ring of God. Seal the sky. Suddenly, Xuanhuan was trapped in Jinyu Fengshan monument for a short time, and a Wujing bracelet flew out from Chu Yuan's wrist, which happened to be placed on a half-step Jiashan's lieutenant. Not good. The lieutenant trembled in his heart. Chu Yuan is now at the 10th supernatural power level, stronger than when he killed Prince Feng. If it was Xuanhuan, he wouldn't be able to trap him, but the general was enveloped in a black light, as if he was locked inside, and it was difficult to escape. Hand of the God of War. Chu Yuan's big golden hand grabbed it straight, twisting the void, as if it was folded together. A look of despair flashed in the deputy general's eyes, and his head exploded with one hand, taking his life. Great phagocytosis. Devouring his vitality, a bloody fruit appeared in Chu Yuan's hand, which was the flesh and blood spirit of the lieutenant. Devouring a half-step Jiashan's energy is not very effective for Chu Yuan. It is better to condense him into a fruit and continue to grow. When enough energy is accumulated by devouring, it will be enough for him to sprint to the realm. The great devouring technique can not only devour flesh and soul, it is so powerful that Chu Yuan can swallow all the energy in a vein in one breath, and even extract all the energy in the world. Chu Yuan. Xuanhuan saw that his lieutenant was just beheaded in the blink of an eye, and a roar broke out into the sky. He would never have imagined that Chu Yuan's strength would be so strong. Don't try to restrain me. Xuanhuan was furious. After all, it was a god, and the steel of suppressing prison and conferring God only restrained him for a dozen or so breaths, and he was blasted into the distance. Enough time. Chu Yuan didn't expect to trap Xuanhuan on the statue of suppressing prison and conferring gods. Burn the sky and cook the sea. Chu Yuan waved the flag of burning the sky, and the flames fell exactly like fire dragons into the legion of the Black Underworld army. In the blink of an eye, it was like a dragon descending from the sky, and he saw that tens of thousands of soldiers were burned by flames. Even a master of peeping God will be wiped out under this flame, and there will be no bones left. With so many artifacts, who can stand it? Chining's eyelids twitched when he saw it from a distance. He saw that Chu Yuan had displayed several artifacts in a row, each of which was of extremely high quality, and he couldn't help feeling sad for the army of the Black Underworld. Who would be able to stand against an opponent who would use artifacts against you like this? Xuanhuan, today I let you, the blood-handed demon, die here. After Chu Yuan slaughtered a large number of masters of the Black Underworld army with divine tools, countless flesh and blood souls were condensed into the blood-colored energy fruit by his great swallowing technique, and then handed over the battlefield below to the army. He suddenly flashed like a ray of light, and when it came again, the cutting light suddenly pierced through Xuanhuan's hull. Hashtag C121 gather your head. Xuanhuan, destroy my army, I will make you pay for it. When Xuanhuan saw his army being slaughtered like this, his eyes were blood red, and he was furious. He fought for the He Ming dynasty for hundreds of years, and faced the two-star dynasty Invincible. He had suffered such a big loss, and he suddenly showed his fierceness. In the face of Xuanhuan's blow, he condensed the scarlet mana and directly shook it. Xuanhuan was expressionless. Although he hasn't really played against a master of illuminating gods, but his realm is at the 10th level of supernatural powers, and he has many supernatural powers and magical techniques on his body. Cut a finger to face Xuanhuan's mana, and that sharp power can cut almost everything. Before Xuanhuan came over, he felt a pain in his palm. He looked down and saw that his fingers were bare, with 5 fingers. I'll break. What? Xuanhuan let out a roar. Blood demon slash. After the blood was stopped, Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and slashed with his machete, forming strips of blood, forming a blood net. Suddenly, the blood in his body was boiling, and the power of this knife was like a blood demon. The sky falls. Blood demon slash. Chai Ning was faintly apprehensive when he saw this knife. Every time this Xuanhuan kills a person, every time he kills a city, he will collect blood, absorb the essence, and refine it into the machete to enhance the power of his knife. Grip of the God of War. Xuanhuan's hands flashed with golden light. The big battle technique and the grip of the God of War are simply the most perfect match, and he caught the bloody knife that was cut down in one fell swoop. This glove is weird. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed, and then he said with a grin, "You dare to take my knife." A huge blood-colored skull suddenly flew out of the blood knife. This was the blood demon that he had slaughtered after slaughtering an unknown number of creatures. If it bit his body, it would immediately suck your blood dry like a leech. Great fighting technique, 7 fighting styles. As soon as the gore fiend flew over, an incomparably strong masculinity erupted from his body, and his hands shrouded down, directly suppressing the gore fiend. It was torn directly. Is the gore fiend that I spent hundreds of years condensing so easy to deal with? Xuanhuan said savagely, "Gore fiend hell, endless blood energy, gore fiend reborn." I saw that the torn gore fiend was rapidly gathering, and the army below was fighting. A large number of soldiers died every moment, and the blood energy in their fallen corpses was actually gathering towards this gore fiend. Gore fiend. Chai Ning was shocked. This blood fiend is extremely evil and strange. The battlefield is the best environment to practice blood fiend. The boundless blood can enhance the blood fiend's strength. Gather your head. Xuanhuan said coldly, "In front of me, I dare to play this kind of trick of gathering blood." Boom. This gore fiend was just reuniting, but a vortex of devouring came out of Xuanhuan's hand. As far as competing for energy, he was able to compete for the great devouring technique, and he immediately saw that the gore fiend was shaken into blood energy again, and then swallowed by him. My blood demon. Seeing that his blood demon was dealt with by Xuanhuan in such a strange way, Xuanhuan was almost furious and vomited out a mouthful of blood, making it difficult to accept the result. Big flame technique, flame palm. Xuanhuan pushed out a palm, and the huge flame palm of more than 10 meters was so hot that even the air was burned and distorted. A sea of blood. Xuanhuan would never have imagined that, as an existence in the illuminating spirit realm, he would be at an absolute disadvantage in front of Xuanhuan. He grabbed his hands immediately, and the infinite rays of light turned into a sea of blood, illuminating a vast path of blood. 7 battles, Emperor's hegemony. Xuanhuan launched a counterattack, but Xuanhuan also launched the final attack here. His hands with golden gloves were like a violent storm. In just a few breaths, it was thousands of punches that slammed into Xuanhuan. Encountered such a violent attack and killing, even Xuanhuan couldn't bear it even if he was in the divine realm. What he feared most with his blood demon art was Chu Yuan's stern and yang style of play. Soul of the gore fiend, shine on the void. At this time, Xuanhuan also knew that he couldn't continue with Chu Yuan. Blood light as thin as the tip of a needle escaped from his pores, especially on the top of his head, which was covered with a strong blood light, casting the strongest secret technique. The so-called illuminating the gods is to illuminate the path to the realm of the gods and to understand one's own heart. He burst out this time, and even the void hummed and vibrated, as if stepping on ice. Death to me. Xuanhuan held a machete and slashed with one knife. This force was as fast as lightning, and it seemed to have created a field. The air was instantly evacuated, and the violent momentum locked Chu Yuan's range of activities. No, Xuanhuan is going to work hard. Chai Ning's face changed greatly. Even if he was higher than Chai Ning, he was not willing to work hard. At this time, Chu Yuan didn't move, but the butcher's knife slashed and slashed straight through Chu Yuan's body. Is he dead? Xuanhuan retracted his knife and said suddenly, not good. Because he saw this time, Chu Yuan's body twisted a few times strangely, and then appeared behind him, opened a hand, and grabbed the back of his head. Blood demon descends into the world. The extreme danger made Xuanhuan terrified to the extreme. This time, he was burning the soul of the divine realm in exchange for more powerful mana. Immediately, he saw a gore fiend appear, and he opened the gore fiend's hand and slapped it behind him. At this time, Chu Yuan activated the 5 seconds of nothingness after the upgrade of Xianling wings, and in just 5 seconds, he exchanged for 2 extreme outbreaks of Xuanhuan. Again and again, again and again, and 3 times, exhausted. After using supernatural powers that consume a lot of energy twice in a row, Xuanhuan's mana has been weakened to the extreme. I give you death. The supreme humanity, in front of the human race, the aura of the Emperor increases by 100%, and the shock bonus is 100%. Although Chu Yuan was only the Emperor of the 2-star dynasty, his national fortunes were as vast as the ocean. When he launched this action, Xuanhuan's heart shuddered. Seeing an irresistible emperor, he couldn't even act against it. He desperately wanted to get out of this state, but Chu Yuan's emperor's shock was too strong, symbolizing the sacred and inviolable appearance of Dao's national fortune. The battle is only for a split second. 5 seconds of nothingness, Chu Yuan was still invincible. He directly slaughtered Xuanhuan. The great cutting technique, the finger of cutting. Whoa! The mana shrouded in front of Xuanhuan was torn apart, and Chu Yuan stepped in front of him, carrying infinite mana with one finger, and pierced the middle of Xuanhuan's forehead, instantly causing a blood to flow from the back of his head. Out! What? Xuanhuan let out the last scream of his life. The blood hole between his brows completely took away his last breath of life. Chu Yuan grabbed it with the palm of his hand. This Xuanhuan's body then completely disappeared, and the energy condensed in his hands was the energy fruit that was the size of a watermelon, blood red, and contained the most powerful energy in the illuminating realm. #C122 peeping into the realm. Xuanhuan was beheaded? Seeing this scene, Chai Ning was also stunned and heartbroken, unable to calm down for a long time. To know that this is an existence of the same level as him, a strong man who can destroy the 2-star power, although his strength is not as good as him, but it is simply appalling to die in the hands of Chu Yuan. Originally, he thought that Dao was a potential 2-star dynasty. He personally came here to open up the situation where he was continuously suppressed by the infinite chamber of commerce in the airspace, but after this battle, the strength of this Dao was probably comparable to some 3-star dynasty. The general is dead. We can't be Dao's opponent. How is this possible? The general will die in battle. The Heiming army below saw that Xuanhuan was beheaded and turned into a blood-colored fruit, completely stunned and panicked. Originally, they couldn't hold on under the conquest of the Dao army, and Xuanhuan's death was undoubtedly an important factor that made them collapse. Even the last half-step Jiaoshan was trembling with fear, and hurriedly shouted the order to retreat, exiting the melting flame desert. At this time, a large number of the army of the Black Underworld dynasty was also heading for a disorderly route in the molten flame desert. Great phagocytosis, swallow. Seeing those people trying to escape, Chu Yuan's eyes shot again, and a swallowing vortex appeared around him. Wherever he went, countless people were swallowed by him, condensed into the blood-colored fruit, and increased in size. At this moment, the blood-colored fruit was the size of a head with Chu Yuan's devouring, and it was illuminated by a strange blood light. Not enough, still not enough. Every time he went to a place, the people there were blank. You are not human. Watching Chu Yuan perform the great devouring technique, the scalp of the half-step Jiaoshan general exploded. He only felt that Chu Yuan was surrounded by the demon god domain. Once he entered, he would die without a burial place, and not even the bones would be left. Die. Chu Yuan's swallowing vortex shrouded the half-step Jiaoshan. This person didn't even make a scream, and merged into the blood-colored fruit, and suddenly swelled again. Not only that, Chu Yuan specially killed the existences in the spirit-seeing realm of the Black Underworld army, and their flesh and blood spirits were swallowed into the fruit, and they could grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The great devouring technique can swallow everything and transform everything into the energy that Chu Yuan needs. It is rumored that the cultivation has reached the extreme state, and even a big world can be swallowed by one bite. Continued devouring. There are dozens of peeping gods in the army of Black and Underworld, 2 half-step illuminating gods, 1 real illuminating god, and a large number of supernatural beings were swallowed by Chu Yuan and transformed into a full 2 heads. Blood-colored fruit. Peek into the realm of the gods, spy on the road to the realm of the gods. The way I get is the way of humanity, there is no way of God, be kind to the inside, cruel to the outside. Chu Yuan is very clear about his own path. Centering on people and emperors, build an immortal and eternal empire. The infinite national movement turned into a golden beam of light that enveloped him. Tens of thousands of divine pills danced around him. A large number of Fa crystals were also swallowed by him into smashed crystal powders. The realm of peeping God. All the energy poured into his body in an instant. If it wasn't for the upgrade of the great devouring technique, he would not be able to refine it so quickly. Peep into the realm of the gods. With a real illuminating spirit as a medicinal guide, Chu Yuan successfully broke through to the peeping spirit realm. Feeling the power of this realm, when the mana moves, you can feel the laws that make up this world, and then use your own power to gently spy on them. To spy on the power of a trace of the road to the realm of the gods, this is the realm of the gods. The combat power of the human emperor sword realm increases by 1. In other words, if Chu Yuan didn't use any divine weapons and magical powers, his strength was comparable to that of a powerhouse at the first level of God. Happy, breaking through to the realm of peeping gods, I can feel a completely different change from the supernatural powers. Chu Yuan's eyes were bright, and he couldn't help laughing. This time, the He-Ming dynasty gave him a great gift. If it hadn't devoured Xuanhuan and a large number of peeping gods and supernatural powers, Chu Yuan would not be able to hit the peeping gods in such a short period of time even if he had divine pills. Boundary. At this moment, the war with the He-Ming dynasty is about to end. With the supernatural powers, the top powerhouses like Glanshan were swallowed up by Chu Yuan, and the remaining ordinary soldiers simply did not have the strength to continue stubbornly. The battle lasted from dusk until late at night. In this battle, the 2 million army of the Black Underworld dynasty was beheaded and killed as many as 700,000 to 800,000. The existence of the peeping gods was wiped out, and there were corpses everywhere, except for some who fled into the desert during the chaos and were captured. There are as many as millions of people. A large number of materials of the He-Ming dynasty were also confiscated one by one. Although the Great Martial Army had some damage, it was not worth mentioning compared to the He-Ming dynasty. 2 million elites were swept away this time, dozens of peeping gods, 2 half-step illuminating gods, and 1 real illuminating god were damaged, even for a powerful force like the He-Ming dynasty. If the news spreads back to the He-Ming dynasty, I don't know how wonderful the face of the He-Ming emperor will be. Xuanhuan didn't know whether his face was fine or not, but the great victory on Dao's side was passed back to the country, and almost everyone was boiling and rejoicing. It seemed that it had nothing to do with them, but the stronger the dynasty, the more invisible benefits existed. It's over? Chai Ning hadn't come back from the shock. President Chai, the elites of the He-Ming dynasty have been defeated in one fell swoop. It seems that our business will cooperate better in the future. Xuanhuan knew that this battle had completely deterred Chai Ning. In his heart, Dawu could not be divided into a 2-star dynasty, and he was afraid that he would soon be promoted to a 3-star dynasty. Congratulations to your majesty for this great victory. President Chai's face twitched. His previous preparations were not wrong, and the Dao branch was built as a Samsung, and it was the kind with potential. At this time, he felt that it was still not enough, and even proposed to the 5-star branch of the Hanging Domain to give the treatment of the 4-star branch of Dao. Unlimited Chamber of Commerce, this time you are short-sighted to withdraw from Dao, but give me a chance for Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. I don't know if you will regret it. Chai Ning is also a little fortunate that the Infinite Chamber of Commerce withdrew and gave him the opportunity to enter. Your Majesty, the battlefield has been cleaned up, and all the prisoners have been removed from their weapons and armor. What should be done? Lu Qianfu reported at this time. Stay obedient, put them in the death camp, and give them food. Those who are disobedient and dare to resist will be killed directly. I have no interest in recruiting them slowly. Xuanhuan said lightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Qianfu nodded. In addition, you have won a big victory this time. Let Fu Ling organize the supplies. I will give her a standard. You will list your military exploits, Ho Zhongyong, and reward the soldiers. A soldier who has made great achievements. Xuanhuan continued, tell the Ministry of Household, I will hold a celebration banquet this time to reward every meritorious soldier. President Chai, this time I will hold a celebration banquet. I wonder if I am interested in participating, to give this face? His Majesty personally invited me, and that's what I mean. This is a good opportunity to get closer to Xuanhuan. Chai Ning naturally wants to participate and will not let it go. That's better. Xuanhuan said, if there is no attack from the Black Ming dynasty this time, it will be difficult for me to break through the peeping gods in a short period of time. He's just a peeping god. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Chai Ning's heart completely collapsed. C-123 Ironclad Flying Boat. The battle in the Rongyan Desert not only showed the might of Dao, but also left an indelible impression in Chai Ning's heart. He realized that Dawu would be his best partner and the basis for his promotion. The first batch of medicinal materials was refined, and soon Xuanhuan delivered a large amount of qingdan to Chai Ning. The pieces are round and full, as if they were carved out of a mold. There is no difference in quality, and they are generally produced in batches. In fact, Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce did not earn much for the medicinal pills under the gods. The success rate of their alchemists was 20 to 30%, which was not much more than Xuanhuan's share. But seeing Shindan, Chai Ning was happy, and sometimes they were less than 10% successful. Selling these divine pills, or providing them to the strongmen of the Chamber of Commerce, the benefits are far stronger than those of medicinal materials. The first batch of Lingyuan rice was also delivered to the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce, bringing countless war supplies to Dao. Enough resources to expand the army. Moreover, the branch of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce in Dao used to be a 2-star, but now it is a top 3-star treatment. Ning even thought about when to upgrade the level again, and this suggestion has been handed over to the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce. The 31 year of the Dao calendar is the autumn of September. The fortune of the country is boiling like fire, like the eternal sun shining in the sky. It's almost time for the whole people to communicate with each other. In the prefectures and counties of Dao, even the most common people have reached the Tongmai realm, and even those 6 or 7-year-old children have the cultivation realm of self-cultivation. In the past, although Dao had more than 1 billion people, it was not possible for everyone to practice martial arts. Many people could only cultivate in the self-cultivation realm when they became adults. The reason is that the resources produced in Dao's land are not enough to accommodate so many warriors. But now that the resources are full, the rice that every family eats is Lingyuan rice, especially those children who are still growing. After eating this kind of rice, their faces are nourished and rosy, and their potential in the future is higher than those of adults. Big. When these children grow up, they are Dao's best source of soldiers. In the army, in the past, everyone could only receive a few magic crystals every year, and the most common soldier could not eat a few pills a year. Nowadays, everyone absorbs the law crystals every day, and can distribute a bottle of medicinal pills every month. This kind of treatment is not bad even compared to the 4- or 5-star dynasty. The reason is because Xuanhuan has the ability to expand the territory. Double peeping God. The whole people are connected, and everyone can cultivate. The national fortune gathered in this way is very terrifying, and it is rolling in. Xuanhuan's realm has been raised to the 2nd level of peeping. 3 ironclad flying boats have been built. It took a lot of Xuanhuan's resources and a lot of time to build 3 ironclad flying boats at this moment. The 3 built ironclad flying boats are in the system space at this moment. They look like the aircraft carriers in Xuanhuan's memory, but they are several times larger. One boat can accommodate more than 30,000 people on it. Full body armor. On top of the ironclad flying boat, there are also freely rotatable gun barrels with powerful firepower. They are also driven by the magic crystal, and the energy beams emitted are stronger than the magic cannons, but weaker than the magic cannons. A lot. Sea fortress, ironclad flying boat. Xuanhuan was shocked. Ironclad flying boat, a vessel built by gathering the wisdom of countless mechanical masters that can sail on the sea. Equipped with Taiwei cannons, it has a very long range and great power. It is driven by magic crystals, which can sail far seas and fly in the sky. Remarks: flying in the sky will consume 10 times faster than sailing at sea. This is exactly the weapon of war that our Great Wu needs. Xuanhuan was also shocked when he saw the ironclad flying boat, such a magnificent ship. If he didn't have blueprints that could be automatically created in the system space, it would be difficult for him to create even a dangling dynasty. There aren't that many mechanic masters. He looked at it. The ironclad flying boat would consume 10,000 law crystals for 1 day of sailing, and it would take 100,000 crystals to fly in the sky. This is still a normal speed. If the acceleration consumes it, it will be multiplied and superimposed, and ordinary forces can't afford it at all. However, Xuanhuan felt that it was very worthwhile. One of his 3 main lines was to go to sea. Put the ironclad flying boat in the southwest prefecture and train the navy, just to test the ability of the ironclad flying boat. As soon as Xuanhuan thought about it, he had already left the Dao Palace. At his speed, it only took half an hour to rush to Southwest State. Southwest Prefecture is near the sea. As the first state to be conquered by Dao, the people here have also been supplied with a large amount of resources. In Linhai County, Southwest State. Meet Your Majesty. When a middle-aged man saw Xuanhuan coming, he hurriedly came out to salute. This person is called Zhou Zhong, and he is the county governor of Linhai County. Although Lu Qianfu has the title of governor in name, His main focus is on the Xuanhuan army, and most of the affairs of the Southwest Prefecture are left to Zhou Zhong to do. Zhou Zhong, I received your memorial a few days ago. All the prefectures near the sea were suddenly hit by a tsunami, and a large area of the city was submerged. What's the loss? Xuanhuan looked at Zhou Zhong and asked. Reporting to your majesty, the tsunami has not stopped completely until today. Just in the early hours of this morning, another one happened, which was more violent than the previous ones. Zhou Zhong didn't dare to hide the report, but the minister has already sent people to monitor it from time to time. After the first tsunami occurred, the people were moved overnight. Although many cities were flooded, fortunately, there were no casualties except at the beginning. You have done a good job. The tsunami is a natural disaster. Those people who have been transferred must be settled. The court will distribute the supplies. Xuanhuan nodded. This minister knows how to do it well. Zhou Zhong hesitated and said, But your majesty, I have lived in Southwest Prefecture for hundreds of years, and I have never seen such a strange tsunami. It is also mixed with a lot of volcanic rocks, so I suspect that it is not an ordinary underground activity, and it is as simple as a tsunami. Option 1. Go to the sea to investigate the cause of the tsunami, get 300 fate points, Tongxian Ming Shendan X1. Option 2. Don't go to the investigation, do your best to prepare for the tsunami, get 300 fate points, Xingji Baigu 1x1. Do you suspect that this tsunami has a hidden meaning? As Xuanhuan spoke, a rumbling wave swept through like an earthquake, and his eyes shot to an infinite distance, and he saw the waves hundreds of feet high and submerged like a river flowing backwards. After about 10 minutes, the tsunami stopped. Zhou Zhong said bitterly, Look, your majesty, it's even more violent than in the early hours of the morning. I know, gather the navy of the Southwest Prefecture, I will go to sea this time to investigate where the source of the tsunami came from. Xuanhuan said. This tsunami is indeed unusual, and although the ironclad flying boat has been built, it has not been tested in actual combat. This is an excellent opportunity. Ding. The host makes a choice, and gets 300 fate points, and X1 Tongxian Ming Shendan. Tongxian Ming Shendan, the elixir is made by the god of Dan with 99 kinds of precious divine materials. After taking it, you can immediately understand the Tiao of Shining God and impact the realm of Shining God. Disadvantage 1, it is only effective when taken in the peeping spirit realm, and it must be quickly broken through in a place where spiritual energy is extremely abundant. Disadvantage 2, the system rewards special pills, which the host cannot take. #C124 Go to sea. Tongxian Ming Shendan, which can directly break through the realm of peeping spirits to the realm of illuminating spirits, can be called a heaven-defying thing. But unfortunately, because it was a special pill rewarded by the system, it was ineffective against Xuanhuan. Although it is not valid for me, I can give it to my subordinates. Lu Qianfu's cultivation base is becoming more and more incapable of controlling the increasingly powerful Xuanhu Legion, but the Tongxuanming divine pill is given to him and becomes a god of light, which is enough to lead the army. Xuanhuan was not disappointed. Your Majesty is going to see. Zhou Zhong said solemnly, I have sent my men, but none of our ships can pass through the violent storm, and the storm at sea will continue for a long time. Don't worry about it, I have a boat in my hand. The majestic sea, at this time, was extremely gloomy because of the violent storms and the tsunami that had been set off in the past few days. There were thick dark clouds in the sky. However, in this weather, many martial arts experts ventured out to sea. Because tsunamis sometimes roll up treasures deposited on the ocean floor. This is His Majesty's ship. Where is this ship? This is a fortress at sea. Xuanhuan released 3 ironclad flying boats from the system space. The warships full of metal machinery made Zhou Zhong's eyes almost blind. He had lived for hundreds of years and had never seen such a terrifying warship. This is the background of my great martial arts. Zhou Zhong secretly said. Quick, quick, get on the boat. Today, His Majesty will go out to sea to investigate the source of this tsunami. At this time, under the urging of waves, 100,000 soldiers wearing black water armors boarded the 3 ironclad flying boats in batches. These 100,000 sailors were recruited and trained by Xuanhuan in the past 2 months, and most of them were from the southwest prefecture. After all, the people here depended on the sea and had access to water, and were most familiar with maritime warfare. Our purpose this time is to trace the source of the tsunami. The 3 ironclad flying boats started, and the speed was much higher than that of ordinary ships, and this was still normal speed, without acceleration, and the start was very smooth, without feeling a little shaking, and the size was huge, as if walking on the ground. Xuanhuan stood at the bow of the boat, surrounded by the rapidly receding ocean scenery. This ironclad flying boat has an advantage. After setting a route, it can sail automatically. Boom! Not long after the ironclad flying boat left the southwestern state, there were violent fluctuations on the sea again, and the storm was coming again. With the sound of thunder, waves of hundreds of feet high swept the waves. Come! Like Xuanhuan Mountain, wave after wave. But with such ferocious waves, the ironclad flying boat emitted bursts of light, blocking the sea water, and it was not bumpy at all. It still sailed straight on its own route without being affected at all. These ships were not affected. Zhou Zhong was shocked again. At this moment, the ironclad flying boat continues to sail, and the frequency of tsunami fluctuations has changed from several times a day to several times an hour, and each time the momentum will be greater than before. After 2 hours, a boundless thick fog suddenly appeared in front, and it smelled of gunpowder. Huh? What a thick fog! When the ironclad flying boat sailed into the thick fog, Zhou Zhong grabbed a hand, and his hand suddenly turned ashes, saying, "Your Majesty, these are volcanic ash. How can there be so much volcanic ash? Is this tsunami related to the volcano? But even if it is a volcanic eruption, it shouldn't have such a big power." Oh? The volcano erupted. It seems that we are getting closer and closer to the truth this time. If we drive in the direction of the volcano, we will know the reason. Although the thick fog obscured his vision, Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with golden light. He saw extremely hot fire clouds constantly erupting in extremely distant places. Large areas of the sea are affected by it. There is a ship coming, come closer to us. Xuanhuan's eyes can penetrate the fog and see things that are difficult for them to see clearly. A boat? How can a boat sail in this weather? Zhou Zhong suddenly said, "No, is it a pirate at sea?" He knew that there were always pirates at sea, looting everywhere. Southwest State has suffered from many pirates, and later formed a sectarian alliance, but they were not able to do anything with them, and it was a headache. You are right, you are indeed a pirate. Xuanhuan could see at a glance that the people on the boats were surrounded by hundreds of boats from all directions, and there were still a lot of them. There were tens of thousands of people, and none of them were ordinary. Musha. Among these ships, the largest one is only 1/10 the size of the ironclad flying boat. And their clothes are very uniform, they are all gray clothes, engraved with a tiger shark pattern. Dawu? The largest ship saw the flag hanging on the ironclad flying boat, and immediately released a coercion belonging to the voyeur, and said loudly, "We are the people of Tiger Shark Island, your ship stop quickly and hand over you the warship, otherwise, watch out for the shipwreck." Tiger Shark Island? Zhou Zhong's complexion changed. "Your Majesty, this Tiger Shark Island official has heard that they are a group of extremely ferocious and heinous pirates. They have 9 leaders, some of whom are strong in the illuminating realm, who once destroyed a 2-star dynasty at sea, and others. I don't know how many 1-star forces have been destroyed. There are also Zhaoshan in the group of pirates, no wonder they are so arrogant." Xuanhuan said lightly. He looked over. These pirates shouted strangely at Xuanhuan and the others. Although their ships were much smaller than the ironclad flying boats, they were extremely nimble and fast. Relying on their own speed, they revolved around the flying boats. This group of pirates lived in the sea all the year round, robbed their homes, and committed all kinds of evil. They were very familiar with maritime warfare and were extremely arrogant. If you meet me, you will be considered unlucky. Xuanhuan said lightly, lifting into the sky. Immediately, 3 ironclad flying boats took off under the shocked eyes of the Tiger Shark Island pirates. It's actually flying, the pirates said with their eyes wide open. Bombing the ground. Xuanhuan didn't talk to them at all. Immediately, the 3 ironclad flying boats rose out of thousands of gun barrels, and suddenly thousands of energy cannons blasted out indiscriminately, shrouding the surrounding sea area and bombarding the ground. You must know that the gun barrels equipped by the ironclad flying boats are extremely thick, and their power is greater than that of the magic cannon, only much smaller than the magic cannon. After several rounds of shelling, the ships of these pirates were all blown up, and a large number of pirates were bombed to death. Only a few masters of peeping and a few masters of supernatural powers remained, but they were also seriously injured by the sudden shelling. Tiao? What kind of force is Tiao? The leading peeping spirit said in fear, how dare you attack my Tiger Shark Island? Boom again. Xuanhuan spit out 2 words, coldly. 3 warships, condescending, thousands of gun barrels turned automatically, aiming at the remaining pirates. Boom. Suddenly, thousands of scorching rays of light passed through their bodies, completely smashing them into ashes. Using all my strength, I will reach the place where the volcano erupted within half an hour. Xuanhuan ordered that the ironclad flying boat moved forward at a very fast speed. #C125 Evil Dragon. Your Majesty, the place where the volcano erupted is just ahead. After half an hour, the 3 ironclad flying boats passed through the thick fog and stopped, and immediately saw dozens of islands of different sizes ahead, but the same thing was that there were volcanoes on these islands, and they were all at the same time. Lava erupted. It appears to be the tsunami caused by these volcanic eruptions. After observing for a while, Xuanhuan said, Your Majesty, there is someone there. Zhou Zhong suddenly said. I saw it. Xuanhuan saw that over the volcano, there were hundreds of people, divided into 3 camps. Haha, I didn't expect everyone from Baiyun Island to come to this volcanic eruption. Why, do you also smell the treasure and want to come here to capture it? A middle-aged man whose clothes were similar to the previous group of pirates, his cultivation level has reached Jiaoshan. At this time, he was looking at an old man in white clothes opposite, and said gloomily. Tiger Shark Island's 3 island masters. This old man is the deputy island owner of Baiyun Island, and said solemnly, I'm here on Baiyun Island this time just to investigate the fluctuation of the abnormal tsunami. In the recent tsunami, my Baiyun Island has been hit by a tsunami, not with you. It's the same, it's for the treasure. Hey, that's fine. The 3 island masters smiled and said, I advise you, if there are treasures born at that time, you'd better not take action, because all of them belong to my Tiger Shark Island. 3 island masters, I advise you not to be too wild on Tiger Shark Island. Another person looked unhappy and spoke in a deep voice. People of Linggu Island, why do you have the courage to fight with my Tiger Shark Island? This is a good scar, and forget the pain. The 3 island masters behaved unscrupulously. Looking at the arrogant appearance of the 3 island masters, the faces of the people on Baiyun Island and Linggu Island were very ugly. Tiger Shark Island is the most powerful group of pirates in the surrounding 10,000 miles of waters. In terms of strength, it is actually weaker than Baiyun Island and Linggu Island, but the 2 islands have a great cause. But Tiger Shark Island are all pirates, they don't care, They will disgust you if they can't hit you, block your ships going out to sea. If you dare to hit their island, they will just abandon the island and leave. Then he went to hide in the dark and attacked, extremely irritable. Someone is here again. Lingwu Island said humanely. Who? Mishima's eyes were gloomy. I, the Lord of Great Martial Arts. The ironclad flying boat stopped before the volcanic island, and Xuanhuan, dressed in Imperial robes, stepped into the sky from the battleship, overlooking the crowd. Master of the Great Martial Arts? Mishima Lord's eyes flashed with greed, and he didn't seem to have heard of this force, and felt the power of Xuanhuan. It turned out to be just a peeping god. I thought it was a great role, but your warship is actually good. Ordinary people dealing with boats, he could see at a glance that Xuanhuan's boat was better than the best sea boat on Tiger Shark Island. You're not the first to say that my boat is good, Xuanhuan said. Really? Who else? The three island masters were still talking, but suddenly their expressions changed, and they shouted, No, you are coming from that direction. I sent a large number of men, but I didn't receive any return. Could it be that they have already? Your Majesty is here, don't wait to see you soon. Zhou Zhong also made a bursting sound at this time. The pirates of Tiger Shark Island violated His Majesty and have been bombed and killed on the spot. You dare to kill my people from Tiger Shark Island, courting death. The owner of the three islands is furious, and the surrounding forces who are not afraid of his 3 points at Tiger Shark Island have to hand in a lot of materials every year, otherwise they will not be able to sail on this sea. After hearing this, the people of Baiyun Island and Lingwu Island were all gloating. In recent years, the people of Tiger Shark Island have been too arrogant. This sudden appearance of a mysterious dynasty can make them suffer, and they are very happy in their hearts. Boom! But just when? Dozens of volcanic islands suddenly erupted again, 10 times stronger than before, and the terrifying magma spurted out. The volcano erupted again. The three island owners calmed down. With such a huge movement, it is very likely that a great treasure will be born under this volcano. The powerhouses of Baiyun Island and Lingwu Island are also thinking. This kind of thing is not an isolated case. I don't know how many ancient artifacts were buried in this sea, even before the world was created. Tens of thousands of years ago, someone obtained a peerless sacred object from the seabed, and finally broke through to the realm of the gods, created the 9-star dynasty, and still stands in the eternal world. At this moment, the movement of the volcanic eruption did not calm down as before, but continued, as if something was colliding violently, and suddenly there was a crackling sound, and even some islands could not bear it and began to fall apart. Under the crater, a bright light suddenly shot out, and then looking down, it turned out to be 2 dim lights, like gems. The treasure belongs to my Tiger Shark Island. The three island masters suddenly burst out with power, flew to the crater, and stared inside. It's been 1,000 years, 1,000 years, this king finally found a chance to get out of trouble. How dare this goddamn formation dare to seal me for 1,000 years? There was a roaring sound from the volcano, and then a terrifying evil aura permeated out. Boom! The seal is completely broken. It turned out that the 2 dim lights were not treasures, but 2 huge eyes. Suddenly, a huge object flew out from the volcano. It was 100 or 200 feet long, and its body was dark and emitting black energy. No, what is this? The three island owners immediately felt a dangerous aura. He was the closest to the crater. He originally wanted to grab the treasure immediately, but he was hit by a lot of bad luck and bore the brunt. The moment the behemoth drilled out of the crater, he opened his huge mouth and swallowed him in one bite. According to the gods, the three island masters were swallowed without even struggling, which is terrifying. At this moment, everyone saw clearly what this was. It turned out to be a dragon, but unlike the purple scale thunder dragon, it was an extremely evil dragon, exuding an aura of depravity. The evil dragon that made waves 1,000 years ago, you are still not dead. Baiyun Island and Linggu Island recognized this evil dragon and were so frightened that they lost their minds. This dragon made waves 1,000 years ago and ate an unknown number of creatures on the island. Later, a strong man took action and disappeared. Unexpectedly, it was sealed here. It turns out that you still recognize this king. Niaolong said, if that's the case, then reward you and let me eat. It twisted the huge dragon body, and the huge mouth swallowed the people on the two islands. Although the two islands each have a powerful illuminator, they are not the opponents of this evil dragon at all. This evil dragon is extremely vicious, and in a short period of time, it directly swallowed them all. Mishima, the three illuminating powerhouses, did not even struggle, and they were swallowed directly, which was extremely terrifying. I didn't expect that when this king was born, food would be delivered to the door. A group of stupid people thought that there was a treasure born. This king has been sealed for 1,000 years. It was when you were weak, and you just recovered the strength of this king. After swallowing hundreds of strong men, this evil dragon regained some strength in his body and looked at the ironclad flying boat. There are still some people here. Although swallowing them can't restore much vitality, it can just fill the belly of this king. #C126 Play swallow, you're far away. Evil Dragon's huge longan did not take Xuanhuan too seriously. Just a peeping god, it can kill at the touch of a finger. This time it was sealed for thousands of years, and its vitality was greatly damaged. When it left here, it would immediately go to devour all the creatures on that island, and even on the land, to restore its peak state. Swallow the sky. Its huge mouth opened, and it was about to swallow Xuanhuan and everyone on the ironclad flying boat in one fell swoop. Dare to play and swallow in front of me? You are far away. A trace of irony appeared on Xuanhuan's face, and he remained motionless. The huge suction from Niaolong's mouth didn't even blow the corners of his clothes for him, making Niaolong's eyes full of confusion. It's interesting that you can resist my swallowing force. The evil dragon seemed to express surprise, but it didn't care. In order to praise you, I will eat you in one bite, and make you suffer huge torture. It came directly, swaying its huge dragon body, and its claws were extremely hideous. With a slight hook, it sounded like a rag being torn apart. Its body alone was comparable to a mid-grade artifact, and it was simply extraordinary. Only the power of Xiaoshen's fifth layer? It seems that you are very weak. In order to prevent you from going to the shore and causing trouble and harming my people, I will kill you here. Xuanhuan suddenly punched out, the endless flames enveloped, the flame fist was fierce and domineering, and directly slammed into the claws of the evil dragon. The divine fist slammed on the claws of the evil dragon. It didn't care at first, but the sudden raging flames quickly burned to its body, and its strong evil aura seemed to be the most fuel for combustion, making it emit painful voice. Clap clap clap. The scales on its body were burned red and opened. Damn, this turned out to be the power of the Great Flame Technique, and you still know this great technique. The evil dragon made a sound of hatred and anger. At that time it was defeated by a strong man, but it could not be completely wiped out. It could only be suppressed within the underwater volcano, hoping that the power of the flames could wipe out its demonic energy. But the more angry and hated the evil dragon is, the harder it is to kill it. Therefore it is extremely angry with the power of fire. The big flame technique and the flame fist were continued to be displayed by Xuanhuan. He ignored the hatred of the evil dragon and stepped in the sky, burning the Golden Emperor's fire all over his body, and mobilized it thoroughly. It was more violent than the simple flame, bringing a strong power. Pressure. At this time, the evil dragon also erupted with endless hatred. It dances wildly with its demonic energy, like a dragon that has come out of the demon world, a fallen dragon. The deeper the hatred, the stronger the mana. The power in the body was concentrated on the dragon's claws, and the flames burst open, and then appeared behind Xuanhuan in an instant. "Kid, die for this king, you completely angered me." There is a strong impact in its sound, which is the power of evil dragons, like the sound of soul destroying in hell, making people's souls tremble. Its dragon claws were extremely sharp at this time, cutting through yin and yang, falling as fast as lightning. But as soon as the dragon claws fell, Xuanhuan turned his head sharply, his golden palms had heretical sharp golden threads, and the great cutting technique was pushed to the extreme. It is comparable to the defense of a mid-grade artifact, and it cannot resist the great cutting technique that Xuanhuan performed in the realm of peeping spirits. Ah! Great cutting technique! Nielong endured the severe pain and roared, "Damn, if this king was at his peak, killing you would be like a chicken. Unfortunately, you are not." There seems to be a torrent of battle around Xuanhuan. The 7 battles are combined with his second-level realm of peeping gods, and there is nothing to urge. Evil Dragon was bombarded continuously, even if its physical body was strong, it couldn't stand it, and it retreated again and again. Whenever he wanted to raise his strength to resist, he was blasted back by Xuanhuan's power. In the last move, he punched directly in the middle of its dragon body, causing it to roar in extreme pain, and it was about to break. How can this person be so strong? Even I am not his opponent. Nielong was also horrified by the bombardment. "I can't continue to entangle with him. I finally managed to get out of trouble, and the most important thing now is to recover my strength. Dao, I remember." It jumped violently and was about to run away. Where to go? Xuanhuan's hands were torn apart, and the endless flames of his hands gathered together, and the flames suddenly enveloped the sky. Being cut to retreat by this flame, Nielong said in shock and anger, "Damn, do you want to die with me? Don't force me, I don't want to fight with you." "Desperate with me?" Xuanhuan said coldly, "You must also have the qualifications. With your current 5th layer mana, although it is far worse than your peak state, the mana in your body is enough to benefit me. Extraordinary, even breaking through the 1st realm. Flame formation, underground magma." Evil Dragon was forced again and again, staring at Xuanhuan, suddenly, angry, it suddenly stirred up the magma under the ground, roaring, "Come on, you are forcing me, I will burn with you Jade, you bring the entire army will also be buried here. Choice 1, be cautious, let the evil dragon leave first, look for opportunities to kill, and get 300 fate points. Option 2, ignore everything, kill directly on the spot, and get 300 fate points. Do your best, I will give you this chance." Xuanhuan said indifferently. "In that case, I will fight with you." The evil dragon was completely irrational, and shouted, "Break me." Its dragon body slammed into the magma, activating the remaining formations, and a huge fireball rose up immediately, and then it seemed to have a chain reaction, and magma was ejected from dozens of flames. At this time, the evil dragon also seemed to have turned into a fire dragon. After drilling out of the magma, it rushed towards Xuanhuan again. Great devouring technique. At this moment, Xuanhuan used the great devouring technique, and all the magma in front of him was suddenly swallowed into pure energy, converted into powerful mana, and circulated rapidly in his body. He took one step, and the whole person turned out to be quickly swallowing the magma energy in these dozens of islands under the terrified eyes of the evil dragon. The terrifying devouring power turned the world upside down, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, some magma dried up during his devouring. Suddenly, his mana suddenly formed a huge palm and grabbed the evil dragon's head. "As long as the hatred in my heart doesn't dissipate, I'll never die." At this time, the evil dragon is still roaring and clamoring, but this is true. If it weren't for its strange evil dragon power, it would have been beheaded as early as 1,000 years ago. If you can't kill it, then it will be completely swallowed. Xuanhuan silently used the power of devouring. "Ah! My power is dissipating quickly." The sudden weakness let the evil dragon know that the power in its body is being extracted by this human being, and the huge eyes are terrified. No, 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 how can you master the devouring technique? The 3000 Avenues magical powers, the supernatural power of the capital is extremely high, and it can even swallow all the power. But its roaring fear was useless, the huge body was shrinking rapidly, and in the end, the entire body disappeared, leaving only a dark dragon ball. The resentment and hatred flowing in this pitch-black dragon ball is not only the aura of unprovoked evil, but also an incomparably pure power. #C127 Bombing Tiger Shark Island. This dragon ball is about the size of a large wash basin, and there is no holy atmosphere inside. Instead, it is full of resentment, all kinds of hatred and degenerate energy. The twisted black evil spirit was still roaring, forming the appearance of an evil dragon, making an unwilling voice, and issuing the most resentful curse to Xuanhuan. I won't die. This king is destined to come back again, that endless hatred. What nonsense, all evil spirits are swallowed up. Xuanhuan urged the great devouring technique. The evil energy cannot be absorbed by others, but Xuanhuan directly swallowed it into energy that he can absorb with this great swallowing technique that can devour everything. This evil dragon has a lot of energy, it was very high at the peak of its realm, and the quality of its flesh and blood was also very high. It devoured hundreds of powerhouses just now, all of which were accumulated in the body and not fully digested. Peeping God triple. This evil dragon's flesh, spirit and soul are too rich, and the energy it contains is dozens of times that of the same level of powerhouses, and this time Xuanhuan is equivalent to borrowing the evil dragon's hand, not only swallowing the evil dragon, but also hundreds of statues. The powerhouse of the 3 islands. It can be said to be completely cheap for him. After swallowing this evil dragon, Xuanhuan got his wish and was promoted to the 3rd level of the peeping god. Boo! The evil spirit in Dragon Ball is completely dissipated. The originally black Dragon Ball now looks like a transparent crystal ball. Dragon Ball is equivalent to the inner elixir of the dragon family, where the perception of a dragon gathers. Dragon Ball, Xuanhuan stayed. He is going to leave it to the purple scale thunder dragon. Although the purple scale thunder dragon is a dragon, he is just a thunder dragon. Compared with the Tianlong, Songlong, and even the 5-clawed golden dragon in the dragon family, it is far worse. It seems that the gap between the commoners and the royal family can only be regarded as a small dragon. The evil dragon is a special dragon of the dragon family, with endless evil spirits, hating everything, and his status is very special, but Xuanhuan has been purified by Dragon Ball, and the rest is just the inheritance of the dragon. Ding! The host completed the second choice and obtained 300 fate points. The current fatality point surplus is 2,600. Option 1, eliminate harm for the people, destroy Tiger Shark Island, get 300 fate points, reward. Option 2, take it for your own use, conquer Tiger Shark Island, get 300 fate points, reward. Option 3, the Navy returns to the shore and gets 300 fate points, reward. The 3 rewards that are question marks are placed in front of Xuanhuan. After taking a look, Xuanhuan returned to the ironclad flying boat. Zhou, do you know where the Tiger Shark Island is? Could it be that His Majesty is going to attack Tiger Shark Island? Zhou was still immersed in the shock of Xuanhuan slaughtering the evil dragon. When he heard it suddenly, he was shocked. I don't know, but I do know the location of some islands here. Since Tiger Shark Island is in trouble, it must be someone knows the location of their lair. Okay, you are at the helm, Xuanhuan said. The ironclad flying boat sailed again. The location of Tiger Shark Island is not a secret to the people on some islands. They have been making troubles in this sea area for decades, looting everywhere, and even some big islands with illuminating soul realm can't help them, and they are very headache. There have been several big islands of Xiaoshan who have joined forces to fight Tiger Shark Island. But Tiger Shark Island got the news and left the island directly, and then frantically took revenge, destroyed the routes of those big islands, specially robbed their ships, and ran away when they encountered masters. Later, those big island owners also paid huge compensation to be resolved. Therefore, in recent years, the life of Tiger Shark Island has been very comfortable, and many heinous people have fled to Tiger Shark Island. Your Majesty, Tiger Shark Island is ahead. It took several days for Xuanhuan to finally find the location of Tiger Shark Island. There is a huge island on the sea area ahead, from a distance. It is like a tiger shark, and there are countless primitive jungles on it, and the terrain is very complicated. According to the information we inquired, there are about 200,000 pirates on Tiger Shark Island. All of them have cultivation bases above soul refinement, and there are 9 masters. It's all half-stepped, and of course the 3rd master has already died in the mouth of the evil dragon. Zhou Chongzhen reported, the miasma gas is full of poisonous gas on Tiger Shark Island. There are countless snakes, worms, rats and ants, and many traps have also been built. When the forces trying to break the island landed on Tiger Shark Island, they were first consumed by those hard-to-prevent traps. Count. There are more than 200,000 soul-forging masters on an island. But this is not surprising. The pirates of Tiger Shark Island are all the major islands, and even the powerhouses on the land gather here. Other big islands, those island owners need to build, but Tiger Shark Island does not need it. It is indeed difficult for some forces to break the island. Xuanhuan observed the terrain of the entire island, sent an order to stop the ironclad flying boat 10 miles away from Tiger Shark Island. Tiger Shark Island. The huge movement from the ironclad flying boat could not hide this group of pirates. Lord Dao, someone from the Imperial court is here. We have never seen those 3 warships before. They stopped 10 miles away from Tiger Shark Island. What are they going to do? Attack my Tiger Shark Island? The heads of the island are all gathered together. The ironclad flying boat is too powerful, and that kind of metal feeling is definitely not something that ordinary forces can create. This great martial artist? I don't seem to have heard of them, and I don't seem to have dealt with them. Oshima majored in as high as the 3rd level of Xiaoshan, with cold eyes and a long scar on his face. He stared at the ironclad flying boat with great strength. Though these 3 ships are large, they are only a few 100,000 people. More than 100,000 people want to destroy my Tiger Shark Island. They are too arrogant. The owner of the 2nd island, a big man with a beard face, sneered, back then, when the 3 big islands united hundreds of medium and small islands, millions of people attacked me. Tiger Shark Island suffered heavy losses, and finally had to compensate us. Is it just them? But the 3 island masters took people out, and they haven't come back yet. Another humane said. Islander, they only have more than 100,000 people. As long as you give an order, I am willing to take my brothers and kill them immediately and take their boats. Those boats are better than those of our Tiger Shark Island. If they are returned to us, who will be our opponent? The master of the 2nd island was grumpy. Yes, I agree with the suggestion of the 2 island masters, kill them. Someone agreed. Idiot, if you are as reckless as you are, how many people are not enough to die? You don't even know the origin of your opponents, and you don't know which masters come. Don't forget, there are traps everywhere on Tiger Shark Island. This big island owner can create Tiger Shark Island, by no means a generalist, coldly said, go, talk to them first. Who is coming? This is the land of my Tiger Shark Island. Did you send a big ship to attack? A pirate team questioned Xuanhuan and others. Your Majesty, they sent people to talk to us. Zhou Zhong said. No need, these pirates are doing bad things, they are all desperate people. The purpose of my coming here is to get rid of them. Yuan looked at Tiger Shark Island and said indifferently, "The iron-armored flying boats are fully fired, and there are thousands of huge cannons here. Let the people from the Navy come to get acquainted with them, and after half an hour, I will bombard this Tiger Shark Island with me." Flat. #C128 Clean. 1,500 cannons were placed on the broad decks of the 3 ironclad flying boats, and the newly formed naval forces operated the new cannons under the command of Yuan. Yuan has not stopped building the magic cannons, and has built the number to 1,500 during this time. For him, 3 ironclad flying boats are enough at this stage, and there are not enough sailors to go out to sea. However, there are not enough weapons, like the magic cannon. It is necessary to know that the Shenwu army needs to be equipped, and the 5 major legions he plans to plan must be equipped. Even if there are 100,000 guns, it is not too much. On Tiger Shark Island, the pirates naturally saw that the navy on the deck was manipulating the magic cannon. "Humph, are you trying to bombard it with artillery fire?" Someone contemptuously said. "If it was so easy to blast my Tiger Shark Island, the 3 major islands would not have been afraid of us until now." Think that's enough? Don't worry, accompany them to play slowly, tell the brothers, hide all of them underground for me, don't show up, when they finish the bombardment, as long as they dare to go to the island, it will be our battlefield. The big island owner is very calm and is not afraid of artillery bombardment. They have dug a lot of underground fortresses on Tiger Shark Island to guard against artillery bombardment. Bombing Tiger Shark Island. At this moment, on the ironclad flying boat, Yuan issued an order to bombard the ground. Although none of these navies have ever manipulated the magic cannons, there is no accurate head, but the Tiger Shark Island is very large. As long as it hits the island, Yuan needs them to quickly reload the magic crystal, and then bombard it with a cannon. Go out. Boom. 1,500 cannons roared. The ironclad flying boat is also equipped with a large number of barrels. Overwhelming, the world is shaking. The endless energy beam ripped apart almost everything and devoured everything, and even the void was distorting nothingness. In an instant, the endless white light made the eyes lose their brightness, and it fell on Tiger Shark Island. Tiger Shark Island is very large, and the underground fortresses dug by pirates are also very strong. However, in front of the enhanced version of the magic cannon, it will be washed and leveled, bombarded indiscriminately, and after a few rounds, the dense virgin jungle is gone, and all the buildings above are turned into powder. Even this Tiger Shark Island was smashed down by such fierce artillery bombardment. Go on, don't stop. Yuan's face was cold, and he motioned for everyone to continue bombarding. Taking Tiger Shark Island to test the power of the magic cannon is also very good. With the continuous bombardment, Yuan didn't know how many waves were washed, but only saw huge gaps everywhere on Tiger Shark Island, tearing to the ground. The entire island was swept across the island frantically for several waves, and the underground fortress could not stop it, and those pirates were directly bombed to death. Who are you, and why are you bombarding me, Tiger Shark Island? The big island owner had never seen such a violent artillery fire, and he was stunned in place, realizing that his old nest was going to be completely destroyed, and he also let out an angry roar. "I, the Lord of Great Wu," Yuan said, "the bandits at sea will be executed by everyone. Your Majesty Dao, as long as you stop the shelling, I am willing to take the entire Tiger Shark Island to surrender to Dao. Although I am a pirate, I am also a powerhouse in the realm of the gods." The sound of the waves of tearing made the island lord's scalp numb. This Dao can have such a terrifying cannon, obviously it is not a simple dynasty. If he continues to wash the ground like this, the power he has finally created will be all over. A group of bandits at sea also want to take refuge with me? Yuan said coldly, "For you, there is only one word, and that is kill." It is impossible for him to let this group of murderers, arsonists, and all evildoers turn to him. As for the three options, Xuanhuan has to do is to flatten Tiger Shark Island. Court death. The second-in-command couldn't bear it either. The power of the Shining Realm burst out, and it flew out in the artillery fire, and an axe immediately slashed at Xuanhuan. Don't rely on the power of the cannon, let me see how powerful you are. The axe is like a wave of light, fierce, and his strength is stronger than that of Xuanhuan. Boom. But before the two island owners jumped on the ironclad flying boat, his whole person seemed to be frozen in place, and all of a sudden, dense bloodlines appeared on his body, which turned into pieces of meat and fell to the bottom of the sea. The master of the second island, the master of the first level of Xiaoshan, was killed by Xuanhuan in one move, so that no one knew how he was killed. Useless things, you dare to test my strength, it's just courting death. Xuanhuan absorbed the mana, and he adjusted the orientation of several giant cannons, aiming at the position where the second island master flew out, boom boom boom, and the light wave shelling that tore everything suddenly hit the past. The place where they hid before was the most secretive and most heavily defended place on Tiger Shark Island, but the second island master flew out, revealing their position. Following Xuanhuan's artillery bombardment, the gun barrel of the ironclad flying boat turned rapidly, and quickly aimed at that place. The fort was blasted, and the island lord and the few remaining masters flew out. His throat was dry and frightened. He had never experienced such despair as a pirate for so many years. The fire is raging. As soon as Xuanhuan saw the big island lord appearing, the sky was filled with boundless flames, burning, and he carried the infinite fire in his palm and killed him. Do you still want to kill them all? The big island master burst into hair and roared, give me a way to survive, I am willing to rely on you. It's not necessary. Xuanhuan's strength is undiminished. Ah. I fought with you. The big island owner roared, Dayan Tianlei sword, the thunder is rolling. He immediately pulled out a thunder sword with rolling thunder. This was a mid-grade artifact he got from the sea. He regarded it as a treasure. With the Dayan Tianlei sword, he had once killed an existence that was also in the illuminating realm. This sword smashed out, accompanied by harsh sound waves, which had the ability to shock the soul. Stop him, let's go out together. At the same time as he shot, he also said to the surviving pirates around him. Okay. Fight with the big island master. The pirates were also roaring. Boom. But what those pirates never thought was that the big island lord showed an extremely ferocious expression on his face, clapped a few palms behind their backs, and slammed towards Xuanhuan. It doesn't matter if you die, but I can't die. After all, I am a god, a more noble existence than you. The big islander used them as shields. Those few pirates haven't finished their words yet, they are just not reaching the cultivation level of the gods, they are swept by Xuanhuan's flames, instantly gasified, and condensed into a few energy fruits with the great swallowing technique. I kill them, none of them can escape. Grip of the god of war. Hand of the god of war. The big island owner suddenly saw a huge hand of the god of war appearing above his head, and he wanted to run away madly, but in the face of Xuanhuan's current strength, he couldn't escape, he just stared at the hand. Fell. A big head was twisted around the neck and taken off. The owner of the big island, the existence that made the surrounding islands fear for decades, was just taken off by Xuanhuan, and the entire Tiger Shark Island was washed and leveled in the fierce artillery fire, and there was no more pirates. Clean. #C129, conquer 3 big islands. The artillery fire continued to wash the ground, and the entire Tiger Shark Island was barren. More than 200,000 pirates were turned into fly ashes, and Xuanhuan did not let one go. Ding. The host completes choice 1, gets 300 fate points, rewards Tongshuanming Shindan X1, and Liandongshan Treasure Map X1. Laying Cave Treasure Map 1, collect 5 treasure maps to open Laying Cave. Oh? I actually rewarded another Xuanhuan divine pill. Xuanhuan laughed. Although Xuanhuan Shindan can't let him break through the realm, but it can let his subordinates break through to the peeping god, which is a real good thing. However, this Laying Cave Heaven treasure map. You still need to collect 5 cards to be useful, and it is useless for the time being, and he threw it into the system space. Your Majesty, all the pirates on Tiger Shark Island were bombed and killed. This magical cannon, combined with the barrel of the ironclad flying boat, is simply the most powerful weapon of war. Zhou Zhong said excitedly, the picture of the continuous bombardment of this artillery fire was too shocking. There are only 1,500 magic cannons, but there are still a lot less. Xuanhuan said. Option 1, go to Baiyun, Lingwu, Dongsheng 3 islands, form a sea alliance, and get 300 fate points. Option 2, the empire map is expanded again, conquer Baiyun, Lingwu, Dongsheng 3 islands, and obtain 300 fate points. Xuanhuan's 2 choices popped out in front of him, and after a while, he said, there are several large islands in the waters not far from my Dao Southwest Prefecture. Let's go and follow me to those islands. At the speed of an ironclad flying boat, it only takes half a day to go to Lingwu Island. Lingwu Island is very large, about several 100,000 square kilometers. From a distance, Lingwu Island seems to be covered with a layer of white fog. This is the fog caused by too strong aura. With such an environment, there must be a large vein on Lingwu Island, which is even more dense than diving. The state is even bigger. What a blessed land! If it is used to cultivate Lingyuan rice, it will even be more profitable than in the states of Dao. Lingyuan rice is too important to Dao, not only the food of the common people, but also the goods that Xuanhuan obtained a lot of war materials from the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Zhong, tell them our identity. Xuanhuan said. The people of Lingwu Island, we are from Dao, and this time our sage, the Lord of Dao, also came here. Zhou Zhong's voice reached the island. Guests from afar, I am the owner of Lingwu Island, Zhu Shan, let's talk about what you have to say. Lingwu Island is one of the 3 strongest islands among the hundreds of surrounding islands. The owner of the island, Zhu Shan Jiaoshan, has a triple cultivation base, and there are as many as 100 to 200 million people on Lingwu Island. Xuanhuan knows that there are many islands on the sea, rich in resources, and some treasures are more treasured than on land. It has produced a lot of powerhouses, but few are like super empires on land. For example, on this Lingwu Island, there are several people in the realm of the gods, and there are almost hundreds of people in the gods, but the population is only 1 or 200 million. Population. Although Lingwu Island has illuminating powerhouses, it cannot be regarded as a 3-star power. The division of 1-star and 2-star forces is very loose, but when it comes to Samsung, it is much stricter. For example, there are not so many requirements for the population within the sect, but there are strict divisions from the suzerain to the ordinary disciples. If the strength is not enough, it will be ridiculed if you claim to be a Samsung force and spread it. The division of the dynasty is not as strict as the sect for the top powerhouses. But if you want to become a Samsung dynasty, even if it is the weakest, there are not billions of them, and the number of the army is elite. According to the number of strong people, it is not just 2 or 3 big cats and kittens that can claim to be Samsung dynasty. The most important thing to support the population is resources. Just like Xuanhuan's Dao dynasty, it has a population of more than 9 billion, more than many 3-star dynasties, and the people's hearts are still so strong. The reason is that he has obtained Lingyuan rice, which can make the people in the country eat well, so he dares to expand the population so unscrupulously. The population is not just as big as it is. If the domestic output of resources is not enough for the people of the country, the people's hearts will be turbulent, and over time, there will be rebellions. Therefore, after some powerful dynasties destroyed the country, they did not accept the population of other countries, but only plundered resources. Of course, if the resources are sufficient, the more the population, the better. After all, the more people, the more powerful people can breed. Like Lingwu Island, hundreds of millions of people are their limit, otherwise the resources will not be able to keep up with the use. At this time, this Xuanhuan was trembling when he saw 3 huge warships coming. Whoever comes to visit will point the muzzles of the warships at Lingwu Island, which is clearly a situation to conquer, especially with such a huge ship. It is impossible to be a weak force. I came here today for only one purpose. Starting from today, Lingwu Island will surrender to Tiao and be included in the Empire's territory. Xuanhuan directed the cannon at Lingwu Island. All words were pale, only the truth was within his range, and at this moment he stepped into the air, and a wave of supreme imperial power radiated out. What? Let me surrender Lingwu Island to Tiao. Of course, Xuanhuan was unwilling in his heart. Yes, a few days ago, an island owner of your Lingwu Island was investigating the source of the tsunami, and I saw that it was beheaded by the evil dragon, but this evil dragon was obliterated by me. You should know that if there is no me, let this evil dragon the dragon runs out, and the fate of Lingwu Island. When Xuanhuan spoke, he simulated the evil dragon and the master of Lingwu Island with the power of Peeping God. Evil dragon. Of course, Xuanhuan knew that his deputy island owner went to investigate the source of the tsunami, but he hasn't returned until now, which has already made him feel bad. He had heard of the evil dragon, and he was sealed thousands of years ago, and he was instantly terrified. If the evil dragon found Lingwu Island, not only would he die, but hundreds of millions of people on Lingwu Island would also die. He didn't doubt that Xuanhuan was right, because he felt a magical energy that was soaring to the sky a few days ago, and then disappeared again. This is the head of the owner of Tiger Shark Island. Tiger Shark Island has been razed by our artillery fire. The terrifying head of the Big Island Lord hangs on Xuanhuan's boat, fluttering in the wind. Master of the Big Island of Tiger Shark Island. With Xuanhuan's eyesight, it was immediately clear that the head was the Big Island owner. Startled, and said with difficulty in his throat, Tiger Shark Island was leveled by His Majesty. He has been dealing with Tiger Shark Island for decades. Back then, Baiyun, Lingwu, and Shandong were the 3 major islands that gathered hundreds of small and medium-sized islands, but they couldn't help this group of pirates. Instead, they suffered a lot. Seeing this head, he knew that Tiger Shark Island had been destroyed. Return to Tiao, keep your spiritual fog safe. If you resist to the end, nothing will be left. Zhou Zhong got the signal from Xuanhuan and shouted, and the brilliance in the barrel of the cannon immediately surged. Don't shoot. At this time, Xuanhuan's majestic image was like a god in the sky, unattainable. Although Xuanhuan was struggling in his heart, he also knew that the ruthless man who killed the evil dragon and the Tiger Shark Island was not something they could afford on Lingwu Island. I am willing to take Lingwu Island to surrender to Tiao and be the minister of Tiao. Although he didn't know where Tiao's dynasty was, he knew that whenever a super empire appeared at sea or on land, these islands were the first to be included in the map. I wish the island owner, get on the boat. In addition to your Lingwu Island, I have to go to Baiyun, Dongshan 2 islands. I got the chart from Tiger Shark Island. There are hundreds of islands in your sea area. This time the purpose of the patrol is to include the surrounding waters into the territory of our great martial arts. Xuanhuan asked Xuanhuan to board the boat. After getting on this boat, it was like getting on a pirate boat, and it was impossible to get off. Xuanhuan said quickly, I am willing to take your majesty down to conquer those islands. #C130 Endless Origin. After returning to Tiao, Xuanhuan took Xuanhuan to Baiyun, Dongshan and hundreds of small islands in the surrounding waters. The overall strength of these 3 islands is similar. Among them, Baiyun Island is stronger and has a population of more than 300 million, while Shandong Island has only more than 100 million. After all, it is just an island in the sea, not a real continent. It is difficult to carry so many people. Seeing the arrival of Chunyuan, the two islands of Baiyun Shandong were naturally unwilling to surrender. But Chunyuan directly set up the giant cannon, and in front of them, he directly smashed several uninhabited deserted islands, and showed them the head of the big island owner of Tiger Shark Island. Double terror shocked, the two island owners saw this scene and knew that the matter was irreversible. If they continued to resist, they would end up being obliterated by this person. After all, their cultivation base strength was similar to that of the big island owner of Tiger Shark Island. After cultivating to the realm of illuminating the gods, there are still a few who don't know the current affairs, who would want to die. With the surrender of these three island masters, the other small islands will naturally be subdued without any problem, and all of them have been incorporated into Dao. Although their population is not large, what makes Chunyuan happy is that the sparse population can allocate more martial arts resources, so people on these islands can basically cultivate to the realm of Tongmai realm. Your Majesty, there are only our 3 major islands and hundreds of small islands in the surrounding 100,000-mile sea area. In the depths of the sea, it is rumored that there are extremely terrifying forces, extremely terrifying dynasties, sweeping the quartet. We don't know. Zhu Shan was the first to submit, and he was also the most honest. Take out all the sea charts of your 3 islands, and then piece together a new and complete sea chart, so that people can explore deeper seas. Chunyuan nodded. He is not in a hurry to go to the farther sea now. There are still a lot of things in the airspace that have not been dealt with. He said, I will soon send people to cultivate the unique Lingyuan rice of Dao on your 3 major islands. Now I will give you some of it and distribute it to the people on the island. When the Lingyuan rice was taken out, the crystals were like pearls, and the fragrance emitted made the 3 island owners feel intoxicated. This kind of rice? Regardless of the fact that the rice was still raw, Zhu Shan grabbed a handful and ate it, and said in shock, Does your Majesty's people eat this kind of rice? If you eat this every day and keep your body healthy, your physical fitness will be greatly improved. Even a sick child can practice martial arts and become a strong man. How powerful it will be. Thousands of years ago, there was a terrifying 5-star force at sea. Although it was quickly destroyed, I accidentally got their food, but it was far inferior to this Lingyuan rice. The owner of Baiyun Island, an old man with white hair, was also shocked. This is just a part of my background. Do things for me well, and don't play with my mind in front of me. Chunyuan waved his hand, and the 3 jade bottles fell into the hands of the 3 island owners. Thousand Heart Dan. The jade bottle was opened, and the 3 island owners were shocked again. The difficulty of refining this kind of divine pill is comparable to that of a peerless pill. They would never have imagined that the pill that Chunyuan handily rewarded was this 1000 Heart pill, which was the most beneficial to compare with the gods. It is impossible to buy it outside, otherwise the Chen elders of the Infinite Chamber of Commerce will not come to Chunyuan, and there will not be such a powerful alchemist on their island. Follow His Majesty's order. The 3 island masters respectfully said. A big stick in one hand and sweet jujube in the other. Although this principle is simple, it has been tried and tested. Chunyuan naturally understands the truth since ancient times. While shocking them, he must also benefit them. Otherwise, who would be loyal to you? The 3 island owners benefited, and they knew that Chunyuan could reward them with Qianqing Dan at any time, and would be loyal in the future. Ding! The host completed the second choice and obtained 300 fate points. Current Apex surplus, 3250. Ding! Host this event, get 4000 fate points. Endless Origins. The current fatality point surplus, 7,250 points. Endless Origin, Supreme Martial Arts, all, and many kinds of things are born from the origin, and die from the origin, create everything with the power of the origin, trace all the disappearance and the origin with the power of the origin. Breath of existence. A comprehension derived from the endless origin swarmed into Xuanhuan's head. The scene in his eyes changed suddenly, as if he saw the origin of all things, all changes, and the truth of heaven and earth. A terrifying aura emanated from Xuanhuan's body. Every plant and tree had his origin. He was like the king of origin. The power that escaped made the three island owners feel that all their secrets were in Xuanhuan. There is nothing to hide in front of. Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, their breath had been recorded by Xuanhuan's endless origin, and they could not hide their traces. Origin, trace everything, create everything. Under this momentum, they lowered their heads even deeper. The three of you will return to the Imperial city with me, and the laws of the other three major islands will be replaced by the Great Martial Law, and the three prefectures of the archipelago, Baiyun, Linggu, and Dongsheng will be established. I will send someone to assist you first. Xuanhuan took them back to the Imperial city. Back in the Imperial city, Xuanhuan immediately issued a series of orders. He originally wanted to build 5 legions that could open up new territories. The Lihua army had begun to take shape, so he asked the 3 island owners to start building the Blackwater army after returning. The members of the legion were recruited and selected from the 3 islands. All weapons, armor, and various medicinal materials were allocated by the imperial court. Moreover, the Xuanhu army once again added 150,000 soldiers from the archipelago, bringing the total number of troops to 400,000. These 400,000 are all composed of Yuanshan realm. After the 3 island owners knew that Xuanhuan could supply Shindan in large quantities, they did not resist various orders, and even sent their cronies to the Xuanhu Legion to add to Xuanhuan's good impression of them. You know, the Xuanhu army is Xuanhuan's pro-army. And as long as you can get 1,000 heart pill every month, let alone resignation, even if the island is given to Xuanhuan, there is no problem. The purpose of their establishment of forces is to collect resources. There are more powerhouses in the archipelago state. Originally, there were few powerhouses above Dao Jingshan, but now this problem has been solved, and even the 3 major islands in the Xuanhu Legion have joined the illuminating realm. This is Xuanhuan's cleverness. Joining the Xuanhu Legion must be bound to the war army chessboard. As long as it is bound, he is not afraid of someone betrayal. If a large number of elites from the 3 islands join, they will completely become his people, and naturally they will not betray him. With the current national strength of Dao, it is actually comparable to the Samsung dynasty. And he brought 2 Tongxuanming divine pills. One was given to Lu Qianfu, allowing him to directly break through to Zhaoshan. With the strength of Zhaoshan realm, it is enough to lead the army of Xuanhu. One was given to Ji Fuling. Ji Fuling is a very important logistics officer of Xuanhuan, and needs to represent him to negotiate various transactions with the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, but the cultivation base of peeking into the realm of the gods is not enough. After breaking through to Zhaoshan, Ji Fuling was more and more amazed at Xuanhuan's terrifying background, and she believed that her decision to leave the Infinite Chamber of Commerce and join Dao was the most sensible decision. Otherwise, in the Infinite Chamber of Commerce, she would never be able to break through Zhaoshan in her life. After all, her qualifications are not high. But what Xuanhuan valued was her business ability, not her combat skills. With her cultivation base, Xuanhuan could use a lot of magic pills to help her improve. Your Majesty, I just got the news that the commander of Vermilion Bird Ingfeng suddenly headed towards the Myriad Beast Mountains. On this day, the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon reported the news to Xuanhuan. #C131 Gufeng1 Family. After the Purple Scale Thunder Dragon got the Dragon Ball, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he would soon be able to break through the illuminating realm, and his potential was huge. There are also 3, 6, 9, and so on within the Dragon clan. The evil dragon is the fallen dragon, the sinful dragon. The purple scale thunder dragon is just a very common dragon in the thunder dragon family. In the dragon race, the bloodline of the evil dragon is much nobler than the ordinary thunder dragon, otherwise it would not degenerate to develop on the periphery of the myriad beast mountains. As long as the way of inheritance in this dragon ball is completely digested, let alone the gods, even the gods are very possible. Don't forget, the purple scale thunder dragon has an advantage that no one else has, that is, it is the mighty king of the great martial dragon, one of the commanders of the ferocious beast army. With endless resources, are you afraid that the purple scale thunder dragon will not be able to break through to Yunshan? At this time, the purple scale thunder dragon reported a message to him. You said that Commander Feng went to the myriad beast mountains alone? Xuanhuan frowned. Exactly. Originally, I didn't pay much attention to the news of my subordinates, but when I knew that Commander Feng was heading towards the depths of the 10,000 beast mountains, I felt that there was something strange in this. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon said, the depths of the mountain range are full of crises, and there are many great monsters who peek at the gods. I also quit from there, especially the Commander Feng who went deeper, where there are even great monsters who are illuminating the gods and imbuing the gods. I just quickly broke the news to your majesty. Option 1. Investigate the reason why Zhu Fengfeng went to the depths of the myriad beast mountains in person, and obtain 300 fate points. Option 2. Don't investigate the truth, go with Zhu Fengfeng and get 300 fate points. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon, your news is very timely, go back to practice, and break through the realm of illumination as soon as possible. This matter is left to me to handle. Xuanhuan's body flickered, his afterimage remained in the palace, but the deity had disappeared. Your Majesty's cultivation is getting more and more inscrutable. Purple Scale Thunder Dragon said in awe. The myriad beast mountains are boundless and huge, with continuous mountains. In the existing ancient books, it is still impossible to know how big it is, especially in the deepest part. There are rumors that there are countless powerful ancient monsters. All of them have the ability to destroy the sky and destroy the earth. There are even rumors that the 10,000 Beast Mountains are just a collective name, and there are one large domain after another in the 10,000 Beast Mountains, and there are monster empires. Although the Dao Imperial city was built at the foot of the mountain, it was actually at the outermost periphery. At this time, Zhu Fengfeng looked solemn and headed towards the depths of the myriad beast mountains, not aimlessly, but in one direction. Although her cultivation base has now broken through to the peeping god, it seems that it is not enough in the depths of the myriad beast mountains. Commander Feng. A voice came. Your Majesty, why are you here? Zhu Fengfeng suddenly stopped, his face changed, and in front of her, Xuanhuan suddenly came. Ding. The host makes a choice and gets 300 fate points. Commander Feng, you don't have to be surprised. This is what the Dragon Power King told me. The myriad beast mountains are extremely dangerous, and it is best not to set foot in the deep places. Xuanhuan knew a little, since Zhu Fengfeng got Feng Qimu from Deqian, it became very wrong. I have an urgent matter to go to the depths of the mountain range this time, but I didn't expect to disturb your majesty. Zhu Fengfeng said. What's the matter? Xuanhuan asked. Zhu Fengfeng did not speak, but lowered her head and said nothing, letting Xuanhuan ask, do you have to go? Must go. Zhu Fengfeng's tone was firm, but his eyes were still a little dodgy. Can you tell me the reason? Xuanhuan said, more than 20 years ago, you were brought out from the 10,000 Beast Mountains by the late emperor. It is rumored that the late emperor rescued you. Although you didn't say it, you must have hidden feelings. Why don't you talk to me? I opened up my heart, you went to the depths this time, obviously there is a big reason, maybe I can help you. Zhu Fengfeng opened his mouth. Under the emperor's momentum of Xuanhuan, he finally said, Your Majesty's words are true, It was indeed the first emperor who saved me back then, and some people have rumored that the minister has the blood of a monster, which is also true, because the minister is from the ancient Feng family. The Gufeng family? Xuanhuan said. This minister is the Gufeng clan. Strictly speaking, I belong to the branch of the Gufeng clan. Zhu Fengfeng said, tens of thousands of years ago, the ancestors of my line broke away from the Gufeng clan and came to the periphery of the 10,000 Beast Mountains, and tens of thousands of years have passed, the ancestors have already been settled, and the people of my line have withered, and the power has gradually weakened. When I was young, there were only a few people, and now I am the only one left, and the reason why I am in front of your majesty is not Gufeng's appearance, but because my ancient Feng clan is born with noble blood, and every member of the clan will be there. The phoenix blood pond in the ancestral land was nurtured in a special way for 100 years before it was born. It does not need to peep into the gods, and it can be transformed into a human form. I have been afraid to show my true body for all these years. It has already fallen to the myriad beast mountains before. Speaking of her mother, there were also bursts of sadness on her face. My mother was originally going to hit the divine position, but she failed. She was reborn with the help of the ancient Feng family's innate magical powers, and her soul did not completely collapse, but she also suffered heavy injuries. Feng Luo Pingyang was bullied by dogs, but when her mother was at her weakest, she was attacked by a sinister jackal. In order to prevent my family from being completely wiped out, my mother sent me out of the myriad beast mountains when I was still weak. So, you met the late emperor back then, Xuanhuan said. Exactly, back then, a few great monsters that peeped at the gods chased and killed me, wanting to take the bloodline of Gu Feng. The first emperor appeared and rescued me from the hands of those great monsters. There was also a twisted hatred on Zhu Fengfeng's cold face. Xuanhuan nodded. Although the first emperor was not a peeping god back then, he also had a chance, and his strength was even stronger than that of ordinary peeping gods. Pity. The emperor also died. Xuanhuan said, then you are going to the myriad beast mountains this time? When the ancestors were sitting, they left the ancient phoenix ancestral land. This time I went to open up the ancestral land and inherit the ancient phoenix inheritance. After all, this minister is the last of my ancient phoenix clan, and it is my responsibility to restore my ancestral land. Glory of the veins. Zhu Fengfeng said. Choose one, protect Zhu Fengfeng, accompany her to the place where the ancient phoenix is inherited, get 300 fate points, and beast control ring X1. Option 2, it is not recommended that Zhu Fengfeng go to Gufeng inheritance now, wait until the right time to go, and get 300 fate points, magic fruit X1. You should know that going deep into the myriad beast mountains will be very dangerous. Xuanhuan said. The minister knows. Zhu Fengfeng said firmly, but the minister has a reason to go. If he can get the inheritance of his ancestral land, he will be able to break through to the level of the gods, and may even recover the power of the ancestors. The ancestors are the real gods. A giant, this minister cannot step back. Okay, since this is the case, you have also decided that I will not let you not go, and will go with you to the place of inheritance. Xuanhuan smiled. Your Majesty, you. Zhu Fengfeng said in surprise. You are the minister of our great martial arts, and the ruler of the food is loyal to the monarch. Similarly, the ministers have something to do. As the master of great martial arts, I also have reasons to share your worries. It is indeed dangerous to go deep with your strength. Much safer. Xuanhuan did not force Zhu Fengfeng to go because of the supernatural power. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Fengfeng didn't say much. She knew that Xuanhuan's actions were always the same. You don't need to thank me, I am also for the great martial arts. If you can get the inheritance of your ancestors, your strength will grow by leaps and bounds, and even have the power of your ancestors. It is also a blessing for my great martial arts. My subordinates are lacking powerful warriors, and you let me see it's possible. Xuanhuan knew very well that what Dao lacked was top powerhouses. If Zhu Fengfeng could have strong strength, it would greatly enhance Dao's heritage, which was a good thing. Commander Feng, lead the way, I will do my best to help you, your strength is the strength of my great martial arts. #C132 Inheritance of Ancient Phoenix. In the depths of the 10,000 Beast Mountains, there are continuous mountains. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters you encounter. About tens of thousands of miles in depth, suddenly a mountain with strong spiritual energy appeared. Xuanhuan saw it. There were fiery red trees everywhere, all of which were phoenix perches. A mountain peak, like an ancient phoenix spreading its wings, gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the luck of a family. This is the clan of my ancient phoenix clan, the ancient Phoenix Mountains. After more than 20 years, Zhu Fengfeng returned to the clan again, and his eyes were filled with memories. When she was a child, her lineage had already weakened and withered, and her clansmen had almost disappeared. If it wasn't for her being rescued by the late emperor by chance, this lineage would have been wiped out. The battle between monsters is more cruel than the battle between the human races. Failure is the annihilation of the race. Taking this emotion away, Zhu Fengfeng regained her cold look again, and said, although the place of inheritance is within the clan, it can only be opened by a special method. This is the ring representing the patriarch. With my blood, only by activating the ring can the inheritance land be opened. There is a ring on her hand, and the ring is engraved with the pattern of Gu Feng. Now I am the patriarch of the Gu Feng family, and the last of my lineage. A drop of blood dripped into the ring, and it was bright and crystal clear, revealing a fiery red fire. This drop of blood is not ordinary blood, but the blood of the phoenix. When the drop of blood sank into the ring, a fire burst out, as if the ancient phoenix spread its wings and soared for 9 days. Immediately in front of it, there was an empty space, like a twisted door. Your Majesty, the inheritance of my ancient Feng family is inside. Zhu Fengfeng's face was pale. The power of space? Xuanhuan was slightly surprised. It seemed that the ancient phoenix who left the inheritance place was very real. In this case, I will follow you into the inheritance place. Your Majesty, follow me closely. Zhu Fengfeng nodded. The two entered the land of inheritance at the same time. The land of inheritance is desolate and dead. It turned out to be an independent space, with gray above the head and dry cracked earth under the feet. In this so-called ancestral inheritance, what Xuanhuan saw was not treasures, but tombstones. There were probably thousands of them, all the dead people from Zhu Fengfeng's lineage, for tens of thousands of years. It seems that this place is both a place of inheritance and a place to bury bones. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty said it is right. After my people die, they will be buried here, and the ancestors are also buried here. Zhu Fengfeng looked at these tombstones. Ding. The host completes the choice one, gets 300 fate points, and the Beast Control Ring X1. Beast Control Ring, a special artifact, specially created by the Master of Beast Control, a treasure used to control monsters. Collecting the origin of the monster's soul, you can control the life and death of the monster, and you can be absolutely loyal to the owner, and you can put them in the Beast Controlling Ring. Currently bound with the Beast Control Ring, you can charge 10 monsters of the same realm from the host, and 100 heads from the lower realm. Remarks: the collected monsters can clear the soul source. It can be used to collect monsters. Xuanhuan was slightly startled. Although his current realm is the realm of peeping gods, but the human emperor sword realm is added by 1, and there is no difference between the level and the realm of illuminating the gods. The reason for such a condition is probably because you cannot suppress the origin of your soul with a monster with a high realm. Very practical artifact. Xuanhuan secretly said, nodding his head. That is the ancestor of my lineage. At this time, Zhu Fengfeng pointed forward. It turned out to be a huge ancient phoenix. Although it has been sitting for tens of thousands of years, there is still a fiery red flame all over its body. What a powerful breath! Xuanhuan practiced the Great Flame technique and was extremely sensitive to the flame breath. He was shocked. It's definitely not the power of the gods, at least it has reached the level of God. The powerhouse of the God position is the strongest existence in the airspace domain. There are only a handful of them in the entire airspace domain. That kind of existence has touched the laws of space and condensed the God position that belongs to it. One more step is to connect the gods, and the power can connect the gods. The ancestors were the 10th level existence of the gods, but unfortunately they still did not break through to the gods. Although the ancient Feng family has a long lifespan, when they left the clan, the ancestors had already passed the long-lived, sitting here. In fact, it is the inheritance of the land is rather a burial place, except for me. Other clansmen will only step here a moment before they die. Zhu Fengfeng said. That is to say, no other ancient phoenix has been inherited. Xuanhuan said. It's like this. Zhu Fengfeng saw a tombstone and said sadly, it was the tomb of my mother, but my mother was not buried here, she was completely nirvana back then. Complete nirvana, for the Gufeng family, is to die completely, and there will be no bones left. The law of inheritance is sealed in the ring. Zhu Fengfeng is also not quite sure how to obtain the inheritance. She silently recited the incantation of the Gufeng family and poured her own blood into it. Immediately, a strange blood red appeared, and a cloud of sky shot out from the ring, and a loud phoenix roar resounded. A fiery red ancient phoenix flew out of the ring. Only the size of a palm, full of illusion. This is the soul of the ancestors, sealed in the ring. Zhu Fengfeng said in shock. Ancient Phoenix Inheritance. From this ancient phoenix spirit, a cold woman's voice came out. The entire inheritance place has undergone tremendous changes, and all the tombstones were humming and trembling at this time, and then they were all shattered. On the dry ground, the blood-red Wanhong continued to flow towards the ancestor Gufeng. Ancestors are disappearing. I only saw that the huge god Gufeng suddenly burst into flames at this moment, completely nirvana. With the nirvana of this ancient phoenix, a blood-red pool appeared on the ground, and it was full of blood. Phoenix Blood Pond. What an extreme ancient phoenix inheritance. Xuanhuan said in surprise. It turns out that the so-called inheritance is based on the gathering of the blood of many ancient Feng people, and then the ancient Feng ancestor sacrificed himself into it to form a blood pool. This inheritance is to sacrifice himself. At the beginning, he thought that the so-called inheritance was what the ancient Feng family left behind in the ancestral land. I didn't expect it to be so extreme. It is to sacrifice all the ancient Phoenix clan. And after this inheritance is over, the place of inheritance will no longer exist. The one who holds the ancient Phoenix ring is the patriarch of my line, and with the blood of the clan, nirvana once again. The voice of Gufeng came out again. The huge ancient Phoenix skeleton became more and more illusory, and the blood in the blood pool was burning with raging flames, as if calling for Zhu Fengfeng. Go, I will protect you. Xuanhuan said. Zhu Fengfeng nodded. The place of inheritance of the ancient Feng family is here. But at this moment, a voice resounded throughout the entire Gufeng Mountains. #C133, I protect the law for you. This sound not only sounded once, but many times, as if it was deliberately spread. Jackal. It's the voice of the Jackal demon. It's him again. Boom. Zhu Fengfeng danced wildly with black hair, her breath ran wild, and at this moment she was always cold and full of hatred and anger in her eyes. Although her mother failed to break through the divine position back then, she still barely survived with the help of the ancient Phoenix clan's innate supernatural powers, and it may be possible to recover, but it was this jackal that colluded with several other demons to attack her mother. Otherwise, her mother would never die. And she won't be alone. What she hated the most was the jackal, and she wanted to smash it into pieces, but she couldn't resolve the hatred in her heart. The jackal demon is here. Xuanhuan frowned. Your Majesty, this jackal monster is insidious and cunning, the most despicable and shameless. It makes good use of insidious tricks. It roars, and it must be trying to attract other big monsters to pioneer it. To find out the details, it has always done this, I have no idea. Thinking of it, it has been waiting for me in the Goofing Mountains for decades. Zhu Fengfeng gritted his teeth, wishing to tear it alive. Commander Feng, I will protect you and protect the law for you. Xuanhuan said, go and receive your inheritance. I believe your Majesty. In Zhu Fengfeng's heart, Xuanhuan was majestic and invincible. She believed for no reason that when she turned around, she was immersed in the blood pool. Immediately, the rich blood essence gathered towards her body, wrapping her into a cocoon, like a blood-colored ancient phoenix egg. The inheritance of the ancient phoenix has finally been born, haha. It was rumored that the ruler of the ancient Phoenix mountain range was a god who was about to become a god. More than 20 years ago, the ancient Phoenix exterminated the clan, and I didn't expect that there were still people alive, opening the inheritance. The inheritance of the ancient Phoenix was opened, and the ancient Phoenix was Nirvana, which made a loophole in the small space that was sealed. A purple fox shadow flickered, which turned out to be a demon fox with purple flames. Hey, Xian demon fox, everyone knows by chance that this king is here to join in the fun today. After the purple flame demon fox appeared, a tall demon ape also appeared. In addition to the purple flame demon fox and demon ape, there were also 3 illuminating demons who rushed in. Cracking Sky Crazy Eagle. Shadow Demon Jiao. Two-winged tiger. The monsters can gradually transform into humanoids with divine power when they reach the realm of peeping gods. However, for monsters, only the body is the most powerful, and usually it will appear as the body. There is another human being here? It will also appear in the place where the ancient phoenix is inherited. The 5 great monsters who had reached the level of illumination were slightly surprised when they saw Xuanhuan, and then saw the big cocoon in the blood pool, and the monster ape immediately said hideously, where did you get the human beings? Slap you to death. Roll. Xuanhuan spit out a word, and it turned into a hurricane and swept away. The emperor is majestic, he is the lord of a country. The 5 Zhaoshan great demons suddenly felt Xuanhuan's temperament and were surprised, and then sneered, human, the inheritance of the ancient phoenix is an opportunity for our demon clan, it has nothing to do with you, a human being, we know that you are very strong, but you can't occupy this place with your strength. This place is left by the Commander Feng's clan of the Forbidden Army, and you dare to covet it? Xuanhuan said. According to the rumors, only one of the Goofing clan survived. It seems that she is the one. I didn't expect that she had taken refuge in the Terran Empire. No wonder she could not be found. As the purple flame demon fox spoke, his body swayed, and when the purple demon power spread, it enveloped her, and then turned into a woman in purple. Humph. No matter who this person is, the ancient phoenix ancestor is a powerful god. How precious is the blood essence. If we get it, it will be easy to wash the marrow and cut the bones to break through to the gods, and even touch the gods. Shadow Demon Jiao said. Did the jackal not appear? Sure enough, as Commander Feng said, insidious and cunning. Never take risks. Xuanhuan said coldly, but, is it useful? Option 1, use the beast control ring to collect 10 great demons of illuminating gods and 100 great demons of spying gods, and get 300 fate points. Option 2, kill and swallow the evil beasts, get 300 fate points, and the Demon King Puppet X1. killing this human being. As for Gufeng's blood essence, it depends on their ability to seize it. The sound of the sky-splitting wild eagle cracks gold and wears stone. Is the chance of the commander of the Forbidden Army that you can be jealous of? Boom. Like a teleportation, Xuanhuan moved to the front of the sky-splitting wild eagle. With a wave of his hand, a golden hurricane swept away. Court death. Sky-splitting crazy eagle said angrily. Its cultivation base also has the third level of illuminating the gods, and it is not weak in this area. Suddenly, its huge wings swayed, and each feather seemed to be a sharp arrow, which was cut by Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan's palm carried unparalleled power, and suddenly slapped sky-splitting crazy eagle. What? The feathers on Crazy Eagle's body are harder than steel, but at this moment, being beaten by Xuanhuan's body has a heartbreaking pain. This human being is terrifying, let's do it together. As soon as the other 4 big monsters saw Xuanhuan, the sky-splitting crazy eagle suffered a big loss and immediately came to kill him. The monster ape has the highest cultivation base, reaching the 4th level of the illuminating god. It roars violently, its arms are like sledgehammers, bang 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 bang. In an instant, I don't know how many times it bombed, causing cracks to appear everywhere in this small space that is about to collapse. The purple flame demon fox is extremely fast, her body is like a phantom, shuttles quickly, leaving traces of purple. The huge claws of the 2-winged tiger slapped over. And the shadow demon flood dragon spit out a pitch-black beam of light like rolling thunder. Don't even think about leaving today. The 5 big monsters came over, Xuanhuan sneered again and again, he moved his hand, and the flaming burning flag suddenly fell to the entrance of the inheritance land, burning the sky and boiling the sea, and suddenly the ocean, like flames, turned this place into a sea of fire. This is a superb artifact. Damn, how could he have a superb artifact? This kind of artifact can only be possessed by a powerful empire among humans. The 5 big monsters felt the power of the unparalleled divine weapon, and there was fear on their faces. They fought each other just now, knowing that Xuanhuan was very strong, but they could not have imagined that he would possess the unrivaled divine tool. Only the powerhouses in the realm of the gods have the ability to inject the law and create a superb artifact, but also consume the power of an empire. It's not cost-effective for these 5 big monsters to kill them. It's better to put them in the beast control ring and become the sacred beasts of Tiao. There are ethnic groups behind them. More valuable. Xuanhuan urged the flames to burn the sky flag. The purpose is to besiege these 5 big monsters. The animal control ring can bind 10 illuminating monsters, and Xuanhuan naturally has to charge the upper limit to enhance the power of the empire. You 5 demons, hand over the origin of your soul and submit to me, I can spare you from dying. Xuanhuan's terrifying and strong emperor's power radiated out, causing huge pressure. He took a step, rolled his eyes, and locked the 5 demons. The eyes that were like looking at prey made the 5 big demons tremble. Great battle. Fight wildly. If you want these 5 big demons to hand over their soul origin, you must first subdue them and be completely afraid of yourself. #C134 Phoenix Blood Sword. It's whimsical and wants us to hand over the origin of our souls and obey. You think too much. The sharp voice of Crazy Eagle resounded, and his eyes were extremely sharp. It hovered into the sky, spinning violently, causing a strong storm. Great Storm Technique. The sky-splitting eagle casts the Great Storm. The entire inheritance land was almost shrouded. Originally, the space here was extremely unstable. With this storm, it collapsed even more, as if it would be completely destroyed at any time. Okay, sky-splitting wild eagle has used the Great Storm technique, and we must seize the opportunity to teach this arrogant human being a lesson. The other 4 demons exchanged their thoughts one after another. Hand of the God of War. But as soon as the storm blew, Xuanhuan stimulated the hand of the God of War, and it also contained the power of the great devouring technique, and saw a large golden hand enveloped in a strong vortex falling from the sky, facing the sky-splitting wild eagle. Shoot hard. Sky-splitting crazy eagle is still a little contemptuous. But when the hand of the god of war fell, when the terrifying force completely enveloped it, it let out a scream of horror, desperately flapping its wings to escape, but could not escape from this force. Scope. This palm fell, and the monstrous power shot the sky-splitting crazy eagle down from the air. The feathers all over his body burst, flesh and blood were exposed in large areas, and there were traces of baldness everywhere. The other 4 demons were shocked and dumbfounded. Looking at the golden light in Xuanhuan's hand, they said in a difficult voice, "Absolutely, another superb artifact." At this moment, Crazy Eagle struggled to escape, but Xuanhuan stepped on its neck and stomped it until it was vomiting blood. And the hand of the god of war grabbed it again, grabbed it on the neck, and then caught the sky-splitting crazy eagle into the air and lifted it up. What? With the strength of the sky-splitting crazy eagle, he was defeated by him in a few moves. What happened? How strong is he? Damn, where did this person come from? It's not that simple, the sky-crazy eagle must have a backer. It is an old opponent with us, and it will definitely not be defeated so easily. The 4 great illuminating gods saw that the crazy eagle was defeated, unbelievable, and they were all shocked and stunned. Serve, I've taken it. Cracking Sky-Crazy Eagle only felt that he was going to die under the shock of Xuanhuan's aura, and said in fear, "Come down, I'm willing to come down." The powerful and irresistible strength made the Sky-Crazy Eagle lose the strength to continue the battle, especially Xuanhuan's spirit, which was as great as a mountain in its soul, and he could only surrender and could not resist. Abandon all resistance. As Xuanhuan spoke, the beast-controlling ring was expanding and fell on the head of Sky-Crazy Eagle, and a stream of light flew in immediately. This was the origin of the soul and was taken away. What? Sky-Crazy Eagle was surrendered by that human being. The 4 illuminating demons almost couldn't believe their eyes. Suddenly, the purple flame demon fox turned into a beam of purple light, and it turned out to be the first to escape. Where else do you want to run? Although the speed of the Xian demon fox is fast, Xuanhuan has the wings of the mysterious spirit, so he appeared in front of her in a flash, stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed the neck of the Xian demon fox. And you? The god of death floated in the soul of the purple flame demon fox, like a hell. Don't. The Xian demon fox was full of pain and tried his best, shouting, "I am willing to submit, don't kill me, I have cultivated from a small fox demon to the current state, it is not easy, I don't want to die, I submit. She still succumbed, she could only succumb to the more powerful existence, and was suddenly absorbed a soul source by the beast control ring. Not good, speed out of the inheritance land, this person is too scary. Demon Ape, Shadow Demon Jiao. Seeing such a scene, the 2-winged fierce tiger was also frightened to the core, and ran frantically towards the place of inheritance. Don't even think about leaving. Xuanhuan shouted loudly. With 5 fingers slammed, the big cutting technique grabbed onto the shadow demon flood dragon. At this moment, the hard scales on its body turned into pieces when touched, and the flood dragon body was about to be cut in half. Endless origin. The endless origin, all kinds of things were swept out in Xuanhuan's fist, and slammed into the shadow of the shadow monster. The terrifying power seemed to simulate the origin of the underworld hell. Under this fear, the shadow demon Jiao completely succumbed. The 2-winged fierce tiger was also bombarded by the origin divine fist and succumbed. Among the monsters, the law of the jungle is more cruel, and the law of the jungle is more cruel. The powerful group annexes the weak and the small group, and only surrenders to the strong. Monster ape, you are running a step, and I will let you die here. Xuanhuan looked at the demon ape, carrying infinite destructive power in both hands. Although he hadn't started, the strong momentum had already overwhelmingly suppressed the demon ape. "I am willing to surrender." The demon ape almost roared out with a roar, and the four great illuminating gods were subdued, and it didn't have the courage to fight at all. In the face of death and survival, it chose to survive. The five great illuminating gods and demons all surrendered. One by one, they all gathered to Xuanhuan's side obediently. "Huh?" The jackal escaped. Xuanhuan looked outside the inheritance of the ancestral land, and a monster that looked like a dog fled in panic. He then looked at Zhu Fengfeng and smiled. "The inheritance is about to end." In the blood pool. The blood is getting scarcer and dried up. After Xuanhuan waited for another half an hour, the big cocoon that enveloped Zhu Fengfeng clicked, cracked, and finally shattered like an eggshell. The loud phoenix roar resounded, and a huge vision appeared behind Zhu Fengfeng. It was a mysterious ancient phoenix, and it was her primordial spirit that was inspired. After the fall of this family, all the power of the ancient phoenix, buried in the inheritance of the ancestral land, gathered on Zhu Fengfeng. The power within the inheritance allowed Zhu Fengfeng to be directly elevated to the illuminating realm. According to God, a heavy. It didn't stop until Zhaoshan 5th layer. This is not surprising, to know that there is a god-level monster in the blood essence. How terrifying it is. It is enough to wash the marrow and cut the bones, temper the blood, and break through to the illuminating realm. It is even more easy. Moreover, this power has not been fully refined, and most of it is stored in Zhu Fengfeng's flesh and blood. As long as you slowly refine all the power in your body, breaking through to the realm of the gods is just around the corner. For Zhu Fengfeng, she had obtained all the phoenix blood of her ancestors and many clansmen. There was no bottleneck until she reached the 10th level of Yunshan, and she only needed to refine the remaining energy in her body step by step. The only trouble is the god status. At this moment, Zhu Fengfeng is like an ancient phoenix girl, noble and arrogant, sacred and inviolable. When she came to Xuanhuan, she knelt down on one knee. "I thank your majesty for guarding. If you don't have your majesty's protection, I can't get the ancient Feng inheritance, and this time I also got all the treasures of my family." The ancient phoenix ring on her hand was shining brightly at this time, and the seal inside was broken as Zhu Fengfeng got all the inheritance. "Protecting you is what I should do, as the lord of great martial arts." Xuanhuan smiled and said, "Commander Feng, the jackal has escaped. Do you want revenge?" Zhu Fengfeng shuddered violently, gritted his teeth, and said, "Think. I think about revenge all the time, and kill that jackal with my own hands." With a squeak, a fiery red sword appeared in the once again dry phoenix blood pool, as if an ancient phoenix uttered a phoenix cry, which contained spirituality. A spiritual artifact. This turned out to be a spiritual artifact that surpassed the unparalleled artifact. The phoenix blood sword of the ancient phoenix family. The spiritual artifacts contained powerful artifacts that contained spirituality. On top of the unparalleled artifact, there are spirits, kings, emperors, and saints. The improvement of each rank will bring incredible abilities. "I will take you to take revenge." Xuanhuan asked Zhu Fengfeng to get up. #C135 Revenge. Your Majesty, back then, the Jackal, the Blood Demon Wolf clan, and the Bloodthirsty Leopard clan dealt with my mother together. Every time Zhu Fengfeng thinks of what she experienced in the past, it is unforgettable. In the past, she did not have this strength, so she could only hide her hatred in her heart and cover up her grief with coldness. But now, she has the strength to take revenge. Then exterminate the family together. Xuanhuan said lightly, "But before that, I will go and subdue the 5 great monsters. You will tell me the power distribution of the surrounding monsters. I will stage a good show of all beasts and clans. The beast controlling ring combined 10 great monsters of the gods, and the 5 great monsters he subdued obviously still have the realm of the gods, but Xuanhuan did not intend to bind them, but planned to subdue 5 more monsters. And let all their tribes submit to themselves. This will maximize the benefits. Your Majesty, I know those ethnic groups are there. The first to speak was the Xian demon fox, who quickly told Xuanhuan in front of the other big demons. Damn, this damn fox. The other big demons scolded secretly. They naturally knew that the Xian demon fox was robbing merit. The Xiaofeng wolf clan, the vigorous demon cow clan, the elephant clan, the griffin clan, and the one-horned Pegasus clan. From the information provided by the Xian demon fox, Xuanhuan selected 5 major groups. Let the masters of your ethnic groups follow me to these 5 ethnic groups. Xuanhuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Star Moon Forest. The unicorns live in this forest. There are mountains and waters, especially the Xingyue Lake. The rays of light sway through the green shade, like stars, and contain sufficient spiritual energy. I saw a group of unicorn horses living in the forest. They all have a sharp, spiral-like horn on the top of their heads, especially their patriarchs, whose cultivation base has reached the 4th level of illuminating gods. Boom! On the land in the distance, Xuanhuan brought the powerful people of the 5 clans to the Xingyue forest. Follow me. Xuanhuan stood on the ancient emperor's chariot and activated the ancient emperor's sky patrol skills. The tyrannical majesty became stronger and stronger, covering the entire Xingyue forest. Beside him, there are also masters of the 5 major ethnic groups. Monster Ape Clan, Purple Flame Demon Fox Clan, Sky-Splitting Crazy Eagle Clan, Two-Winged Fierce Tiger Clan, and Shadow Demon Jiao Clan. The Unicorn Horse group was shaken, and the Unicorn Horse Patriarch saw many masters gathered in the Xingyue forest, especially a strong human race on the ancient emperor's chariot, and shouted, "You come to my Unicorn Horse tribe. What do you want to do?" The Unicorn Clan returns to His Majesty, the Lord of Great Martial Arts, said the Shadow Demon Jiao. Could it be that you have already taken refuge with this person? The Unicorn Patriarch couldn't believe it. Return to the Lord of Great Martial Arts, Lord Martial Emperor. Zhu Fengfeng walked to the front of the beast group. As she spoke, an ancient phoenix fire burned on her body, and a loud phoenix chirping sounded out, condensing the supreme majesty belonging to the ancient Phoenix clan. The ancient Phoenix clan originated from the Phoenix and was the supreme race that could rival the Dragon clan. The Gufeng clan is back, and they have also taken refuge in this great martial artist. Feeling the ancient Phoenix breath on Zhu Fengfeng's body, the Unicorn Patriarch felt a sense of fear. This was the coercion of the superior, and he knew that he was once the master of the ancient Phoenix mountain range, and suddenly knelt down on all fours. My unicorn horse, the tribe is willing to submit to Dao. It's pretty quick to surrender. Of course, Xuanhuan knew that the one-horned patriarch surrendered so quickly, in addition to the power he brought from the 5 clans and the emperor's coercion on him. Another important factor was the coercion of the ancient Phoenix on Zhu Fengfeng. The Gufeng family was the overlord of this region back then, and all the orcs had to surrender. It's just that the ancestors were sitting down, and the clansmen were few and gradually withered. Now that Gufeng has returned, he will become the overlord again. Howling Wolf Clan. Powerful Demon Cow. The Elephant Clan. Griffin Tribe. The 5 monster beast groups with the patriarch of the illuminating god realm took refuge in Xuanhuan one by one. Xuanhuan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the coercion of the ancient phoenix on Zhu Fengfeng's body would be so useful to the demon clan. Seeing the beasts coming, and the supreme coercion from Gufeng, he didn't take much effort to subdue these 5 ethnic groups. The coercion of the demon race has no effect on the human race, but for the demon race, the bloodline of the superior is the most powerful. It happens that Dao is adjacent to the 10,000 Beast Mountains. When Dao grows again in the future, Zhu Fengfeng, can lead the army to expand the territory. Ding. The host completes choice 1 and gets 300 fate points. Now, the patriarchs of 10 clans are bound in the beast control ring, and each clan is bound with 10 great monsters who peek into the realm of the gods, so they are firmly in control, and these 10 clans not only control their own clan, but also a large number of small groups are attached to them. In the orc world, the strong are respected, and it is their instinct to rely on a stronger existence. This time, Xuanhuan can be said to have made a lot of money. He helped Zhu Fengfeng obtain the inheritance of the ancient phoenix, which is equivalent to having a weapon to conquer the demon clan. You must know that one of his main tasks is the development of the myriad beast mountains. With Zhu Fengfeng, he can take the initiative to develop into the myriad beast mountains. After helping Commander Feng to take revenge, we can open up this place and establish an army of monsters. This time, Xuanhuan seems to have only subdued 10 illuminating demons, but they have more than 30 illuminating demons in total, and they are counted in the hundreds. I am afraid it is even the Heiming dynasty. Not as good as him. Commander Feng, I will take you to exterminate the clan. Which clan do you want to exterminate first? Xuanhuan asked Zhu Fengfeng. First kill the blood demon wolf clan, then the bloodthirsty leopard clan, and finally the jackal monster. I want that jackal monster to suffer the most desperate fear before he dies. Zhu Fengfeng was filled with murderous intent, and she had been waiting for this day for a long time. You 10 clans will order the army, and follow me to pacify the blood demon wolf clan. Hearing Xuanhuan's order, the patriarchs of the 10 clans roared loudly. Monster clan fighting was their main theme, and they liked blood. The mighty army gathered together, and the beasts roared in the jungle, rushing towards the blood demon wolf clan. The blood demon wolf clan is also a powerful clan in this area. The patriarch's cultivation level is as high as the 5th level of Zhaoshen. There are also 5 demons in total, and they are like blood demons, hunting and killing other demon clan members everywhere. Let the other monsters be afraid and afraid. What do you 10 clans do to my blood demon wolf clan? Are you going to fight? The patriarch of the Gorefiend wolf clan suddenly saw the 10 clan powerhouses coming, and shouted fiercely. I brought it here. Xuanhuan said on the ancient emperor's chariot. Human emperor. The blood demon wolf patriarch stared at Xuanhuan, and shouted, the emperor of the human race dares to interfere in the affairs of my demon clan. Instead of joining forces to deal with this human race, you 10 clans will deal with my blood demon. Wolves, have you forgotten your dignity? I'm sorry, we have all taken refuge with your majesty. The patriarchs of the 10 clans disdain. Join the human race. The blood demon wolf patriarch said in disbelief, how is that possible? Patriarch of the blood demon wolf, you still remember me. Zhu Fengfeng stepped out of the herd with a stern expression on his face. Who are you? The blood demon wolf patriarch stared at Zhu Fengfeng and said in shock, that little girl? You were the only one of the Goofing clan still alive back then. You have already returned. That's right, it's me. I have obtained the inheritance of the ancient phoenix, to avenge the ancient phoenix patriarch of my vein and my mother back then. Zhu Fengfeng said coldly, today, with the declaration of the ancient phoenix clan, I have destroyed the blood demon. Wolves. Kill. Exterminate the blood demon wolf clan. Hashtag C136 Undead Phoenix Blood. Exterminate the blood demon wolf clan. This order was not issued by Xuanhuan, but by Zhu Fengfeng, the flame of hatred beating in his eyes. This is Zhu Fengfeng's revenge, and Xuanhuan handed over the command to her. After receiving the order from Zhu Fengfeng, the 10 clan army rushed to kill at almost the same time. Although the blood demon wolf clan is not weak, it is the small overlord in this area, but it is still not enough to face the strength of the 10 clan, and many blood demon wolves are torn apart by the army of 10,000 beasts in an instant, and their blood is dyed red. This land. Kill the whole clan. Blood demon wolf, where are you running? The Gorefiend wolf patriarch fled very decisively when he saw the 10 clan besieging him, but how could Zhu Fengfeng let it go? The power of the ancient phoenix turned into a huge fire, and Zhu Fengfeng's palm shot turned out to be a huge palm print, hundreds of feet in size. The terrifying ancient phoenix real fire burned, and it was accompanied by a strong fengwei. Bang bang bang. The clan leader of the Gorefiend wolf clan was at the 4th level of illumination, but Zhu Fengfeng had reached the 5th level of illumination after accepting the inheritance of the ancient phoenix. A terrifying flame was burning on his body, and what scared the Gorefiend wolf patriarch was that no matter how he patted the flame, it would not be extinguished. Die. In the fear of the blood demon wolf patriarch, Zhu Fengfeng, like a goddess of vengeance, cut the phoenix blood sword on its neck, and suddenly a wolf head flew into the sky, and even the remnant body was melted and burned by an ancient phoenix fire. The entire blood demon wolf clan was exterminated, and there were scorched wolf corpses everywhere. The next family. After Zhu Fengfeng destroyed the blood demon wolf clan, he took the army of 10,000 beasts to the bloodthirsty leopard clan. Boom. 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 The bloodthirsty leopard was directly grabbed by Zhu Fengfeng's head and burned its soul and body into nothingness. After destroying the bloodthirsty leopard clan, Zhu Fengfeng went to the last target, the jackal monster clan. The jackal clan is synonymous with insidiousness and cunning in this area. Few ethnic groups are willing to deal with them. Now this group of jackal monsters has also fallen into the apocalypse and was slaughtered crazily by the army of 10 clans. Where is the jackal? Zhu Fengfeng killed all the jackal demon clan, but did not see the jackal demon. We don't know where the patriarch has gone. The jackals were terrified, and they didn't react. The 10 tribes' army descended from the sky and slaughtered them frantically. Your Majesty, although I haven't dealt with it much, I know that it is despicable and cunning. Back then, the patriarch Gu Feng was also attacked by it, and we went to the ancestral land because of its roar. In my opinion, it is maybe I saw something bad and escaped to a deeper level. The purple-clothed woman transformed by the purple flame demon fox said. It makes sense. Xuanhuan once saw a jackal outside the place of inheritance. At that time, he probably predicted something bad, and said, "You 10 clans search the 10,000 beast mountains, and Feng Tong will go to hunt down the jackal, and we won't kill it today." I can't be reconciled. The 2 figures had to leave the jackal monster clan. Although the jackal escapes quickly, I have a way to find it. Tracking the origin. Xuanhuan exudes a power of origin, and uses the demonic energy of the jackal clan to track the whereabouts of the jackal. Immediately, the endless origin is manifested in a mysterious way, as if there are strands of demonic energy converging and condensing into a jackal. Demon look. This is Xuanhuan tracking the jackal with the breath of the jackal clan. It did not escape to the depths of the 10,000 beast mountains. Xuanhuan put away the method of origin and said slowly. Where did it go? Zhu Fengfeng's eyes were cold. Goofing Mountains. Goofing Mountains, a hidden place. At this time, a pale, sinister, middle-aged man was hiding here. I made a mistake. I didn't expect that the man who came back with the descendants of the Gu Feng family would be so terrifying. I thought that the 5 idiots would fight him and lose both. I was taking advantage of the fishermen, but I didn't expect to be so vulnerable. Back then, when I attacked the patriarch of the ancient Feng clan and made her fall, she would not let me go. The jackal did not leave the Goofing Mountains at all, but came back after wandering around for a while. It has transformed from its monster clan form and become like a human clan in an attempt to conceal its identity. Now I can only avoid the limelight, but who can compare to my jackal when it comes to playing tricks and tricks? It's impossible to get revenge on me. There was an extremely gloomy smile on its face. The thing that it is most proud of is that it secretly attacked the patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan, who had reached the half-step god status, and caused a powerful existence to fall indirectly because of it. It is a pity that the patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan was completely nirvana, so it did not get the blood of the ancient Phoenix. Jiao, you really hid here. Today Zhu Fengfeng, are going to kill you. Just when the jackal was complacent, a raging flame suddenly swept through the sky. Zhu Fengfeng and Xuanhuan appeared in front of the jackal at the same time, and looked at this sinister middle-aged man with hatred. Gu Feng. The jackal's eyes widened, and he lost his voice in fear, with a look of disbelief. Impossible, how did you find me? No matter if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will kill you today. Zhu Fengfeng's voice came out, and it turned into a strong hatred, and the strong Gu Fengwei pressure passed over. Although this jackal's cultivation level is not low, it is not enough in front of Zhu Fengfeng. Although he is afraid in his heart, he growls morbidly, haha, even if you kill me, what if you want me to beg for mercy? Possibly, the most unfortunate thing is that you were allowed to run away back then, and you were not able to exterminate your clan. Commander Feng, it will be handed over to you. Xuanhuan said lightly. Today I will personally kill the enemy. Zhu Fengfeng came directly to the front of the jackal monster. An ancient phoenix vision appeared behind her. The phoenix soared in the sky, and the monstrous flames dyed the entire mountain range red. I want to repay you 10 times the pain that my mother suffered back then. Zhu Fengfeng did not kill the jackal at once, but brought endless fear to it. She fell with a sword, and the phoenix blood sword passed through its head, melting its entire body in an instant, leaving only a shivering jackal spirit. Ah, give me a treat, just kill me. The jackal roared in pain. I want to die, how can it be so simple? The pain I have suffered, I have to repay you 10 times and 100 times. Zhu Fengfeng shook his head, and the flames that burned his soul immediately covered the primordial spirit of the jackal. It seems that a sky lantern has been lit, but this raging fire cannot make it die immediately. It is covered with a layer of vitality unique to the ancient Feng family, but it will slowly die in endless torture. Thank you, Your Majesty. Without Your Majesty today, I would definitely not be able to take revenge, let alone get the ancient phoenix inheritance. After destroying the jackal, Zhu Fengfeng's thoughts were clear, and the hatred accumulated in her heart was swept away. She looked at Xuanhuan, and immediately knelt down to express her most sincere thanks. For my servant, I don't need to thank you much. Ding. The host completes this event and gets 4,000 fate points, Undead Phoenix Blood X1. Current Apex Surplus, 11850. Hashtag C137 Born to be a great warrior, to die a great warrior. Blood of the Undying Divine Phoenix, the most precious drop of blood on the Undying Divine Phoenix, contains the mystery of the immortality of the 9 revolutions nirvana. If used by the descendants of the Phoenix, it will stimulate the power of the Undying Divine Phoenix, strengthen and change the bloodline, and comprehend the great nirvana of the 9 revolutions nirvana supernatural power. Technique. If you don't have the bloodline of the Phoenix family, after using it, you can also increase the power of your own bloodline and cultivate the power of immortality. You can use the power of immortality to heal the dark wounds in the body, and the vitality, resilience, and endurance will be greatly increased. Remarks. After being refined by the system, the blood of the undead phoenix is gentle, and there is no danger to the user. This turned out to be a drop of undead divine phoenix blood. Xuanhuan's face changed suddenly after seeing the attributes. You must know that Gu Feng is only a branch of the phoenix family, and the immortal phoenix is like the real emperor of the phoenix family. You can imagine the temptation of this drop of blood to the descendants of the phoenix family. Evolve its life level. Commander Feng, come here. Xuanhuan suddenly said. Zhu Fengfeng was a little puzzled, not knowing what Chu Yuan wanted to do. This is the blood of the undying divine phoenix. A bright red flame danced on Chu Yuan's fingers, like amber, carved into the shape of an immortal phoenix, as if it were immortal. Immortal divine phoenix blood. Zhu Fengfeng was shocked. At the moment when she was shocked, Chu Yuan's finger had already touched the center of her forehead, and was immediately guided by the blood of the ancient phoenix. The sound of phoenix chirping resounded, and the supreme immortal phoenix might pervade the 9 heavens. Zhu Fengfeng felt her own change in an instant. Her ancient phoenix bloodline was already noble enough, and she could be king in the phoenix clan, but this drop of undead phoenix blood made her even more precious. An immortal flame. This flame has the power of nirvana. At this moment, her ancient phoenix vision is actually transforming towards the undead divine phoenix, which is a more advanced evolution. Great nirvana, the flame of immortality. If the Gufeng clan mastered only primary nirvana, then the combination of the blood of the undead god and phoenix is advanced nirvana. The fire of her nirvana burns out, not a pure flame, each fire is like a beating elf, with life. Your Majesty actually possesses the blood of the undead divine phoenix. Zhu Fengfeng was completely stunned. You must know how powerful and noble the undying divine phoenix is, the emperor of her family. She has been in Dao for decades, and it is certain that this was not obtained by the first emperor, but by Chu Yuan himself. She thought a lot at this moment. Could it be that His Majesty has obtained some amazing treasure? Otherwise, how could Dao become so powerful in such a short period of time? Commander Feng, you don't have to think too much, and you don't have to rack your brains to think about where this drop of undead phoenix blood came from. Remember one sentence: as long as you are loyal to me, you will get more benefits than you imagined. Many. The blood of the undying divine phoenix is a bit tasteless to Chu Yuan, and it is of little use. Giving it to Zhu Fengfeng can improve her strength. After raising her bloodline, it will have a great effect on Chu Yuan's future advance into the 10,000 Beast Mountains. My first life was saved by the Emperor, and the second life was given by His Majesty. I was a minister of great martial arts in life, and even more so after death. Zhu Fengfeng said firmly. I believe in you, Commander Feng. I will give you the command of these 10 clan monsters, open the road, and connect with the Imperial capital. You are both the commander of the Forbidden Army Suzaku camp and the commander of the Ferocious Beast Legion, waiting for King Longwei to leave the customs. After that, I will let it help you. Chu Yuan handed over the Ferocious Beast Army to Zhu Fengfeng. Zhu Fengfeng obtained the blood of the undying divine phoenix, which is comparable to one of the most noble beings in the demon clan. She is the natural emperor among the demon clan, and it is most suitable for her to lead. The minister leads the order. Zhu Fengfeng half-kneeled. After explaining the matter of the myriad beast mountains, Chu Yuan also returned to the capital of Dao. The entire empire is prosperous and prosperous. This is the rising period of the empire. As long as every citizen contributes, he can get the powerful dividend of the empire. The first batch of Lingyuan rice planted on the archipelago state, the 3 major islands, and hundreds of small islands, was also harvested. With so much Lingyuan rice, it is impossible to eat it all. Except that some of it is stored in the treasury, Chu Yuan can trade more to Chining, and the war materials he gets from him are also increasing day by day. Chining's face also bloomed with joy. This Lingyuan rice is a good thing, and it was shipped to the Xiankong dynasty to sell it, and it could sell for a good price. Moreover, he also paid attention to building a good relationship with Chu Yuan, and sometimes asked Chu Yuan to concoct alchemy for him. Chu Yuan will not refuse anyone who comes. Anyway, he can get 70% of the benefits of every pot of divine pills, so why not do it? Army side. The Xinwu Legion continued to expand, and now there are 500,000 people. With the provision of a large number of medicinal pills from Xuanhuan, all of them have high cultivation bases, and even the divine ability realm has 100,000 people. Li Huijuan is also expanding, and it has reached tens of millions of people, and although the cultivation base is not as terrible as Shenwu, it is also the strength of Tongmai. The Blackwater army has also expanded to tens of millions of people. Their main combat direction is the sea, but if a war breaks out on land, they will also come to support. As for the other 3 armies, they are also in the preparation of Chuyuan's establishment. As for the Ferocious Beast Legion, after Chuyuan subdued the 10 clans, his Ferocious Beast Legion could be said to have been greatly expanded, and he possessed the seat of the gods. The current Dao, whether it is a top powerhouse or a national strength, is actually a Samsung dynasty, but it has not gone through a shocking war and has not been recognized. Chuyuan also received military information. After learning that Zhonghan and the 2 million elites had destroyed the desert, He Ming Emperor was furious. It was reported that he was going to fight in person. At this moment, the entire He Ming dynasty was in an atmosphere of war, and he was preparing for the deployment of military forces. After all, this is a great disgrace to the He Ming dynasty. After Chuyuan found out, he didn't care. The Emperor He Ming dared to lead his army to come, and he would annihilate him in one fell swoop. Right now, he has no chance to use the World War I to let the world know that the national strength of his great martial arts has reached the Samsung dynasty. The last day of the 31 year of Dao. In the blink of an eye, it has been a year since Chuyuan's great potential to destroy the country. The strength of the empire has also grown tremendously this year. In all parts of the empire, singing and dancing are peaceful, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Under the nourishment of Linjiwanmi, not only the whole people are connected, but also the souls of the whole people. Moreover, Chuyuan has also formulated various laws and regulations, and all contributors can record credits in the court, and exchange their credits for medicinal pills and various cultivation resources. On this day of New Year's Eve, Dao was very lively everywhere, especially in the Imperial city. Chenxi Princess Chu Xiaonyang also broke through to the realm of supernatural powers, becoming more and more heroic and valiant, with a personality not like the Queen Mother at all, but more like the Emperor. The Queen Mother also returned to the Imperial city on New Year's Eve. She only leaves the Imperial Mausoleum on New Year's Eve every year, and spends New Year's with Chuyuan and Chu Xiaonyang, and then leaves and returns to the Imperial Mausoleum after the 15th day of the first lunar month, continuing to accompany and protect the late Emperor in the Imperial Mausoleum. It's New Year's Eve again. In the palace, Chuyuan looked at Chu Xiaonyang and the Empress Dowager in front of him, and found a rare peace in his heart. Yeah, it's New Year's Eve again. The Queen Mother said slowly. This year's New Year's Eve is very different from previous years. It is much more lively. Chu Xiaonyang said. It's really different. Chuyuan frowned and said coldly, I wanted to enjoy this rare peace, but some people don't want me to be quiet. Before he spoke, he disappeared into the palace. #C138 Darkness is coming. Outside the Imperial city, on the huge plain. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared, dressed as an ordinary person, seemingly unremarkable, but between his eyebrows there was a majestic temperament that was in a high position and could not be concealed. He slowly came towards the Imperial city. This Dao's luck is so strong. The middle-aged man looked up at the fortified Dao Imperial city, and felt Dao's fiery luck. His face changed slightly. Except for some children who were born not long ago, even the most ordinary people are all people who are in the Tongmai realm, and all the people are warriors? I didn't even see a sick seedling. I'm afraid this is the atmosphere of the 4-star dynasty, the master of the great martial arts. What is the origin, to be able to create such a powerful dynasty in a short period of time? The middle-aged man saw the crowd of people walking in the Dao Imperial city. Lingyuan rice, all the people eat it. The middle-aged man knew that Dao had a kind of magical rice, but he never thought that everyone in Dao ate Lingyuan rice. He also thought that only a small number of people could eat this kind of rice, and it was impossible to supply the whole country. But now that he looked at it, he realized that he had made a big mistake. There must be a big secret hidden in this great martial arts. If it is so powerful in a short period of time, there must be a shocking opportunity. If I get it, I am afraid. There was a gloomy look in the middle-aged man's eyes. Just when he made a move, a vast imperial power suddenly shrouded him, making his face change, and suddenly saw a figure appearing in front of him as if coming from the void in an instant. This man was wearing the great martial emperor robe, his eyes were shining, and he had an unimaginable majesty. Have you seen enough? The person who appeared was Xuanhuan. You are. The middle-aged man also shot a cold light in his eyes, and shouted fiercely, Emperor Wu Xuanhuan. That's right, it's me. Xuanhuan said lightly, if I guessed correctly, you should be the Emperor Haiming, but you are very courageous, you dare to secretly want to sneak into the Imperial city, and you appear in a grandiose manner. Do you think that this can be seamless? You can actually find me? This middle-aged man is the Black Underworld Emperor. He announced to the outside world that he wanted to go to Dao in person, but it was just a trick he used to hide his eyes from others. He himself wanted to sneak into the Dao imperial capital on New Year's Eve, not only to investigate Dao's national strength, but even to destroy it with his own strength. But what I didn't expect was discovered by Xuanhuan before they got in. What puzzled him was that he had disguised himself again, and how this Emperor Wu discovered himself. This is my place, so why is it strange to find you? The Haiming Emperor thought that he was well disguised, but he didn't know that the moment he stepped into the Imperial city, he was like a wolf smoke rising into the sky in Xuanhuan's national fortune formation, and he couldn't hide his cultivation at all. You must know that Xuanhuan's national luck grade array is based on the Human Emperor Sutra, not an ordinary national luck grade array. Haha, when I saw you today, Emperor Wu, you are really extraordinary. You have built a one-star dynasty, so powerful, in just a few years. Even I admire you a little bit. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have really found it hard to believe. Since it was discovered by Xuanhuan, the Haiming Emperor simply did not hide himself. Boom! An extreme coercion of the 8th level of Xiaoshan erupted. The power of the Black Underworld Emperor was as strong as that of the 8th level of Xiaoshan, and a halo like a ghost surrounded him, as if he was an emperor from hell. If it were some other 3-star dynasty, the Haiming Emperor would never risk himself. Sneaking into the imperial capital may suddenly cause powerful damage, but it will also be suppressed by other people's national fortunes, and it will never be turned over. However, according to his information, Dao's promotion to the 2-star dynasty is only a mere year, and the power of the national fortune should not be so violent. Although he killed Xuanhuan, it is still far from enough to look at him. If he can get the powerful secret of Dao, he dares to take a risk. According to the God's 8 layers, it is indeed powerful, but if you want to be presumptuous in the imperial city, you are killing yourself. Xuanhuan was shocked, and stepped out in one step. Within his territory, the national fortune he was able to mobilize was simply monstrous, and all of the divine rays of light suddenly squeezed towards the Haiming Emperor. The power of national fortune. Emperor Haiming's face changed slightly, and then he sneered, in the name of Emperor Wu, no one in the Xiankong domain has known that this year, he can sell Lingyuan rice, a powerful weapon of the country, which makes me very curious. How strong is your strength? Strong, able to kill my general. I'll let you see it. Xuanhuan's figure flickered, and he was in front of the Haiming Emperor in an instant. De Tianming Divine Palm. As the ruler of a country, Emperor Haiming's strength is by no means as simple as the realm's expression. With an ultimate move, the black palm print turned into a world-destroying storm, savagely facing Xuanhuan. Luck faith. Xuanhuan's expression was stern. In his own capital, he has boundless faith to bless himself. Immediately, a big battle technique, a violent battle, and the golden palm prince also bombarded with his hands. The forces of the two sides collided fiercely, and a rolling storm broke out. Emperor He Ming has extremely rich fighting experience and has been in battle all his life. This kind of person has an extraordinary sense of smell for battle. His backhand is a palm, and he strikes horizontally. The whole person is like a phantom, shuttle continuously. In the blink of an eye, his power permeates the entire void. Black palm prints are everywhere, and there is a gloomy and cold breath. However, in Xuanhuan's eyes, he was extremely fierce, and the divine light came out. If it is said that the He Ming Emperor has a cold aura, then he is like the sun in the sky, hot and masculine, and suddenly centering on him, a ray of light like daytime illuminates the surrounding 10 kilometers, and the grasp of the god of war with both hands is directly grasped. Artifact. Emperor He Ming said, "It's not an ordinary divine weapon." This made his eyes flash with a strong greed. A small dynasty actually has so many good things. If he gets it, he may upgrade the He Ming dynasty to a more powerful 4-star dynasty. The killing hand. The Emperor He Ming grabbed it directly with one palm, killing his life and soul, and was extremely tragic. Boom. But Xuanhuan's palm slammed away directly, and the He Ming Emperor only felt that he was bombarded on an iron plate, and the entire popularity was boiling. Grip of the god of war. The artifact skills are stimulated, and with the realm strength of Xuanhuan at this time, I don't know how powerful this hand of the god of war is. Humph. Of course, Emperor He Ming saw that the hand of the god of war was powerful. Even if his cultivation base was higher than Xuanhuan, he would not foolishly take it. The whole person flashed to the side. The hand of the god of war grabbed an empty space, and a huge wave of air erupted, but in an instant, Xuanhuan once again fought 7 battles in an instant, and the turbulent power caused shocking fluctuations. Realizing that the power of this move is extremely powerful, the He Ming Emperor also slammed into the air at this time, dodged backwards, and flew into the air. At this moment, Xuanhuan was also standing in the sky, his eyes shone with cold light, and a huge power surged, looking at the Emperor He Ming. #C139 Revenge never stays overnight. Xuanhuan stepped in the void, his momentum was endless, and he ruled the world. And the Emperor He Ming was also secretly shocked when he was forced into the sky. The strength that Xuanhuan had erupted was completely inconsistent with the information he had obtained before. Sure enough. Although you have the blessing of national destiny in the Emperor also has a more powerful killing move. The Dark Lord was not frightened by this. A terrifying gleam suddenly appeared in his eyes, as if he had come to the underworld, and there was a wailing breath everywhere, and an inexplicable power emanated from his body, like a soul tentacle. Eternal Demon Land, the realm of the underworld. He unleashed a stunning ultimate move. As soon as this ultimate move came out, the gloomy wind was tragic, and the power was not swept away against Xuanhuan, but against the people of the Imperial City and countless capitals below. The purpose was to absorb their souls, constantly replenish his domain, strengthen strength. This trick of the realm of the underworld is simply a big killer on the battlefield. The more people die, the more souls he can absorb. Of course, this is also the reason why the realm of the Emperor He Ming has not broken through the gods, or even the status of gods. Otherwise, with this move, people who died on the battlefield will even be resurrected and become like walking corpses. The undead army that fears death. There are tens of millions of people in Dao Imperial City. This is exactly the nourishment of this emperor. If I don't have the ability, how dare I come to your Imperial City alone? As soon as the Emperor He Ming grabbed his hands, the invisible power of the soul was about to permeate the Dao Imperial City. You deserve to die because of what you said. Xuanhuan had a strong killing intent. What can you do to me? When the power of the Emperor Haiming spread to the Imperial city, he suddenly found that he seemed to have hit the iron plate, and he couldn't penetrate it at all. With a surprised expression on his face, what the hell is going on? Emperor Haiming, how can you help my people? Chu Yuan's voice was like rolling thunder, resounding within the Imperial city. My God! Your Majesty is fighting with someone. Who is that person? It seems to be the Emperor Haiming. The Emperor Haiming dares to kill me in the Dao Imperial city. This is a provocation. I can't forgive. The might of the great martial arts is inviolable, and those who commit my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away. The battle over the Imperial city has caused countless people to look up at this moment. All of them are filled with righteous indignation. Even the Emperor Haiming cannot let them be afraid. Black Underworld Great Demon Seal. The realm of the underworld could not penetrate into the Imperial city, which also made the Haiming Emperor's face extremely ugly. Some waves. The great array of protecting the nation. The great Emperor Haiming finally understood what was going on, and said in shock, it can even resist the soul and material power. What level of the great array of protecting the nation is this? This is the great formation of protecting the country that Chu Yuan obtained from the system space. It is by no means an ordinary formation, master. As long as it does not exceed the realm of the gods, it can be resisted by either soul or matter. Of course, the greater the power received, the more terrifying the magic crystals consumed. When Chu Yuan fought against the Emperor Haiming, he had already activated the great array of protecting the nation. Emperor Wu, your great martial arts have a profound background, so you can cover such a large area and block the aftermath of the power of the illuminating god realm. The Dark Lord said gloomily. Fighting frenzy, 7 fighting styles. Chu Yuan had no intention of talking nonsense with the Haiming Emperor. His great battle technique is activated, his mana fluctuates like a tsunami, he is wise and magical, and he has 7 moves in a series. The Haiming Emperor's face also paled with astonishment. His demonic energy was actually evaporated at this moment, and in his eyes, it was as if there was a word of war hitting him. This battle word is like a rainbow, and its power is infinite, making him have the illusion that he is locked and unable to compete. In the face of Chu Yuan's series of ultimate moves, the imposing aura, the Emperor Haiming could only rely on his cultivation to resist. His body continued to resist. A pitch-black ghost storm swept out, and collided with the golden storm blown by Chu Yuan. The endless aftermath spreads. There were waves of golden ripples on the Great National Defense Array. But with the Great National Defense Array shrouded in it, Chu Yuan was not worried about damaging the Imperial city at all. In an instant, he made 7 moves. Although the first 6 moves were blocked by the Haiming Emperor, the power of the 7th move suddenly skyrocketed several times stronger than the first 6 moves combined, which made him unbearable. The power carrier of the national fortune, with the power of Chu Yuan, slammed the body of the Haiming Emperor with a punch. There was a flame burning from the body of the Emperor Haiming, and he was forced to suppress it by virtue of his cultivation. I'm too at a loss for this, I can't continue to fight him. He finally understood some unfathomable strengths of Chu Yuan, and he was secretly shocked. He was constructing a big plan in his mind, and his shot this time obviously offended Chu Yuan completely. Moreover, he saw the fate of the Chu Yuan Empire, which seemed to be thick with a golden layer of clouds covering the sky. Even with his dark dynasty, it would be hard to eat. Why not invite a few more dynasties and send troops to destroy this one? Great Wu. Haha, I also saw the power of Emperor Wu today. It is so powerful. We will have fun in the future. Today is New Year's Eve. This emperor will not disturb Emperor Wu's family reunion. The Emperor Haiming also knew that it would be useless to continue fighting against Chu Yuan. His body suddenly turned into a black mist and exploded in Chu Yuan's eyes. This was his magical ability to change shape. Without this kind of ability, how could the Emperor Haiming come to Chu with a noble body? Yuan Dao. Long live, long live, long live. Seeing that Chu Yuan strongly repelled the Emperor Haiming, all the people knelt down and shouted long live. In their hearts, the image of Chu Yuan is tall and magnificent, the god above the gods of the entire Dao dynasty, where their beliefs lie. There is nothing more direct than seeing Chu Yuan fight in person. Immediately, after repelling the Haiming Emperor, Chu Yuan clearly felt that the national fortune was more solid. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and all the people can live and work in peace and contentment. I have ordered the various ministries of the imperial court to prepare the New Year's ceremonies. After 12 o'clock, all the people can go and receive their own New Year's gifts. Chu Yuan said. May my great martial arts last forever. All the people are sincere. Come and don't go indecent, and revenge will never stay overnight. Are you going to Haiming Imperial City to fight back against the Haiming Emperor? Option 1. Go to the Imperial City of Darkness and get 300 fate points. Option 2. Don't go to the Black Underworld Imperial City and get 300 fate points. #C140, step into the Dark Capital. Come to Dao to make trouble. How can you let it go like this, Haiming? You are courting death, and I was too lazy to deal with you. But since this is the case, I will go to your Haiming dynasty for a walk and see you. The atmosphere of this 3-star dynasty. Chu Yuan said coldly. Ding. The host makes a choice and gets 300 fate points. Current Apex surplus, 12150. After the Emperor Haiming left, Chu Yuan summoned Lu Qianfu and the generals from the 2 major armies of Lihua and Blackwater overnight. Zhu Fengfeng did not come. She has obtained the blood of the undying divine phoenix and the blood of the ancient phoenix in the inheritance of the ancestral land, and is refining it with all her strength. As long as she completely refines these energy, she can hit the Yunxian by virtue of her dual bloodlines of the undying divine phoenix and the ancient phoenix. God's realm. Chu Yuan summoned these people to prepare them for the Black Underworld dynasty. The Dark Dynasty. It has a vast territory and a large population, with a population of 4 or 5 billion, and various powerhouses are emerging one after another. The Emperor Haiming is also an extremely powerful figure. He founded the country for thousands of years and laid a magnificent foundation. There are as many as dozens of 1-star and 2 stars destroyed by his hands. However, although he has destroyed many countries, he will not deliberately accept their population. For the Haiming dynasty, the current population is just right to keep the dynasty in balance. Everyone can eat and wear warm clothes, and get some resources for cultivation. The population is too large, the national strength is not sufficient, and there is famine everywhere. Unrest will occur, which will affect the country's fortune. Only when the national strength is strong and the resources are too much to be used up will it be considered to expand the population. The number of people has always been linked to resources. The imperial capital of darkness is incomparably huge and majestic, and it is the place with the most powerhouses in the entire dynasty. If it is said that Chu Yuan Dao's luck is like fire, like a rising sun, then the national fortune of the Haiming dynasty is the condensed dark demon god. From a distance, it looks like the Emperor Haiming. The shape of the national fortune mainly has a lot to do with the rulers of the empire. But different paths lead to the same goal, no matter what form the cohesion takes, it is the application of the power of national transport. Inside the imperial city, in a dark hall, the Emperor Haiming was sitting on a majestic throne. At this time, he was no longer dressed as an ordinary person in Dao, but was wearing a large imperial robe with the pattern of the devil on it, exuding a demonic spirit. The king's temperament. Your Majesty, how is your trip to Dao this time? Next to the Haiming Emperor, there was an old man standing. He was the great national teacher of the Haiming dynasty. I was very surprised. I didn't expect that Dao's luck was so amazing. Emperor Wu's strength far exceeded my imagination. The Emperor Haiming looked at the national teacher, slowly set his affairs in Dao, and said quietly, "Fortunately, this emperor went to check it in person this time, and Xuanhuan died not wrongly, otherwise he would send troops rashly, and he would definitely eat it. A big loss. De Wu is so powerful?" The old face of the great national teacher also showed surprise, saying, "Promotion to the two-star dynasty in just a few years, the luck is so terrible, and they also have a powerful weapon such as Linjuanmi. If they are allowed to develop for dozens or hundreds of years, it is very likely that it is another giant in the airspace, and it may even become a 4-star dynasty. There are a lot of 1, 2, 3-star forces in the airspace. But the 4-star dynasty is only a mere dozen countries, and the 5-star dynasty is only the hanging dynasty. Yes, that Emperor Wu is very mysterious. Even if I send out all the troops of the Haiming dynasty, it will be very difficult to take them down, and I suspect that he is still hiding his strength." The Emperor Haiming said coldly. "What is your Majesty going to do?" asked the Grand Master. "Since De Wu has been offended this time, with the character of that Emperor Wu, he will not give up." The power of one country could not be eaten, so the Emperor invited Dayu, Dalan, and Frostleaf to join forces. Emperor Haiming sneered, "There is no other way but to let the 3 kingdoms get a piece of the pie. After all, Dao is a big problem, and I am uneasy if he does not destroy me." It turns out that His Majesty has already considered it. Dogwasher said, "Haiming, fight with me, I will be waiting for you outside Haiming City." The Emperor Haiming was originally sitting on the throne, but this voice shook the entire Imperial City, causing him to be shocked. "What?" He actually came directly to the Imperial City. "I just left," he arrived, and sure enough it is unwilling to take a little bit of a loss. "Your Majesty, does he want to fight you?" "To fight or not to fight?" The great national teacher frowned. I always felt that Emperor Wu's arrival in the Imperial City was an ominous omen. "Battle, of course we have to fight." The Emperor Haiming was directly attacked by Chu Yuan, and he also used it in a cold voice. Before, he had the blessing of the national fortune in the Dao Imperial City, and the Emperor had no choice but to get him, but now, this is the Emperor's territory, the national fortune. It is the blessing on me, if the Emperor is afraid of war? If it is spread out, what will the hundreds of millions of people think? The national movement will also be shaken. This is something that shakes the country, so the Emperor has to fight. That's right, if someone beats the door, the Haiming Emperor still swallows his voice, the national fortune is bound to weaken, and the people's faith in him will also decrease. National fortune is also a double-edged sword. Great national teacher, in order to prevent fraud, you guard the Imperial City, and the Emperor will meet him in person. Before the Haiming Emperor spoke, he had already left the palace, came outside the Imperial City, and saw Chu Yuan standing in the sky. At this time, the Haiming Emperor was completely different from before, and more majestic. The devil-like luck of the Black Underworld dynasty seems to be the Emperor's shirt on him, and there is a huge and terrifying vision of the devil to bless him. The power of national fortune is so terrifying. Emperor Wu, I didn't expect you to come in person. Today, you chose a good day. Haha, this emperor is a little surprised. Why don't you go to the palace and have a seat, you and I will exchange the cultivation method. The voice of the Emperor Haiming also spread throughout the entire Imperial City. What? Emperor Wu? Lord of Great Wu, he actually came to my Haiming Imperial City. What does this person want to do? Did you hear that just now? He wants to invite the Emperor to fight with our Emperor. How much is this? Be bold. Our Emperor is invincible. He will fight if he wants to fight us. Yes, I suppressed this Emperor Wu and annexed his empire. At the moment, both the big and the little people in the Imperial City are staring at Chu Yuan, and in their eyes there is a crazy fighting spirit. and the people of the entire He-Ming dynasty have a crazy desire to expand. In their hearts, the Dark Lord is invincible. In this belief, the national fortune is strengthened again. It's not rude to come and go. He-Ming, you went to the Imperial city before, and I naturally want to visit. If I can kill you in one fell swoop today, it will be better. After all, if you are dead, the entire He-Ming dynasty will also change of dynasty. Xuanhuan's face was stern, and he looked at the Emperor He-Ming indifferently. That's right, if you die, the great martial arts will also fall apart, but the Emperor really can't imagine. What confidence do you have to kill me? In the great martial capital city, maybe I am still afraid of you 3 points, but here is me world. The Emperor He-Ming's expression did not change. He was not angry because of Xuanhuan's words, but was very calm. Because I have cards in my hands that you could never imagine. In an instant, in the eyes of Emperor He-Ming, Xuanhuan's aura increased at an astonishing speed. Upgrade the triple realm with the fate point. #C141 Peeping God 6 layers. He now holds 12,150 fate points. Peeking into the realm of the gods, every 4,000 fate points can raise a realm. 4th layer of Peeping God. The 5th layer of Peeping God. The 6th level of Peeping God. In just a short moment, with the use of the 12,000 fate points, Xuanhuan clearly felt that there was an extremely powerful energy infused into him in the void, and his realm was directly raised to the 6th level of Peeping Gods. His strength. Emperor He-Ming suddenly felt the unusual strength of Xuanhuan. His face changed, as if the strength just now was just a small volcano, but now it erupted into a big volcano, and even he felt a burst of depression. What happened? With his wisdom, he couldn't figure it out anyway. He-Ming, do you still dare to fight? Xuanhuan's expression was indifferent, and after spending his fate point to only 150 points left, his thoughts were extremely clear. Fight. Why not fight? With hundreds of millions of people behind him, how could the He-Ming Emperor not fight? Once he retreats because of fear, the invincible posture created in the hearts of the people will suddenly collapse, and it will leave a shadow in the hearts of all the people in the future. This retreat is the abyss. Even if Xuanhuan behaved extremely mysteriously, he would go forward without hesitation, preferring a tie rather than retreating. Our emperor has taken action. The people of He-Ming Imperial City all hope that the He-Ming Emperor can kill Xuanhuan. Black Underworld Demon God. This is the ultimate use of the power of national fortune. I saw that the national fortune of the He-Ming dynasty was driven by the power of the He-Ming Emperor, and it turned into a huge demon. The power of the blast was stronger than the He-Ming Emperor himself, representing the belief of the entire He-Ming Empire. According to rumors, the He-Ming Emperor accidentally went deep into a hidden void and obtained the inheritance of the ancient demons, and later established the He-Ming dynasty. The power of national fortune is the most powerful in the territory of one's own dynasty, because it is in one's own world. Therefore, even if he knew that Xuanhuan's strength was strange, the He-Ming Emperor was still confident, because Xuanhuan could not be a master of the realm of the gods, and he would not even want to break through his He-Ming demon god and the power of national fortune by ordinary means. This black demon god is thousands of feet in size, and the palm of his hand is shrouded, and the voice of the ancient demon resounds. It is almost obscuring the sky, and the bright sky is dimmed because of this. Will be suppressed. Just in time. However, Xuanhuan still had that calm expression on his face, not panicking. Boom. The palm print of the demon god of darkness completely covered him, and in the earth-shattering, a ray of fire was projected, and then it turned into a sea of flames. This is. The Emperor He-Ming was shocked, his eyes stared, and he shrank again. Extremely, peerless artifact, you actually have a peerless artifact. How rare is a unique artifact? It is a treasure in the entire hanging space, such as his He-Ming dynasty, which has been established for thousands of years, but only has a few high-quality artifacts. Even if it is the 5-star ancient Xuanhuan of the year, there will be not many unique products. Artifact. That kind of treasure needs to be instilled with the laws of the gods. Although your country's fortune is strong, I have an unparalleled artifact, and use the power of flame to restrain magic. Xuanhuan was expressionless as he looked at the demon god of darkness. In his eyes, 2 flames appeared. The blazing fire and burning the sky flag was danced out by him at one time, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Over the Ming dynasty. The power of the unparalleled artifact is so terrifying. Before he came, he had already figured it out, and the Lord of the Black Underworld would deal with him with his national fortune, but he happened to have the blazing fire flag on his body, and the power of the most extreme sun restrained all magic arts. With his glimpse into the 6th-level realm of the gods, the raging fire and burning the sky flag was several times more tyrannical than before, so he used it to restrain the luck of the Harem dynasty. His god of war grip was also torn away, and it was also a superb artifact. This time it was pure power, without any tricks at all, and it was directly caught on the huge black demon god. Abruptly split in half. The national fortune reunites, but the blazing fire flag has already burned away. At this moment, the Ming Emperor's face was extremely ugly, and the might of the blazing fire flag made his blessing of the country almost abolished by more than half, and he could see that the golden palm on this person's hand was not ordinary. In the face of such an opponent, a little carelessness is a sure end to death. Great heavens, death technique. There was a look of grimness on his face at the moment. A pair of gloomy and bleak black claws suddenly popped out on his arm. This is the life-threatening soul claws he forged with the power of the whole country, a high-quality artifact. This life-killing soul claws were displayed with the death-killing technique of the sky, and when they saw that the void seemed to be torn apart, the Emperor Haiming jumped strangely, and appeared behind Xuanhuan in an instant, facing his head fiercely. Hit. Xuanhuan clenched his fists and punched the Black Emperor with one punch. The huge force set off a terrifying wave that filled dozens of miles. The terrifying force generated by the two fighting, the ordinary Zhaoshan first-level approach would be torn apart, making it impossible for the powerhouses of the Ming dynasty to intervene. Weapons of war? That would not work at all, because there is still the Lord of the Black Underworld there. Break it for me. Xuanhuan roared loudly, the roar roared for 9 days, and his golden war god-like hand rolled over, as if the whole world was submerged in the golden waves. Don't think about it. The Dark Lord, the fists and claws meet. Boom. Xuanhuan's punch was so terrifying, it landed on the pair of claws, and it immediately caused a huge wave. I saw that the claws of this high-grade artifact were actually broken by Qigong, and were smashed abruptly. Destroying soul claws. Haiming Guo didn't care about his distress, but stared at Xuanhuan, his voice squeezed out of his teeth. It's a superb artifact again, you actually have 2 superb artifacts. A peerless artifact, this is a terrifying peerless artifact. Only those powerful 4-star dynasties possess 2 peerless artifacts in the entire airspace. Right now, the national fortune force was restrained by the raging flames, and his high-grade artifacts were also destroyed. Even if he was as calm as him, there was a trace of panic on his face at this moment. Erase. Boom. In the golden and red 2-color ocean, Xuanhuan's palm continued to grab. It was a big cutting technique, a row of golden rays of light, billowing power roared, all shrouded in the Black Emperor. Emperor Wu, I don't believe you can kill me today, the dynasty is lucky. The Emperor Haiming suddenly turned the demon god of the darkness into a huge fist and slammed it towards Xuanhuan fiercely. In such a violent fist attack, even the Sea of Fire was divided into 2 sides, and it was temporarily unable to cause obstacles. At this moment, the king of Haiming was actually afraid, and suddenly shot back, suppressing the prison ceiling god monument. Just this moment. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and in the whistling, he let the suppressing prison-conferring god monument block the retreat of the Haiming Emperor. In an instant, a field force made him seem to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. Wings of profound spirit, 5 seconds of nothingness to open. Endless origin, blasting out. Hashtag C142 National Strength Promotion. Endless origins. Xuanhuan is like the god of origin who came out of chaos, carrying the power of opening up the world, and carrying the oppression of the birth of all things with one punch, swept towards the Haiming Emperor, and immediately bombarded him directly. What's going on? My power. The Haiming Emperor was in this endless source, as if he was about to lose himself, like an orphan without support, and immediately roared, I am the Haiming Emperor, the country's fortune is monstrous, I will not be defeated. In the struggle and roar, he inspired the most powerful move in his life, turning into a demon. The imperial robe was shattered, with the lines of ancient demons, and even his skin turned a pitch-black color, suddenly becoming extremely ferocious. Crackling. The skin on his body was cracked inch by inch, and the blood that flowed out turned black. The 2 ribs behind him turned into bone spurs, pierced out, and the huge pain made him roar. Fight, you will never die. Being a demon god is already his trump card. If he can't help Xuanhuan even like this, he will be wiped out forever to meet his fate, and the glory of his life will disappear, becoming a piece of dust in history. But in Xuanhuan's body, there is a surging breath of endless origin. This blast condensed a huge vortex, which actually possessed a power to swallow the sky and devour the earth. With the combination of the power of origin and the great devouring technique, an unimaginable power erupted. Between his gestures and gestures, he is the real supreme, and he is infinitely domineering. Boom! Carrying this vortex, Xuanhuan slammed and killed the Haiming Emperor. It was the final judgment. The irresistible power completely enveloped the Haiming Emperor. Do not. The Haiming Emperor made a final roar, no matter how much he struggled, it was useless, as if death was doomed. The power of the origin directly smashed the Haiming Emperor into a cloud of blood mist, and then swallowed it up. It is condensed into a devouring fruit. The Black Underworld Emperor died in battle. Died in his own capital. Silent. At this moment, between heaven and earth instead calmed down. The faces of the people in the imperial capital were all stunned. The invincible emperor in their hearts was actually killed, and even the corpse capital was not left behind. With the fall of the Haiming Emperor, the luck belonging to the Haiming dynasty turned out to be dissipating rapidly. The entire dynasty fell. Seeing the emperor die in battle with his own eyes was a strong blow to his beliefs. All I could hear was a burst of frantic roars in the dark underworld imperial capital. The great Wu Xiongbing will soon enter the Haiming dynasty. Those who submit will live, and those who resist will die. Xuanhuan's voice rolled in the Haiming dynasty. He moved the ancient emperor's chariot and stood up, and there was endless thunder and lightning, which made his majestic, tall and invincible image deeply imprinted in the souls of everyone in the imperial city. The Black Ming dynasty was in chaos. Xuanhuan did not act at this time, but left directly with the ancient emperor's chariot. Although the Haiming emperor was beheaded, the Haiming dynasty had not completely perished, and they would definitely elect a new prince. However, if the emperor died, the dynasty would be in chaos, and there would be no suppression from the top powerhouses. At this time, it was a good time for Xuanhuan to use his troops to conquer the Haiming dynasty. The Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery is the commander-in-chief of the war to destroy the country. With the army of Shenwu as the vanguard of the Central Army, we will attack from the Mingquan city of the Black Ming dynasty, and approach the Imperial city. With the Five Elements Legion as the vanguard on the left, attack from the left wing of the Black Ming dynasty Kangyi city, and approach the Imperial city. With the Ferocious Beast Legion as the vanguard on the right, King Longwei led the 10 ferocious beast clan to attack from the Heihe Imperial City, Haidi City. Approaching the Imperial City. After Xuanhuan returned to Dao, he immediately issued the general order to destroy the Black Ming dynasty. He did not directly participate in this national war of annihilation, because Xuanhuan had already killed the Haiming emperor, causing the Haiming dynasty to fall into turmoil. War of Nations. This is Xuanhuan taking the Black Ming dynasty to let the various armies practice their skills. In the future, Dao wants to dominate the suspended airspace, or even the eternal world, and he has experienced countless wars. His 5 elements core had just been formed, and it needed the experience of war. Although the Haiming emperor was beheaded by Xuanhuan on the spot, the Haiming dynasty had been established for thousands of years, and it was not so easy to surrender. There were still many masters in the country. The frontline war was extremely tragic, and it was also a 3-star dynasty, not comparable to a 1-star dynasty like Deqian. Everywhere in the Black and Ming dynasty, beacon smoke was everywhere. Dao 32 years in April. The battle against the Haiming dynasty has been going on for 3 or 4 months. All the cities were either conquered or surrendered to Kaiqing. Now the Haiming dynasty has only the last solitary imperial capital. The imperial capital gathered the last masters of the Haiming dynasty. These people are fighting to the death without surrender. After all, those who surrendered have long since surrendered. The 3-way army on the left and right in the middle completely joined forces and launched the final general attack on the Imperial City of Darkness. Xuanhuan has never been slack in the construction of the magic cannons. The system space is constantly being built day and night, and there are as many as tens of thousands of second-level magic cannons, all of which are used in this war of destroying the country. War. With the horror of the magic cannon, even the capital of the Samsung dynasty could not withstand the power of continuous artillery bombardment. The battle to destroy the capital lasted for more than half a month, and was finally conquered on the 1st day of May in the 32nd year of Dao. The fall of all the cities also announced the complete demise of the Haiming dynasty. When the news was passed, the surrounding forces were all shocked, and even some Samsung dynasties had fear of Dao in their hearts. Emperor Haiming was beheaded by Emperor Dao. The Haiming dynasty was destroyed by the Dao dynasty. You must know that the Haiming dynasty is not an ordinary dynasty. Its national strength is strong, and it can also be ranked in the middle of the Samsung, but it was destroyed just like that. Especially this Great Wu, which was unknown before, a dynasty that did not rise for a long time. Xuanhuan saw their shock and fear, and just smiled coldly. My emperor is on the top, and I will play to your majesty. I have lived up to your majesty's entrustment. I have led the army to conquer the imperial city of Haiming and destroyed the country, the city along the way. The people of the 6 divisions have already sent people to distribute Lingyuan rice, interpret the Dao law, and now they are steadily conquering the hearts of the people, and soon, the people of the dark world will be my people of Dao. Lu Chanfu is on. It didn't live up to my expectations, and it didn't cost me so much to build a legion. When Xuanhuan received the memorial, he also laughed. In this battle to destroy Haiming, except for the beginning of his beheading of the Haiming emperor, the rest were done by Lu Qianfu and others. Ding! The host's national power is detected, and the national power prestige is enough to promote the Samsung dynasty. Do you choose to promote the Samsung dynasty? Option 1. Promote to the Samsung dynasty and get 300 fate points. Option 2. Don't be promoted to the Samsung dynasty for the time being, and get 300 fate points. #C143 3-star dynasty. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed. After he destroyed the country, the system actually popped up this option. This is something that has not been promoted to the 2nd star before. Of course he knew that although his national strength had reached Samsung before, his prestige had not been reached, as if his strength was strong, but no one knew about it. This time, the extermination of the country and the black underworld was to allow Dao's prestige to reach, triggering the opportunity to be promoted to the Samsung dynasty. Although the airspace is only a domain of the eternal world, its area is also extremely huge. Although there are not as many 1- or 2-star powers as the Crucian carp crossing the river, they add up to several thousand, but there are only 1 or 200 3-star dynasties, and there are only dozens of 4-star dynasties. It is well known. In the past, Dao was still a 2-star dynasty. Although it looked like a fortuitous encounter, it was only 2-star after all, and not many people paid attention to it. But once he reached 3-star, even the Xiankong dynasty, the ruler of the sky, would pay special attention. To promote or not to promote? Promoted to Samsung dynasty. Xuanhuan decided to be promoted to the Samsung dynasty. The promotion of the dynasty is not only as simple as letting others know that your national strength has reached 3 stars, it is also a kind of prestige. The people of Dao go out and can proudly say that they are from the 3-star dynasty. Invisibly, it can cause shock and deterrence to 1- or 2-star forces. The various ministries of the imperial court, the states and counties of Dao and all the prefectures and counties were operating urgently, and the order to promote the national power to Samsung was issued, and all kinds of news spread like snowflakes. Not only the surrounding countries, but the entire suspended airspace even exploded. Although Xuanhuan's army of destroying the country and the Haiming dynasty fought for several months, not many people actually paid attention. After all, the airspace is so large and there are many wars every day. Many people would not even think that the Haiming dynasty would be taken so easily. Exterminate. But according to the news from Dao, the Haiming dynasty has been wiped out. How is it possible that the Haiming dynasty was destroyed after only a few months? Then the Great Wu dynasty has just been promoted to the 2nd star, how can it be promoted to the 3rd star so quickly? It may be difficult for some countries with profound heritage to be promoted to Samsung for hundreds of years. What is the origin of this great martial arts? You can't go wrong. Someone has already checked it out. The Haiming dynasty has indeed been destroyed, and the Haiming imperial city is full of Dao's flags. The founding monarch of Dao has passed away, and he succeeded the new monarch as Emperor Wu. In just a year or two, he raised Dao from 2 stars to 3 stars. The speed is rare, and in the battle to destroy the dark and dark, there were a lot of illuminating gods. There are even many monsters. In just a few days, the news spread. It only took a few years to go from 1 star to 3 stars. This kind of speed is rare in the airspace, and all the focus is on Xuanhuan. However, no one questioned that De Wu had spread false news, and the fact that the Black Ming dynasty had been wiped out with blood was placed in front of him. The outside world is discussing, but the entire Dao dynasty is full of joy, and the benefits also come. Because of the large amount of treasures in the treasury of the Haiming dynasty, the court also distributed a large amount of materials. Ding! The host has made a choice. Dao's national strength has been promoted to 3 stars, and he has obtained 300 fate points. Ding! The national power has been promoted to 3 stars, congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 fate points, the Gengjin Destroyer Banner X1, the Supernatural Power Fruit X1, and the Yinlei Cave Heaven Treasure Map 2x1. There are even extra rewards for being promoted to the 3-star dynasty. The promotion to 2-star was not triggered before. It seems that even the system thinks that the 2-star is just not a high-ranking dynasty. Only when you reach 3-star can you really have some strength. Xuanhuan's face suddenly became happy. That is to say, in the future, he can get a lot of fate point rewards every time the dynasty increases by 1 star. Gengjin Destroyer Banner, a unique artifact. One of the ancient martial emperors, created by the great Emperor Gengjin, has the power to slay demons and destroy gods. Artifact skill, golden light destroys God. Motivated by tyrannical mana, countless sharp golden lights piercing through everything erupted, and the power can be increased by urging Daijingjin technique. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hand, a golden flag suddenly appeared, like hundreds of millions of golden lights converging, with the word Gung Jin on the flag. Inlay Cave Heaven Treasure Map, Figure 2, collect 5 treasure maps to open Inlay Cave. Good flag. Chu Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed. There is also the magical power fruit. Chu Yuan has already understood its effect, and now the first consideration is the power of which magical power to advance. Great battle. Compared with several other great techniques, the power brought by the upgrade of the great combat technique is an increase in all aspects. After the supernatural power fruit, Chu Yuan seemed to be swimming in the ocean of battle, seeing the ancient battlefield, the terrifying fighting will, countless strong men fighting each other, and the terrifying belief of invincibility. Great fighting technique, born to fight. When the effect of the supernatural power ended, Chu Yuan's great combat skills also advanced. Ding! The advanced battle technique is completed, and the host has won the title Battle Mad King. Battle Madman, the Battle Madman has been upgraded. The king in the battle understands the 9 styles of the Battle King. Each style is stronger than the first style, and the savings until the 9th style explodes in the world without a king. The Fighting Madman has been upgraded to the Fighting Mad King, and even the 7 fighting styles have advanced to the 9 Fighting Kings. The power of the 7 styles is extremely ferocious, and the power of the 9 styles can even directly kill an opponent like the Black Underworld Emperor. Chu Yuan looked excited, his choice was not wrong. Now my realm is only the 6th level of Peeping at the Gods, so I can directly raise it to the 10th level of Peeping at the Gods. Consume the Fate Point to improve the Quadruple Realm. The 7th level of Peeping God. Peeping God 8-fold. Peep God's 9th layer. 10 levels of Peeping God. At this moment, Chu Yuan suddenly felt that in the void, there was a majestic wave like a vast ocean, carrying an extremely pure energy, which was violently instilled into his body. This energy seems to be exchanged by Chu Yuan from the fateful energy river, which is boundless to the infinite void, with the fate point. It's some kind of power in exchange. Chu Yuan experienced this change of power carefully, and after consuming 16,000 points, his realm was raised to the 10th level of Peeping. Breaking through Zhaoshan, but you can't exchange fate points for promotion. This time, when the dynasty was upgraded to 3 stars, the benefits for Chu Yuan were too great, and he directly brought his realm to the 10th level of Peeping Gods. He was only one step away from breaking through to the realm of illuminating gods and illuminating his own spiritual path. With the increase in the attributes of the human emperor sword, Chu Yuanguan can be compared to the 10th level of the gods with his realm, and he has various means to deal with even the powerhouses in the realm of the gods. The most important thing at the moment is to break through the realm of Zhaoshan, and then you can use the remaining fate points to break through the fast small realm again. The decree is to pass on my order. This time, the army of destroying the country has made great achievements in the battle. It will be rewarded. The Marquis of Zhongyong has been loyal to the empire for many years, and he has been awarded the title of King Zhongyong. Statistics and promotions are all subject to the national fortune of the Great Wu, and the higher the meritorious service, the more blessings for the national fortune. Chu Yuan's orders reached far within the armies of the Black Underworld Imperial City. The name of the treasure map has been changed to Yinliadongshan, which is more in line with the treasures in the treasure.